This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Farmer. Yinxing is a recent graduate who has just found a job in a small company. He gets up early and goes to bed late every day to shuttle around the city for a living, thinking about when he can make enough money to buy a small house in the city and have a girlfriend. But such an ordinary day ended after he discovered that he had a small ability. That day, Yinxing wore a helmet and drove his pedal-electric motorcycle in an open field. Cool breeze, green trees, and fragrant flowers and grass everywhere. The beautiful scenery of the prairie is a different kind of scenery compared to the tall buildings in the city where I live. But why did I get here? What is this place? The suburbs of the city should not be such a wasteland. And what kind of monsters are the two foreigners who are blocking me in front of me? Wearing ragged clothes and holding dung forks in their hands? The clothes of the two people opposite Yinxing were almost torn into strips. And because of the dried mud, they became strands. There was a layer of mud on his face. His hair was messy, and he was dirty, as if he had rolled in the mud several times. There was no village or shop in front of him. Did he encounter a robber? Yinxing asked the two strange foreigners in his half-baked English. Hello. Good Mountie. How do we get to Erling Bridge? I don't know if they can understand. The two foreigners seemed to be a little afraid of the wheeled mount under Yinxing's crotch. But one of them still pretended to push the dung fork in his hand forward and quickly retracted it. Then he said the harshest words in the most cowardly tone. Hey, do you have any food? Hand it over quickly. Yinxing sat astride his scooter. He looked calm, but he was actually panicking. He didn't take off his helmet and held the accelerator in his palm, ready to launch and run away at any time. Weird. Too weird. In the surrounding area of Zhahai City, where every inch of land is valuable, there can't be such a large piece of wasteland that has not been targeted by developers. And Yinxing was sure that he was on his way to work just now. But suddenly, in front of his eyes, he and his motorcycle were running on this piece of grass. Did he travel through time? When Yinxing found that he could understand the other party's language that was completely out of his mind, he was sure and certain he might have traveled through time. Now there are two people on the other side, and he is alone. Two fists can't beat four hands, even if they all look like they have been hungry for many days. The dung forks in their hands are still a bit intimidating to the unarmed Yinxing. Run. This person is unfamiliar with the place. Isn't running around looking for death? Stay safe first. Don't be brave. Being poked by the dung fork that smells of shit and is sticky with some yellow stuff doesn't hurt much. But it is too insulting. Food? Yes. 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 Yinxing took out a plastic bag from the storage box in the back seat, took out 2 hamburgers from it, and handed them over. I'm just a passerby. I don't have any bad intentions towards you. Can you put down your weapons first? They look scary. Before Yinxing finished speaking, the wheat smell mixed with the meat smell attracted the two people to drop the dung forks in their hands. Run up and grab the 2 hamburgers. The smell is even more tempting under the nose at a close distance. The two of them didn't even tear off the wrapping paper. They just opened their mouths and took a bite of the burger in their hands. Then they both hummed with satisfaction. This was a delicacy they had never eaten before. Soft bread, refreshing salad, crispy chicken legs with the crispness of lettuce, stimulating the taste buds on the tongue. It was comfortable, but also made the stomach more uncomfortable. The two of them didn't taste this food they had never eaten before, and swallowed the whole burger with the paper in 2 or 3 bites. Then, they looked at Yinxing together. Hey. 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 The look of not being full and extremely eager for another one made Yinxing a little scared. He shook the empty bag to show that there was nothing left. This is all my breakfast. I've given it to you. The two were still staring at him, and they were even more frightened when they saw Yinxing. They wouldn't want to eat people. Would they? Just as Yinxing was about to step on the accelerator and drive away on his motorcycle, he heard a ding sound in his ear, and a paragraph of text suddenly appeared in his mind. 2 farmers admire you very much and hope to join your army. Do you agree? What's going on? Who is talking? The sudden situation was completely beyond Yinxing's cognition, and he was a little overwhelmed. Who are the farmers? These 2 people in front of him? They look like beggars, not peasants. Besides, what virtue do I have? Why do they admire me? What do you mean by joining my army? What a joke. 2 peasants admire you very much and hope to join your army. Do you agree? The text and voice appeared in Yinxing's consciousness again. It doesn't seem like a joke. and looking at the two peasants in front of him. It seems that if he doesn't agree to their joining, he will immediately turn his face. Then there is no choice. Agree. Yinxing made a choice. And the prompt appeared again. You have gained the followers of two peasants. You get 2 experience. You gain 1 reputation point. You are promoted to a hero. Please check your personal attribute panel for the corresponding functions. What is an attribute panel? As the consciousness flashed through his mind, a long column of translucent attribute panels appeared in Yinxing's vision. Yinxing human level, 1 occupation, Night Lord. Attack, 2 defense, 4 intelligence, 2 knowledge, 2 hero specialty. Popularity increases the attractiveness of human farmers and increases the efficiency of governance. Encouragement, increase the morale of the subjects and the army. Hero specialty. Primary training, train low-level soldiers into high-level soldiers in the special training ground for the soldiers. Training cost is related to the training level. Primary leadership, limited constant improvement of the morale of the subjects and the army. Can be superimposed with the hero's special effects. Primary offensive, limited improvement of the army's combat effectiveness, allowing your army to perform better in offensive operations. Skills/magic. Charge increases speed by 50% in a short period of time. For every 1% increase in speed, the attack power increases by 1%. Collision collides with the target, causing a knockback effect. Prayer slowly recovers the wounds of oneself, and the target of the spell Hot Blood increases the attack power of oneself and friendly forces, while reducing defense. To a certain extent, contempt provokes the target and increases the target's hatred value towards oneself. Shield Strike. Equipment, none achievement, none reputation, 1 looking at his attribute list. Yinxing was confused. Why does it look like playing a game? Can anyone explain it to me? Yinxing looked up at the blue sky, and black crows flew over his head with a quack. The cool breeze, the green trees, and the fragrance of flowers and plants wafted from all directions. There were also bursts of stench that penetrated his nose. Yinxing looked down and saw the 2 farmers lying on the ground, caressing and kissing their electric motorcycles. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 2 Gold. Hearing Yinxing's scolding voice, the 2 peasants immediately stopped their electric motorcycles, quickly retreated and knelt on the ground. Like a bard, he shouted in a melodious voice, Great and generous knight. You rode across the wilderness on your magical mount and came to us. Your clothes are so luxurious. The helmet on your head is so sturdy. You brought the most delicious food in the world and gave it to us lowly people. After receiving your grace, we are willing to follow you and become your subjects. You provide us with food and protection, and we pay you taxes. Yinxing listened, and his eyes twitched. How can an electric motorcycle that costs more than 1,000 yuan become a magical mount? And you ask me to provide food and protection. Your real purpose is to find a sucker to eat for free every day. And you also pay taxes? You are so poor that you almost have no pants. And you still have the nerve to say you pay taxes. Have you ever seen a bill of more than 10 yuan? However, Yinxing's thoughts were stuck at this moment, because he saw the 2 farmers kneeling in front of him respectfully spread their hands, and in their dirty palms actually lay a golden coin-shaped metal. Copper. Yinxing absolutely did not believe that 2 poor farmers could take out gold. But the golden coin reflected the sunlight, which was too dazzling. Yinxing couldn't help but think of the big gold bracelets on the wrists of rich ladies in the city. The color is really the same. This is interesting. Yinxing took the golden coins from the 2 farmers, and the 2 coins made a pleasant sound when they touched each other. It felt heavy in his hand. Looking closely at it against the sunlight, Yinxing really couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. However, the patterns and words on the coin were very delicate. The front of the coin was engraved with a shield-shaped emblem of a lance in the middle, and a wreath of thorns on the edge. The back was an abstract pattern of an angel. Both sides were engraved with words that Yinxing had never seen before, but recognized. Gold blessed by God. Now Yinxing couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Hey, Yinxing said to the 2 peasants, is this real gold? Reply to the knight. The slightly taller peasant replied, this is gold blessed by God. It is given by law to every human peasant to pay taxes to the Lord every week. The gold given by God can only be used by the Lord, who can purchase territory materials through the law. Only the Lord can convert the gold given by God into ordinary gold for daily transactions. It seems that these 2 golden coins are really gold coins. The gold coin is the size of a 1 yuan coin, about 15 grams to 20 grams. Calculate with 15 grams. The current market value of gold is close to 500 yuan per gram. 15 grams multiplied by 500. Wow! One coin is 7,500 yuan. 2 coins are 15,000 yuan. I only spent 10 yuan on 2 burgers with coupons. This business is very profitable. And I heard from the tall farmer that they will give me 2 gold coins every week in the future. 15,000 yuan each time. That's 60,000 yuan a month. Then why go to work? Just feed them with good food and drink. And collect rent on time every week. Wahahaha. Yinxing wanted to laugh loudly. But the laughter went back to his throat. This is obviously not his original world. A monthly income of 60,000 yuan is useless. Looking at the barren grasslands with no birds around. Collecting 2 gold coins every week is useless. Collecting 2 subordinates, who have to eat but can only hand over gold, is useless. Although gold is good, it cannot be eaten or drunk. And there is no charging station to charge the electric motorcycle for $1. Yinxing regretted giving the 2 hamburgers to the other party. If possible, he really wanted to buy the 2 hamburgers back with the 2 gold coins in his hand. It's too late to regret now. Face reality. At this time, Yinxing thought of what the tall farmer said. The Lord can use this sacred gold coin to buy territory supplies from the law. Let's see what we can buy first. At least buy a knife for self-defense. What is the law? With a thought, Yinxing's attribute panel appeared in his field of vision. Then he found that in addition to his own character attributes, there were other optional display pages in the panel. It really looks like a game. Yinxing wanted to click on the territory option. But when he saw the subject option, he clicked it directly. There were only 2 lonely names in it. Peasant 1, Peasant 2, and a brief introduction to the attributes of the peasants. Peasant, a first-level unit of the human race. The production labor of the human race. Can be upgraded to a second-level combat unit militia. Can be upgraded to a second-level elite unit tax officer attack, 1 defense, 1 damage, 1 stamina, 1 talent. Taxpayer pay a tax of 1 God-given gold coin to the Lord every week. Under the supervision of excellent tax officials, they can pay more taxes. Looking at the 4-1 attributes of the peasants, Yinxing looked at his hero attributes and immediately felt superior. As for the peasants who are gifted taxpayers, Yinxing didn't know if he could go back. And he was no longer interested in the gold coins he had just received. Let's see what's in the Lord options. But before Yinxing clicked on the Lord options, an inconspicuous option button in a corner caught his attention. Exit. What does this mean? Is it to exit the game? Then Yinxing clicked exit for some reason. Instantly, the wasteland and the 2 newly recruited peasants disappeared from Yinxing's sight, replaced by a narrow alley. There are tall buildings on both sides of the alley, and some garbage that has not been cleaned up in time is piled up at the base of the wall. In front of a hair salon that is open at night. The shutter door is closed. A child who is almost late for school, wearing a school uniform and carrying a school bag, quickly ran past Yinxing. In the gap between the buildings above, a landing passenger plane hastily revealed its huge figure. Yinxing is sure that this is the city where he lives. And this alley is the only way for him to go to work. He is really back. At this time, Yinxing is sitting astride a small electric motorcycle, supporting the ground with 1 leg, and can't believe what he just experienced. But the feeling of the hard object in his palm makes his heart beat faster and faster. He slowly spread out his palm, and 2 gold coins lay there quietly, telling him what he experienced was not an illusion. Not only did he enter a different world in the game state, but he also brought gold out of it. In the future, he will get 2 gold coins every week. With a monthly income of 60,000, he can live a good life in this city full of decadence. If he saves a little, buying a house is not a dream. This time he is really going to be rich. At this time, Yinxing's mobile phone suddenly rang. He took it out to answer it. And before Yinxing could speak, the roar of the department manager came out first. Yinxing, don't you want to do this? Not only did you dare to be late, you even dared not answer my call. Look at how many missed calls you have. Do you know that you are still in the probation period? I can let you pack up and leave at any time. Chapter 3: The Golden Hen That Lays Golden Eggs. The person who called Yinxing was named Yuan, and he was in charge of the company's marketing department. In fact, it was a small company with only more than 10 people, and the entire business department and the supervisor had only 4 people. But Yuan relied on his relationship with the boss and some seniority, and was very arrogant in the company. Yinxing had just arrived at the company, and in addition to completing his own work, he was also told what to do by his supervisor. He would always talk about various life philosophies. Yinching held the phone away from his ear and waited until Yuan shouting was enough. Then he said, "Old Yuan." The sound of Old Yuan stimulated the other party again. "What Old Yuan? Can you call me Old Yuan? Even the boss has to call me fourth uncle. You young people don't know how to make progress and respect your elders. How can I entrust you with the important responsibilities of the company? Xiao Yin, you are new to the company and the society. You have a lot to learn." Yinching turned his phone to silent mode and put it in his pocket. Let Lao Yuan talk about it himself. I don't know what kind of stimulation he had in the workplace before, which made him look like this. Anyway, I don't have time to listen to his philosophy of life now. First, change these 2 gold coins into money, and then figure out the game-like world. As for work, if Lao Yuan really persuades the boss to fire him, there is nothing we can do. You can't give up tens of thousands of yuan for a few thousand yuan a month. Yinching put 2 gold coins in his pocket and started the electric motorcycle to drive forward along the alley. Although the air in the city is far less refreshing than the wilderness in the game world, Yinching is still happy that he is about to start a new life. The only thing that makes Yinching a little dissatisfied is, the speed of this tram is really slow. I really want to count the money quickly. Thinking of speeding up, that inexplicable voice suddenly appeared in Yinching's ears. Skill, charge, start. The electric motorcycle that was moving at a constant speed suddenly accelerated. And under the buttocks, you can feel the seat pressing forward. The breeze was blowing in my ears. The scenery on both sides flew backwards quickly. My God! Yinching was shocked that he could release the skills in the game world in the real world. It turned out that not only the gold coins were brought out by me, but also the skills. This is a bit too much. But I like it. The Knight's Charge skill can increase the speed by 50% in a short time, allowing an electric motorcycle to reach a new height. Like a sprinting warhorse, it took Yinching through the streets and alleys, and stopped at the door of a gold shop with a squeak. Yinching took the 2 gold coins from his pocket, and they were even more dazzling under the bright and sufficient light. I don't know how much brighter they were than the gold in the gold shop. Gold blessed by God. This kind of gold has special power in it, and there is no way to change its form by external force. And if the pattern and text on it are spread out, I don't know what trouble it will cause me. Fortunately, as a lord, Yinching has the ability to turn the gold given by God into ordinary gold. Gold transformation. A stream of light passed through the gold coin, and the pattern and text disappeared, and the gold coin turned into a small gold cake with a smooth surface. The color returned to the normal luster of gold. There will be no problem selling it this way. Yinching parked the electric motorcycle and walked into the gold shop, took out the gold cake, and said that he wanted to sell the gold. This kind of private small-weight gold transaction does not require complicated procedures for the gold shop. After verifying the authenticity and weight of the gold is weighed, and the money and goods are exchanged. Not long after, Yinching's mobile wallet had 18,000 yuan. The 2 gold coins were heavier than he thought. At the door of the gold shop, Yinching rode on his small electric motorcycle and looked up at the tall buildings around him. He felt very fulfilled. He missed the 2 new peasant subordinates even more. 2 peasants can contribute 18,000 yuan in taxes to him a week, and 20 peasants can contribute 180,000 yuan a week. 200 peasants can contribute 1.8 million yuan. 18 million for 2,000 farmers. More? I dare not imagine it. Anyway, at this moment, Yinching made up his mind. These are all golden hens that lay golden eggs. Return to the game world as soon as possible. Recruit more farmers, and become a golden egg breeding tycoon in the city. Of course, breeding. The recruited farmers must not be left hungry or cold. They must be well fed and well drinked, warm in winter and cool in summer, and live comfortably and healthily. Therefore, the money in hand cannot be spent on one's own enjoyment. A smart businessman must understand investment. You must have a long-term vision. So he drove his small electric motorcycle to the second-hand market in the suburbs, and reluctantly sold his beloved small car for a few hundred yuan. Then he turned around and spent several thousand yuan to buy a very new second-hand agricultural tricycle. He also bought pots, pans, tables, chairs and benches. He bought several sets of tents for camping. Then, there were big bags of flour, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and a pig's hind leg, green vegetables, meatballs, wide noodles, sesame sauce, mutton hot pot, gas stove, liquefied gas, nylon rope. All kinds of small things filled the car. Finally, he downloaded the complete collection of Wild Survival on his mobile phone. Yinching decided to fight hard in the game world to see how many treasures he could find and how much money he could make. He had to get back the more than 10,000 yuan he spent. After the purchase, Yinching drove the agricultural tricycle crunch out of the suburbs and into the mountains. I saw a small forest with no one around. So I went inside. Log in. The scene changed instantly, and the small forest turned into an endless grassland. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and white clouds were layered. The grass on the ground was full of small yellow wildflowers, and there was a faint fragrance in the breeze. There was no smell of polluted air, which was many times fresher than that in the city. It felt like selling the air here was a profitable business. Ha ha ha. Master! Master! Two farmers who accepted Yinching's recruitment came out of the grass. They were excited when they saw the agricultural tricycle driven by Yinching. They rushed up and kissed the tires, and praised, "Great knight! You conquered a mount that is more powerful than the previous mount in such a short time. It has a body of steel, 4 wheeled limbs, 3 limbs. You are so heroic riding it. We believe that with such a powerful mount, you can definitely challenge the most ferocious dragon at the end of the world." Are there such things as dragons in this world? It seems that this place is very dangerous. So don't be too arrogant. If you can survive, then survive. Hey, guys. Yinching showed the momentum of a lord and shouted to his only 2 subordinates. My mount is called Agricultural Tricycle. It can not only be used for war, but also for transportation. It is a rare and precious mount. As long as you work hard, I will give you this agricultural tricycle after I get a new mount. Now cheer up and move the things behind. Set up the camp first. Cook hot pot. And talk about the territory development plan while eating. When the 2 farmers heard that the Lord would give them such a precious mount in the future, they immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "The Lord is wise. The Lord is kind." Then they worked hard to unload the goods. The cargo capacity of the agricultural tricycle is limited after all, and Yinching has no money to buy more things. After a while, the 3 people moved all the things to the ground. Yinching first instructed the 2 farmers to set up the tent, and then moved all the goods into the tent. The tent is made of waterproof cloth, so the goods will not get wet even if it rains. After a busy day, a small camp was initially established. Then Yinching set up a table in the middle of the camp and placed a gas stove on it. The gas tank was connected to the gas stove, and a pot filled with water and hot pot base was placed on the gas stove. Yinching turned the switch on the gas stove. With a snap, a blue flame came out of the gas stove. Magic! The 2 farmers saw that there was no fuel in the gas stove, but it was actually emitting fire, and they immediately bowed to the ground. "Great Lord! You are also a great magician. Your power allows you to enslave the fire elves at will, and let the noble fire elves boil water and cook for you. We are proud to be your subjects. We believe that your territory will prosper soon. A world-famous city will appear here. Your name will be passed down from generation to generation by the people living on this land. Sir, please tell us your family name and family creed. As your subjects, this is also what we have to abide by and be loyal to." Chapter 4. Master Yinching keeps his word. Country bumpkins, who have never seen the world. Fortunately, there are only 3 of us in this wilderness. Otherwise we would be seen by others. This lord really can't afford to lose face. Get up. Get up. It's just a trifle. How many things do you lord know? Yinching asked the 2 peasants to stand up and asked them to sit around the table. While distributing tableware, he said, "Your lord is called Yinching, and the name means to keep his word. From now on, Master Yinching, keep your word will be the family creed of your master and me. What are your names? Let me get to know you." Yinching didn't care much about these things and said casually. When Yinching asked for their names, the 2 peasants looked at each other and said in unison, "Master, we are low-class people and have no names. Without names, how do you call each other? There are only 2 of us here, so we don't need names." The scene fell into silence. "Yes, there are only 2 of them, so we don't need names. But," Yinching said passionately, "as the subjects of Master Yinching, how can we not have names? And this place will definitely prosper in the future. And it won't be just the 2 of you. Come on, Master, I will give you names." Yinching took out the cracked screen mobile phone from his pocket and wanted to use the naming software to give them names. As a result, There was no signal. I couldn't get online. So I had to test my naming skills. The two peasants both had Western faces, so they had to be given names with Western styles. Of course, as my subjects, they also had to have Eastern styles. You, Yinqing pointed at the tall peasant and said, your name is Gosper. Then Yinqing pointed at the short and strong peasant and said, your name is Eddie. The two peasants who were given names by the Lord cried with joy, and immediately lay on the ground and chanted long live the Lord, and kissed the muddy shoes on Yinqing's feet. Enough. Enough. Get up and eat. Lord, I have something important to ask you. Yinqing asked Gosper and Eddie to stand up and sit down. At this time, the water in the pot was boiling, and the hot pot base was melted into the water to form a soup. The water splashed, and the strong aroma made the two farmers swallow their saliva heavily. Yinqing picked up the vegetables, meatballs and meat, and poured them all into the pot without regard for the order, and poured a bowl of ergwoda for each of the two farmers. He asked expectantly, wait a minute. It will be ready to eat after it is cooked. I want to ask you too. Where can I recruit farmers, like you who can contribute taxes to me every week? Gosper and Eddie stared at the ingredients in the hot pot together, their eyes as big as copper bells. But they did not dare to be perfunctory to the Lord's questions. Gosper replied, reporting to the Lord, we are all the lowest level farmers and don't know much. We only know that the high reputation of the Lord and the prosperity of the territory can attract refugees to join. Farmers given by God can be recruited in the farmers' huts in the territory or in the wild. Then it's about having children. As long as there is food, drink and protection, our human race is still relatively capable of having children. Another way is to rob farmers from other territories. And because human farmers have a talent for paying taxes that other races do not have, human farmers are often robbed by other races. This Gosper has clear ideas and can be cultivated. Yinqing had also played strategic management games before, and soon figured out the way to recruit farmers that Gosper mentioned. The first is to develop the territory and attract refugees with high reputation and high prosperity. Where these refugees come from is a matter of the game world mechanism. The second is to build a farmer recruitment building. If the guess is right, the Lord should be able to recruit farmers from the recruitment building regularly and quantitatively. The third is natural reproduction. This is a normal way to increase population production. The fourth is plunder. Since human farmers are the only race with a talent for paying taxes, this talent determines that the value of human farmers has risen to a strategic position. The development of the territory, the maintenance of order, and the expansion of the territory consume countless money. And the human peasants can pay a tax of one God-given gold coin out of nothing in a week. Who wouldn't be jealous? Naturally, it has become a strategic resource that everyone wants to grab. At this time, Yinqing suddenly thought of something. He immediately opened his attribute panel and stared at his hero's specialties. Hero's specialties. Popular support increased the attractiveness of human peasants and increased the efficiency of governance. Encouragement increased the morale of the subjects and the army. When Yinqing saw his hero's specialties, he didn't care and even secretly sneered. With the basic attributes of the 4 ones of the peasants, what's the point of recruiting more peasants? According to the information we know about this world now, there are dragons and magic here. According to the setting of magic games, background NPCs like farmers are not even monsters. No matter how many farmers you have, are they enough to fill the gaps in people's teeth? But after knowing that farmers are the only race with the talent to pay taxes, Yinqing's eyes on his own talent and those on Gosper and Eddie are even more different. This talent, a magical skill to recruit farmers to lay golden eggs. The hot pot boiled again, and the taste of various ingredients mixed together made people even more hungry. Yinqing used a colander to fill a large bowl of food for the two farmers, and then picked up the wine bowl and said in a Lianshan manner, today is the first day we met. Thanks to the kindness of the two brothers, you are willing to follow me and work hard with me to build a career. I, Yinqing, will not say anything polite. Just talk about something practical. As long as you follow me loyally and work hard, I guarantee that you will have delicious food and drink spicy food every day, and eat meat and drink a lot. Whoever dares to bully us, I, the Lord, will personally lead you to chop his mother. Come, drink this bowl first, and deepen our relationship. Gosper and Eddie raised the wine bowl together and shouted in unison, Master Yinqing, keep your word. Yinqing did not expect that the family creed he said casually would be so touching when shouted together, and laughed, yes, Master Yinqing, keep your word. The three drank the wine in the bowl together. The strong taste of Gaobagan caused the farmer, who drank this kind of strong liquor, for the first time to cough repeatedly. Yinqing smiled and greeted him. Eat, 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 eat more and drink more. There is enough wine and meat. After eating the delicious food and drinking the wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, Gosper and Eddie were no longer restrained. For Yinqing's questions, the two of them answered them. Gradually, Yinqing got a general understanding of this world. The wasteland they were in was part of the Windy Highlands. To the south of the Windy Highlands was the Silver Mane Principality of the human race, ruled by Grand Duke Trollop Griffin. To the east of the highlands was an inland sea, connected to the open sea through a narrow strait. To the west is the Wilderness Orc tribe. To the north is the Snow Elf community. The terrain difference of the coastline, where the east of the Windy Highlands meets the inland sea, is very large, and there is almost no convenient path to the ocean. Therefore, the Windy Highlands has become a key point surrounded by the three races of human, orc, and elf. Whoever occupies the Windy Highlands can form a strategic terrain advantage over the other two races. The Flying Army and the Magician group in this area are high above, which can make them feel like a thorn in the throat. It is precisely because the strategic position of the Windy Highlands is too important that the three races of human, orc, and elf frequently break out for the Windy Highlands. The war caused a large number of warriors of the three parties to sacrifice on this high ground, and also caused the hatred between the three races to be extremely high. Now, most of the Windy Highlands are controlled by the Silver Mane Principality. The wild orcs and snow elves only maintain a few data points in the west and north. They are all hoarding heavy troops in their strongholds and spending all their financial resources to strengthen the defense of the strongholds, while preventing the human race from completely occupying the Windy Highlands. They are also preparing for a new battle for the Windy Highlands. The general stationed in the Windy Highlands of the Silver Mane Principality is Marquis Lamb Anderson, who is known as the Marquis of the Storm. He commanded the human army to fight against the orcs and elves for the Windy Highlands, changing the previous human strategy, no longer hoarding resources and troops first to decide the outcome of the war in a few battles. Instead, he used all his family's financial resources to build a fast road between the Windy Highlands and the human race's homeland, and then used this road to quickly transport supplies, and built the first human city, Storm City, on the Windy Highlands. Next, Marquis Anderson continued to adhere to the principle of avoiding war with the orcs and elves, and even secretly provoked a fight between the two races. He kept a low profile and used Storm City as a base, concentrating heavy troops to protect the transportation lines, and constantly radiated outward to build human cities, encroaching on the land of the Windy Highlands. When the orcs and elves realized the strategy implemented by Marquis Anderson, it was too late. Marquis Anderson built a human city cluster on the south side of the Windy Highlands, with its own economic system, agricultural system and military training system, and greatly reduced its dependence on the support of the Silver Mane Principality in the rear. On the other hand, the orcs and elves still follow the previous war ideas. The special terrain of the Windy Highlands makes it difficult to build convenient roads in the connecting area with the surrounding land, and transportation is extremely inconvenient. Therefore, their fight for the Windy Highlands is to consume a lot of manpower and material resources in the rear, take small roads, or use air transportation to slowly stockpile troops and supplies needed for the war in several military strongholds on the highlands. The efficiency is very slow. Neither the orcs nor the elves have the ability to fight a long war with the human race on the Windy Highlands, and can only watch Marquis Lamb Anderson complete the encroachment on the highlands. Now the two tribes can only maintain military strongholds in the marginal areas of the highlands, and they need to cooperate to a certain extent to ensure their presence on the Windy Highlands. Gosper's understanding of the world is limited to the Windy Highlands. As for the situation in other places, he doesn't know and can't explain it clearly. In short, the Windy Highlands where Yinqing is now is somewhat independent of this world, and at the same time it has formed a situation similar to a three-legged tripod. The strong human race faces the orcs and elves who have to unite, making the local area stable for a short time. Chapter 5. Poor and Penniless. Yinqing did not expect that his initial position would be so dangerous, so he could not help but look around. Before he knew it, the sky had darkened. The moon was in the sky, and the stars were shining. The breeze continued to blow, making Yinqing feel that something was hidden in the nearby weeds. The agricultural tricycle next to him showed its outline under the light of the fire, and the shadows of three people were reflected on the tint. Yinxing whispered to his two subordinates. Will we meet orcs and elves here? The talkative Gosper replied, My lord. Our place is in the east of the Windy Highlands, close to the Lys Inland Sea, far away from the orc stronghold in the west. And the orcs basically will not come here. To the north is a large swamp area where the swamp tribe lives. These creatures rolling in the mud never participated in the fights between the three tribes on the Windy Highlands. And the three tribes could not defeat them in the swamp. Therefore, the elves rarely crossed the swamp to come here. Even the nobles of the human race looked down on this place. Why? Yinxing was puzzled. Since this place is not threatened by orcs and elves, isn't it a good place to farm? Gosper replied, Because there are no forests and no stones here. There is no way to build a sawmill and a quarry. So wood and stone cannot be collected. Building a territory consumes a lot of wood and stone. If you can't collect it yourself, you can only buy it from other places. Although this is not the main confrontation area between humans, orcs, and elves, it is not safe. It is close to the swamp, and Marquis Anderson does not want to provoke the swamp tribe, so he did not build a city here. Other nobles cannot get assistance from Storm City, and are unwilling to build a city here at their own expense and risk offending the swamp tribe. Yinxing listened and nodded continuously. In short, this piece of wasteland has little strategic significance for the human forces. The orcs will not cross the Windy Highlands from the west to the east for nothing, and it is difficult for the elves to cross the swamp tribe's territory to reach here. Moreover, the resources here are barren, and it is not meaningful for the human race to develop and defend. If they offend the swamp tribe, they will lose a natural barrier against the elves. Therefore, this piece of wasteland has become a balance formed by many factors on the tense Windy Highlands. The only threat here in a short time is probably the swamp tribe in the swamp on the north side. So Yinxing asked, Will the swamp tribe come here? Gosper replied, The swamp tribe must be active in the swamp. However, their werewolf patrols sometimes patrol here, but they will not stay for too long, because the human race is powerful on the Windy Highlands. The swamp tribe will not easily embarrass the human race they meet, but if they meet human farmers, they will definitely rob them. After all, they are also jealous of the taxes we can contribute every week. Sure enough, wealth is the root of all evil. Who doesn't love farmers, who can lay golden eggs by feeding them some food? Now Yinxing has two farmers. If he meets patrolmen from the swamp tribe, they are probably their farmers. Eat, eat, eat. With the capable lord here, no one can take you away. Yinxing warmly invited his subordinates to eat and drink. After seeing Yinxing's mountain magic, Gosper and Eddie were very confident in Yinxing's strength and ate and drank freely. Yinxing was in a heavy mood. Although this grassland is a little safer, it is also in the war-torn land of Windy Highlands. There are also swamp tribes next to it, so it is difficult to predict good and bad luck. Although I am now a human knight hero, my combat power is not much stronger than two farmers. The camp is surrounded by no strategic locations, and it is really not a good place to farm. But I am very unfamiliar with this world, and Gosper and the others don't know what is outside Windy Highlands. Blindly transferring is no different from committing suicide. I must improve the defense of the camp as soon as possible, and at the same time, I need to improve my strength and the strength of the territory as soon as possible. Of course, I am not without advantages. Being able to drive a farm tricycle to pull supplies from the real world and bring the gold and skills here back to the real world means that I can be a trader in both worlds. Make a profit from the price difference. Isn't this the purpose of returning to this game world? And backed by the real network platform, sitting on the world commodity channel chain. Without wood and stone, this master can still build a house here with steel and cement. Of course, the future blueprint is beautiful, but it is still difficult now. The territory is poor and Yinxing himself is also a pauper. How to use limited funds and resources to deal with the current dilemma is what needs to be solved urgently. Even if you use bricks and cement to build a wall for the camp, you need money to buy it. What Yinxing lacks is money. Let's take a look at the Lord's authority first to see if there is anything that can help. Yinxing's consciousness sank into the personal data panel, and finally opened the Lord's territory management item. There were many things, and various categories were subdivided. A vertical territory construction and upgrade tree presented a huge territory system in front of Yinxing. Yinxing studied the territory construction and upgrade tree for a long time, and combined with his previous knowledge of strategic games, he figured out a little bit about how to develop a human territory. The foundation of the human territory is to develop around farmers. After being recruited by the human lord, The farmers automatically obtain the status of civilians in the territory. In addition to contributing one God-given gold as tax every week, they can produce various materials through labor. And the transaction of materials will generate territory taxes. The Lord can use taxes to develop the territory. Depending on the size of the territory, the Lord can get a certain amount of God-given gold every week. This is the main source of God-given gold for other races. This is also the reason why other races covet human farmers. Even within the human race, farmers are also resources that lords plunder from each other. Therefore, while the human lords benefit from the farmers, they must also do everything they can to protect their farmers and attract more farmers to join the territory. This involves the prosperity of the territory and the hearts of the people. A highly prosperous territory is highly attractive to refugees and will also attract farmers from low prosperity territories to migrate. Popularity refers to the support rate of the civilians in the territory for the Lord. In a territory with high popular sentiment, the subjects live and work in peace and basically will not leave the territory. In a territory with low popular sentiment, the subjects feel that they have no life and security, and will try their best to leave. Prosperity and popular sentiment are very complicated things, and many factors can affect them. But as long as the Lord solves the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the civilians, and there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters, the prosperity and popular sentiment of the territory will not be too low. Clothes. Yinxing bought a few sets of wear-resistant clothes and pants, and asked Gosper and Eddie to change into them in a while. Food. The two of them were eating happily, and the food they brought was enough for the three of them to eat and drink for a month. Living. The canvas rain tent is not very good, but it is okay to live in for a while. Okay. Wherever they want to go, I will personally drive a farm tricycle to take them there. The service in this territory is very good. Therefore, Yinxing is not worried about losing the support of the people. And let Gao Sipa and Eddie eat hot pot and think about running away. Now let's see how to build up the defense and military strength of the territory. Chapter 6: A Sudden Mission. Yinxing's territory has nothing now. In the territory construction options, there are gray icons that do not meet the construction conditions. The only things that can be built are houses, roads, wells, sawmills, quarries. There is also a village council hall, which requires 10 people in the territory to build. In addition, Yinxing's territory only has 3 people, so there is no need to think about how to build a village council hall for the time being. Just now, Gosper also said that sawmills and quarries do not need to be built because there is nothing to mine. The remaining houses require 100 God-given gold coins, and 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of stone. Village roads, 100 meters, require 100 God-given gold coins and 3 units of stone. A well, 100 God-given gold coins and 1 unit of stone water is not guaranteed. Is this a robbery? Yinxing was shocked after seeing the cost of the territory buildings. I just received 2 gold coins, and I was secretly happy that I made a lot of money. You need 100 God-given gold coins for a residential building, which is 900,000 yuan in the real world. What a luxurious villa. And a 100-meter village road requires 100 gold coins. Digging a well also requires 100 gold coins. And water is not guaranteed. Are you crazy about money? This is just the God-given gold coins required. Yinxing can't get the wood and stone needed later even if he has money. Fortunately, this is the price of the Lord system. And it is a building that is directly transformed by consuming God-given gold coins and materials. Although it costs a lot of money, the effect is quick. If you don't want to spend this money, you can also build it in the normal way. As long as it meets the quality standards recognized by the Lord system, it will be recognized and included in the territory system, compared with buying directly from the territory system. Of course, the normal way of construction costs less, but the construction period is long, and the quality may not meet the standards. Anyway, Yinxing has no money and no resources, so he can't buy it from the system. Even if you have money, you can't be a sucker. My lord, how much can I spend on buying some bricks and cement in the real world? Bricks cost 50 cents apiece, and I can buy 1.8 million bricks with 100 God-given gold coins. Let alone building houses. I can even build a wall around the land. But I don't have a single gold coin in my hand. And a penny can make a hero fall. This hot pot costs so much money. It's a bit extravagant. I should cook instant noodles. Other things such as magic guilds, arenas, opera houses, temples, Night training grounds don't even need to be looked at. There is no money to build, and it does not meet the construction conditions. The Village Council Hall is a pre-construction building for all buildings except houses, roads, wells, lumberyards, and quarries. To build a Village Council Hall, 500 gold and a population of 10 are required. This is really annoying. After reading the territory system, Yinxing found that there was basically no gain except for making things difficult for himself. Not to mention the 500 gold needed to build a Village Council Hall. Even if the population needs to reach 10, Yinxing doesn't know where to recruit the missing 7 people. Alas, drinking and eating meat, guarding these 2 farmers can also lead to a well-off life. Yinxing, who couldn't think of a solution, simply stopped thinking about it, scooping the ingredients in a hot pot and drinking wine. While the 3 of them were eating and drinking, Eddie, who had been silent all the time, suddenly stared at the dark area outside the camp and shouted, "Hey! Who's there?" Yinxing was very alert. When he heard Eddie discover something approaching, he immediately rushed to the agricultural tricycle. He took out a 1-meter-long steel pipe from the bucket. This was the self-defense weapon he bought for himself. And Gosper and Eddie had already picked up their respective dung forks and pointed them at the direction where the sound came from. "Please don't hurt us." A slightly old voice came from the darkness, where the fire could not reach. And then an old man leaning on a dung fork as a walking stick slowly approached. His body was thin. His waist and back were bent due to hunger, and his steps were staggering. Behind the old man were 2 half-grown children, timidly holding the corners of the old man's clothes, looking at Yinxing and the other 2 in fear, seeing that it was a human, and an old and weak one at that. Yinxing took back the steel pipe and asked the old man, "We are all human beings. We will not hurt you. Are you hungry? We still have some food here. Fill your stomach first." Gosper said, "This is our Lord Master Yinxing. Master Yinxing keeps his word. He won't hurt you if he says he won't hurt you. Come in and eat quickly. This is a delicacy you have never eaten. It is Master Yinxing's gift to you." And Eddie walked into the darkness with a dung fork without saying a word. The aroma of the hot pot had already spread. The old man and the child followed the aroma all the way, and hunger made them ignore the possible dangers of this camp. Seeing that there were humans in the camp, including a lord, the old man immediately knelt on the ground with his child. "Please save our shed, Lord." Hearing about the shed, Yinxing immediately became energetic. Just now when he was looking at the territory system, he saw the shed building inside. Shed, it is a recruitment building for human farmers. It can be built through the human territory system, and there are random sheds in the wild. The shed will generate a certain number of farmers for recruitment every week. It's really a pillow for someone to sit a pillow when you are sleepy. This master was still worrying about how to get 10 people to build a village council hall. And then someone brought news about the shed. "This shed? I want it." Yinxing helped the old man and the child up, and said kindly, "Old man, don't be polite. We are all human beings, and we should help each other when we have difficulties. You first tell me what difficulties your shed has encountered, and I will immediately gather the troops and prepare food and grass to rescue it." Ding! You accept the commission task. Rescue the farmer's shed. Task description: a werewolf patrol team of the swamp tribe discovered a newly built farmer's shed. They occupied the shed and captured the farmer inside. You received a call for help from the escaped farmer, and you were indignant at the werewolf's actions. You, who are righteous, decided to lead your army to take back the shed from the werewolf and rescue the robbed farmer. Mission reward: ownership of the shed, 14 peasants, 100 God-given gold coins, 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of wood. Mission failed. Reputation minus 100. When did I feel indignant? Why do I have to fight the werewolves? Yinxing heard the old man say to save the shed, and thought that the peasants inside were starving to death, and he could solve the problem by sending a bag of food. Who would have thought that it was the werewolves of the swamp tribe who occupied the shed? Speaking of which, how did you 2 escape? This is very unscientific. Yinxing felt that he had said too much, and he should have asked about the situation in detail before deciding whether to agree or not. Now he was asked to take 2 peasants to fight the werewolf patrol, which was really dangerous. Chapter 7 Expedition. It's too late to regret. Yinxing only has 1 reputation point now, and 100 points will be deducted if the mission fails. The reputation of the Lord is very important to the development of the territory. If the reputation is not good, who will come to surrender in the future? Of course, if it is really a suicide mission, Yinxing will not care about the gains and losses of personal reputation. Let's ask the specific things first. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you decide whether to save or not. Saving people is not a moment. Eat something first. Drink some hot soup, and then tell this lord what you have encountered. Yinxing greeted the old man and the child to enter the camp, and told Gauspa, cook more meat for the children. They are so thin from hunger. All skin and bones. Regardless of whether the peasants captured by the werewolves can be rescued. The old man and the 2 children have been regarded as his own prey by Yinxing. Seeing the 3 old and young people starving and weak, Yinxing felt very distressed. Fill your stomach first. Then talk about things. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. The old man thanked Yinxing repeatedly, and took the 2 children to the hot pot. When Gauspa was taking food out of the pot, Eddie came back with a dung fork and said to Yinxing, Master, there is nothing else around. Yinxing realized that Eddie had just gone to check the surrounding situation. My vigilance is still too low. Yinxing secretly reflected on himself, and at the same time felt that this Eddie, who didn't like to talk much, might still be a promising talent. When Yinxing returned to the hot pot, the old man and the child were wolfing down the food on the plate. They were really hungry, and had never eaten such delicious food before. Sure enough, hot pot, a big stew, is popular everywhere. After the old man finished a plate of food, Yinxing asked Gauspa to serve him more. Then he sat next to him and began to ask about their encounter with the werewolf patrol. The werewolves of the swamp tribe are very different from Yinxing's understanding of werewolves in film and television dramas. In the swamp tribe, the position of werewolves is the same as that of farmers in the human race, and they are first-level creatures of the swamp tribe. But as first-level creatures, their combat power is really different. After the human race had the peasants, a first-level tax-paying group, they also lost a whole basic level of military power. Although the first-level creatures of other races can't pay taxes every week like peasants, they are all combat units from the first level, and everyone is a soldier. It can be said that there are gains and losses. Werewolves are not a strong race in this fantasy world, but they can beat a group of peasants. 10 werewolf patrols dealt with a dozen peasants in a shed. It was really easy to capture them. They subdued them without any effort. The old man and the child escaped by chance because they were not in the shed at the time. Before dawn, the werewolves will take my relatives into the swamp. They would lock up the captured human farmers and collect taxes every week. But humans are not adapted to the swamp environment and will soon get sick and die. Dear Lord, please save my family. The old man pleaded again. Now Yinxing knew that the shed was located in the north, about 15 kilometers away from the camp he had built, and about 20 kilometers away from the swamp area. This means that his camp is 35 kilometers away from the edge of the swamp area. This distance is not far, but it is only a matter of time before the swamp tribe finds out. Therefore, it is the best strategy to avoid making enemies with the swamp tribe as much as possible to deal with conflicts with the swamp tribe. Then, the swamp tribe patrol that occupied the shed consisted of 10 werewolves. Even though werewolves are first-level swamp creatures, they cannot be dealt with directly by a few peasants. But there are only 10 werewolves. If we think of a way, we may be able to take back the shed and the captured peasants. As for what method to use, let's go and see what the werewolves look like and the geographical environment where the shed is located. Are you full? Yinxing asked the old man. Do you have a name? After the old man finished another plate of food, he burped and replied, I'm full. Dear Lord, we lowly people don't have names. Why is there no name again? When the territory becomes larger, an official who is responsible for naming these peasants must be appointed. After noting what he would do in the future, Yinxing said to the old man, I will name you Lao Hans. After we are full, we will start. Go find the werewolves and take back my peasant hut. Lao Hans heard that Master Yinxing was going to send troops to save the hut and his family, and immediately stood up with a dung fork. I will lead the master and your army to the hut now. At this time, Gauspa said to Yinxing worriedly, Master, those are 10 werewolves. Although you are brave, they are 10 werewolves. Gauspa repeatedly emphasized that there were 10 werewolves in the shed, and it was obvious that he had no confidence in Yinxing's participation in this battle. Yinxing said with great pride, only 10 werewolves? Even if there were 100 or 1,000 werewolves, they would still be nothing in my eyes. Gauspa, you stay in the camp and take care of the family and the children. Prepare food for a dozen people and wait for us to return victorious. Lawrence and Eddie. Take your weapons and follow me. This time, I will ride alone to the north, and will not return until I destroy the shed. 3 adult farmers raised their dung forks, and shouted in unison, Master Yinching is mighty. Master Yinching, keep your word. The 2 children who were eating also followed suit in uneven voices, Master Yinching, keep your word. Ha ha ha. The public support and encouragement in the hero's special skills are awesome. The morale is awesome. Yinching waved his hand, go! To lead the army out to fight. Of course you can't just walk. So Yinching took 2 stools, and put them in the bucket of the agricultural tricycle, and let Eddie and Lahan sit on them. Eddie said he didn't dare to sit on it. This is the exotic beast mount that the Lord just subdued. Can we, the lowly people, sit on it? Yinching kicked Eddie on the butt and roared, speed is the essence of war. Sit on it if you are told to. After Eddie climbed into the truck bed, and squatted on the stool holding the dung fork, Yinching pulled up Lahan's, who was kissing the tire of the tricycle, and threw him into the truck bed. Yinching sat on the driving seat of the agricultural tricycle, holding the handlebars with both hands and looking forward. It was a bright moon, and the wind was high, and the surroundings were full of murderous intent. Put on the helmet, turn the key, and the current from the battery to the motor. Release the handbrake, turn on the headlights, and shift the reverse gear to slowly back the tricycle out. Then turn on the left turn signal. Shift to the forward gear and turn around. Finally, step on the accelerator. Yinching drove the agricultural tricycle and pulled his army into the night quickly. Gosper leaned on the dung fork and took the 2 children, looking at the direction where Master Yinching went to the battle. Didn't leave for a long time. Chapter 8 Werewolf Patrol. The electric agricultural tricycle was not noisy when driving, and Yinching drove the car bumpily on the wild grassland. It was dark all around, and the beam of the tricycle's headlights illuminated the ground not far away, shaking with the ups and downs of the terrain. At this moment, under the unknown starry sky, Yinching had long lost his way. Fortunately, Lao Hans behind him was very familiar with the environment of this grassland, and guided the army to rush straight to the location of the shed. It felt like the Big Dipper is high, and Geshu carries a knife at night. It took nearly 2 hours to rush all the way to the vicinity of the shed. Yinching guessed that the werewolf must have a good nose. So he drove the agricultural tricycle around a small circle, and stopped far away in the leeward position on the east side. Then he led Lao Hans and Eddie to quietly climb a gentle slope and lie down on the reverse slope. Hiding his body in the grass, he slowly crawled forward. The sound of insects chirping around him made the night seem even quieter. When Yinching climbed to the top of the gentle slope, he could clearly see the bonfire burning 200 meters ahead through the gaps in the grass. There was also a shed illuminated by the bonfire. The shed was built with shrub branches and dried thatch, which was not only low, but also leaky. Even the werewolves of the swamp tribe were unwilling to live in the shed. Most of the werewolves lay on the ground around the bonfire and slept, and 3 other werewolves stood a little further away to be on guard. The captured human farmers were tied up with rattan ropes, and sat surrounded by werewolves. Yinching took out a telescope and carefully observed the werewolf patrol. The height of the werewolves is not much different from that of humans. They look like wolves with their hind legs standing upright, but their front legs are flexible, and can grasp things like human hands. Most of the werewolves wear grass armor made of reeds, and their weapons are bone flails. The equipment is a bit simple, but compared with the rags on the human farmers and the dung forks in their hands, it is extremely well equipped. And Yinching also saw a special werewolf. He is larger in size, and wears half-body hard leather armor. The hammer on the flail is not made of bone, but a spiked iron ball. Listening to Lao Hans's story, Yinching knew that the big werewolf was an advanced werewolf, and a second-level creature of the swamp tribe. This big werewolf should be the leader of this patrol team. It's hard to fight. Really hard to fight. Not to mention that there is a big werewolf in this patrol team. Even those 9 werewolves are not something that he and 2 peasants can deal with. Yinching is very aware of his own strength. Even with the title of Lord Hero, it is still a first-level novice account. If the opponent is only 1 or 2 first-level werewolves, Yinching, who has just drunk half a caddy of Lao Baigon, or a drunken coward dares to go up and fight. Even if he drinks a pound of Dali now, he won't dare. Eddie and Lao Han certainly can't be counted on. So this battle can only be won by wits. Yinching led the 2 farmers to slowly climb down from the top of the slope, and then whispered to them, "You 2 stay here to monitor these werewolves, and I will get some weapons to deal with these werewolves." Remember, before I come back, no one is allowed to act rashly. Eddie and Lao Hans nodded and said, Master, we dare not move either. Alas, thinking about the long way to go to develop his territory, Yinqing could only sigh and return to his agricultural tricycle. Ride the tricycle to call up the personal attribute menu. Select exit. Yinqing and his agricultural tricycle appeared in the small forest they entered. The real world at this time also entered the night. When you leave the forest, you can see the bright lights of the city not far away, which dim the moon. The stars are invisible. Yinqing drove the agricultural tricycle grunting back to the suburbs, and stopped in front of a braised food store in a commercial street. Boss! Yinqing shouted loudly when he entered the door. Weigh 40 kilograms of braised meat for me. There is a glass window separating the counter of the braised food store. And there are stew pots on the table behind the glass window. There is a small fire under the stew pot. And the marinade in the pot is boiling. Large pieces of meat lie in the marinade. The meat color is bright red, and can arouse people's appetite. The owner of the braised food shop was a fat middle-aged woman. When she heard that someone wanted to buy 40 kilograms of braised meat at a time, she immediately came over with a smile. Young man, are you here to improve the food on the construction site? I'm telling you, my braised food uses a secret recipe that has been passed down for 100 years. I guarantee that after you eat it once, you will want to eat it again. What kind of braised meat do you want to buy? Auntie will help you choose the most tender and flavorful one. Ha ha ha. Boss, I can smell the aroma of your meat from a long distance. It is definitely authentic braised food. Yinqing praised the boss lady sweetly, then looked at the more than 20 kinds of braised food behind the glass window, and said, 10 kilograms of pig head meat, 10 kilograms of pig large intestine, 10 kilograms of braised pork belly, and give me 5 large elbows. I want as many as you can get. 5 big elbows weigh more than 10 pounds. This business can make her small shop earn more than 2,000 yuan directly. Seeing this rare big customer, the fat boss smiled even more, and weighed the meat for Yinqing skillfully. Yinqing took out his mobile phone and paid quickly. Then said, please remove the bones from these meats and chop them into pieces and mix them together. The fat boss heard this strange request for the first time. So he asked, young man, these meats are chopped into small pieces and mixed together. How are you going to eat them? Yinqing took the mobile phone and showed the fat boss the successful payment information on it, and said, don't worry about how we eat it. You do it first, and then put it in a big bag. I have to buy some other things. Is there any dried fruit on your street? The customer asked. And the fat boss did not ask any more questions. Anyway, the money has been paid, and it is their business if they want to mix the 4 kinds of meat together. In response to Yinqing's inquiry, the fat boss said, there are dried fruits. Go out and turn left. There is a dried fruit store within 50 meters. There are all kinds of dried fruits there. Thank you, boss. After asking the location of the dried fruit store, Yinqing walked out. After a while, Yinqing returned to the braised food store with a big bag of nuts with round shells. The fat boss also cut up so much meat, mixed it in a large plastic bag, and enthusiastically helped Yinqing move so much meat to his farm tricycle. So much meat. It must be enough for the werewolves. Yinqing put the dried fruits he bought into the truck bed, waved goodbye to the fat boss standing at the door of the stewed food shop, and drove the farm tricycle to the grove from where he came. Call up the template of the game world and choose to enter. Yinqing drove his farm tricycle back to the hillside where he left. Seeing the Lord coming back, Eddie and Lao Hans immediately greeted him carefully. And then, they smelled the rich aroma of meat in the truck bed. Master, what do you bring so much meat for? Yinqing replied, of course it's for the werewolves. This master never takes advantage of others' misfortunes when fighting. Feed these werewolves first, and we will attack them tomorrow morning and fight them to the death. Ah? Chapter 9 Master Yinqing is upright. What? Hurry up and get to work. Yinqing took out the nuts he bought and said to the 2 farmers, these are called macadamia nuts. You 2 open the shells and take out the kernels inside. Then use stones to smash the kernels and sprinkle them on the meat. Hurry up. Master, I am waiting to deliver food to those werewolves. Speaking, Yinqing took out a macadamia nut and demonstrated it to the 2 farmers. The shell of the macadamia nut is hard and smooth, and it is troublesome to peel it. However, the merchant was very thoughtful and sawed a small hole in the shell in advance. Customers only need to pry it open with the small iron sheet provided by the merchant, and they can eat it easily. Yinching opened a macadamia nut, took out the kernel inside, and threw it into his mouth to chew. Crispy and fragrant. It is really a good snack. Then Yinching gave the extra iron sheets to Lao Hans and Eddie, and asked them to peel the macadamia nuts. The Lord does whatever he wants. As subjects, just listen to orders. Since the master wants to feed these werewolves before fighting them, it shows that the master is powerful, upright, and a true knight. We just need to listen to the Lord's orders. Yinching's confidence gave Lao Hans and Eddie great confidence, and the two immediately squatted on the ground and worked around a bag of nuts. Farmers are very good at hands-on work. After peeling 2 or 3, Lao Hans and Eddie mastered the technique of peeling this nut. Take out the kernel inside, smash it with a stone, and sprinkle it on the braised meat. But it was very tormenting to smell the meat but not dare to eat it. After a while, Eddie couldn't help asking Yinching, who was lying beside him, "Master, this meat is so fragrant. Can we eat some?" Yinching was lying on the meadow beside him, holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, his hands on the pillow, and looking up at the starry sky. The stars are so bright that it is easy to fall into them. Hearing Eddie's greed, Yinching spit out the dogtail grass in his mouth and said, "Eat if you want. There is so much meat. How can those werewolves eat it all?" With Yinching's permission, Eddie grabbed a piece of fat meat with skin and stuffed it into his mouth. The fat meat melted in his mouth, fragrant but not greasy, making people unable to help but swallow it all in one gulp. Then Eddie ate another macadamia nut, and he only felt in his heart that I have been with the Lord for less than a day, and I have eaten all the most delicious things in the world. Lao Hans beside him also ate while working. Yinching grabbed a handful of macadamia nuts and climbed to the top of the slope to monitor the werewolves in the shed. The werewolves were still sleeping, but the guards had been replaced, indicating that the vigilance of this werewolf patrol was still very high. Yinching crawled in the grass and continued to monitor, hoping that the werewolves in this world had the same physique as their close relatives on Earth. Macadamia nuts are a very nutritious nut delicacy. Eating them as snacks has many benefits for the body. However, once dogs eat this nut, they will show serious symptoms of poisoning: weakness, depression, vomiting, trembling, loss of body control, muscle spasms, mental abnormalities. In mild cases, they will fall into a coma, and in severe cases, they will die. Wolves and dogs are one family. Although these werewolves have human in their names, they look like upright canines. Then feed the macadamia nuts first. If it doesn't work, I'll go back and buy lime powder. After a while, Eddie whispered from the bottom of the slope, "Master, we've finished all the work." Yinching came down the slope. The two farmers had already split all the macadamia nuts and smashed them into pieces of meat, so they were not afraid that the werewolves would pick out the nuts. "Well done." Yinching praised the two farmers and asked them to move the big bag of meat into the bucket of the agricultural tricycle. Then he sat in the driver's seat and said, "Master, I will go to deliver food to those werewolves now. You should hide here honestly, and don't let them find you." "Yes, Master. We must be hiding well." Yinching drove the agricultural tricycle away, circled around, and turned to the northwest of the shed. This is the coast, and the wind blows from the northwest to the southeast at night. Just now, Yinching and his companions hid on the east side of the shed, so their smell would not be smelled by the werewolves, with a keen sense of smell along with the airflow. After Yinching came to the northwest of the shed, he took the big bag of meat off the tricycle and put it on the ground, and then opened the bag wide. The smell of meat immediately filled the air, and then was blown by the wind to the shed area. This smell is absolutely super stimulating to the sense of smell of canines. All the sleeping werewolves opened their eyes almost at the same time, jumped up from the ground, and faced the direction of the meat smell together, sniffing rapidly with their noses. Their saliva kept dripping down the corners of their mouths, but the vigilance prevented the werewolves from losing their minds. On the windy highlands, they were hunters when facing human farmers, and prey when facing other things. But this fragrance was really weird. The werewolves looked at the big werewolf in the lead, who was the leader of this patrol. "All werewolves, be alert. Keep an eye on the farmers we caught." The big werewolf growled in a low voice, and pointed out 2 werewolves and said, "You, and you, go to that direction and have a look. Be careful. Run here immediately when you encounter danger." "Yes, leader." The 2 werewolves who were named walked towards the direction of the fragrance, with the flails carefully and vigilantly, and their mouths were still drooling. The alert big werewolf kept baring his teeth and growling at his men. He knew how tempting this smell was to the werewolves. And he could feel that there must be a conspiracy behind this smell. He had to keep warning his subordinates to stay rational, even though his saliva was flowing. After a while, the two werewolves who were sent out came back and brought a bag made of unknown material. Meat. A bag full of cooked meat. As werewolves, meat was a food they often ate. But they had never seen meat that exuded such a strong aroma. The smell of meat filled the entire shed area. Not only the werewolves couldn't stand it, but even the tied-up human farmers were lured to wake up, sniffing the smell, swallowing saliva continuously. Ah! The werewolves roared. And they formed a circle and approached the bag of meat. The big werewolf rushed to the bag, bared his teeth, and drove his subordinates away. Idiots! Do you think we can pick up so much meat for no reason on this grassland? The big werewolf warned. Someone must have put this meat there for us to find. He put poison in it, and we will die as long as we eat it. The warning of the big werewolf made the werewolves sober up a little, but the smell of meat still kept tempting them. As an uncivilized and barbaric race, not all werewolves can suppress their desires with reason. Besides, the food in the swamp is not enough, and most of the werewolves are in a semi-starved state, and they can't resist the temptation of the smell of meat. The big werewolf was guarding the meat, and several werewolves began to try to approach. The big werewolf growled a warning, and the werewolves also showed their fangs and showed their ferocity. At this time, a slightly older werewolf said to the big werewolf, "They are still young. They are too hungry. I suggest finding a farmer to try the meat. If he is poisoned, these young werewolves will be scared." Chapter 10, All-Out Attack. The big werewolf knew that such a confrontation was not a solution, as the young werewolves had too low resistance to this level of food. If he relaxed a little, they would definitely rush up to eat the meat. The old werewolf's suggestion was not a bad idea. These werewolves would be scared when they saw humans being poisoned to death. Go. Grab a human farmer. A farmer was quickly brought to the big werewolf, who grabbed a handful of meat from the bag and spread his claws in front of the farmer, commanding, "Eat." The hungry farmer grabbed the meat and ate it in a few bites. He wanted to eat more, but was stomped to the ground by the big werewolf. Then the big werewolf roared to several young werewolves, "Look at him. If he is still alive when the moon reaches our heads, I will let you eat meat." "Yes, leader." The young werewolves restrained their appetite greatly. They turned to stare at the farmer who had just eaten meat, with fierce light in their eyes, as if they wanted to tear the farmer to pieces and eat him. The fate of the farmer, who was caught by them, was to be eaten by the werewolves with skin and bones after death. The food in the swamp was too scarce, and the werewolves of low status could get even less food. Many werewolf babies were killed at birth. Some old werewolves were also driven out of the tribe because they were worthless. Werewolves can resist the temptation of ordinary food and insist on not eating enough, but the meat they picked up today is too delicious. The night returned to peace, and no werewolf could sleep. The big werewolf firmly guarded the bag of meat, while the other werewolves stared at the moon in the sky and howled from time to time. As the night deepened, the moon slowly moved. The human farmer, who was trying the meat, stared at the werewolves surrounding him, wondering what they were doing. The moon slowly approached the top of his head, and the wolf pack became anxious. The people were not poisoned to death, and there was not even a symptom of poisoning. At this time, even the werewolves who could restrain themselves at the beginning were frequently looking at the bag of meat, and saliva was secreted in large quantities. The big werewolf didn't know why the peasants who tasted the meat were not poisoned to death. He only knew that if he stopped his subordinates from eating, these jealous werewolves would definitely attack him. Besides, after seeing that the human peasants were not poisoned to death, the big werewolf couldn't resist the temptation of meat. "It's not poisonous. Of course you can eat it." "Okay. This meat is not poisonous." The big werewolf's words caused the wolves to cheer. The wolves immediately gathered around the meat bag, after waiting for the big werewolf to grab a handful of meat from it and put it into his mouth. All the werewolves rushed forward to grab the meat. Yinching, who had returned to the eastern hillside, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing through the telescope that the werewolf finally started to eat the meat. "Just eat it. Just eat it. Eat more, in case it is not toxic enough. All that is left is to wait until dawn, when I will lead my army to fight the werewolves." A bag of meat plus the added dried fruits weighs more than 50 kilograms. Even if 10 werewolves fell to the ground after eating so much, there was still a lot of meat left in the bag. There was no room in the werewolves' stomachs to fill up anymore, and they all sat on the ground enjoying the rare satisfaction of being full. At the same time, they savored the meaty aroma in their mouths and licked their greasy hands from time to time. They had never eaten such delicious meat before. The meat was soft and juicy, with a smooth texture. Even if you burp and a ball of mincemeat comes up, it is another delicious aftertaste from the inside out. Compared to this, the barbecue they had eaten before was full of fishy smell, and they couldn't tear it. I felt happy. But why did I have no strength? My stomach started to churn, and I always felt like vomiting. And how come the sky started to turn? One night passed like this. The sun rose from the east, gradually illuminating the entire grassland. Yenxing, who had been lying on the slope for a night, stood up. He patted the weeds stuck on his clothes and kicked Eddie and Lao Hans, who were dozing off. Let's go. Get in the car. Follow me to fight. Eddie and Lao Hans, who were sleepy, immediately climbed into the bucket of the tricycle and stood up with their hands tightly holding the dung fork. Yenxing sat in the driver's chair, drove the chariot to the top of the slope, and then honked the horn and dived towards the shed below. Beep, beep, beep. The sound was extremely powerful. Yenxing drove the agricultural tricycle to the vicinity of the shed in one go, then picked up the steel pipe and jumped off the car. At this time, all the Thai farmers stared blankly at Yenxing and his magical mount, and the werewolves fell to the ground in all directions. They all had their eyes open, but their pupils were dilated and lifeless. Their bodies were straight, and they were convulsing and shaking like epilepsy from time to time. The effect of the medicine is very powerful. It's worth it for me to spend so much money to feed you so much braised meat. Now there is no one who can fight in the whole shantytown. Yenxing kicked this and that with a steel pipe, and he was so arrogant. At the same time, he shouted, "Little men, quickly release all my subjects. Then tie up these werewolves, and tie them up tightly with the ropes I brought." There are bundles of nylon ropes in Yenxing's car. Although they are only as thick as fingers, they are stronger than the hemp ropes that were used by werewolves to tie up human farmers. Don't worry that the werewolves can break free after being tied up. The farmers were successfully rescued, and the prompt of the completion of the task also appeared. You completed the commission task. Rescue the farmer shanty. You get the task reward, shanty ownership, 14 farmers, 100 God-given gold coins, 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of wood. You gain experience, 2,000. Your level is increased. You gain reputation, 100. Yenxing gains ownership of the shed. The 14 farmers in the shed, including Lao Hans, officially belong to Yenxing. 100 God-given gold coins fall at Yenxing's feet, and about a square of stone, and would appear out of thin air around him. Immediately after this prompt ends, another prompt appears. You have won a brilliant victory after a fierce battle. You gain experience, 1,400. Your level is increased. You captured 9 werewolves. 1 big werewolf. You gain reputation, 100. Based on your outstanding performance in the battle with 0 losses, you will be rewarded with 1,400 experience points. Your level is increased. You get a weapon, werewolf flail deterrent to werewolves +1. You get a divine gold coin, 100. Another pile of gold coins fell at Yenxing's feet. At the same time, the mission, battle and extra rewards allowed Yenxing's hero level to win 4 levels in a row and reach level 5. Yenxing human level, 5 occupation, Night Lord. Attack, 7 defense, 11.5 intelligence, 7 knowledge, 7 hero specialty, popular support. Hero specialty. Primary training, primary leadership. Primary offensive. Skills/magic. Charge, pray, blood, contempt, sky break. Shield bash. Equipment, werewolf flail. Achievements, none, reputation, 201. Chapter 11, The People's Will. It feels so good to upgrade. From the inside out. From top to bottom. At the same time, Yenxing also felt the changes in his body. The crackling of his bones made his already tall figure even tougher. His muscles bulged, full of strength. Yenxing felt that he could easily knock down a cow with one punch. As expected of a human knight profession, he relies on his body to make a living. Ha ha ha. Master, this is a weapon given to you by God. Eddie walked to Yenxing's side and presented a flail with both hands. The handle of the flail was about 1 foot long, with patterns engraved on it for easy grip. A wolf head is carved on one end of the handle, and a 1-foot iron chain is connected to the other end, with a silver caltrip-shaped iron ball on the chain. Yenxing took the flail, and the attributes were presented in front of him. Werewolf flail, God-given weapon. Damage plus 10, strength plus 1, intelligence plus 1, knowledge plus 1, deterrence against werewolves plus 1 in addition to the damage of the god-given weapon itself. All displayed attributes are additional damage and attribute bonuses. Therefore, the same blunt weapon, with the same force to hit people. The werewolf flail will cause 10 more damage than the steel pipe Yinxing is using now. If the werewolf flail's strength is increased and its own structure is added, the damage caused will be even higher. Another attribute that Yinxing valued was that the werewolf flail could actually deter werewolves. Although I didn't know how deterrent plus 1 was, it could at least give me a psychological advantage. Yinxing held the werewolf flail in his hand, swung it twice like a nunchaku, and then put it on his belt. This thing must be practiced. I almost hit my head by mistake just now. At this time, the rescued farmers tied up all the werewolves tightly under the command of Lao Hans. The werewolves who were still in a poisoned state did not resist at all, although they all opened their eyes. They were dragged by the farmers like dead dogs. Throwing all the werewolves together, Lao Hans led the peasants to kneel in front of Yinxing and swear allegiance. Finally, they shouted in unison, "Master Yinxing, keep your word." Yinxing was in a good mood. With so many peasants added at once, it has met the standard for building a village council hall. And there is also a reward of 200 god-given gold coins. Although it does not meet the 500 gold coins required to build a village council hall, Yinxing has no intention of spending god-given gold coins to build a council hall. If you can build it yourself, build it yourself. When you really can't build it, or you have to save time to build a building, consider spending god-given gold coins. Get up, Yinxing said to his subjects in a very leadership style. You will be blessed if you follow me, the master. In the future, as long as you are obedient and work hard for me in the future, you will all have new clothes to wear, meat to eat, and a house to live in. During festivals, when you get married and have children, I will also give you a big red envelope. You can share the remaining meat in the bag, don't waste it. The peasants shouted "Long live the master," and ran towards the bag of meat together. The fighting scene was not much better than the werewolves. Lawrence did not join in the fight. He was full when he was peeling nuts, walking in front of Yinxing with a dung fork. Lao Han saluted his lord very respectfully, and then said, "Master, there are 14 peasants in the shed waiting for your recruitment. Tomorrow is the beginning of the week, and God will give 14 new peasants to the vacant shed." Yinxing, who has seen the Lord's system, has a general understanding of the functions of some buildings. The shed is a recruitment building, and only the Lord and the heroes appointed by the Lord are eligible to recruit the peasants inside. There will be 14 peasants waiting to be recruited in the shed every week. If there is no recruitment, the number of peasants will not be accumulated. The same rule applies to other recruitment buildings. As for the 14 peasants of Lao Hans, they are the guards accompanying this newly appeared peasant shed. Defeating them will gain ownership of the shed. 14 peasants represent 14 god-given gold coins per week, so they must be recruited quickly. And tomorrow is Monday, and 14 more farmers can be recruited. In this way, I, the master, will have 44 farmers tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Yinxing followed Lao Hans into the shed. This simple grass and wood building seemed to be blown away by the wind. In the damp and slightly strange shed, the 14 farmers waiting to be recruited did not live in it in a physical way. They were projected in the open space in the middle of the shed by an unknown force in the form of light and shadow. Everyone held a dung fork and stood like a statue with their eyes closed. You found the shed. There are 14 farmers waiting to be recruited in the shed. Farmer recruitment price, 15 god-given gold coins/person. Please confirm the number of recruits. So expensive. Seeing the price of recruiting farmers, Yinxing was a little dumbfounded. It would take 210 gold coins to recruit all 14 farmers. And the 200 gold coins he just got were not enough to recruit them all. In addition, it takes 15 gold coins to recruit a farmer. And it takes 4 months to collect taxes to get back the cost. During this period, if the farmer died due to any accident, it would be a loss. In this place of 4 wars, can he protect the farmers for 4 months? Yinxing was very entangled. Should he use all the existing god-given gold coins to recruit farmers? Or take these gold coins back to reality and exchange them for money to buy materials to build the territory? Or compromise. Use some gold coins to recruit peasants to build the territory, and use some gold coins to exchange for money. When Yinxing was considering how to allocate the limited gold coins in his hands, a new prompt sound appeared. Heroic skill, popular support. Enabled. 14 peasants admire you very much and hope to join your army. Do you agree? This? They admire you? Can popular support be used like this? Agree. Free peasants. I must agree. Yinqing issued a recruitment order. The light covering the peasants to be recruited disappeared. And the peasants also changed from light and shadow to entity. You have gained the followers of 14 peasants. You gain 14 experience points. You gain 14 reputation points. The newly born peasants kneel in front of Yinqing and present the taxes they want to pay. 14 gold coins are in hand. Lao Hans also collected the taxes of the rescued peasants and presented them to Yinqing. One of your subjects is upgraded to a second-level elite unit. Tax officer. Your official appointment will allow him to perform his duties better and increase your tax revenue. Lao Han's human tax officer, second-level elite unit attack, 2 defense, 1 damage, 2 stamina, for talent, taxation taxes subjects on behalf of the Lord, and can collect an additional 5% to 10% in taxes. If it is less than 1 gold coin, it will be accumulated to the next tax collection. Elite units can be appointed by the Lord as low-level officials to assist in the management of the territory. Chapter 12 Master Yinqing has boundless magical power. This time, Yinqing won the battle against the werewolves, and the biggest reward naturally went to him. And Lao Hans and Eddie also rushed forward with the flags and cheered, and drank a mouthful of soup. Lao Hans was originally the leader of this group of farmers, and had certain management skills. With the experience gained this time, he was successfully promoted to an elite unit. The tax officer is the lowest level official in the human territory. His duty is to collect taxes from the farmers in the jurisdiction on behalf of the Lord. And the Lord does not need to collect them one by one. Excellent tax officers can increase the tax rate to a certain extent. This time, Yinqing rescued 11 farmers, including Lao Hans and the 2 children who stayed in the camp. A total of 14 people. The children are with Gosper, and their taxes can only be collected when we return. Although it is a bit shameless to collect taxes from children. This is the rule of the world. Even if Yinqing thinks this is a moral decline, the 2 gold coins per week are too good to pay. Give them a few more candies as compensation in the future. Among the 12 farmers here, Lao Hans lost his farmer's tax talent because he was promoted to a second-level tax officer. But the gold coins he handed over to Yinqing were still 12. It means that he can collect nearly 10% more taxes. This is definitely a treasure. Yinqing regretted why he didn't find out earlier that Lao Hans had been promoted. Otherwise, if he collected taxes from the newly recruited farmers, wouldn't he get another gold coin? Sigh. Let's wait until tomorrow. The new week starts with Lao Hans taking over the taxation of the territory. Yinqing officially appointed Lao Hans as his tax officer. When the population of the territory increases in the future, a legal identity will help him carry out his work. Eddie also walked to Yinqing's side and presented a rag bag, which contained 200 system-rewarded God-given gold coins. Yinqing brushed his hand over the gold coins, and the gold coins disappeared. This is the Lord function that Yinqing just discovered. It is a space similar to the player's package. All things related to God's gift can be stored in this space. So many God-given gold coins are stored in the package for easy carrying and use. The werewolf flail that Yinqing just got was also put into the space. The handle is not only uncomfortable to put in the belt, but the caltrops are also inconvenient to swing outside. After collecting the gold coins, Yinqing looked at Eddie's attributes with great expectation. Eddie human level 1 peasant can be upgraded to level 2 militia. Need to build a militia hut attack, 1 defense, 1 damage, 1 stamina, 1 talent. Taxpayer Eddie followed Yinqing to gain experience this time and also reached the standard for promotion to level 2 militia. However, unlike level 2 elite units that can directly advance by themselves, ordinary level 2 units need corresponding buildings to advance. If you want to build a militia hut, you need to build a village council hall and a peasant hut in advance. Now that we have a shed, the only thing left is to build the village council hall as soon as possible. Yinqing has seen the village council hall in the Lord. It is a large hall, sturdy enough to accommodate the village chief and village officials for meetings. This kind of building can be built by yourself, without using the Lord system. Besides, the God-given gold coins are not enough. It seems that we need to go back to the real world to exchange gold coins for some money, buy some building materials, and transport them in to build a house. And the wall. Just when Yinqing was planning the construction of the territory, there was a riot outside the shed. Yinqing rushed out with Lao Hans, Eddie, and the newly recruited farmers, and saw that the reason for the riot was A few werewolves woke up. Among them was the big werewolf. The werewolves were extremely frantic, struggling to break free from the bundles. At the same time, they bared their teeth and growled, showing their ferocity to the farmers. The farmers surrounded the tied werewolves with dung forks, but they looked so timid that they seemed to be surrounded. Fortunately, Yinxing's appearance stabilized the morale of the farmers, and the addition of new partners also strengthened the momentum of the farmers. Yinxing was also very courageous because he had so many men. He walked in front of the big werewolf and stopped in a position where the werewolf could not bite him. He took out the werewolf flail with his left hand and said to the big werewolf, "Do you know what this is?" The big werewolf's attention was attracted by the werewolf flail, and Yinxing took the opportunity to whip the steel pipe and hit the big werewolf's head. The big werewolf wailed. Half of his face was bleeding. The attack of a level 5 hero is not a joke. After beating the big werewolf so that he dared not show his teeth, Yinxing walked to the next werewolf with bared teeth and shook the werewolf flail in his left hand. Do you know what this is? When the werewolf's attention was attracted by the flail, he immediately hit the werewolf's head with a stick. Another series of wailing. After beating 4 werewolves, the other werewolves who gradually woke up became honest. The look in Yinxing's eyes was full of fear. I don't know if the wolf chain had a deterrent effect on the werewolves, or if they were afraid of the steel pipe in Yinxing's other hand. The werewolves stopped yelling, and the farmers were in high spirits. They held their dung forks horizontally, looking like a strong army. Eddie moved the stool from the farm tricycle and placed it in front of the big werewolf. Yinxing sat down, shaking the wolf chain with one hand and slowly knocking the ground with the steel pipe in the other hand. Then he asked the big werewolf, "Where are you from? How far is the tribe from here? How many people are there in your family? Who is the tribe leader?" The big werewolf looked at the wolf chain in Yinxing's hand with fear. But when the enemy asked about the information of his tribe, he said, "Human, you poison us with despicable means. You bring shame to the chivalry you believe in." At this time, Lao Hans jumped out in anger and retorted loudly, "Savage creatures rolling in the mud. Don't use your despicable thoughts to doubt the bravery of Master Yinxing. We surrounded you last night, but Master Yinxing adhered to the chivalry and was unwilling to attack you. He also prepared delicious food for you, let you eat your fill, and then fight in the morning. You said that Master Yinxing poisoned, which is really stupid. We ate all the meat. This is a gift from Master Yinxing, a delicacy that only high-ranking nobles can enjoy." Lao Hans's rebuttal left the big werewolf speechless. Yes, before the werewolves ate the meat, he asked a farmer to taste it. It was because the farmer who tasted it was fine that they dared to eat it, and when the body could not move, the werewolves could see it. The remaining meat was eaten up by the farmers. Still nothing happened. The big werewolf said stubbornly, "If we were not poisoned, why would we be unable to move?" Stupid, ignorant, barbaric werewolf. Lorenz, who had just become an official, was full of energy and scolded the big werewolf. "My master has mastered mysterious magic. Even when cooking in the kitchen at home, he enslaved the fire elves to boil water. The greatness of Master Yinxing cannot be blasphemed by your slander." "Master Yinxing, keep your word." The peasants shouted, "Master Yinxing, keep your word." Lorenz shouted, "Master Yinxing, you have unlimited power." The peasants shouted, "Master Yinxing, you have unlimited power." Yinxing always thought he was thick-skinned, but he still covered his face at this moment. Chapter 13. Fighting a wolf with a stick is a double-edged sword. The peasants were full of vigor because of the strength of their lord. The morale of the werewolves was gloomy. They all drooped their ears and tucked their tails, like dogs that had lost their homes. Yinxing asked the peasants to stop shouting slogans, and then called Eddie, "Take a few strong peasants back to find Gosper, and dismantle our camp over there, and move it here." He also said to Lao Hans, "Set up guard posts on several high grounds around. These werewolves have been captured by us, and their tribe may come to us. The sooner we find them, the sooner we can prepare for the battle." Eddie and Lao Hans each took a group of farmers away. Yinxing turned to the big werewolf again and said, "Although you provoked me and captured my people first, since neither of us was injured or killed, I don't want to cause unnecessary hatred between us. I have no ill will towards you and the tribe behind you. Tell me where your tribe is, and who the leader is. I will send someone to deliver a letter now, and let your tribe take you away." At this time, the big werewolf believed that Yinxing was a powerful knight and magician, and his attitude towards him had changed significantly. But he remained vigilant when Yinxing asked about the situation of his tribe. "Dear knight, I apologize for our offense. As you said, it is our greatest luck that there are no casualties between us. If we can reconcile, there is no need to increase the hatred between us. I beg you to be magnanimous and let us go. We will definitely convey your kindness to our leader, and you will gain a friend in Thunder Swamp. The peasants have a talent for paying taxes. So after attacking the hut, the werewolves did not harm the captured peasants. Yinxing did not directly fight the werewolves. The werewolves were paralyzed by the poison, but not fatal. And they woke up after a period of time. For Yinxing, he wanted to establish a territory on the grassland near the swamp. And the less enemies from the swamp, the safer it would be. Yinxing was very sincere about resolving this dispute peacefully. But one must be on guard. He couldn't just let go of the captured werewolves without knowing what kind of swamp tribe he was facing. These werewolves knew the location of the shed. What if they were of Zhongshan wolf descent? Wouldn't they attract the swamp tribe army? You don't believe me. And I don't believe you. So this is difficult to deal with. Yinxing stood up from the stool, put away his weapons, patted the grass branches stuck on his body with both hands, looked at the beautiful wilderness under the sun, and said, I don't have time to convince you. So I will temporarily imprison you. As long as you don't run away and don't hurt my people, I won't make things difficult for you. But the big werewolf said to Yinxing with a hint of threat, My lord, our tribe leader will not ignore us if he finds out we are missing. And a rescue team will come soon. I admit that you are powerful, but you have no chance of winning against our tribe. I beg you again to let us go. This must be a friendly start for both of us. Yinxing stood up and looked up at the wilderness on all sides. It was a good place that was easy to attack and difficult to defend. But the farmer's hut is here. Farmers that can be recruited for free every week equals taxes that increase every week. You can't leave here unless you have to. Besides, changing to another place may not be safer than here. Yinxing said to the big werewolf, It will take some time for your tribe to find you missing and find this place. When they arrive, they will find a fortress here. If your leader wants peace, I will give him peace. If your leader wants war, I will let your tribe bleed to the last drop of blood here. Yinxing threatened the big werewolf in a very arrogant way. In the conversation with Lao Hans at night, Yinxing had a simple understanding of the swamp tribe. The swamp tribe belongs to the fishing and hunting race. Even the orcs mock them as barbarians, which shows the level of civilization of the swamp tribe. The main intelligent races of the swamp tribe are werewolves and lizardmen. Lizardmen live in the depths of the swamp, and most of the werewolves live on the edge of the swamp. The entire swamp tribe is not a unified and united society. They are scattered throughout the swamp area according to different tribes, and they often fight with each other for territory and prey. The deeper into the swamp, the stronger the tribe, often the edge of the swamp, the weaker the tribe. This means that the swamp tribe to which this werewolf patrol belongs should be a weak one living on the edge of the swamp and grassland. Yinxing felt that with himself and the farmers who were about to exceed 40, he might not be unable to fight this werewolf tribe. Surrounding the farmers' huts, clearing the fields, as long as they can be blocked outside the defense circle, a hungry werewolf tribe will not be able to fight with him. Anyway, Yinxing decided to take a gamble here. If he wins, he can gain a foothold here and have a sustainable development base, support the farmers, save gold coins, and go back to Zhahai City to buy a house, a car, and a young model. If he loses, it means a complete annihilation. I will go back to Zhahai City to hide for a while, and I will come back as a hero again, facing the unconvinced werewolf. Whether I win or not, I will first have a good time and show my bravery. Yinxing found a few strong farmers to watch over these werewolves, and left in a swagger. Riding on the farm tricycle, he galloped on the grassland, inspecting his territory like a victorious general. Seeing their lord riding such a majestic mount, the farmers raised their dung forks and cheered. Ha 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 ha. Yinxing laughed and chose to exit and return to the real grove, driving the farm tricycle again to the braised meat shop last night. The proprietress of the butcher's shop saw the big customer coming again, and immediately greeted him from inside with a smile. Young man, I knew you would come back again. My braised meat is absolutely delicious. Many people in the city drive to buy it from me. Yinxing jumped off the car and looked at the sign of the braised meat shop that he had not noticed last night. Sue's old shop. What's the boss's name? The boss's wife realized that there might be a big business coming, and she smiled even more happily. She pulled Yinxing to the store and said, Just call me Aunt Lee. You are a handsome young man, and you are a young and promising boss. Come in. Come in. Drink some water. What's your name? Have you had breakfast? Yinqing suddenly realized that he was hungry after feeding the werewolves and the peasants. My name is Yinqing. Adley. Just call me Xiaoyan. I have been busy all night and haven't had time to have breakfast. Before Yinqing finished speaking, Adley said, Xiaoyan, eat at my place. Adley, not only cooked delicious meat, but also delicious rice. It just so happens that I steamed a few steamed dumplings this morning. And I will make you a bowl of duck blood soup, so that you can taste my cooking skills. Chapter 14 Contracting. Suji Old Store. The front is the store. The back is the residence. Adley brought Yinqing to the dining table in her restaurant. First served a basket of soup dumplings, and then made a big bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Yinqing was not polite to Adley. Took a bite of the buns and drank a mouthful of soup. Adley said that her cooking was delicious. And she was really not bragging. A simple breakfast was many times better than that of an ordinary street shop. Yinqing swallowed a few soup dumplings, drank a bowl of soup, and took the napkin from Adley to wipe his mouth. Said, Adley, your meat tastes authentic. I haven't eaten such authentic braised food for a long time. I came here this time to discuss a long-term business with you. Adley was even happier when a big business really came. Xiaoyan, you can ask around. Our Shuji Old Store is absolutely honest and trustworthy. And the ingredients are exquisite. Otherwise, the meat stew will not have that flavor. You buy stewed meat from me, and it will definitely be delicious and cheap. Yinqing smiled and said, Adley, we can't use meat as a staple food. The budget is not that big. And the body can't support eating like this. I came here this time to contract the food on our construction site to you. Breakfast, lunch and dinner. Can you take it over? Adley didn't expect Yinqing to come this time to contract all the food on the construction site to herself. To be honest, this is indeed a big business. But it is different from what she imagined. This is a braised meat shop. If you want to contract the food on the construction site, you need to add stoves and kitchen utensils. And it also involves the purchase and cooking of other grains and vegetables. It is also necessary to hire people to help. If it is a long-term contract, it will definitely make money. I am afraid that they are too few, or they will leave after 3 or 5 days of work. Xiaoyan, how many people do you have? How many days will the project take? Yinqing thought for a while. Now there are 31 mouths in the territory, including the farmers in the territory, and 14 more farmers tomorrow, which will be 45 people. The 10 werewolves we caught can't be left hungry. They have a big appetite. So let's count them as 15 people. Yinqing had no intention of starving the werewolves. So he said to Adley, there are 60 people working now. And there will definitely be more people in the future. As for the construction period, it's hard to say. We don't plan to set up our own kitchen within 1 or 2 months. We can order everything from you. The daily food standard for one person is 35 yuan. Hearing that the food standard set by Yinqing was 35 yuan per person per day, Adley couldn't help but be surprised. Is the food at your construction site so good? Other places have very good food at 25 yuan per person per day. Yinqing said, it's just 10 yuan less. I don't care about this little money. Workers eat well and enjoy their food, so they have the energy to work. If you are willing to take charge, I will settle it with you. When I pick up the food at noon, I will give you half a month's food allowance. The food allowance for 60 people is 2,100 yuan a day, which is 63,000 yuan a month. Even if it is real cooking, the profit after deducting the cost should be more than 10,000 yuan. This is really a god of wealth, who walks into the door by himself. Yinqing is willing to pay half a month's food allowance in advance. And Adley is even more smiling. Xiaoyan, I will take care of your food. I promise that you will eat like you are at a restaurant every meal. The food problem of the territory is completely covered by Shuji Old Store. This was also a decision Yinqing made after careful consideration. The territory faced unknown threats and must devote all its strength to defense and construction. Every laborer must be used on the front line. It is definitely not suitable to allocate a few cooks from the limited number of people to cook for everyone at this time. Besides, Yinqing does not have so much time to purchase ingredients. Now outsource the food of the territory to Shuji Old Store. Although it will cost a little more money, the food can be guaranteed in quality and quantity. After eating, work, every second counts. As long as the territory can be defended. What does this little money matter? After agreeing on the food with Adley, Yinqing stuffed the last soup dumpling into his face and said, since it has been negotiated, Adley, You can prepare lunch today. Today is 46 people. Tomorrow is 60 people. I will come to pick it up at noon. And I will give you the food money at that time. By the way, Antley, is there anyone selling building materials around here? Yes. Just walk west along the road in front of our store. After leaving Shiji Old Store, Yinxing did not go directly to the building materials market. Instead, he parked the tricycle in front of the Braised Food store to charge, and then took a taxi back to the city. He found several gold shops and sold 50 gold coins. And there was an extra 450,000 yuan in his wallet. Then Yinxing went to the second-hand car market again and spent more than 20,000 to buy a flatbed truck. It has a single row of seats and a load capacity of 5 tons, which is enough to meet the current needs. Finally, Yinxing drove the newly upgraded mount to the building materials market. Buy 100 shovels to upgrade the weapons of the farmers. Holding dung forks 1 by 1 affects the military appearance. The shovel is good. It can dig the soil when working. In a fight, it can shovel, hit, stab, and can also block attacks when necessary as a shield. In the future, the shovel will be the standard equipment of the lord and the farmers. Buy 1,000 pairs of gloves. Workers, you must protect your hands first. If your hands are injured or blistered, won't it affect your work efficiency? As a boss who knows how to exploit labor, you must first know how to protect your own labor. Gloves must be standard equipment for farmers. If it's broken, just replace it. This lord doesn't need this little money. Then consider what to use to build the territory. Yinxing's ideal territory is of course a fully reinforced concrete structure. The thickness of the territory's walls is more than 5 meters. And the thickness of the walls of the main buildings in the territory starts from 2 meters. Build hundreds of turrets and thousands of bunkers around. And all of them are like prison towers inside and outside. Of course, it's just a thought. The money he has now probably can't even build a turret. Time doesn't allow him to slowly set up steel bars and pour cement. Even if he buys bricks to build walls, he may not have enough time. So Yinxing found a foreman who looked easy to talk to in the building materials market. Hand over a cigarette first. Then tell me what you need. That is, I took on a project, and I want to quickly fence off the site to prevent people from stealing materials at night. The foreman said to Yinxing while smoking a cigarette, I can tell you are an amateur. If you don't want people to steal things, why don't you put up a wire mesh outside the construction site? First, use a wire mesh fence to fence off the construction site, and then wrap the barbed wire around the fence. Do you know what a barbed wire fence is? It is the wire mesh used in war movies to block the advance of infantry. There are iron spikes on it, and you can remove a piece of meat by hanging it on your body. If you wrap this thing around the fence, ordinary people will take a detour when they see it, let alone flip it over. These things are not expensive. I'll recommend you a store. 60 cents per meter. Chapter 15. Master Yinxing is generous and kind. Barbed wire. Why didn't I think of this kind of killing weapon at first? The werewolf's protective gear is really simple, and cannot be more simple. Once you get stuck in the wire, your clothes and flesh will be caught, and you will definitely be unable to move. It turns out that professional problems require professionals. Just buy wire mesh. Yinxing went shopping in the building materials market. Not only did he buy wire mesh fences and barbed wire nets, but also pliers, axes, hammers and other tools. He also purchased several sets of tents. People live in tents to avoid wind and rain, heat stroke and colds. If you get sick, the construction period will be delayed. Since Yinxing needs a lot of things, all merchants have to prepare them. After working all morning, they only managed to bring a truckload of supplies back to the grassland. After parking the truck, Yinxing returned to the real world and walked to Shiji Old Store. Antley had already prepared lunch and put it all on the agricultural tricycle. 4 dishes, 1 soup, and 200 steamed buns. 40 dishes, all packed in round plastic lunch boxes. There were both meat and vegetables. And just looking at the dishes and smelling the aroma of the dishes would whet your appetite. A pot of egg drop soup was put in a stainless steel lunch bucket. The steamed buns in the foam insulation box were large and soft, steaming hot and fragrant. Finally, Antley put a pot of chicken legs on the car and said to Yinxing apologetically, these chicken legs have just been cooked. 1 for each person. I'm sorry. This is the first meal. I made it in a hurry, and the preparations are not enough. Xiaoyan, please bear with me. I have bought the stove and kitchen utensils, and hired 2 helpers. I promise that the dinner will be better than this one. Yinxing, who had been running around for a whole morning, was already hungry, and took out a chicken leg and took a bite. Not bad. Delicious. Come on. I'll transfer money to you. Yinxing took out his mobile phone and happily transferred half a month's food expenses to Antley, and said while gnawing on the chicken leg, I will add more workers next week. The extra meals will be deducted from this food allowance. And sometimes, I will also deduct it from the midnight snack. When the deduction is finished, you can find me. I'll pay first. Then eat. I won't owe you any money for the meal. Yinxing transferred the money directly, which made Antley feel relieved. Xiaoyan, you are such a good boss. You will definitely make a lot of money in business. Ha ha ha. Antley, I'll take your good wishes. See you at dinner. Yinxing drove the agricultural tricycle back to the shanty area, and then saw a group of farmers bowing and worshipping the small truck full of supplies. Seeing Yinxing return, Gosper, Eddie and Lao Hans immediately greeted him and shouted, "The Lord is so brave and invincible that he actually conquered such a huge steel beast and tamed it so obediently. Master, you let this mount stop here. It really doesn't move. But even if it doesn't move, people can't help but be afraid of its power. Yes, if it can move by itself, I'd be afraid of you. My lord." Yinxing didn't have the time to explain the principle of the car to the farmers, but asked the three people to follow him to the truck. The farmers who had nothing to do also gathered around, looking at their lord and his mighty mount with admiration. Yinxing dragged a cloth bag down from the truck, opened the bag, took out a few pairs of gloves and threw them to Gaspar, Eddie and Lahans. This kind of white-topped red knitted gloves is sweat-absorbent, breathable and wear-resistant. Yinxing demonstrated how to put on the gloves. Gloves, you should know, wear gloves when working in the future to prevent your hands from being hurt by some thorny objects. Wash them when they are dirty. Throw them away and replace them with new ones when they are broken. All these gloves are managed by Gosper, who is responsible for distributing them to everyone. 2 pairs per person. Then, Yinxing handed a bag of gloves to Gosper. The surrounding farmers were amazed. As working people, they certainly know the benefits of wearing gloves to work. But no farmer here has gloves because they are too expensive. Now their lord has actually bought so many gloves for his subjects out of his own pocket, and they can use them at will. How can the farmers not be grateful? Looking at these gloves, they are so finely made. They must have been carefully sewn by senior spinners. I'm afraid the production cost is many times more expensive than their clothes. Thinking that their cheap hands will soon wear such exquisite and gorgeous gloves, the peasants are even more amazed at the generosity and kindness of the lord. Gosper, who was entrusted with an important task by Yinxing, excitedly took the bag of gloves and said solemnly, "Thank you for your trust in me. I will definitely protect these gloves with my life." Who would have thought that Yinxing scolded, "Your life is more valuable than these gloves. If anyone steals these gloves, you give it to him, but don't fight with your life. The gloves produced by this industrial assembly line only cost 2 yuan a pair. You, a farmer, can exchange 9,000 for a week's tax." Yinxing calculated the accounts very clearly, but when Gosper heard it, it meant something else. Gosper, who put on the gloves, felt more than the farmer who was watching from the side. He could see that the gloves were woven one thread at a time. So thin, so neat, so close to the hand, and so comfortable to wear. It must be very, very expensive. This bag of gloves is an unimaginable wealth for Gosper. But the master said, "My life is more valuable than these gloves." Wow! Feeling that he was valued so much by the master, Gosper burst into tears and knelt on the ground to kiss Yinxing's shoes. Get up. Get up. Yinxing asked Gosper to stand up and stand aside holding the glove bag, and then took out a shovel from the car. The shovel is 1.3 meters long. The shovel head is made of carbon steel with high hardness, and the top is curved and quite sharp. Yinxing, holding the shovel, inserted the shovel head into the soil under his feet, and then kicked it hard, and the entire shovel head was completely buried in the ground. Then he pressed down the shovel handle to dig, and shoveled up a large ball of soil. I don't know if you recognize this thing. This is called a shovel. It is a good tool for digging soil and shoveling things. It is also a sharp weapon as a weapon for fighting. It is definitely better than the dung fork in your hands. Eddie, I will give this batch of shovels to you. You are responsible for the distribution. 1 for each person. If it is broken, repair it at any time. If it cannot be repaired, just replace it directly. Who would have thought that before Yinxing finished speaking, Eddie knelt down and kissed his shoes. Thank you for your trust in me. Enough? Enough? Get up. Get up. Stand aside first. I have other things to do. Lorenz, come here. Lorenz immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Master, what can I do for you? Yinxing pointed to the wire mesh fence and barbed wire net in the carriage and said to Lao Hans, after Gosper finishes distributing the gloves, you find a few strong people to unload these things. When moving, you must pay attention to the iron spikes on the barbed wire net. You can wear more gloves and never hurt yourself. After unloading, you are responsible for the supervision. Do you understand? Lao Hans, who was entrusted with an important task, was also very excited. Master, you are really good to us lowly people. Not only did you give us gloves, but you also let us wear more pairs for fear of hurting us. Your kindness and generosity in our hearts are like the sun's blessing to all things. Ha ha ha. This flattery made Yinxing very comfortable. He patted Lao Hans on the shoulder and said, Why are you lowly? You are precious in my heart. I brought today's lunch. Eat first and then work. Are those werewolves honest? Chapter 16 Prison. The werewolves were tied up near the shed, and naturally saw Yinxing driving a truck. This was a monster they had never seen or recognized. It was huge, covered in iron armor, and had special wheeled limbs. When it ran, it made a cry that had never been heard before. Although it was low, it was powerful. What kind of monster was this? How powerful would the person who could tame and drive this monster be? Why would such a powerful lord appear here? What chances would the tribe have of winning a war with him? The big werewolf felt a burning pain on half of his face, and the blood had scabbed where Yinxing had whipped him with a steel pipe. He thought he had to escape and tell the tribe leader what happened here, but he didn't know what the rope used to tie him was made of. It looked thin, but was so strong. When the big werewolf was thinking about how to break the rope, he saw the human lord and several farmers carrying some iron nets. You guys dig a trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep around these werewolves. Yinxing drew a circle with his fingers and gestured to the farmers. Pile all the soil on our side. Pat it firmly, and erect these barbed wire fences to enclose these werewolves in the middle. Yes, sir. The farmers shouted loudly while carrying shovels. Well fed and well watered. The peasants who received the new equipment were literally the people's favorites for their lord. The slogans were deafening, and they worked very hard. Wages? Working for their own lord, and wanting wages. Isn't that ungrateful? The peasants worked enthusiastically. Shovels were waving. Dirt was flying, and a trench was taking shape. Yinxing set up a lounge chair next to the werewolf. Set up a parasol, and put a box of beer next to it. Put on sunglasses and lie down in the lounge chair. Open a bottle of beer and insert a straw, and enjoy the beautiful grassland scenery. Not far away, other peasants were also digging trenches around the shanty area. The trench is 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide. The soil can be piled up to one side to form a 1 meter high earth wall. The wire mesh fence is 2 meters high, and with the trench, the height difference can reach 4 meters. Then the barbed wire is laid in the trench, and the barbed wire fence is also wrapped with barbed wire, so that the werewolves can't climb up or jump over. Yinxing drank a little wine and said to the big werewolf beside him, Our human farmers are not good at fighting, but they are definitely good at working and building. This trench is dug squarely, more standard than measuring with a ruler. If you can go back safely this time. If there is any trench that needs to be dug at home, come to me. For the sake of the neighbors, the labor fee can be cheaper for you. Ha ha ha. The werewolves smelled the wine and sniffed quickly. The big werewolf was secretly observing the farmers working around. All the weapons in their hands were replaced with long-handled shovel-type weapons. They shoveled and stomped on the grass, and the whole shovel sank into it. Then, they could easily lift up a large piece of soil. This sharpness and hardness are definitely not inferior to swords made of fine iron. The big werewolf knew that the human army has always been famous for its excellent weapons. The reason is that compared with other races where everyone is a soldier, the human race has lost a whole basic level of warriors. The structure of the human race is the separation of military and civilians. The farmers are engaged in production and pay taxes, and the rulers use their more abundant financial resources to equip their armies with more and better protective gear and weapons. But no matter how rich the human rulers are, they will not be stupid enough to provide farmers with sophisticated weapons. But the fine iron contained in the iron shovels in the hands of these farmers can definitely be used to make a very good dagger. This human lord actually let his farmers dig the ground with such good weapons. Think about it. Most of the werewolf warriors in his tribe are still using bone weapons, and they regard an iron pot as a treasure. It's really wolves are more than humans. And it's so annoying. The big werewolf's nose also couldn't help sniffing because of the smell of wine. At the same time, he responded to Yinxing, Lord, your wealth exceeds my understanding of wealth. I don't know why you, who are rich, are interested in this barren land. The swamp tribe has no intention of participating in the dispute between humans, elves, and orcs. But I want to remind you that everything you do is in vain. The swamp tribe will not allow humans to build territory so close to the thunder swamp. Your wealth will attract more plunder. Let us go, and then quietly leave, is your best choice. Alas, if I could leave, wouldn't I have left earlier? There is probably no safer place than here in the entire Windy Highlands. Pick the weak ones. Who told you that the swamp tribe is the weakest? What's your name? Yinxing asked the big werewolf while sipping beer. If you don't have a name, I can help you come up with one. Recently, I have some experience in naming. The big werewolf said, my name is Steel Teeth. Have you seriously considered my suggestion? Lord, Steel Teeth? It's a nice image, but too vulgar. As for your suggestion, I'm not going to adopt it. This place does not belong to the swamp, nor to any party. Whoever occupies the unowned land owns it. You don't have to scare me. I said, I have no ill will towards the swamp. But if you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you. You are too arrogant and look down on our swamp people. You look down on the cage I built. At this time, a farmer walked up to Yinxing, bowed and said, Master, the prison you mentioned is ready. So soon? Yinxing stood up and looked around. Sure enough, a barbed wire fence was built around the werewolves, and the trenches and barbed wire were all wrapped with barbed wire rings, with only a small door leading to the outside. At this time, Yinxing and the werewolves were trapped in this barbed prison. Master, are you satisfied? The farmer answered respectfully. Yinxing glanced at the prison, which was better than he had imagined. Satisfied? Satisfied? Yinxing kicked the remaining beer with his foot and said to the farmer, These beer are rewarded to you. Go find Eddie and ask him to bring the prisoners food. Feed these werewolves. We will not abuse the prisoners. Yes, sir. Thank you for the reward. The rewarded peasant happily took a box of beer away. And soon Eddie brought a few peasants to bring lunch for the werewolves. Sir, Eddie came to Yinxing and whispered, You go out? It's dangerous here. I can be alone here. You close the door outside. They dare not hurt me. The werewolves must be untied before they can eat. If Yinxing is here, these werewolves may take the Lord hostage. But if a peasant is here, they will be more honest because they know that it is useless to capture him. Yinxing knows the pros and cons, so there is no need to show off. He threatened the werewolves, If you are honest, I will feed you with good food and drink. If you dare to hurt my people, I will kill you all and roast wolf meat. Let's eat. Chapter 17 The Hidden Talent of Farmers. After Yinxing threatened the werewolves, he walked out of the prison. Once the iron door covered with barbed wire was closed, Eddie was the only one left in the thorn prison guarding lunch and facing the fierce werewolves. Beside Eddie, there were 3 piles of lunch boxes filled with vegetables. On one side was a lunch bucket filled with egg drop soup. On the other side was an insulated box for steamed buns, and 10 large iron bowls for drinking soup. Eddie opened the lunch bucket, and the fragrance of egg drop soup, the deliciousness of seaweed, and the sesame oil flavor mixed together, immediately filling the entire prison. The smell stimulated the werewolf's nose to sniff, and hunger made the wolf pack restless. Eddie picked up the ladle and knocked on the lunch bucket, saying arrogantly, Listen carefully. My master is kind enough to let you eat these delicacies that you will never eat in your lifetime. I will untie your ropes in a while. Don't make trouble. Don't fight. Line up one by one to get food from me. Whoever doesn't obey, don't even think about having dinner. After saying that, Eddie put down the ladle and walked to the big werewolf Steel Teeth. Steel Teeth was tied up and sitting on the ground. Eddie looked down at him, then squatted down fearlessly and untied the rope tied around him. The other werewolves were also untied. The werewolves looked at Steel Teeth, and Steel Teeth looked at the prison that surrounded them. The barbed wire fence looked really thin, and the situation outside could be clearly seen through the mesh. Most of the farmers were working, and there were very few guards in the prison, and they were all farmers holding shovels, not human warriors. As long as they broke through the iron fence, It would be impossible for these farmers to catch up with the werewolves, who were good at running. But the iron fence was covered with iron thorns. And the trench in front of the iron fence was also full of these thorny things. Once hooked, it would be difficult to get out. And the big werewolf Steel Teeth looked at the steel giant parked next to the shed with fear. The quieter it is, the more tamed it is. After quick thinking, Steel Teeth waved his hand and said to his men, "Line up for dinner." The wolf pack has its own hierarchy system. As the leader of a team, Steel Teeth is the first to receive the meal. Eddie put a lunch box with dishes in Gongya's hand. Gongya looked at the transparent lunch box he had never seen before, and then opened the lid. The fragrance and strong aroma prompted his mouth to secrete saliva quickly. The 4 dishes were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, beef cubes stewed with potatoes, stir-fried zucchini, and a few pieces of braised pork ribs. Is this the food for prisoners?" Gongya stared at Eddie and said, "Did you take the wrong one? Did you give me your master's meal?" Eddie took a chicken leg from a small pot at his feet and put it in the lunch box in Gongya's hand, and smiled. "No. My master ordered that you eat this thing. Of course, we eat this kind of food, too. The master eats the same as us and you." As he spoke, Eddie picked up 3 big white flour buns and placed them on the lunch box in Gongya's hand, and then picked up the iron bowl and filled it with a bowl of egg-dropped soup. Is this really for prisoners?" Holding the food, Gongya felt that his 2 hands were not enough. The dishes were exquisitely made, and just smelling them made people hungry. There were also eggs, ribs, and chicken legs. 3 soft pastries, like bread, were made of white flour. This kind of flour was really only heard of by name in the past, and I knew it existed, and only the rich and powerful could enjoy it. Now looking at these 3 big and round pastries like snow, Gongya felt that biting them from any angle would be a blasphemy to such elegant food. And the soup was so full that it was about to overflow. Gongya felt that his values were collapsing. If he hadn't been sure and confirmed that he was being held in prison as a prisoner, he would have believed that he was being received by a human noble with high standards. Swallowing his saliva, Gongya asked in confusion, "Why does your master give us such exquisite food? This is very puzzling to us. After all, we are now your master's captives." Seeing Gongya's inexperienced look, Eddie was very proud. He said, "This is because my master is generous and rich. My master even thought that you have a big appetite, so he specially prepared some more food for you. If you are not full, you can ask me for more," my master said. "If it is not enough this time, you can make do with it. He will ask the kitchen to make more for dinner, whether it is his subjects or captives. You must eat well and be full. I can't let you go back and say that my master did not treat you well." Said this, Eddie was very proud. And Steel Teeth could not see through this human lord. It is rare to find a lord who is willing to feed captives and prisoners, and it is unique to give captives and prisoners such delicious food. Steel Teeth couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. The wolves behind him were a little noisy. The delicious food was tempting them, and they were all looking forward to sharing the food. "Thank you, Lord." Gongya thanked him and walked away with his share of food. The wolves licked their saliva and quickly took their meals. Before they found a place to sit down, they grabbed the food with their hands and ate it voraciously. When the wolves started eating, Yinching was watching in the dark. After eating and drinking, these wolves did not try to climb over the barbed wire fence. It seems that they can also see that the iron spikes on it are not easy to mess with. After Eddie came out of the prison safely, Yinching began to inspect the construction of his territory. The most urgent task now is to build the defensive wall. The construction of the prison can be regarded as a successful pilot. Yinching marked out an area 100 meters long and 100 meters wide around the farmers' huts. And the first defense circle of the territory was built on this line. The scope of the circle is a little small, but there are only so many people in the territory now. If the defense circle is too large, it will definitely not be able to defend it. Anyway, these fortifications are easy to build and dismantle. Once they have a firm foothold in more people, it will not be too late to expand the territory. Just like building a prison, the farmers first dug a trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep, built earth walls, and then installed barbed wire fences. Finally, laid barbed wire nets. If time permits, the trench can be dug deeper. The farmers who got gloves and shovels were very efficient after eating and drinking, and as if it was a hidden talent, they automatically divided the work, and the whole project was carried out in a very standard manner. Once they were familiar with some new tools and new materials, the farmers could build the wall very quickly. Yinxing had this feeling when he was building the prison just now. Now looking at the entire construction site, he was very sure that the production and construction of human farmers were definitely enhanced by the laws of this world. This means that human farmers can not only raise crops and collect gold coins every week, but they also have greater value. Chapter 18 Master Yinxing's Gift. As for how to develop the hidden value of farmers, it is not something Yinxing needs to consider urgently. Now the construction of the territory has begun to get on the right track. The farmers work efficiently, which also means that the materials are consumed rapidly. The truckload of materials brought in the morning was almost gone in a blink of an eye. In order not to delay the project, Yinxing took a walk in the territory and drove the truck back to the real world. Then he brought building materials to the territory one truck after another. When Yinxing brought back dinner, he saw that the farmers had already built the barbed wire fence. Although the length is only 400 meters, it was all built by hand with shovels. The potential construction maniac gene of the farmers left a very deep impression on Yinxing. Now the initial defense of the territory has been established. Since there is no werewolf group, the barbed wire protection wall can be used as the basis. As the sky gets darker, Yinxing, Gosper, Eddie, and Lao Han sit on a stool and eat with lunch boxes. Next to them is the barbed wire protection wall, and outside the wall is a trench. Compared with being exposed in the wilderness before, it gives people a lot of security. On the ground between the four people, a defense map of the territory is drawn. Yinxing eats his meal, and from time to time, he draws his ideas on the ground with a piece of steel wire. Although our defense wall has been built, our numbers are too few, and our combat effectiveness is not strong. Tomorrow we have to hurry up to strengthen the construction of fortifications. I thought we should dig 3 staggered trench sections at a distance of 10 to 30 meters outside the protective wall. The barbed wire nets are also laid inside. The trench does not need to be dug too deep, but it must be wide enough so that the werewolves cannot jump over. Lao Hans will catch a werewolf later and let him jump as hard as he can to measure the length. When digging the trench, just dig according to this length, which is 1 arm long. As he said, Yinxing drew 3 circles on the ground around the territory defense wall, leaving a gap every other section above the circle. There is no trench here. Yes, sir. At this time, Eddie looked at Yinxing's arrangement and was very puzzled. He asked, Sir, the trenches we dug are not connected. There are intersections. I am afraid that we can't stop the werewolves. Yinxing said, I left these openings to let the werewolves pass through. You see, I left 6 intersections on the trench circle closest to the protective wall, and they are very narrow. When the werewolves pass through the trench defense layer, they will be constantly dispersed and unable to rush up. In the end, when they want to attack our defense wall, they can only come out from these 6 intersections I left for them in advance. At that time, we only need to deploy defensive forces for these 6 intersections. Eddie, Gauspar, and Lao quickly understood the purpose of Yinxing's defense belt. If there is no passage in the trench belt, the attacking werewolves will find other ways to pass through the trench area, and the choice of the attack direction is up to the werewolves. And they left passages in the trench belt, and these passages are scattered, which can effectively interfere with the attack rhythm of the attackers. At the same time, let the attacking werewolves follow the route they set, and then defend at a fixed point. The 3 farmers shouted in unison, Master, you are smart. Master, I am smart in many ways. Yinxing boasted without blushing, and said, if we still have time after digging out the trench belt, we will dig traps between the trench belt and the protective wall, and trap as many as we can. Eddie, are Gongya and the werewolves behaving themselves? Have they thought of escaping? Eddie was in charge of guarding the captured werewolves. When he heard Yinxing's question, he immediately replied to the master, those werewolves are relatively well behaved. They waited obediently for dinner after lunch. After everyone has finished eating, I will go to serve them food. But Gongya is always wandering around in the prison. I guess he wants to escape. Yinxing also thinks that this big werewolf is not easy to deal with. But if you want to understand the threat from the swamp, this big werewolf, with strong strength and high intelligence, is a good breakthrough. After Yinxing finished his lunch box, he threw the box and stood up. He said to Eddie, don't rush to eat. We have to let them know that my food is not that delicious. Let's go and see those werewolves. The territory inside the protective wall is so small. Yinxing and Eddie brought a few farmers to the prison with dinner. The werewolves had already smelled the fragrance of the farmer's food. When they saw Eddie coming to distribute food, they all stood up and surrounded the prison gate. The farmers who followed set up a chair outside the prison door. After Yinching sat down, he said to Eddie, "Go. Bring out a werewolf. Pick one that doesn't look very smart." Eddie said with a little concern, "Will it be dangerous to bring out a werewolf?" Yinching showed the werewolf flail and steel pipe and laughed. "There are so many people in the territory, and there is a protective wall to protect it. What danger can a werewolf have? Bring it if I ask you to. Don't talk so much nonsense." "Yes, master." Eddie walked to the prison door, looked at Steel Fong and the many werewolves, pointed at one of them and said, "You come out. The other werewolves stand back." Steel Fong stopped him and said, "What do you want to do?" Eddie replied, "My master has something to do with him. If you want to eat early, stand back. Stand back." Facing Eddie's threat, Steel Fong whispered to the selected werewolf, "No matter what questions they ask about the tribe, you are not allowed to answer. Do you remember?" "Yes, leader." The werewolf nodded and agreed. "Go. Be careful." Steel Fong led the werewolves to retreat, and the selected werewolf was taken out of the prison. Then bring it to Yinching. Yinching first looked at the prison next to him. Gongya and all the werewolves were standing on the inner side of the prison wall, looking at this place together. "Give him a steamed bun first," Yinching said to Eddie. Eddie took out a steamed bun from the incubator and threw it to the werewolf. The werewolf took the steamed bun and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Then looked at Eddie and waited for the next one. Eddie did not continue to give food to the werewolf without Yinching's order. Yinching asked the werewolf at this time, "Do you know how the food you eat came?" The werewolf shook his head. Yinching said to Eddie, "Tell him." Eddie said loudly, "The food you eat is a reward from Master Yinching. Without Master Yinching, you would have eaten a lot of these snow-white steamed buns in your life. And these delicacies cooked by senior chefs are not necessarily available to you, the Swamp Lord. You should thank Master Yinching for his gift." Yinching asked the werewolf again, "Now do you know where the food you eat comes from?" The werewolf replied, "It was a reward from Master Yinching." "That's good to know. Give him a chicken leg." Yinching was very satisfied. Eddie took another chicken leg out of the pot and threw it to the werewolf, who bit it in his mouth, chewed it up with meat and bones, and swallowed it. Chapter 19: The Authority of the Wolf Pack. Yinching said again, "That's it. Answer my questions, and I'll give you food. I'll ask you one more question. How far is your tribe from here?" The werewolf, who was originally expecting food, became alert instantly after hearing this question. The werewolf looked at Gangya in the prison and replied to Yinching, "I can't say. Gangya won't let me say it." Yinching originally wanted to ask some information from these werewolves, but he didn't expect Gangya to have taken precautions. Gangya has absolute dominance in this werewolf team, so this werewolf dare not disobey him even when facing delicious food. At this time, Yinching thought of another detail. When the wolf pack starts eating, only Gungya takes the first bite, and the other werewolves will eat. And when eating lunch, he can take whatever he wants from the lunch boxes of other werewolves, and the other werewolves have no resistance. This is a symbol of status, and it is also the werewolf's submission to Gungya. So let's divide them from here. Yinching laughed, "Ha ha. Don't be nervous. I won't embarrass you if you don't say it. If you want to eat, do something for me first." "What is it?" Yinching first asked Eddie to draw a line on the ground not far away, and then pointed in the direction and said to the werewolves, "Do you see that line? Run at full speed and jump at the position of that line. The farther you jump, the better. You will have food after you jump. I will give a mysterious reward to the werewolf who jumps the farthest." Long jump? The werewolf didn't know what the human lord wanted to do, but as long as he could have food by jumping far, he would jump. The werewolf first took a run up, and his strong thighs gave him a very fast speed in a short time. And then he jumped from where Eddie drew the line. He landed 6 or 7 meters away. Wow! Can any werewolf jump so far? Fortunately, the height he jumped should not be enough to cross the defense wall. According to Yinching's estimation, they need to use the wall to climb up. Once the werewolf's body touches the barbed wire on the protective wall, it will be hung on it. The protective wall was still effective. The werewolf, who completed a long jump, ran back. Yinching asked Eddie to give him all the food that belonged to him. But when the werewolf was carrying the food and preparing to return to the prison, Yinching said, "Eat here and then go back." Yinching's order puzzled the werewolf, but he still obediently ate his share of food outside the prison. The full werewolf was sent back to the prison. And another werewolf was brought to Yinching by Eddie. Do you know how the food you eat came? The werewolf couldn't answer at first. And then, under Eddie's instruction, he replied, it was a reward from Master Yinching. It's good to know who gave you the food. Do you see that line? Go and jump far for me. The master. The werewolf completed the long jump according to Yinching's order and successfully received his dinner. Just like before. Yinching asked the werewolf to finish his dinner in front of him before letting Eddie send him back. Then another werewolf was brought out. One after another. It was a reward from Master Yinching. Long jump. Eat. Send back. The 9 werewolves went through this set of procedures in front of Yinching one by one. And finally the big werewolf Gongya was brought out. Yinching looked at Gongya and asked, do you know how your food came? Gongya already knew the answer from the 9 werewolves in front of him. But he still said, we are your captives. If you don't want us to die, you need to provide us with food. Eddie was about to repeat what he said to the other werewolves. But Yinching stopped him at this time. Yinching said to Gongya, yes. I don't want the captives to die. So I have to provide them with food. But as long as the captives don't die, it doesn't matter how much food you give. Since you don't know where the food you eat came from, I will give you 1 night to think about it. Eddie, send this big werewolf back. The werewolf who jumped the farthest just now will be rewarded with a bottle of beer. Yes, sir. Eddie picked up the shovel and pointed it at Gongya, and led 4 farmers to drive Gongya away. Gongya didn't expect Yinching to suddenly play against the rules. Why is there no food? Shouldn't you be given a hint first? Facing Eddie and the farmers drive, Gongya just bared his teeth in protest and returned to the prison obediently. This scene was naturally seen by all the werewolves in the prison. Now all 9 werewolves are full and burping. But Gongya has nothing to eat. He will be hungry until tomorrow morning. And it is not certain whether he will still be hungry tomorrow. When Eddie closed the prison door, he threw a bottle of beer to one of the werewolves and said, you jumped the farthest just now. This bottle of beer is a reward from Master Yinching. Look at the bottle. It is carved out of emerald. The wine that can be put into this precious gem bottle must be the best wine in the world. Thank you, Master Yinching, for your gift. After saying that, Eddie closed the prison door. Inside the prison, the rewarded werewolf excitedly held the beer bottle in his hand, and the other werewolves surrounded him with envious eyes. The bottle containing the wine is transparent dark green, crystal clear, without any impurities. It is obviously a top-grade emerald. The wine container made of such a large piece of precious emerald. The wine inside is just as the farmer said. What kind of world's best wine is it? The rewarded werewolf held the beer bottle with trepidation, as if he was holding a mountain of gold. If I offer this wine to the tribe leader, I will definitely be blessed and promoted to a great werewolf. But before the werewolf could think about it, a hand took the beer from him. The bubble of fantasy in the werewolf's heart was punctured. He saw that the one who robbed his wine was the great werewolf Gongya. Unknown courage made him say angrily, this is a reward from Master Yinching. Gongya bared his teeth and roared at the werewolf, I am your leader, and your things are mine. After that, Gongya opened the bottle and gulped down a big mouthful of beer. Then he took the bottle and went to the side to lie down and sleep. The werewolves were afraid of Gongya and all scattered. Only the werewolf whose beer was robbed stood there. His eyes on the great werewolf changed significantly. Master, Eddie, who witnessed all this, said to Yinching that Gongya actually dared to snatch the wine you gave to the werewolf. Do you want me to take it away? Yinching also saw the process of Gongya snatching the wine. He said, don't worry. Just let him snatch it. Eddie asked puzzledly, why? Master? Yinching said, when the wolf pack is short of food, give priority to feeding the powerful werewolves to ensure the survival of the entire wolf pack. Now that they don't have to worry about food, they will naturally be more greedy. If Gongya doesn't snatch the bottle of wine, I don't have a better way to deal with him. Since he snatched it, the seeds of hatred have been planted. Eddie listened as if it were a heavenly book, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. So he had to say, Master is wise. Chapter 20 Weapon Selection. After nightfall, the light dims, and the grassland becomes dangerous. Being exposed in the open, not only are you likely to be attacked by werewolves, but many roaming beasts are also very dangerous. All the working farmers retreated into the barbed wire defense wall. The tents have been built, and bonfires are lit on all sides. The guards on duty patrol along the barbed wire with shovels. And the sound of women coaxing children to sleep can be heard in the quiet night. After patrolling around the territory, Yanqing returned to his tent. He did not return to the real world. As the strongest force and lord of the entire territory, he must take more responsibilities in this extraordinary period so that he can deal with emergencies at any time. Lying on the camp bed, Yanqing's mind was full of territory construction. Tomorrow we will start building trenches, which is a bigger project than building barbed wire protective walls. Fortunately, there will be 14 more farmers in the shed tomorrow to recruit. The number of farmers increased to 45. To build trenches, the barbed wire nets needed must also be purchased in larger quantities. There is also the arming of farmers. The shovel is only suitable for close combat. For the defender, adding long-range strike weapons is the most effective defense. The first choice for cold weapons and long-range weapons is bows and crossbows. Although hot weapons are more powerful, there is no place to buy them, and they rely too much on logistics. So they are not a priority at this stage. In fact, not only are there no places to buy hot weapons, but also long-range weapons such as crossbows cannot be bought through regular channels. Bows can be bought on online e-commerce platforms. But without long-term training, even if citizens are equipped with a modern bow, they cannot shoot accurately. But slingshots can be mastered quickly. A steel ball shot out by a slingshot has considerable lethality within 20 meters. And the large gaps on the barbed wire fence are also suitable for marble shooting. Thinking of such a weapon that can solve the urgent problem, Yanqing could no longer sleep, and jumped off the bed, and returned directly to the grove in the real world. There was no light in the dark woods. Yanqing squatted behind a big tree, took out his mobile phone, connected to the internet, and looked for an e-commerce company that sells slingshots. The light from the screen illuminated half of his face. Wow! Are slingshots so advanced now? Not only do they come with a sight and a ruler, but they also come with laser-assisted aiming for an extra fee. Buy. Yanqing quickly placed an order for 100 slingshots first. Prepare 1,000 rubber bands for replacement and 10,000 steel balls. He also left a message to the merchant, ship quickly, and send an expedited order for freight. I will have a great demand for this kind of slingshot in the future. As long as your slingshot works well, I will buy another 1,000 in a few days. After spending the money, Yanqing felt relieved instantly, and sleepiness followed. Go back to sleep. We still have to work tomorrow. Yanqing yawned, flashed back to his bed in the game world, and fell asleep. The next day, as soon as a little light rose on the grassland in the east, the territory became busy. According to the plan last night, the farmers had to build 3 trenches outside the protective wall. However, after the jump test of the werewolves, it was found that these guys had too strong jumping ability, and each of them was at the level of a first or second level long jumper. This is the result without training. If there is formal training, breaking the world record is not an easy thing. If 3 trenches with a width of more than 8 meters are dug, the workload is too large. Therefore, Yanqing prepared to purchase a batch of simple iron fences to cooperate with trenches to block and slow down the rushing werewolves. Of course, eat before working. This is the rule set by Yanqing. Digging trenches is a physical job, and only by eating well can you ensure work efficiency. After recruiting the farmers in the sheds of the new week, Yanqing and his subjects had breakfast and led Eddie to the prison where the werewolves were imprisoned. He sat in the chair, bring out a werewolf. A werewolf was brought to Yanqing. As soon as Yanqing stretched out his hand, Eddie immediately took out a bun from the incubator and put it in his hand. The buns were as big as fists, and each had 18 folds, which looked very beautiful. Break it in the middle. The skin is thin and the filling is rich. The pork vermicelli is solid. Yanqing looked at the werewolf, who kept licking his mouth, and asked, "Do you know how the food you eat came from?" It was a reward from Master Yanqing. The answer was fast and standard. Ha ha ha. Yanqing laughed happily, threw the bun in his hand to the werewolf, pointed to the line that Eddie had drawn and said, "Go, jump far for me. The one who jumps the farthest among you, I have a reward." "Yes, master." The werewolf, who knew what the reward was, swallowed the bun in one mouthful, and then looked at the jumping line with a serious expression. The reward was fine wine in an emerald bottle. To win, this jump must be done with all his strength. The serious werewolf is different from the casual one yesterday. This time he accelerates faster. His strong hind legs run fast, kicking the grass backwards. The werewolf, who accelerates with all his strength, lowers his body. In the final sprint, he even uses both hands, like a real wolf chasing his prey. He jumps up to the jumping point, soars into the air, stretches his body, and pounces forward. Finally, he lands steadily on the ground with a bang. This distance is estimated to be close to 10 meters. Paw paw paw. Yinxing couldn't help but applaud and said to the returning werewolf, "Great. Great. Let's eat. Today's breakfast is steamed buns and seafood dumpling soup. Eat whatever you want. Eat until you are full before going back." Yinxing let the werewolves eat and drink in front of him. And then, they were sent back to the prison with a bulging belly. There was no reluctance or resistance along the way. It is estimated that even if he is released at this time, he will not leave. One werewolf was sent to the prison, and another was called out. As usual, he was made to understand how this meal came. Then it was long jump. For the final reward, this werewolf also jumped with all his strength, and then ran back to eat happily. One werewolf after another. After all 9 werewolves were full and returned to the prison, Gumya was finally brought to Yinxing. After being hungry all night, Gumya decided not to be stubborn anymore, saying it was a reward from Master Yinxing would not cost him a piece of meat. However, just when Gumya decided to have a quick breakfast, Yinxing asked, "Where is your tribe? Who is the tribe leader? How many soldiers do you have?" "It's Master Yinxing." Halfway through the sentence, Gumya suddenly looked up and stared at Yinxing. "You don't play by the rules? You shouldn't ask this question." Seeing Gumya's expression, Yinxing smiled. He asked Eddie to move the remaining breakfast away, and then said to Gumya, "Since you don't say it, I will let you get what you want. If you go hungry for another meal, I guess you won't die." You guys send him back to the prison. Eddie, give a bottle of beer to the werewolf who jumps the farthest. "Yes, master." The surrounding farmers raised their shovels and aimed at Gumya, forcing him back to the prison step by step. Eddie threw another bottle of beer to today's winner. "This is the beer given by Master Yinxing. My master said there will be a long jump competition at lunch. So if you want to win, you should prepare well." Eddie closed the prison door. All the werewolves looked at the werewolf, holding the bottle tremblingly. Then the bottle of beer was taken away by Gumya again. Yinxing outside looked at it with satisfaction. And another seed of hatred was planted. It's time to prepare weapons for the werewolves. Chapter 21 Territory Defense. Outside the barbed wire defense wall of the territory, Lao Hans was leading the high-spirited peasants to dig trenches. With yesterday's experience, the trench digging speed became faster. It means that the consumption of materials such as barbed wire fences and barbed wire nets is accelerated. In addition, Yinxing feels that it is necessary to build the village council hall as soon as possible. With this most basic building of the territory, the functions of the territory can be gradually brought into play. In addition, the Lord can also obtain a batch of God-given gold coins in the council hall every week according to the prosperity of the territory. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Even a gold coin can be exchanged for many things in the real world. After handing over the territory to Gosper, Eddie and Lao Hans, Yinxing drove the truck back to the real world. You can't use tents to build a village council hall. After all, the Lord system has its own certification for the quality of functional buildings. And you can't fool around. Yinxing also thinks that as the central building of the territory, the council hall should be built with style and momentum to subdue those swamp barbarians. Reinforced concrete is not wanted for the time being, but you can still try to build a blue brick and tile house. A batch of iron fences, barbed wire nets, and other materials for building trenches were sent to the territory. Yinxing began to purchase bricks, cement, sand, floor slabs. The materials were pulled into the territory one truck after another, and the money was also paid out one by one. The 450,000 yuan from selling gold was soon gone, and Yinxing sold some gold coins for emergency money. At noon, Yinxing drove a farm tricycle to bring lunch back to the territory. The farmers took a short break after dinner and continued to work, while Yinxing took out the werewolves in the prison one by one to feed them. Finally, Gumya was brought to Yinxing. Gumya had not eaten anything since last night. He drank 2 bottles of beer and urinated twice. Therefore, although Gumya looked quite energetic, his stomach was very shriveled. Compared with those werewolves who had eaten melons and had round bellies, his waistline was not of the same level. Yinxing was chewing an apple. This is the fruit dessert specially prepared by Antly after the meal. It looks very tender on the outside, and it is full of sweet juice after a bite. Seeing Gongya's hungry and greedy look, Yinching threw the apple with 2 bites to Eddie. Thank you for the reward, master. Eddie held the apple and ate it happily. He had just eaten an apple, but this delicious fruit could not satisfy his cravings. Gong-ya looked at the juice flowing from the corner of Eddie's mouth and the meaty food under his feet, and became even hungrier. Gong-ya, Yinching said to the big werewolf, I won't say any more nonsense. Surrender to me, and you will be valued by me. Without waiting for Yinching to continue recruiting, Gong-ya refused firmly. I will not betray my tribe. Yinching, who was rejected before he could even use his persuasion skills, touched his nose, sighed and said, think about it carefully. I'll give you an afternoon. You have another chance to agree to me at dinner. Send it back. The werewolf, who just jumped the farthest, will be rewarded with a bottle of wine. Yes, sir. Eddie led the peasants to drive Gong-ya back to the prison, and after giving the winning werewolf a bottle of beer, he closed the prison door. The beer was taken away by Gong-ya again, but this time, the snatch was not as smooth as the previous 2 times. After getting the beer, the werewolf, who received the reward, immediately protested to Gong-ya, who was walking over. This is a reward given to me by Master Yinching. It is my reward for winning. You can't take it away. Steel Teeth also showed his fangs. I am the leader of this wolf pack. All food must be distributed by me. Hand over the wine. No. This is my honor. I won the championship in the competition. It does not belong to you. Steel Teeth, who was already hungry and angry, slapped the wolf in the face, forcibly snatched the wine, and shouted, You are a member of the wolf pack. You must abide by the rules of the wolf pack. The excited wolf wanted to fight back, but was stopped by another werewolf. The storm subsided temporarily. Steel Teeth opened the cap of the bottle, drank the wine and sat down. He did not realize that his wolf pack was quietly changing. The structural relationship of the wolf is very simple. Their status in the tribe is related to the priority and distribution of food. Without these 2 powers, their status will naturally be shaken. In the short term, Gong-ya may still be able to make other werewolves obedient with his accumulated prestige, but the honor and wealth behind the reward given by Yinching were taken away, and the werewolves no longer respected Gong-ya as before. Now 3 werewolves have had their rewards taken away by Gong-ya. The competition will continue, and all werewolves hope that they will be the next winner. But even if they win, how can they keep the bottle of wine in the emerald bottle? Yinching, who has been watching outside the prison, looks at the wolf pack inside with satisfaction. Yinching admired Gong-ya and opened the door for him. But if this big werewolf is really stubborn, then he should make a decision and not waste time on him. The storm was brewing in the wolf pack, and Yinching did not waste precious time observing the werewolf. There was still a lot of work waiting for him in the territory. The trench belt outside the protective wall was dug very quickly. Under the command of Lao Hans, the farmers wielding shovels dug in sections, and finally merged and connected them tightly. Judging from the progress of the entire project, 3 trenches can be dug and laid before nightfall. So Yinching selected 8 farmers to come back and start building the village meeting hall. Bricks, cement, and sand have been unloaded in the center of the territory. Yinching called Gauspa over, marked out the land for the council hall in front of him, and asked, Can you build a house? Gauspa answered confidently, Yes. Of course. We are farmers. We grow crops, build urban areas, build castles, build wonders. As long as we are given enough materials, we can build anything. Of course, building high-end buildings requires blueprints, but building a village council hall is not difficult for us. Yinching did not think Gauspa was bragging. After all, this is a world similar to the rules of the game, and the farmers here cannot be viewed with the farmers in the real world. Besides, even if we force them to do something, we have to let them try to build the village council hall. I won't build wonders, nor will I let you build a castle. You just take these people and build a village council hall for me. Yinching pointed to the building materials he had brought and said to Gauspa, These are square bricks, which are better than stones. These are cement, which is better than clay. This is a bucket, and there is sand. I will teach you how to mix cement later. All these 8 farmers are in your hands. You build the village council hall for me as soon as possible. If you have spare energy, dig a well. There is a stream near the territory, but if it is surrounded, it is necessary to dig a well in the territory to get water. This place is close to the swamp area, and the groundwater should be abundant. You can also build a few arrow towers on the inside of the defense wall. Chapter 22 Internal Conflict. Yinxing wants to build too many things. But he still needs to eat one bite at a time. His task now is to ensure the logistics of the entire construction army, the timely supply of materials, and the nutrition needed by the farmers for their work. Yinxing drove the truck in and out of the real world and the game world again and again. Time passed in the busyness. When the grassland was shrouded in darkness again, Yinxing drove the agricultural tricycle back to the territory with dinner, and was about to spend his third night in this game world. The territory also changed every day. Summoned all the farmers to return and eat. The farmers working outside returned to the protective wall one after another. Although they were tired, they were in very good spirits and enthusiastically discussed what kind of delicious food the Lord would prepare tonight. But just when Yinxing thought that he could spend this night safely again, Lao Hans came to his side and whispered, "Master, the farmers working outside the protective wall have all returned. But one person is missing. One is missing." Yinxing immediately became alert. "Did you count it wrong? Is he with Gaspar and Eddie?" Lao Han said, "I confirm that he is not with Gaspar and Eddie. The master is so good to us. He will not leave secretly." Yinxing did not think that the missing farmer walked on his own. Although the prosperity of this territory is not high, the people's hearts are definitely full. I have the talent of being popular. Which farmer would leave the big fish and meat and go to the wilderness to eat grass roots? Since the farmer did not leave by himself, it means that someone kidnapped him. The werewolf tribe finally found us. Yinxing looked at the wilderness outside the protective wall. He could not see anything too far away under the night. "Don't make this public," Yinxing told Lao Hans, after dinner. "Take some people to set traps around the protective wall. There is no need to make a big noise. Just cut the barbed wire into small pieces and place them in the grass." "Yes, sir." Lao Hans left and found a few farmers. After whispering something to them, the farmers immediately sped up their eating. Then Yinxing called Gaspar over. He asked him to organize people after dinner, build a village meeting hall overnight, and then use the existing scaffolding to build several arrow towers on the inner side of the defense wall. After Gaspar left, Yinxing thought about it, and felt that the captured werewolves could not be delayed any longer. It was necessary to get information about the werewolf tribe from them, as soon as possible. "Eddie, follow me to the prison." Bonfires were lit everywhere in the territory, one of which was right in front of the prison, so that the guards could clearly see every werewolf inside. The werewolves were used to mealtime, and when they saw Yinxing and Eddie coming, they all stood at the door of the prison. They stretched their muscles and bones to win the long jump competition, and they couldn't help but look at Gongya, the only one who didn't stand up, wondering if he could keep the bottle of wine if he won. After Yinxing sat down, he announced that the werewolves would have dinner. The werewolves were brought out one by one. "Do you know how the food you eat came?" It was a reward from Master Yinxing. The werewolf's answer was very natural. Yinxing nodded and pointed to the long jump place and said, "Go. Use all your strength to show me. If you can get first place, I will reward you heavily." "Yes, Master Yinxing." The werewolf sprinted and jumped with all his strength, and got the food for the night. One werewolf was sent back after eating, and another was brought out. It seemed that Yinxing was just looking for fun, and wanted to watch the werewolf's long jump. In fact, the reward of food and the execution of orders are subtly changing the wolf pack's positioning of itself. The isolation of Gongya and his own actions are also accelerating the change of the wolf pack. Gongya is now in a killing situation, and does not know it. When he was brought in front of Yinxing, he was still stubborn. Without waiting for Yinxing to speak, Gongya threatened, "Master Yinxing, hunger cannot defeat the will of the werewolf. We grew up in hunger. Even if we don't eat for 3 days, werewolves still have strong fighting power. I will not betray my tribe. It's not because of my loyalty, but because you are destined to fail. Let us go and leave this grassland. This is your last chance." Hearing that Gongya's tone was still so firm, Yinxing gave up the idea of persuading Gongya to surrender. "What a pity. What a pity. What a pity." Yinxing showed his admiration for Gongya, but still reluctantly waved his hand to let Eddie send him back to prison, saying, "Give a bottle of wine to the werewolf who jumps the farthest." The werewolves themselves don't know which werewolf jumps the farthest. Therefore, who is the champion? Of course, is up to Yinxing. Long jump is a test of the physical fitness of werewolves. In the first 3 competitions, Yinxing selected the 3 strongest werewolves. This time, he gave the championship to the werewolf, who won the first time. Gongya was sent back to the prison, and the wine was delivered to the werewolf. After receiving the reward again, the werewolf held the bottle tightly in his hand. He showed his fangs to the approaching leader, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Ganya, you have already taken away my reward once. Don't dream of taking my honor away again. Otherwise what? Ganya felt that his authority in the wolf pack was challenged. He looked at the werewolf holding the bottle with contempt and said, "Do you want to challenge me? You are just a first-level werewolf. And I am a second-level big werewolf. Provoking me will only embarrass and hurt you. Give me the wine." This is the rule of the wolf pack. The rule of the wolf pack is that you can take the food, but you can't take the honor. The big werewolf and the werewolf were at loggerheads. Eddie outside the prison couldn't help but ask Yinxing, "Master, is this the scene you want to see? What if the werewolf gives your reward to Steel Fang? If the werewolf is willing to let Steel Fang snatch the wine from him again under such circumstances, it means that the werewolf is a race with a high lower limit, but a low upper limit. Authority can certainly form a huge cohesive force, but excessive authority will make a group lose its upward vitality. From the short-term interests, I hope the werewolves will resist Steel Fang. From the perspective of long-term interests, I hope the werewolf will hand over the wine." Yinxing's words made Eddie think for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. "Anyway, just know that everything is in the Master's control." Eddie shouted, "The Master's wisdom is not something that I, a fool, can understand. The Master is wise." Yinxing's eyes were always fixed on the prison. Faced with Ganya's pressure, the selected werewolf must make a choice. And Ganya must get the bottle of wine for his authority in the wolf pack. He is the leader of this wolf pack and must be tough. Faced with the werewolf, who insisted on not handing over the wine, Ganya took the lead in slapping him. Chapter 23. 9 Werewolves admire you. The werewolf, who was hit hard, still held the bottle tightly. He looked at Ganya, without any cowardice in his eyes. "Give me the wine!" Ganya shouted angrily. "No!" the werewolf replied. Snap! Ganya slapped the werewolf in the face again. "Give me the wine!" "No!" Snap! "Give it to me!" "No!" Ganya whipped the werewolf, and his sharp claws scratched bloody marks on the werewolf's cheek. The beaten werewolf endured Ganya's attack, but used his hands and body to protect the bottle of wine. If you are not in his position and situation, it would be difficult to appreciate his persistence. He kept staring at Ganya, showing his fangs and growling. The wolf pack also became noisy at this moment. Steel Fang's attack on the werewolf continued. At a certain moment, the accumulation of resentment finally made the patient werewolf explode. He pushed Steel Fang away violently, rolled the bottle in his hand into a bunch of grass, and then pounced on Steel Fang and knocked him down. Counterattack represents a declaration of war against Steel Fang and a challenge to his status. The way of attack is naturally not limited to slapping. The two werewolves used their sharp fangs and claws, using all the ways they could fight like wild beasts. They rolled on the ground, and the wolf hair flew in the fight, and red blood splashed everywhere. The battle made the wolf pack even more restless, and they howled around the fighting werewolf. They all looked extremely excited. But the big werewolf was still one level higher than the werewolf, and being hungry for a day and a night would not cause Steel Teeth's strength to drop too much. After the initial outburst, the werewolf was quickly suppressed by Steel Teeth. His shoulder was bitten to pieces, and his body was covered with shocking scars. But Steel Teeth did not mean to stop attacking. The abnormal resistance of the werewolf was beyond his expectations, and he finally realized the changes in the wolf pack. He must re-establish his authority, and quickly kill the werewolf who opposed him. Otherwise. Steel Teeth knocked the werewolf to the ground with a punch and looked at Yinxing outside the prison. He finally understood the purpose of everything the human lord did. If he didn't suppress the restless wolf pack as soon as possible, he would be torn to pieces by the wolf pack. Steel Teeth, covered in blood, bared his teeth at Yinxing and told him, "Your evil plan failed." Steel Teeth turned around and walked to the side of the fallen werewolf, holding his head and roaring at the wolf pack. Just as Steel Teeth was about to break the werewolf's neck, two werewolves suddenly rushed up. Steel Teeth was knocked down by the two werewolves, and a more intense battle broke out in the prison. The werewolf, who was almost killed, staggered from the ground with blood all over his body. There were 3 deep claw marks on his face, one of which tore his right eye apart. The pain and the hatred towards Ganya in his heart made him howl to the sky. As if in response, a flail fell from the sky and hit him right at his feet. The violent werewolf didn't think much about anything else. He picked up the flail and joined the battle against Gongya. No matter how strong the big werewolf was, he didn't have the strength to deal with 3 werewolves alone. Moreover, these 3 werewolves were the strongest in the whole wolf pack, and some of them were armed. The siege of the 3 werewolves made Gongya lose sight of one thing, while the other was lost. His flesh was bitten off, and his bones were broken by the hammer on the flail. In the prison, there was the painful wailing of Gongya. But the other werewolves were all quiet at this moment. They stood around the battlefield and watched Gongya die in silence. Gongya died just like that. And under the corpses that collapsed into a pile, the blood stained a large area of land red. Yinxing, who was waiting outside the prison gate, waved his hand and said, "Open the door." The prison gate opened, and the 3 werewolves who killed Gongya walked out and knelt in front of Yinxing. The one-eyed werewolf presented the flail with both hands, which was Yinxing's god-given weapon, the werewolf flail. Yinxing took the flail from the one-eyed werewolf and shouted to the werewolves who were still wandering in the prison, "The door is open. What are you waiting for?" The remaining werewolves immediately walked out of the prison after hearing this, and followed the 3 werewolves and knelt down to Yinxing. "The 9 werewolves admire you very much and hope to join your army. Do you agree?" Finally it's lowered. Yinxing decisively agreed. With the addition of 9 werewolves at this time, the military strength of the entire territory can definitely be raised to a higher level. At least there is a team that can leave the protection of the protective wall and rush out to fight a small-scale counterattack. You have 9 werewolves following you. You get 900 experience points. You get 90 points of reputation. One of your werewolves is promoted to a 2nd-level elite unit. The Howler. Yinxing opened his Lord system to check the strength of his werewolf army. Werewolf, the 1st-level unit of the Swamp Tribe. The basic creature of the werewolf tribe of the Swamp Force. It can be upgraded to the 2nd-level combat unit Big Werewolf, and can be upgraded to the 2nd-level elite unit Howler attack, 3 defense, 5 damage, 3 stamina, 6 talent, endurance Howler the 2nd-level elite unit of the Swamp Tribe attack, 4 defense, 6 damage, 3 stamina, 6 talent, endurance. Bloodthirsty War Howl short-term increase in the combat power of the werewolf. The strength of the werewolf is compared horizontally with other races of the same level, and it is not yet known where they are. But just looking at the attributes, he is a very good warrior. At least compared with the 1st-level peasants of the human race, he is much stronger. Although Yinxing now has dozens of peasants, he is no match for these 9 werewolves if they fight. Not to mention that there is a newly promoted 2nd-level elite Roarer among them. The Roarer is the one-eyed werewolf, who first challenged Steel Teeth and finally killed Steel Teeth with the help of his companions. According to the description of the Roarer, werewolves are not born swamp races. They separated from the Orc tribe and joined the Swamp Tribe. Although the werewolves are now integrated into the swamp environment, due to blood reasons, some werewolves will still awaken the roaring combat skills of the orcs. This kind of werewolf is a 2nd-level elite Howler. After the one-eyed werewolf advanced to a Howler, his body changed a lot. His body became more sturdy. His torso was an inverted triangle, and he had stronger upper limb strength. His appearance finally looked a bit like the werewolves in movies and TV series. "What's your name?" Yinxing stood in front of the one-eyed werewolf, and found that he was not much shorter than himself when he knelt on one knee. Reporting to the master, in the werewolf tribe, only advanced warriors are qualified to have a name. The one-eyed werewolf lowered his head, and did not look directly at Yinxing's eyes to express his sincerity. Yinxing said, "You are now a 2nd-level Howler, and you are qualified to have a resounding name. From today on, your name is Orf." Orf was very excited to get the name, and he thanked Yinxing. "Thank you for giving me the name. I will regard it as my highest honor and defend it with my life. I remember your oath. And I also think that you are a warrior who regards honor above all else. This weapon is not suitable for me. It needs a master like you." Yinxing put the werewolf flail back in Orf's hand and said, "I appoint you as the supreme commander of my werewolf army, which means I grant you the power." Chapter 24 Fully Armed. Although Yinxing only has 9 werewolves now, this does not prevent him from giving Orf a high official hat. The supreme commander of the werewolf army, no matter how many werewolves he is in charge of. Sounds very exciting. Looking at Orf again, he was even more excited, with tears streaming down his face. He stood up holding the werewolf flail, and faced the werewolves who had surrendered, raised the flail above his head, and howled at the full moon in the sky. All the werewolves also stood up together and howled. Yinxing was very satisfied with the morale shown by the werewolves. He was really afraid that the death of Gongya would be too much of a blow to them. Now, it's time to ask for information from the werewolves lurking in the group. Okay. Stop it. Yinqing stopped the howling werewolves and asked Eddie to bring some stools and a heavy box with the farmers. He then said to the werewolves, since you are all my warriors, you can no longer use the old broken weapons and armor. Come on. Look at the good stuff I prepared for you. Yinqing took out a full steel flail from the box. An iron chain was welded to one end of the steel pipe. And a fist-sized iron ball was welded to one end of the iron chain. And a circle of inch-long steel nails were welded to the iron ball. The combination formed a steel flail that was more lethal than the bone flail used by the werewolves before. And even the flail used by the big werewolf steel teeth could not compare to it. Even the attack power of the god-given werewolf flail may not be able to exceed this all-steel flail. However, the attribute bonuses and skills of the god-given weapons are not possessed by ordinary weapons. This batch of steel flails was welded by Yinqing in the building materials market. After all, he bought things in large quantities in the building materials market and got along well with some merchants. The materials for welding the flails are all ready-made materials. Yinqing is willing to pay. And the merchants just took out these things to attract this customer. As for what Yinqing does with these things, it is not their consideration. After all, the money in hand is the most real thing. When the wolves saw the steel flails in Yinqing's hands, all their eyes lit up. The swamp environment is humid. And the swamp tribe is backward in civilization. Iron is not only difficult to obtain, but also very difficult to preserve. The flail used by the second-level big werewolf is just a wooden stick with an iron lump, which will rust and become bumpy after a long time. The flail in Yinqing's hand, from the handle, chain and hammer head, exudes a bright metallic color, and the iron spikes on the hammer head give this weapon a huge deterrent power. The werewolves took the steel flail from Yinqing one by one, and the heavy grip meant that the material of the weapon was consistent with its appearance. Thank you for your gift, sir. The low-level werewolves did not understand the gorgeous words of praise, but the trembling voice expressed their mood at the moment more perfectly. One-eyed Orf looked at the steel flail made of all steel and the spiked hammer, and couldn't help showing envy. But after realizing that the werewolf flail in his hand was a divine weapon given to him by the Lord, he turned into full joy. The Lord said, "These are all my soldiers. All the werewolves who joined in are my soldiers." Orf knelt down to thank Yinqing with the wolves. Yinqing asked them to stand up and said, "Master, I have prepared more than just weapons for you. Eddie, pour out everything in the box." Eddie tipped the box, and everything in the box poured out. All of them were rectangular steel plates with a length of 10 centimeters, a width of 5 centimeters, and a thickness of 2 millimeters. And there were many small holes on the steel plates. If you have weapons, you must have armor. After all, there are only 9 werewolf warriors in the territory, and protecting them on the battlefield will increase combat effectiveness. But when Yinqing was looking for armor online, he found that those finished armors with a certain degree of protection were very expensive. And there were too many fancy things, and they were not suitable for the body shape of werewolves. If it was customized, it would definitely take time to wait for it to be shipped. So Yinqing thought about making armor by himself. The armor is made of individual iron sheets. The production process is simple, and the protection ability is also good. And the size can be freely changed according to the wearer's body shape. The steel plates used to make armor are ready-made things, and you only need to punch holes on them for threading ropes. Yinqing took up the steel plate and braided rope to demonstrate, and said to the curious werewolves, "These steel plates are used to weave armor, as armor to protect your lives. I think you must make it by yourself so that you can understand it and truly play its role." A noble reason concealed the fact that Yinqing was unwilling to spend more money. But the werewolves bought it. This is full metal armor, which was only owned by the leader of their original tribe. Now that I can get a set, of course, I have to weave it myself, and I must enjoy the process myself. All the werewolves grabbed the steel plates and braided ropes together, staring at Yinqing's hands like elementary school students, and carefully learned how to weave armor. Yinqing opened his phone and learned the downloaded armor knitting skills. Anyway, it was not for sale, so there was no need to consider the appearance, as long as it was knitted layer by layer. In order to help the werewolves knit the armor quickly, Yinqing also assigned a farmer assistant to each werewolf to assist them in wearing and adjusting the armor. Once a problem is found, it is solved immediately. For example, when Yinqing found that the inside of the armor might hurt the werewolf's fur, he immediately returned to the real world and bought some cotton sweatshirts at the night market. The sweatshirt is worn inside as an inner lining to effectively avoid the burrs on the edge of the iron sheet and make the armor more comfortable to wear. The armor is initially defined as half-body armor, focusing on the protection of the vital parts of the upper body. The style is similar to a vest, with the shoulders bearing the weight of the armor. Yinqing and the werewolves also tried to extend the protection of the armor to the arms. However, due to the limitations of technology and materials, the armor surface cannot fit tightly to the arm, which will only affect the flexibility of the arm and the coordination of the body. The protection of the legs can only be temporarily abandoned for these reasons. Fortunately, there is a set of half-body steel armor, which is more than one level higher than the linen clothes that the werewolves wore before. Moreover, Yinqing prepared more than just the armor for the werewolves. If there is armor, there must be a helmet. For the helmet that matches the armor, Yinqing chose the safety helmet worn by construction workers. The protective ability of the helmet is still limited, but as an inner lining, it fits the head and can be firmly fixed on the head. The flexible foam filling and hardness can effectively protect the head. Then, the helmet is used as the skeleton, and a layer of armor is woven on the outer layer to further improve the protective ability of the helmet. If there is time, the length of the armor can be increased to form a curtain around the helmet to increase the protection function of the neck. Chapter 25: The Broken Ear Tribe. Yinqing and the werewolves were weaving armor together. On the battlefield, swords and knives are blind, and saving one's life is the priority. At the same time, while weaving armor, Yinqing finally learned from the werewolves who he was about to face. This group of werewolves came from a werewolf tribe called Red Mud Wet Beach. The name of the tribe leader was Broken Ear, and there were about 200 werewolves in the tribe. Red Mud Wet Beach is located on the edge of the Thunder Swamp, and the resources are not abundant. A small wet beach is a bit stretched to support the Broken Ear tribe. Not to mention that there are other werewolf tribes that cross the border from time to time to steal food. They even invaded the Broken Ear tribe's territory bit by bit. Hunger has always troubled the Broken Ears tribe. In fact, most of the werewolf tribes are hungry. The richest places in the swamp are all occupied by the lizardmen. As natural swamp creatures, lizardmen are not only more suitable for the swamp environment than werewolves, but their physical fitness is also stronger than werewolves. Adult lizardmen are third-level creatures and can be upgraded to fourth-level blood crown lizardmen. As a race that migrated to the swamp, werewolves have been excluded by lizardmen. The inherent racial disadvantage also makes it difficult for werewolves to compete with lizardmen for control of the swamp. So the werewolves entered a serious internal role. This forced some werewolf tribes to go outside the swamp to find food. The werewolf patrol team of Gongya was also responsible for hunting prey on the grassland. As a result, they accidentally found this farmer recruitment building, the shed, but in the end, the prey was not caught. The shed was not defended, and the wolf pack was captured by Yinqing's design. For a tribe with only 200 people, the disappearance of 10 werewolves is definitely a huge loss. And these are all strong adult werewolves. This combat power cannot be easily made up. The Broken Ear tribe will definitely try their best to rescue these werewolves. And this farmer's shed. According to Orf, there is a werewolf recruitment building in their territory, the Advanced Wolf Nest, which has 8 werewolves available for recruitment every week, and can upgrade the first-level werewolves to second-level big werewolves. However, because the amount of God-given gold coins produced by the territory is too little, it is not enough to recruit werewolves in the wolf den, so the weekly recruitment quota is wasted. Now a farmer shed suddenly appears here. The human farmers have low combat effectiveness, but they can pay a tax of 1 God-given gold coin every week. As long as you control this farmer shed, you can accumulate God-given gold coins to recruit werewolves in the wolf den, so that the tribe will quickly become stronger. At that time, the Broken Ear tribe will not only be able to completely take control of the Red Mud Wet Beach, but also seize more territory. Whether it is rescuing the captured werewolves or robbing the farmer's shed, Broken Ear is determined to get Yinqing's territory, which cannot be easily resolved by negotiation. Orf's tone changed when he mentioned Broken Ear. Moreover, Broken Ear also had the power to recruit werewolves in the wolf den. Yinqing asked, "Is your chief Broken Ear a hero?" "My lord, our chief is a tamer. The 5 poisonous flies he tamed guard our red mud wetland. Like the knights of the human race, the tamer is a heroic profession of the swamp tribe. There are many kinds of monsters living in the swamp. Some of them are weak and are food for werewolves and lizardmen. Some are strong, but can be tamed by tamers. in order to compete for the control of the Windy Highlands. The human race, the elves, and the orcs fought for every inch of land in the highlands. But they did not set foot in the Thunder Swamp. It's not because they fear the uncivilized werewolves and lizardmen, but because they fear the magic beasts they tame. The poisonous flies that Orf mentioned are a kind of tamed magic beasts, and their strength can reach level 5. The poisonous flies have slender bodies and tails similar to dragonflies. Adults can grow to more than 1 meter. The poisonous flies fly quickly and are extremely agile, making them difficult to defend against when they attack. The attack power of poisonous flies is not great, but they can release paralytic toxins, causing the poison targets to lose a lot of combat power for a certain period of time. The tactics of the swamp tribe are also mostly implemented around poisonous flies. First, let the easy-to-hide poisonous flies set an ambush, and then attack at the right time and place, using flight and mobility to break through. The poisonous flies that enter the enemy's formation release toxins everywhere and cause chaos in the enemy. At this time, the other forces of the swamp tribe took advantage of the chaos to attack. The enemy was defeated in one fell swoop. After learning that Broken Ear was a heroic unit, a swamp tribe tamer and poisonous fly, Yin Xing was immediately glad that he did not waste time on this group of werewolves. Yin Xing was not afraid of a group of only 200 werewolves. The Broken Ear tribe also needed to defend the territory of the Red Mud Wetland, and it was impossible for them to bring the whole tribe to attack here. Because of the existence of the farmer shed, Broken Ear coveted the gold coins given by God, and it was impossible for him to ask for help from other werewolf tribes. There were 100 werewolves lurking around, which was Yin Xing's highest estimate. With trenches and protective walls, only 100 werewolves cannot attack. But the hero Broken Ear and the 5 poisonous flies he controls are the biggest variables in Yin Xing's territory defense system. The territory he built is ground to air, but not air to air. The open airspace is a no man's land for poisonous flies. If the air attack of poisonous flies cannot be suppressed, the territory defense is out of the question. And Broken Ear, he is a hero. How strong is he? Orf doesn't know. Anyway, none of their werewolf patrols are a match for Broken Ear. Yin Xing asked himself if he could fight a werewolf patrol alone? He definitely couldn't. In other words, at the highest combat power of both sides, his side is at a disadvantage. In fact, they were at a disadvantage in all aspects. If there was no emergency defense system, it would not be as simple as the loss of a farmer. There was no need to wait until dark. The wolves had already killed in front of them. Finally, when the armor was made, and the 9 werewolves stood in front of Yin Xing in full armor, Yin Xing asked Orf, "If I have to fight a war with your tribe, are you willing to kill your people for me?" Yin Xing's question made the werewolves, who were originally excited about wearing armor, suddenly quiet down, and the atmosphere became low. After a while, Orf looked up and said to Yin Xing, "Master, I beg you to let me talk to Duaner. I don't want my flails to hit my people. Nor do I want to see the chief of the Broken Ear lead his troops to destroy your territory." Yin Xing asked, "How sure are you that you can persuade Broken Ear to withdraw his troops?" Facing Yin Xing's gaze, Orf lowered his head and whispered, I'm not sure." Yin Xing smiled and said, "Not only are you not sure that you can persuade Broken Ear to withdraw his troops, you are not sure that you can come back alive." Orf continued to lower his head and replied, "Yes. I killed Steel Teeth and betrayed the tribe. The chief of the Broken Ear will definitely kill me. But I don't know how to resolve this dispute." Chapter 26, Waste of Natural Resources. Yin Xing looked at Orf and the other werewolves. The morale of his werewolf team was unstable and low. "If you join me, you can kill your own people without any burden. I dare not use you." After a while, Yin Xing said to his werewolf warriors, "In fact, I have no intention of causing too many casualties and creating irreparable hatred with Broken Ear." Orf looked up and asked, But Broken Ear Chief will never give up this farmer's shed easily." Yin Xing said, "Yes. He will not give up easily. And I will not give up easily. A battle is inevitable. But as long as Duaner knows that attacking my territory will cause him damage that he cannot afford, he will sit down and talk with me. If he is willing to talk, there is no conflict that cannot be resolved." Orf asked doubtfully, "There is only one farmer's hut, and it cannot be divided. How to solve it?" Yin Xing smiled and said, "Even if there are 2 farmers' huts, I will not share them with Duaner. In short, based on the basis of strength, I have a way to make Duaner agree to a ceasefire. As for you, I will try not to use you to fight with your tribe. However, if you are asked to fight, you must win. Can you do it? Yinxing said this. And the wolves answered together, we can do it. Okay. You are responsible for patrolling outside the protective wall and protecting the farmers working outside. Duan Er and his army are lurking nearby. Let them see you. Especially your armor and weapons. Yes, sir. Or fled the armed werewolves out of the protective wall. And the armor plates on their bodies rubbed against each other and made a clanging sound, which was very imposing. With the protection of the armored werewolves, Yinxing mobilized more farmers to Laohan's. More traps must be set before dawn tomorrow. Or werewolf warriors should be able to scare Duan Er and make him dare not launch a night attack. On the slope east of Yinxing's territory, several werewolves crawled in the grass and observed this strange camp in the moonlight. This place is in the downwind area at night, and is suitable for surveillance and ambush. When Yinxing rescued the farmers in the hut, he also chose this place. Among these werewolves, one of them was unusually strong, and his left ear was broken. He was Duaner. At this time, he was looking at the human territory in front of him in a daze. What are these things that surround the territory? Is it a net wall made of iron? Duaner has seen the walls of human territories. They are all high walls made of stones. Soldiers are allowed to patrol on them, and even carriages can pass through wide places. He has never heard of using iron nets to surround the wall. Iron is not something that can be easily obtained. Even the hill dwarves, who have the most advanced smelting technology, would not use iron so extravagantly. Not to mention that the swamp tribe does not know how to smelt iron at all. Broken Ear only knows that smelting iron is difficult. Very difficult. Seeing so much iron being used as a fence here, I was envious and jealous. And my eyes were drooling. All mine. As long as I break through this human territory, the farmer's hut and all this iron will be mine. With human farmers, I will have the God-given goal to recruit werewolves. With iron, I can forge weapons to arm my werewolf warriors. The red mud wetland will be truly under my control, and the surrounding werewolf tribes will surrender to me. But Duaner was not blinded by the immediate benefits. The human lord who could afford to build a wall with iron was definitely not a simple character. And Duaner also saw that the iron mesh wall was full of barbed wire. For the werewolves who lacked protection and had no offensive weapons, this seemingly simple wall was not easy to break through. If you want to capture this territory with the least damage, you must plan well. Just as Duaner was carefully observing the defense of the human territory to find a breakthrough, a werewolf guard beside him suddenly said, Chief, look, there are werewolves in the territory, and they seem to be protecting those human farmers. The human territory is not large, and there are bonfires everywhere, except for the places blocked by tents and some buildings. Most of the territory is clearly visible to the lurking werewolves. When the guard reminded him, Duan Er also saw the werewolf team coming out of the iron mesh wall. Under the light of the fire, the armor on the werewolves reflected orange light. The sound of iron sheets rubbing against each other was clearly heard by Duan Er. What a luxury! Luxury! Just a group of first-level werewolves. But they all wore iron armor. Too much iron can't be wasted like this. Where did this werewolf team come from? The captured peasant said that there was no other force in the territory except the peasants and the lords. Duan Er suddenly realized that the werewolves appeared in the opposite territory, which was the key point he needed to consider. It seemed that the farmer was hiding something. You continue to monitor. After Duan Er gave the order, he slowly climbed down the slope. Below the slope, a large group of werewolf warriors sat on the ground. They alertly pricked up their ears to pay attention to the movements around them, holding the flails in their hands and ready to fight at any time. In the middle of the werewolf group, a farmer was squatting on the ground trembling. There was no rope tied to his body, but he didn't dare to have any idea of escaping. Duan Er walked in front of the farmer. He didn't say anything, but picked up the shovel on the ground and looked at the shovel head carefully. I was still shocked when I first saw the shovel. The shovel head was not made of ordinary iron, but fine steel. The tool used by farmers to dig the soil was made of fine steel. What a waste of resources! Broken Ear stuck the shovel into the ground with his backhand, and the entire shovel head was completely submerged in the soil. If all the farmers in the territory used this kind of fine steel shovel, half of the 60 werewolves he brought this time would be worth it. Hey, human! You are very dishonest. Broken Ear squatted in front of the farmer, his fangs almost sticking into his face. You said there are only farmers in your camp. No warriors. Why did I just see 9 werewolves? If you continue to hide or lie to me, I will eat you slowly bite by bite. The farmer was frightened and his face turned pale. He squatted on the ground and tried to retreat. But the werewolf behind him held his shoulders. I didn't lie to you, the farmer said in horror. I really didn't lie to you. In the camp, except for our lord who is a knight, all the others are farmers. The werewolves you mentioned were caught by my master, and they are all locked in cages. Broken Ear didn't believe it, and he continued to threaten, you are still lying to me. Believe it or not. At this time, a werewolf hurried over and whispered to Broken Ear, Chief, the scouts monitoring the human camp in the south said, Steel Fang's wolf pack is not in the prison. They have surrendered to the human lord. What? How is this possible? Chapter 27. The chief wants to go all in. The slope where Duaner and the main werewolf force were hiding could not see the prison, and they did not know what was happening near the prison. But since they came to rescue the captured werewolves, they naturally had to find out where the Steel Fang wolf pack was imprisoned. So Duaner sent scouts to other directions of the human camp to determine the location of the Steel Fang wolf pack and then find a way to rescue them. But Duaner never expected that the news sent by the scouts was that the Steel Fang wolf pack had surrendered to the human lord. Duaner was unwilling to believe that his loyal warriors would betray him. But he just saw the werewolf patrol in the human camp, telling him that this was probably true. Traitors? We must catch them all and tear them to pieces on the red mud beach with our own hands. Let the piranhas eat their flesh and gnaw their bones. Feeling betrayed, Duaner walked to the top of the slope, staring at the werewolves patrolling in the camp in front with angry eyes. He raised his head and howled. The werewolves hiding behind the slope also howled together under the full moon. The sound broke the tranquility of the night and rushed into Yanxing's territory. All the working farmers were frightened and panicked, and some directly dropped their tools and fled into the protective wall. Orf and his warriors stopped patrolling and faced the direction of the wolf howl. That was a threat and a signal from the tribe. If he responded to the same howl, it would prove that he had not betrayed the tribe. Broken Ear immediately led the wolf pack to attack this territory, and then took it over with the help of the inside and outside forces. Orf did not hesitate on this choice, and he responded with a howl with his wolf pack. It was the sound of the wolf pack warning the invaders not to enter their territory. Damn traitor! Broken Ear confirmed the betrayal of the Steel Fang wolf pack, and became even more furious. He wanted to immediately launch an attack on the human camp and vent his anger with killing, but reason prevented him from making impulsive moves. The defense of the human camp ahead is very strange. Now there is another elite wolf pack joining us. The limited vision at night is not conducive to attack, and Duaner needs to understand the surrounding situation. After all, the human race has a huge force on the Windy Highlands, and it is necessary to determine whether there are other human camps or ambushes around. Wait until the scouts sent out at dawn come back, and then decide how to attack this human camp. Duaner stood on the top of the slope and took another look at the human camp surrounded by iron nets. Then walked down the slope and said to the wolf pack, this place is exposed. We will move immediately. You immediately return to the red mud wetland and transfer 50 werewolf warriors to support. The werewolf, who was named, was surprised and said, Chief, if you transfer another 50 warriors, our defense of the red mud wetland will be too empty. Once the surrounding werewolf tribes find that our elite warriors are not in the territory, they will definitely attack us. This time, Duaner has brought out 60 werewolf warriors, leaving the territory empty. If another 50 warriors are transferred to support, the remaining ones in the territory will be female werewolves and cubs. Of course, Duaner knows the risks of doing so, but this human camp is too tempting. He must use all the strength of the whole tribe to ensure victory with the least damage and the fastest speed. As long as he can plunder the farmers, iron and materials in the camp, his tribe can determine the dominant position around the red mud wetland, and then annex the neighboring werewolf tribes. Since it is a gamble, of course, all the chips must be put on the line to increase the chances of winning this war. I am the chief, and I cannot be disobeyed. The tone of Duaner made the werewolf named turn around and run into the night immediately. The wolf pack also quickly moved away from the exposed station under the command of Duaner. Yanxing listened to the wolf howl outside from the high pitch to the rapid stop inside the protective wall, and also saw the reactions of the human farmers and werewolf warriors in this emergency. On the battlefield, we really can't give too much hope to farmers, nor should we make too high demands on them. Farmers are not combat units after all. In order to protect this territory, we must upgrade the territory as soon as possible and build the second-level recruitment building for the human race. In the territory, Gosper is urgently building the village council hall with more than 20 farmers. This core building for the development of the territory has entered the final stage of capping. If we work overtime at night, the village council hall will be completely built tomorrow morning. With the village council hall and the farmer's hut, the militia dormitory and the militia training ground will be unlocked. In the militia dormitory, a certain number of human militia can be recruited every week. Militia is a second-level combat unit of the human race and is the basic warrior of the human army. Some farmers who meet the standards for promotion to militia can spend a certain amount of God-given gold coins to upgrade to militia in the militia dormitory. The militia training ground can provide basic combat training for peasants. Peasants who meet the promotion standards can be promoted to militia in the militia dormitory. Militia is not a strong fighter, but since it is a second-level combat unit, it is stronger than peasants and can fight against first-level werewolves. If the territory wants to develop and become strong, it cannot rely on 9 werewolves. After the wolf howl stopped, Yinxing, who did not see the wolf pack attack, turned to plan the land for the construction of militia dormitories and militia training grounds. There are also houses for peasants to live in. People cannot live in tents all the time. And solid buildings are also good defenses. Throughout the night, Yinxing's territory was making the final reinforcement for the territory defense system that had already taken shape. At dawn, Orf's wolf pack protected the farmers working outside, and all retreated to the protective wall. After dinner, everyone took a rest in batches to get enough energy for the attacks that might occur at any time. Accompanied by Gosper, Yinxing walked into the newly built village council hall. It cannot be called a village council hall now, without the recognition of the territory system. It is just an ordinary hall with a height of 3 meters. Because it was newly built, the walls were exposed bricks. The cement used for bonding had not yet dried, and the ground was just simply flattened land. Gao Sipa was very satisfied with the main house, and said to Yinxing excitedly, "Master, the bricks and cement you let us build the house with are really convenient. If we use stone and wood, just polishing it will not be a job that can be completed in one day. Now with the materials you gave us, the house is not only built quickly but also solid and beautiful. With the experience of building this house, we can be faster in the future." Now Yinxing doesn't care about how fast the farmers can build houses in the future. He only cares whether this main house can be recognized by the territory system. Open the territory system and select the construction of the village council hall. A building that meets the standards of the village council hall is found. Do you want to set it as the village council hall? Note: the village council hall cannot be changed after it is set. Seeing the prompt, Yinxing finally put down his worries. Select yes. Chapter 28 Alchemical Weapons. The village council hall is completed, and the corresponding territory buildings are unlocked. Please name your territory. This is how it feels to be a lord. Yinxing touched his chin and half tilted his head. He thought to himself that he must give his territory a name that is both majestic and unconventional, so that people can feel that the lord of the territory is very capable. It's called Eternity. My territory is called Eternity. Ha ha ha. Eternity Territory is named successfully. Eternity Territory Human Race. First Level Territory. Village Level Administrative Unit. Prosperity, 20 Popularity, 90. The Lord can obtain 20 God-given gold every week. The security index of the territory is low. Please upgrade the territory and add military buildings as soon as possible. Yinxing did not have time to read the territory introduction carefully. Now he has officially become a human lord with a territory, and has an industry recognized by the laws of this world. And outside the territory, there is a group of werewolves secretly spying on his property. The task of defending the territory is very heavy. Yinxing walked out of the primary meeting hall, and pointed to the land he had circled yesterday, and said to Gosper, "You should immediately take people to build militia dormitories and militia training grounds here. I will recruit the first batch of militia tomorrow morning. For the missing manpower, you can go to Lao Han's for it. I will be responsible for transporting the building materials, and will not delay your construction progress." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, Gosper immediately organized his own peasant construction workers. Yinxing found Eddie again, and asked him to select courageous peasants to gather together in the peasant shed. It takes 15 gold coins to recruit a peasant. After the militia dormitory is built, the recruitment price of the militia inside will definitely be more expensive than that of the peasants. Yinxing can't recruit a few militias with a few small coins in his hand now. But training peasants to advance to militia should save a lot of money. First find the peasants who are suitable for promotion to militia, and then focus on training them, which will be a good source of militia. When Eddie was in charge of guarding the werewolves, he found 7 strong farmers to serve as prison guards. Therefore, after receiving Yinxing's order, he immediately organized these 7 farmers, and together with himself, they became the reserve soldiers of 8 militiamen. Yinxing asked Eddie to lead these 7 farmers to weave armor for himself with the remaining steel plates, and asked Orf to send a werewolf to teach them some fighting skills. It is better to sharpen the spear before the battle, even if it is not fast. When Yinxing was organizing the defense of the territory, Lao Hans came with 7 or 8 half-grown children. Master, what are we doing? Now all the adult laborers in the territory are required by Gosper to build houses, and the remaining children with less strength are all handed over to Lao Hans. But Lao Hans saw that everyone was working, and he didn't want to just sit there. Yinxing pointed to the location of the truck and said to Lao Hans, "Call the werewolves outside, and then bring the children to find me there." "Yes, sir." The grassland in the wilderness is open, and the surroundings are visible under the sunlight. If something approaches the territory, it can't hide its whereabouts at all, so there is no need for the werewolves to patrol outside. After a while, Lao Hans, Orf brought the children and the werewolves to find Yinxing next to the truck. Yinxing had just unloaded a large package box from the truck. This was the express he picked up when he was pulling supplies and bringing breakfast in the morning. 100 sets of slingshots. Open the box, and inside are neatly stacked individual slingshot boxes. The box contains a bow frame, rubber bands, laser sights, and a small bag of iron marbles. Under the box, there are 1,000 sets of rubber bands and 10,000 marbles that Yinxing ordered extra. Yinxing opened a slingshot box and took out the bow frame. The bow frame is made of all steel, and the grip is designed to fit the hand shape and wrapped with a layer of bandage. The grip feels very good, and it is also easy to control the torque. The rubber band is flat and can be inserted into the toothed clamp groove of the bow frame, and then the nut is tightened to fix it. Looking at the width of the toothed clamp groove, Yinxing thinks that 2 layers of rubber bands can be stacked and stuffed in. This can increase the pulling force of the slingshot, increase the speed of the marbles, and thus increase the lethality. However, since it was the first time to use this slingshot, Yinxing only installed a rubber band. There are some scales on the bow frame of the slingshot, and beginners can use these scales to learn accurate shooting. Once you are proficient, with the assistance of the laser sight, you can shoot wherever you point. The laser sight is only the size of a number 7 battery, and can be nested in the specially designed slot of the bow frame. After installation, there is a red dot shooting point immediately when the switch is pressed, and the whole slingshot immediately becomes tall and majestic. Pulling the rubber band, it is a bit light for Yinxing's current strength, but it should be just right for farmers. After the slingshot was installed, Yinxing took out a marble and put it into the sling bag. He pulled the slingshot open with his hand and aimed at the iron fence in front of him. With a bang, the marble hit the fence, leaving a spark and a white dot on it. Although it did not hit the place Yinxing wanted to shoot, the power scared the children and werewolves watching. Is this a slingshot? But how powerful is a slingshot? The slingshot is actually the original form of the crossbow. However, due to the problems of material and manufacturing process, the lethality of the slingshot is very limited, and it has gradually become a toy for children and cubs to play with. But the slingshot in Yinxing's hand is definitely not the slingshot that humans and werewolves know. They all saw the power of the marbles fired from this slingshot just now. Shooting at unprotected flesh at close range will definitely leave a hole. Is this magic? Lao Hans couldn't help but exclaimed, "This must be alchemy. Judging from its appearance and its power, it must be an alchemical weapon carefully made by an alchemist." "Great, sir. With such a powerful alchemical weapon, you will surely scare your enemies on the battlefield." The slingshot in Yinxing's hand has a special beauty given by ergonomics, and the industrial standard production makes it look extremely sophisticated, so that the farmers and werewolves who are watching think it is an alchemical weapon. It must be rare if it is related to magic. But the peasants and the werewolves saw that the big box under Yinxing's feet seemed to be filled with all these alchemical slingshots. Could it be? Could it be? It's impossible. When Lao Han saw that his master actually threw the alchemical slingshot in his hand to him, he hurriedly caught it with both hands and held it to his chest. "Oh, master, I, I don't understand. Yinxing looked at Lao Hans, who was stuttering, and smiled. What's there to not understand? This is for you. Ah! Lao Hans felt dizzy. And the sky and the earth were spinning and spinning. Is this for me? Really for me? This is an alchemical weapon. A weapon that only heroes are qualified to use. I am just a second-level tax collector. Chapter 29: The Power of Slingshots. While Lao Hans was still trying to figure out a way out, Yinxing couldn't figure out what was so exciting about a slingshot that cost less than 100 yuan. Yinxing took out the slingshot boxes from the packaging box and threw them to the werewolves and the peasant children one by one. All the werewolves felt as if they had caught a heavy lead ball, and their feet shook unconsciously. Lao Hans could only see the monetary value of this slingshot, but as warriors, the werewolves could see its value on the battlefield. Although this alchemical slingshot may not be as good as an ordinary crossbow in terms of shooting distance and power, it is small in size and easy to carry and use. The werewolves are melee fighters, and their attack range is only the length of the flail. But once equipped with this alchemical slingshot, their attack range can be expanded to at least 40 meters. Moreover, the slingshot has a fast firing speed, and the marbles are small in size and can be carried in large quantities. It does not require long-term training like bows and arrows. All 9 of them use slingshots to shoot, and can easily form a barrage at medium distances and launch the first wave of attacks on the enemy. Even when it comes to close-range melee, suddenly taking out a slingshot and shooting a marble at the enemy's head can definitely make an enemy lose his combat effectiveness. In short, this alchemical slingshot with considerable lethality has a very strong deterrent effect on unarmored and lightly armored soldiers. For reference, other races have no heavy armor units in the basic troops that are in the low-level positions against werewolves. It is extremely rare for a lord like my master to equip low-level troops with heavy armor. Iron is not used to make walls anywhere else. Therefore, the werewolves who have added flexible attack methods at short and medium distances instantly establish an advantage over opponents of the same level. On the battlefield, the enemy dies and I live. No one wants to die. These slingshots are extremely important in the hearts of werewolves, and they are alchemical weapons, so the cost must be extremely high. We are just first-level werewolves, and one life certainly cannot buy one of these alchemical slingshots. The master actually gave us such a precious alchemical weapon. Orf knelt down with the wolves and shouted, Master Yinxing, generous and kind. Unlike the reaction of the werewolves and Lao Hans, the children did not have so many thoughts when they got these slingshots. When the werewolves and Lao Hans were shocked, moved and excited, the farmer children with strong hands-on ability had already assembled the slingshots in their hands. Take out the marbles and put them in the leather bag, and shoot them at the iron fence not far away. Don't play. Don't play. Yinxing gathered the children around him, and then poured out all the slingshot boxes in the box. Master, I will give you an important task. You are responsible for assembling all these slingshots and distributing them to the elders who are working. Each person has a slingshot, 3 rubber bands, and 100 marbles. You are responsible for teaching them how to use these slingshots. You will keep the rest of the things. If someone's slingshot is broken, you are responsible for repairing it. If it can't be repaired, you will replace it. Do you understand? I understand. Sir, the children are very curious about toys, like slingshots, and find them very fun. Now the Lord actually asked him to keep these slingshots, so he can just play with them casually. No. 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 Lao Hans, who had just woken up, almost fainted when he heard that Yinxing actually gave these alchemical slingshots to a group of children for safekeeping. He hurriedly stopped them and said, These expensive alchemical weapons cannot be kept by them. If they are broken, I don't know how much loss it will cause to you. Master, Yinxing said, didn't I tell you? If it is broken, repair it. If it can't be repaired, replace it. Play with it as you like. If you don't have it, ask me for it. Little ones, do you see those erected arrow towers? After the slingshots are released, you can climb up one by one. Practice shooting outside. I will organize a competition at noon. Whoever shoots the most accurately will be rewarded by me. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Children are playful by nature. When they heard that there would be rewards for playing well, they immediately lay on the ground, peeled off the packaging box of the slingshot, and installed it. Lao Hans fell into a dizzy state again, muttering, You can't play with alchemical weapons like this. The wolfmen also looked strange holding their slingshot packaging boxes. Our master is really too generous. So good to his subjects. Yinching said to the wolfmen who were still in a daze, "Don't stand there stupidly. Hurry up and assemble your slingshots. Test the pulling force. Test the accuracy. And see if they fit your hands." Yinching attached great importance to this only combat unit under his command, and wanted to know how much these slingshots could play in their hands. "Yes, master." Orf sat cross-legged on the ground with the wolfmen. Unlike the peasant children who forcibly tore open the slingshot box, they opened the box with a sense of ceremony and took out the parts one by one. They had just seen the installation steps of the slingshot, which was very simple. After installing a rubber band, the wolves tried the pulling force of the slingshot. "It's a little light." Then add another rubber band. Yinching, who became a hero and rose a few levels, also felt that a rubber band was a little light. So he picked up the spare rubber band, stacked 2 rubber bands, and inserted them into the clamp groove to tighten. Pull it again, much better. Put a marble in the leather bag. Pull it to the full, and shoot at the iron fence in front. The marble flew out, and hit the entire iron fence, and vibrated rapidly. Not bad. Not bad. Yinching was even more satisfied with the power of the slingshot with rubber bands. Hitting the vital points within a distance of 20 meters would definitely kill the enemy. Even if it hits a non-vital point, it can greatly reduce the enemy's ability to move. At that time, the werewolves can rush to the flail to solve the problem. At this time, the werewolves also followed suit and added a rubber band to their slingshots. Fire a volley of marbles, and the barrage hit the iron fence and created a spark. Very impressive. Yinching's werewolves were equipped with armor and steel flails, which had an absolute advantage over the werewolf warriors of the Broken Ear clan. They could win even in a one-on-one duel with the big werewolf. Now Yinching has equipped his werewolf warriors with slingshots, with the linen clothes that have no protection on the ordinary werewolf warriors. They must make certain sacrifices before getting close. According to Yinching's conservative estimate, Orf's 9 armored werewolves should be able to win against 20 ordinary werewolves. But this is not enough. Yinching was looking for something in the truck. At this time, Orf pointed to the laser sight on his slingshot and asked Yinching, "Master, what is this?" "Press it, and a red dot will appear in front of you. There is a laser sight switch on the handle of the slingshot. Press it, and the laser will shoot out." Yinching casually replied to Orf while carrying things, "This is called a laser sight. It is used to assist shooting. When you practice, shoot at the red dot. When you are proficient, you can use the sight to shoot wherever you want. I warn you, never use laser to shine on your own people's eyes. It will blind them." Lawrence, who had just woken up from his confusion, heard this and shouted, "Master, you actually enchanted this alchemical slingshot with a blinding spell?" "Master, this is a high-level enchanted weapon. Too expensive. How can we, with our worthless lives, use such a weapon? Only heroes are qualified to use it." Chapter 30. Then the equipment continued to shake. Lao-Hans fainted and fell to the ground before he finished speaking. The werewolves knew that the slingshots in their hands were enchanted with blinding spells, and they were also trembling with excitement. "Really? What virtue do we have? We are just a group of first-level werewolves. Wouldn't it torture our souls to use weapons of this level?" At this time, Yinching took another box from the truck and put it on the ground. He turned around and saw Lao-Hans lying on the ground. He asked Orf strangely, "What's the matter? Why is he lying on the ground? Why are you shaking? Are you sick?" Yinching was shocked to see that his werewolf warriors were all shaking there. "You can't get sick." Tears flowed from Orf's eyes, and his voice trembled. "Master, Lawrence fainted after receiving the advanced enchanted weapon you gifted. Orf felt that the slingshot in his hand seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He tried to control his emotions, adjusted his breathing and continued, "We never thought that there would be a day when we could release magic. We are a little excited and a little overwhelmed to receive such a heavy reward from you, Master." Hearing that the werewolves were shaking there because of a laser light, and Lao-Hans even fainted, Yinching's expression was strange, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. "Not really." Yinching patted the newly brought out packaging box and said to the werewolves, "Master, I have a lot of fun stuff. You are so excited about a slingshot. How can I give you the weapons in here? And the weapons for us?" Orf opened his mouth wide, as if it would be dislocated soon. Full steel armor, steel flails, high-level alchemical weapons, slingshots. Which one is not something that the werewolves dare not dream of? You have given us so much. And you still want to give us weapons. Since you said so, we have to keep shaking. Looking at his werewolf warriors shaking like dogs with distemper, Yinqing was a little afraid that if he continued to arm himself, he would destroy his only combat unit. Weapons. Should I send them out or not? Yinqing asked Orf for his opinion. Orf's teeth chattered. Master. Send them out. We can handle it. Then send them out. Since the werewolves felt that they could handle it, Yinqing was willing to give it a try. Anyway, they had already bought them, so they couldn't just put them in the warehouse. Yinqing opened the box and took out tactical vests from it and threw them to the werewolves. The large tactical vests just covered the armor on the werewolves. The military quality was strong and wear-resistant, and there were many pockets on it to store the slingshots and marbles that were sent out, as well as the equipment that Yinqing was about to send out. After Yinqing put on his tactical vest, he took out some spray cans and handed them to the werewolves one by one. When the werewolves didn't know what they had received, Yinqing picked up a can and said, "This thing is called anti-wolf." Suddenly, Yinqing realized it was a bit disrespectful to the werewolves to say that this was anti-wolf spray in front of a group of werewolves. After all, this wolf is not that wolf. If they ask why this thing is called anti-wolf spray, it will be difficult to explain. It may be racial discrimination and affect unity. So Yinqing changed his words and said, "This thing is called pain potion. See this lump that can be pressed? Press the hole on it towards the enemy's face, and your enemy will be attacked by the magic of pain, and lose the ability to attack. Aim at the eyes for better results." Wow! The wolves continued to get excited. Another alchemical item that can release magic. And it is a magic that can make the enemy lose combat effectiveness directly. My lord! Our hearts can't bear it. Try to release the magic inside later. Remember not to point it at your own people. Yinqing didn't intend to explain to the werewolves what was inside. Anyway, they thought it was magic. So it was magic. Yinqing inserted the anti-wolf spray into the pocket on the vest, and the werewolves also put away the pain potion with trembling hands. Seeing that the werewolves were shaking violently but could still stand, Yinqing took out a wireless walkie-talkie from the box. This thing is called a walkie-talkie. On the same band, communication within 10 kilometers can be achieved. Yinqing inserted the walkie-talkie into the right shoulder strap of the tactical vest, connected the earphones, and put them into his ears, and then continued to say to the werewolf, "Put this thing here." The earphones can listen to the information said by your companions in the walkie-talkie, and it can also transmit your words to your companion's ears. This is goggles. It can protect your eyes to a certain extent, and prevent the liquid from entering your eyes when you use the pain spray. This is a stun gun. Used at close range, the high-voltage electricity can instantly make your enemies incapable of action. This is a dagger. This is a baton. When the war came, Yinqing regarded the 9 werewolf warriors he had as treasures. All he thought about was how to arm them to the teeth with weapons and equipment, to increase their survival rate in the war, and to survive until the end of the war. Therefore, they were a little too strong in arming. One werewolf couldn't hold on and fell down, and another one couldn't hold on and fell down. Orf barely stood up and cried, "Master, an ordinary hero may not have such advanced alchemical equipment. We are first level and second level werewolves. How could you do this to us?" Orf didn't know if other heroes had these equipment, but his tribe leader Broken Ear didn't have any. Broken Ear only had a set of chain mail, which he carefully maintained every day and was reluctant to wear at ordinary times. Now his group of low-level combat units of the Swamp Tribe were wearing alchemical equipment, which was really too much pressure on the heart. Yinqing finally inserted the slingshot into the waist pocket of the vest and grabbed a handful of marbles and put them into the single bag. At this moment, he really had the momentum of an elite special forces soldier, looking at the 9 werewolf warriors in the territory. Except for one werewolf, who went to train the militia reserve. 4 of the 8 werewolves here collapsed. The ability to withstand pressure is a bit lacking, but at least no one fainted. The werewolves who fell to the ground had leg cramps. Unlike Lao Hans, who has not woken up yet, Yinqing said to the standing and sitting werewolf warriors, "In the eyes of your master, my soldiers are more important than any equipment. In my heart, your life is more valuable than all the equipment on you combined. Remember, in the war that the master wants to fight, your life is something you can only fight for when all equipment and means are ineffective. And you can only fight if the master asks you to." Master, Orf, and all the werewolves crawled on the ground and cried. Who would have thought that Yinqing said again, "Stand up. The equipment that your master prepared for you has not been distributed yet. Ah! Master! Still distribute. Chapter 31 Armed to the teeth. In the Eternal Territory. The werewolves were suffering and happy from the weapons they received. The working farmers received slingshots one by one, and then trained in batches. After Yinching distributed equipment to the werewolves, he drove the truck back to the real world. Several buildings started construction at the same time, and the consumption rate of materials increased greatly. He had to pull a few more trucks of bricks and cement as soon as possible to ensure the construction progress of the militia dormitory and the militia training ground. Fortunately, the Broken Ears tribe had not seen any traces of them since they howled once last night. It gave more time for the defense arrangement of the Eternal Territory. Duan Air knew that delaying time would be very disadvantageous to his side, but he still patiently waited for news from all directions. At noon, the scouts sent out came back one after another. They all brought good news. There were no signs of other human activities on the entire grassland, which meant that this human camp was an isolated army, without external aid. No matter how good the defense was, it would eventually be breached. Duan Air looked in the direction of the human camp. Leaving the slope with a good view last night, he could no longer clearly observe the human camp from his position. However, he had seen everything he should see, and the defense layout of the camp was in his mind. The defense of the human camp was divided into two levels. The outer trench belt is covered with a lot of thorny iron thorns, so the werewolves cannot jump over it directly. The best way to pass through is of course to lay wooden boards and rush through the trenches and iron nets directly. However, there are no trees on this grassland. From the red mud wet beach, the swamp tribe can't build a car, so they rely on the werewolves to pull it here, and it will take a day or two to get there. This time, Broken Ear has mobilized all the elites of the tribe, and must return before other wolf packs find that the red mud wet beach is empty. Therefore, a quick battle must be fought here, and going back to pull wood is not practical. Fortunately, the trench belt is not impossible to pass through. Although the passage is a bit tortuous and narrow, it can still be passed through if you are careful. Anyway, there are no archers in the human camp, and the peasants can't hurt many werewolves with stones. Duan Air conservatively estimated that his wolf pack could break through the trench belt if 10 werewolves were injured. Optimism means passing through without injury. After rushing out of the trench belt, they will face the iron mesh protective wall of the human camp. The iron thorns and thorns on it also make it difficult for the werewolves to climb over it easily, so they can only smash it hard and make a gap to rush in. This is the helplessness of the swamp tribe. Their own civilization level is low, and many weapons are made from local materials. They can't build vehicles or too complicated tools. The swamp restricts other races from entering, and also confines the swamp tribe. If Duan Air faced a serious human high-wall fortress, he would have taken a look at it last night and led his team home directly. And he couldn't rush up at all. Now he was only facing an extremely thin iron mesh wall, which he could definitely break open by force, as long as his wolf pack could rush into the human camp. With a group of peasants and 10 werewolves, they would be slaughtered if they faced his wolf pack. 30 werewolves were killed or wounded, which was Duan Air's most pessimistic estimate of this battle. For a tribe of only more than 200 werewolves, this casualty was not small. But the materials obtained would definitely improve the strength of the entire tribe by several levels. Duan Air thought about the shiny armor worn by the traitor yesterday, and was extremely envious. He was only wearing a chain mail, and because the swamp was humid, even if it was carefully maintained, some parts were still broken. I will personally strip those beautiful armors from the traitor's body. Chief, reinforcements have arrived. 50 werewolves from the red mud wetlands arrived, and all the scouts sent out were recalled. So far, Duan Air has 110 werewolves available, including 111 ST level werewolves and 10 second level big werewolves, and there are 5 poisonous flies lurking in the surrounding grass. The sun in the sky has already set. Duan Air ordered all werewolves to attack, use the most fierce attack, and rush into the human camp in the shortest time. Here I smell the aroma of meat emanating from the human camp, and we haven't eaten since last night. Hunger is the biggest motivation for werewolves to fight. On the battlefield, my food is the corpse of the enemy. Werewolves of the red mud wetland, I am your chief Broken Ear. Follow me, attack. Broken Ear raised the flail in his hand and roared, and the wolves responded with a group howl that formed a sound wave that rolled and spread on the grassland. The hidden werewolves all jumped up, roaring, waving the flails in their hands, and strode towards the human camp not far away. In Yinching's Eternal Territory, The sound of the wolf pack alarmed everyone. The children guarding the arrow tower shouted and pointed the direction of the wolf pack. Orf immediately led his subordinates, who were familiar with the equipment, to run to the nearest protective wall, and shouted into the intercom, "Master! Master! Broken Ear is attacking with the wolf pack." Yinxing's voice soon came out from all the intercoms. "Don't panic. I have seen them. Orf, you lead your wolf pack to face the main force of the Broken Ear wolf pack and guard behind the protective wall. Eddie and your people take over the arrow tower and replace all the children. Pay attention to our sides and back. Don't be ambushed. Gosper, you send out 16 people. Half of them go to the arrow tower, and the other half follow Orf. Lawrence organizes all the children who have withdrawn and is responsible for replenishing slingshots, rubber bands and marbles. Others continue to do your work. These werewolves don't even let us eat properly." Yinxing was busy transporting supplies to the territory for the whole morning. When they finally stopped to eat, the Broken Ear wolves chose this moment to attack. Yinxing climbed an arrow tower with a lunch box. The arrow tower was built with scaffolding, and there was a circle of iron sheets around the arrow tower. Looking down from the 4-meter-high arrow tower, you can see the wolves rushing over clearly. Yinxing gave several orders to his subordinates through the intercom, and then hurriedly ate, stuffing all the remaining rice and vegetable juice into his mouth. He took a bottle of water from a bundle of mineral water at his feet and gulped down the food in his mouth. At this time, Eddie, who was also wearing a tactical vest and a Ziploc jacket, climbed up from below with a farmer. After seeing the wolves rushing outside, both of them turned pale. Yinxing looked at the smoke and dust outside the territory, and the werewolves running in big strides, and was a little flustered. On the contrary, the werewolf warriors, who had already taken their positions behind the protective wall, were very calm, wearing tactical vests. Each pocket was bulging with various equipment prepared by Yinxing for them, wearing reinforced helmets and dust goggles, earphones in their ears, and flails on their waists, holding slingshots in their hands. The fangs exposed at the corners of their mouths were polished by dog grinding sticks to a shiny shine, reflecting cold light. They were truly armed to the teeth. Chapter 32 Trench Zone. The performance of the Orf wolf pack greatly stabilized the morale of the territory. Yinxing used his hero's skill encouragement appropriately to improve the morale of his army again. After the initial panic, all the peasants entered their respective positions under the command of Lao Hans, Gosper, and Eddie. The main force of the Eternal Territory concentrated on fighting the rushing Broken Ear wolf pack. But the attacking wolf pack did not put all its strength on the frontal breakthrough. While running, they automatically divided into 11 teams and continued to spread out to the 2 wings. For teams of werewolves respectively encircled and detoured the Eternal Territory on the left and right. They would deliberately make a bigger noise and raise more smoke and dust to attract the defenders, to send more defensive forces to other directions. The lack of available warriors is indeed Yinxing's biggest headache now. He only has 9 werewolves, so he definitely cannot split his forces. He can only ignore the attack of the Broken Ear wolf pack on the flank of the territory, and leave those 2 directions to the defense system and several arrow towers on the flanks. Anyway, the territory is so small, so give priority to the front, and it won't be too late to provide support when there is a crisis in other places. Get ready to shoot. Yinxing took out a marble from the bullet bag and put it into the leather pocket of the slingshot, and pulled the rubber band towards the wolf pack rushing in front. The werewolves and farmers, who heard the order, also pulled the slingshots in their hands together. The Broken Ear wolf pack approached quickly, but the trench belt in front of them forced them to slow down. The trench was 2 meters wide, which was no jumping ability for the werewolves. But on the other side of the trench was a 2-meter-high iron fence. The iron fence and the trench were all wrapped with iron ropes with thorns. The irregular barbs made people shudder just by looking at them. The awareness of danger made the brave werewolves dare not touch them. The attacking werewolves slowed down in front of the trench and then diverted to the nearby passage. At this time, the werewolves were only 30 meters away from the protective wall, and the power of the slingshot was enough to effectively damage the werewolves. But Yinxing did not order to shoot. He waited for all the werewolves to enter the trench. All 3 trenches have front and back passages, but they are not straight. When a werewolf enters the trench, it must move sideways to reach the intersection ahead. All roads in the trench only allow 1 werewolf to pass. On one side of them is the second trench covered with barbed wire, and on the other side is an iron fence wrapped with barbed wire. The werewolves must be careful when walking through these passages. Otherwise they may fall into the trench or hang on the iron fence. Yinxing watched the werewolves enter the trench one by one very patiently, and then watched them find a way through the second trench like walking through a maze. After the last werewolf entered the trench, "Shoot!" Yinxing shouted loudly, and took the lead in shooting the marbles. Then, behind a protective wall, on the arrow tower, the sound of pop, pop, pop became one after another, and the marbles shot out formed a barrage, and shot towards the werewolves in the trench belt in front. Some of the marbles hit the iron fence of the trench belt, knocking out sparks. Some of the marbles passed through the gaps in the iron fence. The werewolves passing through the trench belt were in a dense formation, and they were also arranged horizontally in front of the territory defenders. The marbles hit the werewolves' bodies, which was not fatal but very painful. The sparks picked up by the side, and the marbles whizzing past them also caused a lot of psychological pressure on the werewolves. In panic, some werewolves missed their steps and fell into the trench beside them, and some werewolves were caught in the close of the barbed wire net on the iron fence. The trapped werewolves were eager to get rid of it, but the direction of the iron spikes on the barbed wire net was chaotic. As a result, the more they struggled, the deeper they would be stabbed, and the tighter they would be entangled. Blood flowed out, and the hooked werewolves wailed in pain. Some werewolves hurried to rescue their hooked companions, but they did not help at all except tearing their companions' wounds even bigger. At this time, pieces of iron marble shot over again, wave after wave. The shooting speed was far faster than the crossbow. The uninterrupted attack made the werewolves trapped in the trench area unable to move forward or backward, and they could only choose to squat on the ground with their heads in their hands. Although it hurts to be hit by these iron marbles, it is better than falling into the trench. Go. Don't stay here. Go. Rush over. Duan Er, who was also in the trench area, saw his soldiers being suppressed in this narrow and dangerous area and shouted loudly. At this time, he saw the weapons used by the defenders of the human camp. Is that a slingshot? Duan Er couldn't figure out how a slingshot could be so powerful at such a long distance. But he knew that if he didn't let his soldiers leave the trench area as soon as possible, there would only be more casualties. However, the marble shot from the human camp were too dense, and the unprotected werewolves could only protect their heads first. If you can't see the road clearly, you will naturally fall down easily. If you are hit in the leg by the marbles, you will fall directly into the trench. In a short time, more than 10 werewolves fell into the trench. There are also many werewolves hanging on the iron fence, blocking the way for the werewolves behind. The trench belt has become an insurmountable gap, and the werewolves trapped inside have become live targets for the territory defenders to attack at will. Yinxing, who was commanding the battle on the arrow tower, didn't expect that the trench belt he designed and laid would be so powerful. Looking at this situation, it seems that the broken-eared wolf pack can't even break through the first line of defense of the territory, and they will be completely destroyed by themselves. It's a pity that I was so worried before the war and prepared so many weapons. But where are the broken-eared poisonous flies? If he doesn't release the poisonous flies now, he won't have a chance in a while. Yinxing scanned the battlefield and the sky above his territory. This is not a swamp environment. The grassland has a wide field of vision, and there are not many places to sneak. The poisonous flies are so big that it is not easy to get close with so many eyes watching. The broken-eared wolves are trapped in the trench and do not pose a threat. The only surprise force that can turn the tide of the battle is the 5 poisonous flies. But just when Yinxing focused his attention on the air, several yellow lights suddenly appeared in the trench. Then Yinxing saw that several werewolves were covered with a layer of soil, and the soil layer turned into a stone armor after the yellow light penetrated. What's going on? Aren't werewolves supposed to be light infantry combat units? Why are they suddenly wearing armor? Is this magic? Yinxing knew that magic existed in this world. Some of the items he brought were also considered by his subordinates to be magic alchemical weapons. But Yinxing knew what those were, and they had nothing to do with magic. Now in front of him, the soil automatically covered the werewolf's body and turned into stone armor. Magic. Yinxing's eyes were full of enthusiasm. This is something that must be learned. Chapter 33 Stone Skin Body Protection. This was the first time Yinxing saw magic in this world. Its magic showed Yinxing the power under another rule. At the same time, Yinxing also saw the werewolves covered in stone armor directly crossing the trench and throwing themselves on the iron fence behind the trench. With the protection of stone armor, the barbed wire net could not cause them any harm. They grabbed the iron fence and shook it desperately, knocking it down and lying on it. The next trench was done the same way. The trench belt was actually opened by the werewolves. The werewolf warriors, who were originally trapped inside, jumped up quickly in the shouting of the broken ears. They stepped on the bodies of their werewolf companions wearing stone armor and rushed out of the trench belt. Yinxing was lying on the arrow tower and asked Orf loudly, "What is this? Is it magic?" Orf replied loudly, "My lord, this is the stone skin protection in the earth magic. Our swamp tribe's animal trainers all know some magic." "Animal trainers all know magic?" Yinxing was stunned for a moment and shouted, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "My lord, you didn't ask. Besides, the magic that the Broken Ear clan leader knows and the magic that you know are really too different. It's really too big. Your lord doesn't know magic at all. I was careless. I was always thinking about how to arm the werewolf warriors, and forgot to ask Broken Ear's strength. I didn't expect that this guy could also know magic. Why would you, a beast tamer, learn magic?" But the current situation does not allow Yinxing to think about anything else. The attacking werewolves have broken through the trench area and rushed towards the territory's protective wall. If Duan Air puts a few more stone skin armors on the werewolves to wear stone armor, the barbed wire net on the protective wall will not have much effect on them. However, since Duan Air was forced to release magic in the trench area, he should not be able to release magic casually. It must consume magic power. He dare not use magic recklessly, which also means that Duan Air's magic power is not high. Yinxing breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. If Duan Air's magic power is enough to apply a stone skin armor to each werewolf, this battle will not have to be fought. Don't panic. Hold on. Keep shooting. Yinxing once again encouraged the farmers, who were shaken by the werewolves. Orf and his wolf pack kept shooting at the invading werewolves with slingshots. As the invading werewolves approached, the power of the marble shot out was increasing. The power of the layered rubber band slingshots used by Orf and his pack began to become deadly. The affection for the tribe made these werewolves, who had pledged their allegiance to Yinxing, move their attacks to the legs of their own tribe. This move undoubtedly strengthened the arrogance of the invading werewolves. They ran faster and picked up stones from the ground to throw back. And soon several farmers were injured. The iron sheet wrapped around the outer part of the arrow tower was also smashed and made a loud noise. The attacked peasants became cowardly again. Alas, they were not combat units in the first place, and it was good enough that they could hold on until now. In order to avoid casualties among the peasants, Yinxing asked the peasants behind the protective wall to retreat. Using the arrow tower and Orf's wolf pack, they continued to use slingshots to block the attacking werewolves. But the firepower was obviously much smaller. The werewolves thought they were on the verge of victory and rushed towards the protective wall at full speed. Duan, who was following behind, also released the magic stone skin body protection at the right time. At this time, Yinxing, who had been staring at Duaner, finally saw how the magic was released. Broken Ear seemed to recite a spell, and then a yellowish-brown ball of light condensed in his hand. Then he pointed at a charging werewolf and released it, and the ball of light shot out from his hand. The ball of light hit the werewolf, and the magic effect contained in it was released immediately. Under the werewolf's feet, the soil quickly covered his whole body from his feet upwards, like quicksand. After wrapping his head, the quicksand instantly solidified into a set of solid stone armor. At this moment, the weight of the stone armor slowed down the werewolf's speed and greatly improved his defense. The werewolf, blessed with defensive magic, let out a warlike howl, ready to cross the trench in front of the protective wall and use the same trick to knock down the protective wall. But the running werewolf in stone armor paused and fell straight forward to the ground, falling flat on his face. Other werewolves who were running and charging were also hit when they approached the protective wall. Some were tripped by the buried barbed wire nets, and some stepped directly on the iron spikes and cried with their feet in their arms. Broken Ear, who was supervising the battle from behind, was anxious and heartbroken. After dividing the troops into two wings, Broken Ear led 70 werewolves to attack from the front. He pessimistically estimated that 10 werewolves would be injured in the trench area, but he was hit by a slingshot, and nearly 30 werewolves were trapped in the trench area. Now more than 10 werewolves were injured by the trap. Most of the werewolves who attacked the front with him were injured before they even touched the enemy's protective wall. There is really no retreat. All the injured werewolves are entangled, and retreating means abandoning them. Although I don't know what the battle situation is in the other two directions, based on my experience in the trench zone, the 40 werewolves attacking from the flank are probably not much better. without most of the elite werewolf warriors. How can he defend the red mud wetland when retreating? Other werewolf tribes will kill them in an instant. Therefore, for Duanair, he must break through this human camp. Only by winning can we rescue those trapped subordinates. The enemy has only 9 werewolves, and we still have the advantage. Duanair whistled to urge the werewolves to continue attacking, and at the same time prepared to use the last magic power to release a few more stone skin body protection magic. We must break through the enemy's protective wall as soon as possible. As long as we rush in, we will win. Yinxing squatted on the arrow tower, hiding behind the iron wall, with only his eyes exposed to observe the situation outside. He quickly shot the marbles when he saw the opportunity, and then squatted down quickly. The iron wall was hit by the stones thrown by the werewolves, and occasionally hit Yinxing's helmet exposed outside. Duanair started to perform magic again. He chanted something, and the magic beam appeared and expanded in his hand. How could Yinxing let him bless a few more stone armor werewolves? So when he saw Duanair showing signs of casting a spell, he stood up, pulled the rubber band to open the laser sight, and shot a marble at Duanair. Duanair, who was releasing magic, first felt a beam of red light shining over, and then his head was hit hard. Pain. Buzzing pain. It seeped from the forehead to the whole body. The spell that was gathering instantly dissipated into a starlight and disappeared. He touched his head again, and saw a big lump growing where he was hit. It actually hurt me, Duanair yelled in anger. But when he saw another red beam shining over, he quickly shut up and dodged. With a snap, a marble shot onto the ground where he had just stood, splashing a small cloud of dust. Yinxing stared at Duanair, facing this werewolf, who kept jumping left and right to evade. He didn't need to shoot marbles, but used laser beams to continuously shine on him. Duanair didn't dare to stop and cast spells. Chapter 34. You have a plan. I have a ladder. The big werewolf, with a layer of stone armor on his body, climbed up from the ground. A marble hit his body. Only sparks and some stone chips. The trap did not cause much damage to him. Seeing his companions being blocked outside the protective wall and beaten in a very embarrassing way, the big werewolf jumped over the trench outside the protective wall and climbed on the barbed wire with both hands. He shook the barbed wire desperately, and at the same time shouted loudly to the werewolves behind the protective wall, "Traitors! You traitors who betrayed the tribe! After I go in, I will tear your flesh off piece by piece." Before the big werewolf finished his harsh words, he saw the traitor, who was wrapped tightly in armor, take out a small jar from his pocket. Then, the jar sprayed a cloud of misty water droplets on him. The stone armor that the stone skin body protector gave the big werewolf could not protect his eyes. When the water mist rushed into his eyes, the pain brought by the intense burning sensation made him forget all other feelings in an instant. He screamed as if he was experiencing the cruelest punishment in the world. The pain made him let go of his hand holding the barbed wire and cover his face. Then he rolled into the trench below. The screams of the big werewolf disturbed the morale of the werewolves. They didn't know what kind of attack the big werewolf had encountered. But the big werewolves with stone skin protection couldn't get close to the wall full of iron thorns. They, who were only wearing linen clothes, couldn't get down after getting stuck on it, and throwing stones to fight back was ineffective. The peasants on the arrow tower hid in the iron cage. The werewolves behind the protective wall had their lower bodies protected by the earth wall, and their upper bodies were wearing armor and helmets. There was no reaction at all when the stones hit them, but the marbles shot from the slingshots in their hands hit them. It really hurt, and there were traps everywhere. In a short time, more than a dozen werewolves fell. If they can't break through the protective wall, the elite of the Broken Ear tribe will be wiped out here. At this time, a buzzing sound came from the air. Broken Ear, who was chased around by Yinxing with a laser beam, finally used his strongest force. Although now is not the best time to use poisonous flies. There is no time to wait. 5 poisonous flies fell from the sky and dived towards the werewolf warriors behind the protective wall. The rapidly vibrating wings made a sound similar to that of a helicopter propeller. And as they dived, the sound became louder and louder. The target of the poisonous flies is naturally the werewolf traders in this human camp. They are the only army in this territory, and it is their defense that caused the Broken Ear tribe to suffer heavy losses. As long as these werewolves are killed, the war will be won. The poisonous flies dived, and their dragonfly-like tails bent forward, revealing the spikes at the end of the tail. The spikes contain paralytic toxins, and just a little bit could weaken the werewolves. Then, they could bite with their pincer-shaped mouths and easily kill the werewolves. Yenshing, who discovered the appearance of the poisonous flies, could not help but become nervous. This was a 5th level combat unit of the swamp tribe, while the werewolves were only 1st level, and Orf was only a 2nd level elite howler. Facing the enemy head-on, these 9 werewolves were definitely no match for the 5 poisonous flies. If the weapons that he had specially prepared for the poisonous flies did not work, then all his preparations for this war would be in vain. At this time, Orf and his warriors stood in a line behind the territory's protective wall. They were about 2 meters apart, and they quickly used slingshots to shoot to prevent the attacking werewolves from approaching. The werewolf's sensitive hearing caught the sound from above. Without looking up, Orf knew that the Broken Ear chief had finally sent out 5 poisonous flies. This was the biggest reliance of the Broken Ear tribe to protect the Red Mud Wet Beach. It was precisely because of the existence of these 5 poisonous flies that the neighboring werewolf tribe did not dare to invade the Red Mud Wet Beach too much. Poisonous flies are coming. Prepare to fight. Orf gave orders to the fighting werewolf warriors through the intercom. Yenshing also gave the same order. All farmers hide immediately. All arrow towers prepare for air defense. The farmers quickly hid in the village council hall and the nearby tents. And Yenshing also squatted and shrank into the arrow tower. Eddie picked up an iron can and aimed it at the sky. 4 of the 9 werewolves gave up attacking the enemies outside the protective wall and picked up an iron can from the ground. The iron can was clearly written with a certain brand of powerful spray insecticide powerful to kill flies, mosquitoes, and cockroaches. This is the weapon Yenshing prepared specifically for poisoning flies. Poisoning flies has the word fly in it, so it should be related to flies. Even if there is no connection, it is still an insect. This insecticide is a neurotoxin specifically targeting insects, and it can even kill cockroaches, which are small cockroaches with strong vitality. Use it to spray poisonous flies. Even if it can't kill them, it can interfere with their attack. Anyway, it's better to try it out. As long as the mobility of the poisonous flies can be restricted, they will not be a threat. Yenshing grabbed the fishing net that was placed in the arrow tower in advance with both hands, and carefully looked out to observe the situation outside. 5 poisonous flies abandoned the farmers, who were hastily looking for cover in the territory, and rushed directly to Orf's wolf pack. Their wings vibrated faster, and their bodies could move horizontally up and down and left and right during the sprint, which fully exerted the maneuverability of insects. When rushing to the top of the werewolves, the poisonous flies turned at a large angle and drew a zigzag line in the air, and the poisonous needles stretched forward to the exposed fur of the werewolves. The angle is tricky and difficult to guard against and avoid. It is worthy of the status of the 5th level creature in the swamp. But the enemies they faced this time were not the enemies they had faced before, and the weapons they used were not the weapons they had encountered before. Spraying powerful insecticide. The high air pressure in it can quickly and evenly sprinkle the liquid in the air. The werewolves and the farmers in the arrow tower sprayed the insecticide together, and a fog curtain was formed in a short time. The fog curtain was full of neurotoxins targeting insects. This is a special insecticide developed based on the continuous updating of the drug resistance of insects on Earth. It is not so toxic to mammals, but for the poisonous flies that encountered this targeted poison for the first time, it was really like a club hitting them on the head. The neurotoxin took effect very quickly. When the poisonous flies were just touched by the insecticide spray, their nerve centers were poisoned first, and they lost their sense of direction instantly. The 5 poisonous flies stumbled and flew like drunks, and the spread of the toxin was paralyzing their movements. But they were too big, and the dosage of the insecticide seemed not to be able to kill them directly. However, Yenshing saw that the insecticide was effective, and he didn't take the opportunity to beat the drowning dog. Seeing the right opportunity, Yenshing stood up from the arrow tower and threw out the fishing net with all his strength to cover the poisonous flies that had no idea of evasion. The wolves and the farmers in the arrow tower also threw out the fishing nets together. The 5 poisonous flies did not cause any casualties, and they were all caught without missing a single one. The Broken Ear outside and the remaining wolves were dumbfounded. Chapter 35 Broken Ear surrenders. The wolves didn't understand how 5 level 5 poisonous flies were caught in the fishing net. If the poisonous flies could be subdued so easily, would they still be worthy of being the tactical core of the swamp tribe? But the fact before Broken Ear was like this. He didn't know what the poisonous flies had encountered in the human camp, but he clearly saw that the large nets easily caught all his poisonous flies. How can we fight this? Broken Ear was stunned, and the wolves were stunned. Soon, The marble shot out from the protective wall woke them up again. At this time, Broken Ear's wolf pack had no morale. Although they didn't know what attack the poisonous flies had encountered. The power that could easily defeat 5 poisonous flies was simply not something they could resist. They couldn't even climb over the protective wall in front of them. Retreat? Where could they retreat to? Duaner had gone all in. If they were defeated, the red mud beach would surely be the enemy of other tribes. But if they didn't retreat, would they just wait to die here? At this time, Duaner saw the gate of the human camp suddenly open. And the werewolves who betrayed him actually rushed out from inside. They were wearing very advanced equipment at first glance. Even their eyes were protected by transparent crystal eye masks. And their teeth were shining coldly. These fully armed werewolves charged with black short sticks in their hands. Shouting, "Master Yinching, treat the prisoners well. Raise your hands to surrender. And you won't be killed if you hand over the shackles." At this time, the werewolves of the Broken Ear tribe had lost their fighting spirit and stood there in a daze. Some threw away the flails and raised their hands, while others were still in a daze. They were poked with electric batons by the werewolves of the Orf wolf pack and fell to the ground with convulsions. Wherever he went, no one could match him. Soon, Orf led his men to surround Broken Ear. The werewolves bared their teeth in protest. The Orf wolf pack was afraid of Broken Ear's force. And Broken Ear was also afraid of the alchemical weapons in the hands of the Orf wolf pack that were flashing with electric sparks. Who is the owner of this human territory? Not only did they give them all steel armor, but a werewolf even gave them an alchemical weapon containing lightning magic. Too extravagant. Too wasteful. Traitor. The surrounded Broken Ear still showed the majesty of the tribe leader. "You betrayed your tribe." Orf retorted, "If we betrayed the tribe, we would now use steel flails instead of this alchemical weapon that only has the effect of lightning paralysis. Chief, you are still the tribe leader we respect. But at this moment, we have pledged allegiance to my master. We don't want a war between you." But the war has already happened. Thinking of the loss of the tribe, Broken Ear couldn't help but despair. The Broken Ear tribe in the red mud wet beach is about to be exterminated because of you. Orf said, "If the Broken Ear tribe is exterminated, it is also because of your greed. This is not the swamp. And the huts and farmers here do not belong to you. You should thank Master Yinching for his kindness. Although you offended him, he still extended a hand of peace to you. Look around you. We are fully capable of killing all invaders. It is Master Yinching's kindness that you and other werewolves are still alive." Broken Ear looked around. Although this war was very fierce, no werewolves have died so far. Most of the werewolves were trapped by iron thorns and could not move. But they were still alive. But if it was delayed, some werewolves would definitely die from excessive blood loss. "You want me to surrender? Surrender to you traitors." Seeing that Broken Ear was still so stubborn, Orf shouted, "Don't surrender to us. Surrender to Master Yinching. And we are not traitors. You are still alive now because we work for Master Yinching. Look at what Master Yinching equipped us with. He is a powerful hero. And he has 100 ways to kill you. Now is your last chance. Do you want to see the Broken Ear tribe really perish? Do you want to see the red mud wetland you guard taken away by other tribes?" Orf's words touched Broken Ear's most sensitive nerve. The injured werewolf can still be rescued. If this human master is willing to let us go back to the swamp, then the red mud wetland can still be defended. "How will Master Yinching deal with me?" Broken Ear asked. Orf replied, "I don't know. This requires my master to judge your crimes. I believe that the merciful master will give you the most merciful judgment." Broken Ear has no better choice. These 9 werewolves equipped with alchemical weapons are not easy to deal with. Not to mention Master Yinching in the human camp, who can easily subdue 5 poisonous flies. Today, I really kicked the iron plate. It was greed that blinded my eyes. On the other hand, can a human lord, who can use iron nets as a fence, be dealt with by a small werewolf tribe on the edge of a swamp? Surrender? There is still a glimmer of hope. If not, the tribe will really be exterminated. Okay. Broken Ear threw away the flails, took off the chain mail on his body, and threw it on the ground. "I surrender. Please save my wolf pack as soon as possible. Please rest assured, tribe leader. They are also our partners." Orf put away the electric baton and walked forward. Took out the rope and tied Broken Ear tightly. "Sorry, tribe leader." Broken Ear surrendered. And the remaining werewolves in the other 2 directions also surrendered one after another. After winning a great victory, Yinching immediately sent farmers out to rescue the werewolves in Broken Ear's tribe. Then he took off his armor, changed into clothes, and drove a farm tricycle back to the real world. Soon, he walked into Shuji old store humming a little tune. Adley saw Yinxing coming before dinner time and greeted him warmly, saying, "Xiaoyan, you are so happy. You must have made a fortune. You came so early today. Don't you want to reward the brothers who work with you?" Yinxing, who had won a great victory, was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Adley, you are really good at judging people. Although it is not a fortune, it is also a happy thing. Today's dinner is an extra meal. Please take the trouble to prepare more dishes for 150 people. And prepare steamed buns for 200 people." Yinxing paid first, and then ate at Shuji old store. The more people ate, the more money he made. Adley laughed and said, "No problem. I'll prepare dinner for you right away, with guaranteed quality and quantity. Xiaoyan is really a big business." And suddenly there are so many more workers. Yin walked to the counter, picked up a small piece of beef from the pot with chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. They are all temporary workers, and they will leave after they finish their work. "Adley, do you have time to make me a few more exquisite dishes? I will entertain their leaders. If you don't have time, I will go to the nearby hotel to order." "I have time. I have time," Adley hurriedly said. "The skills of our Shuji old store are no worse than the chefs of the hotel." "Xiaoyan, don't worry. Adley will definitely make you face in front of those leaders. Then I'll leave to you, Adley, for today's dinner." Chapter 36, Getting Rich. After arranging dinner for today, Yinxing left Shuji old store. First he went to the pharmacy to buy some Yunnan Biao and bandages. Then he found a pet hospital and bought some antibiotics. Almost all the captured werewolves were injured this time, and the wounds caused by the barbed wire net were different from those caused by ordinary knives. They must be treated with medicine to prevent minor injuries from becoming major injuries and eventually causing a large number of deaths. In fact, from the beginning, Yinxing did not want to take on too deep a grudge with the swamp tribe. After all, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. His territory is so close to the swamp. If he is always on the alert to prevent the swamp tribe from retaliation, how can he develop his territory? How can he make money? Yinxing's purpose of building the eternal territory is very simple. That is, to make money in the future without doing anything. As for the racial disputes, love and hatred in your world, what does it have to do with me? Therefore, it is most important for Yinxing to make the newly acquired territory have a stable development environment. The Red Mud Wetland controlled by the Broken Ear clan is very close to the Eternal Territory. Today he wiped out the Broken Ear clan, and the Red Mud Wetland will naturally be filled by other werewolf tribes. In the war in the direction of the swamp, they can lose countless times. If Yinxing loses once, he will lose all his assets here. Therefore, Yinxing did not use lethal weapons such as gasoline and Molotov cocktails in this war, but tried to preserve the strength of the Broken Ear clan as much as possible on the basis of winning. By showing off their muscles and strength, they finally achieved the goal of cooperating with the Broken Ears tribe. With the friendly Broken Ears tribe controlling the Red Mud Wetland, there is a buffer zone between the Eternal Territory and the swamp. The Broken Ears tribe blocked the threat from the swamp tribe if they could. Even if they couldn't, they could report it and prevent the Eternal Territory from being attacked by the enemy. In short, the Broken Ears tribe can't lose much strength because of this war. And all the injured werewolves must be treated as soon as possible. Nutritional supplementation and medication. Two-pronged approach. After buying the medicine, Yinxing bought several hundred kilograms of bulk dog food, some water and other miscellaneous items, and then drove the agricultural tricycle loaded with goods back to the Eternal Territory. Seeing the master coming back, Orf immediately came and asked cautiously, "Master, how do you plan to deal with the chief with broken ears?" Yinxing jumped off the agricultural tricycle and called a few farmers to unload the goods before saying to Orf, "Have the chief with broken ears and the captured werewolves been settled?" "Master, the chief with broken ears is being held in solitary confinement. The werewolves entangled in the barbed wire net were also rescued. I did not let them enter the camp, but asked Lao Hans to lead people to build a circle of barbed wire around them. There were too many werewolves caught this time. If they were all put into the camp, it would be too dangerous." Yinxing was very satisfied with Orf's thoughtful consideration. Yinxing said, "The uninjured werewolves stay outside, and let all the injured werewolves enter the camp. You go find Gosper and ask him to set up all the spare tents and let the injured werewolves live in them. If they are not enough, the council hall can also arrange some. I brought some medicine and water. and they will clean their wounds and bandage them as soon as possible. These foods are nutritious instant rations specially formulated for you werewolves, which are balanced and easy to digest. I see that their stomachs are all starving. So fill their stomachs first, and have a big meal in the evening. Orf did not expect that his master would use teleportation magic to leave after the war. And he actually went to prepare medicines and instant rations for his people. Suddenly, the emotion was like a torrent of water. Master, you are merciful. Go and save your people. As for how to deal with Broken Ear, let me think about it carefully and talk about it in the evening. Yinxing did not tell Orf how he planned to treat Broken Ear. Let Broken Ear reflect on it first. Yes, Master. Orf took the supplies to treat the injured werewolf. And Yinxing finally had time to see what he had gained in this war. You have won a brilliant victory after a fierce battle. You gain experience, 20,000. Your level is increased. You captured 1 werewolf trainer, 5 poisonous flies, 10 big werewolves, and 100 werewolves. You get reputation, 1200. Based on your outstanding performance of 0 losses in the battle. Experience bonus, 20,000. Your level is upgraded. You get Hero Stunt, Elementary Air Magic. You get God-given Gold, 1200. Wow! The rewards of this war are really rich. The hero level has been upgraded 3 levels. From level 5 to level 8. And the overall attributes have made a big leap. What really excited Yinxing was that there was a hero stunt related to magic in the extra reward. Yinxing quickly opened his attribute panel. Yinxing human level, 8 occupation, Night Lord. Attack, 10 defense, 15 intelligence, 10 knowledge, 10 heroic specialty, popularity. Heroic specialty. Primary training. Primary leadership. Primary offensive. Primary air magic skills / magic. Charge. Clash. Prey. Blood. Contempt. Sky slash. Shield strike. Equipment, none. Achievement, none. Reputation, 1401. In the notes of primary air magic, it is shown, gain the ability to communicate with air magic elements, allowing learning and using air magic. After reading the introduction of primary air magic, Yinxing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This hero's specialty only allows you to obtain the prerequisites for learning and using air magic, not to let you cast a few magics now. As for how to learn magic, and where to learn magic, there is nothing in the skill introduction. It seems that I need to explore it myself. Compared with the useless elementary air magic skills, the 1,200 God-given gold coins are more practical. According to the current calculation, that 1 gold coin can be sold for 9,000 yuan. If all these gold coins are sold. Wow! Yinxing found that he was already a multimillionaire. Surprised. Surprised. A good life is already waiting to this master. At this time, Yinxing's mind was full of red banknotes flying around him. My master's territory is very promising, and has a lot of money. Yinxing, who had suddenly become rich, was even more enthusiastic about building the eternal territory. He asked the farmers to work quickly, and he drove a truck to bring in construction materials over and over again. At this time, Orf walked into the tent where Broken Ear was imprisoned with an iron bowl. The iron bowl was filled with nutritious instant rations. Chief, Orf respected Broken Ear very much. After all, Broken Ear had been protecting this tribe. All the tribesmen were saved. My master brought alchemical medicines, and the injured tribesmen are receiving treatment. Broken Ear, who was tied up, sat on the ground. He looked at Orf and asked, "Who is the human master you are loyal to?" Chapter 37 Militia. Orf walked to Broken Ear and squatted down, answering, "My master is a knight who possesses wisdom and strength, and is extremely generous and kind. I think he must have an extremely prosperous territory in the human realm, and his wealth is beyond our understanding of wealth. He can build walls with steel at will, and equip us with steel armor and steel flails. And there are at least 5 alchemical weapons in my clothes. We are just first-level werewolves and second-level howlers, and there are more steel and alchemical weapons stored in the warehouse. Whoever wants to use them can just find the responsible territory official and take them at will." While Orf was answering, Broken Ear was also observing Orf. The armor on his body was made of steel plates. It was steel. Steel that had been tempered 1,000 times. Not ordinary iron. The steel used in this set of armor was replaced with iron, which was enough for the werewolves in his tribe to use iron flails. But it was worn on a second-level howler, and the first-level werewolves guarding outside also wore this kind of full steel armor. and the full steel flails they used. These equipment gave them defense and attack power far beyond their own level. And the lizard men were simply vulnerable in front of them. If his tribe could also be equipped with this kind of armor and weapons, 100 elite steel-armored werewolves would be enough to sweep the edge of the swamp. And that kind of slingshot. It can be confirmed that the slingshots used by these werewolves are also alchemical weapons. Broken Ear was hit on the head by the marble shot by this slingshot. And there is still a big lump on it. Broken Ear is a hero, with a defense far beyond that of ordinary werewolves. If an ordinary werewolf is hit on the head, he will faint if not die. Alchemical slingshots give melee werewolves a certain ranged attack power. Moreover, in a swamp environment, with dense bushes and trees, the distance between the enemy and us when encountering each other is only 20 to 30 meters. At this distance, the range of the crossbow is actually wasted. On the contrary, the firing speed and suddenness of the alchemical slingshot can give the enemy the greatest ranged attack in the shortest time. Even if they were shooting across an impassable swamp, the power and speed of the slingshot were enough to suppress the opponent's crossbows. The werewolves and lizardmen of the swamp tribe could not afford to wear armor. As for the cost of this alchemical slingshot, not to mention that ordinary crossbows cannot be compared. Even the price of this set of armor may not be enough to buy such a slingshot. Alchemical weapons are alchemical weapons after all, and they are not something that ordinary people can easily own. But in this territory, even farmers have one in their hands, without looking at the other alchemical weapons that he didn't even know what they were. Duan already felt the full of arrogance coming at the werewolf in front of him, thinking about how he had spent all his money to attack such a human territory. It was like being kicked in the head by a swamp bull. What does your master plan to do with me? After looking closely at the luxurious equipment on Orf, Duan's stubbornness disappeared. Orf replied, "My master said he would think about it carefully. Chief, eat something first. The master will make a judgment on you in the evening. I believe the kind master will not make things too difficult for you." As he said this, Orf put a bowl of nutritious instant food rations to Duan's mouth. The aroma of beef and the fresh fishy smell of fish oil hit Duan's sense of smell, making his mouth secrete saliva continuously. Before the war, he said, hunger can make werewolves more motivated. That's because there is really no food. The swamp tribe is a fishing and hunting society. They eat when they catch prey, and starve when they don't. When they go out to fight, they naturally don't prepare any rations. Since leaving the red mudweb beach, Broken Ear has not eaten anything except for catching a mouse to fill his teeth last night. So when Orf brought such delicious food to his mouth, Broken Ear opened his mouth and took a big bite of dog food. The granular dog food was bitten in his mouth with a crunching sound. The taste was a delicacy that Broken Ear had never eaten before. After Broken Ear swallowed the dog food in his mouth, he couldn't help but say to Orf with envy, "Is this the food you usually eat? It is indeed much better than what we eat in the red mudweb beach." Unexpectedly, Orf smiled and said, "No, we don't usually eat these. I just tasted the taste of the nutritional instant rations. I can only say that it is only suitable as emergency rations for the territory or military rations for soldiers in war. Usually, I don't want to eat it." Broken Ear was stunned. Such delicious food. You still pretend to be disgusted. What do you usually eat? Such delicious food. You don't like it? Compared with the food we usually eat, the nutritional instant rations are indeed not delicious. Patriarch, I advise you not to eat too much. Start the main meal at night. Ah! Duan looked at the bowl of delicious food in front of him, and didn't know how to eat it. Yinqing was busy with the construction of the territory for the whole afternoon. He put all the free manpower into building militia dormitories and militia training camps. There were too many captives in the territory. 110 werewolves and Duan, the werewolf hero, were guarded by 9 werewolves of Orf. They couldn't even take turns to rest, and I had to negotiate with Duan at night. As a human lord, I can't have all the werewolves of the swamp tribe standing behind me. A human lord should have the face of a human lord. This is another important reason why Yinqing was not in a hurry to meet Duan. When the sunset glows red on the entire grassland, the militia dormitory and militia training ground of Yongling territory were finally completed in a hurry. A building that meets the standards of a militia dormitory was found. Do you want to set it as a militia dormitory? Note: the militia dormitory cannot be changed after it is set. Confirm to set it as a militia dormitory. Militia dormitory completed. Militia dormitory can provide 8 militias for recruitment every week. Militia recruitment fee is 25 gold coins/person. Heroes with training skills can upgrade qualified farmers to militias in the militia dormitory. The upgrade fee is 10 gold/person. Is the militia recruitment fee so expensive? 25 God-given gold coins are required to recruit one militia. The militia is not a serious combat unit. But at this moment, Yanqing was eager to get a group of militia to show off. So no matter how expensive the militia was, he could only hold his nose and let it be slaughtered. Fortunately, a war rewarded more than 1,000 God-given gold coins. Otherwise, even if he was willing to be a sucker, he would not have the money. 200 God-given gold coins were paid with tears. 8 human militias turned from phantoms into entities and lined up neatly in front of Yanqing. Since 200 gold coins have been spent, it doesn't matter if a few dozen more gold coins are spent. The 7 strong farmers selected by Eddie also met the conditions for upgrading in the war, and were upgraded to second-level militia in the militia dormitory. Spending money to buy military power is effective. In a short time, Yanqing had 16 human militias. Militia level 2 human unit. Basic soldiers of human forces. Can be upgraded to level 3 combat unit archer. Can be upgraded to level 3 elite unit sergeant. Attack, 4 defense, 4 damage, 3 stamina, 10 talent. Group fight when forming a situation of outnumbered. Militia can burst out additional attack power. Chapter 38 Militia Training Ground. The attributes of militia are much stronger than those of peasants, who only have 4 ones. If compared with werewolves, they seem to be not much stronger than first-level werewolves, and not much weaker than second-level howlers. In short, as the most basic military unit of the human race, the militia is not as weak as their name suggests, and can be regarded as a type of soldier that can be pulled out to compete with werewolves. However, as a second-level soldier, the recruitment cost of militia is definitely higher than that of the first-level soldiers of the race, which can be regarded as a balance for the tax-paying talents of peasants. Eddie, who was successfully promoted to a second-level militia, was appointed by Yanqing as the militia captain of the first militia team in Yongheng territory. The militiamen are physically stronger than the peasants. In the process of recruitment and upgrading, the militiamen will automatically receive a set of cloth armor, a short sword and a spear, standing in a row to be inspected by Yanqing. The spirit they show is simply not comparable to that of the peasants. Yanqing is very satisfied with the first human army in his territory. That is, the equipment is a bit simple, and does not conform to the trend of the soldiers' equipment in Yongheng territory. He said to Eddie, "Take the newly joined militiamen to find Gosper to get equipment now. Before dinner, I want to see that their equipment is exactly the same as yours." Before the war with the Broken Ears tribe, the equipment that Eddie and he selected for the peasants was at the same level as that of Orcs werewolves. They all wore half-body armored tactical vests, with slingshots, electric batons, daggers, anti-wolf spray, walkie-talkies, all stuffed into different pockets of the tactical vests. They wore helmets on their heads and military boots that Yanqing specially purchased for them. They were many times more advanced than the cloth armor that the militiamen wore at the beginning. Yanqing wanted to bring his own army to show off, so he definitely couldn't let the new militiamen wear cloth armor to meet honor with him. The equipment had been prepared in advance and was managed by Gosper. "Hurry in to change clothes so that you can show off to do honor." "Yes, sir." Eddie led the team to find Gosper to get the equipment. Yanqing continued to transform another building. A building that meets the standards of a militia training camp has been found. Do you want to set it as a militia training camp? Note: the militia training camp cannot be changed after it is set. Confirmed to set up a militia training camp. The militia training camp has been built. Militia training camp. Heroes with training skills are allowed to train peasants in it. After the peasants meet the upgrade standards, they can be upgraded to second-level militia in the militia dormitory. Note: when the peasants are training, the food consumed is doubled. In the militia training camp, there are wooden stakes purchased by Yanqing and some long spears for martial arts. These are the facilities that must be preset in the militia training camp. Heroes can select peasants to enter the militia training camp for training, so that the peasants can meet the conditions for advancement without going through battle. After all, the 2 battles that Yanqing fought were too special. If they fought with real swords and guns, only 1 out of 10 peasants would survive. Such good things may not be encountered often in the future. With a militia training ground, the human territory has a convenient way to obtain soldiers. As for the peasants, they have to consume double the food during training. Yanqing doesn't know whether the food in other human territories is enough. But the food in his own territory is not only enough to eat, but also can make them overnourished. Order: All peasants in Yonghang territory enter the militia training ground in batches for training. In the future, when encountering strong enemies, a large number of militias can be burst out in a short time. Now there is a militia dormitory and a militia training ground. There is a limit on the number of such recruitment buildings that can be built. If you want to build more, you need to upgrade the council hall. However, the peasant huts in the territory are wild, so the Eternal Territory can also build a peasant hut. In this way, 15 more peasants can be recruited every week, which means 15 gold coins of income. So Yinxing arranged for the construction team of the territory to build peasant huts immediately. Another thing that needs to be built urgently is the blacksmith shop. The function of the blacksmith shop is to smelt iron and forge ironware. In the future, the population of the Eternal Territory will gradually increase, and the size of the army will also gradually increase. Some sensitive weapons are easy to cause a lot of trouble when they are purchased in reality. But purchasing steel billets is much simpler. Let the steel seller divide the steel into sections first, and then send it to the blacksmith shop to be formed, which can save the process of iron smelting and hammering. Although it is not as fast as the assembly line, there is no limit on the number of blacksmith shops, as long as the supply of steel can keep up. It is just a matter of building a few more blacksmith shops. Yinxing has seen the equipment of the Broken Ear tribe. Weapons trade is definitely the focus of this meeting and negotiation. The blacksmith shop must be built as soon as possible. In addition, there are residential houses, canteens, toilets, canals. There are too many things to build in a territory with nothing. We can only do it step by step. When Yinxing was instructing the farmers to carry out the next stage of the construction plan, Eddie came to him with all the militiamen who had changed their equipment. The military appearance was tall and majestic, and the militiamen wearing goggles looked a bit like American soldiers. Not bad. Not bad. Yinxing admired his militia team very much. Eddie, arrange 8 people to replace the werewolves of Orf. The rest prepare the feast, and this master will give the Broken Ear chief a good beating. Yes, master. Yinxing returned to the real world and brought back today's dinner from Shuji Old Store. There was also a set of food boxes, which contained the dishes carefully prepared by Antly. In addition, Yinxing also bought a few bottles of high-end red wine and some tall glasses. When Yinxing returned to the territory, the night had completely enveloped the grassland. Bonfires were lit everywhere inside and outside the camp. Outside the barbed wire protective wall, the uninjured and slightly injured werewolves were confined in a temporary prison, with 4 militiamen guarding nearby. Other seriously injured werewolves were concentrated in several tents for treatment, with 4 militiamen patrolling and guarding. The pressure of managing prisoners was not small. Other farmers sat around several bonfires. The happy life and the bright prospects of the territory made them sing songs, and some people improvised and danced around the bonfires. Even though there were werewolves around, none of the peasants were afraid because of their confidence in the strength of their lord. There were even brave children lying outside the tent, looking at the werewolf, wounded soldiers wrapped in bandages. In the middle of the bonfires, a 4-cornered umbrella pavilion was erected. Under the pavilion was a long table filled with exquisitely prepared dishes. The militiamen and werewolves dressed in modern equipment stood majestically around the pavilion. A full set of steel armor and alchemical equipment made them exude confidence from the bottom of their bones. Yinxing sat at one end of the long table. Behind him were the tax officer of the territory, Lao Hans, and the newly appointed internal affairs officer, Gosper. Everything was ready, and the show could begin. Yinxing said to the militia captain Eddie standing outside the tent, "Go, invite the chief of the Broken Ear. Be polite." Chapter 39, Compensation for Defeat. Soon, Chief Broken Ear was escorted by Eddie and Orf and brought to Yinxing. Yinxing sat in his seat without moving. He looked at the rope that bound Broken Ear, wondering whether he should untie him. If he suddenly got angry at the table, it would be a troublesome thing. But Yinxing soon noticed Broken Ear's expression. He was in a very low mood, and his eyes kept looking at the surrounding militia and werewolves in a trance, showing fear and envy. Yinxing laughed. "Didn't I say to invite Chief Broken Ear politely? Why is he still tied up? Quickly untie him. Chief Broken Ear is a guest of our Eternal Territory." Although the way the chief came was a little special, it was also a way we were all familiar with to greet him. "Please sit down. Please sit down." Orf loosened the rope that bound Duaner, and then moved a chair for him to sit down. Duaner moved his wrists, not daring to think of using force. He believed that his strength was no longer on the same level as that of the human lord. no matter from which aspect. The other party had an absolute advantage. Using force would only bring humiliation upon oneself and put oneself in a more dangerous situation. Protecting the tribe is what a qualified patriarch should do at this time. Respected Master Yinching. Duan'er used a respectful title for Yinching. I apologize for my offense. As Orf said, greed blinded my eyes. I also paid the price for my stupidity. Master Yinching is a generous and kind lord. I hope you can forgive the mistakes I made and let me and my people leave safely. At this time, Duan'er just wanted to take his people back to the Red Mud Wetland as soon as possible. But Yinching said, since you are here, don't rush to leave. As a host, I have to fulfill my obligations as a host. In order to entertain the chief, I specially asked my private chef to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Yes. And red wine. Gauspar, pour the wine. Yes, sir. Gauspar picked up the open red wine and poured a full glass for Yinching. Then walked to Duan'er and poured him a full glass. Yinching looked at the wine glass in front of him that was about to overflow. Thinking to himself, I must train a few serious servants when I have the chance in the future. Is there a way to pour red wine like this? How can I? The master turned the wine glass to show off. Duan'er at the other end of the table became nervous. This is red wine. I have only heard of it before, but never drank it. I have never even seen it. Look at the color. It is bright red like blood. Smell this smell. Mellow and sweet. I heard that the best red wine is extremely precious. Even the richest human nobles are only willing to pour a little at a time. This time, Master Yinching actually poured himself a full glass. And even a lot of it overflowed. It turns out that he is a lord known for his generosity. Looking at the dishes on the table, the color combination alone is pleasing to the eye. The exquisiteness of the dishes is even more amazing to the werewolf, who can only roast whole. Look at the fish. Its head and tail are raised as if it is about to fly. The roast duck is golden in color, and the meat slices are like thin wings. It is so high-end and grand. Duan'er suddenly felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He was full of envy and longing for advanced civilization, as well as the tension caused by these emotions. Thank you, Master Yinching, for your hospitality. Duan'er swallowed his saliva and tried not to let it flow out to prevent himself from making a fool of himself in such an elegant occasion. Yinching held up the wine glass and invited Duan'er. Chief Duan'er, I am meeting you with full sincerity and goodwill this time. Please drink this glass, and let's talk about business while eating. Duan'er immediately held the wine glass carefully with both hands, fearing that more wine would spill. Thank you for your hospitality, Master Yinching. At this moment, I am also full of goodwill and respect for you. A large glass of red wine was gulped down. Yinching invited Duan'er to eat some dishes, and then said, Chief Duan'er, during the battle during the day, I think you should have felt. I spent a lot of supplies and money to prepare for this battle. How do you think these expenses should be handled? Duan'er was eating the food with big mouthfuls. When he heard the question suddenly raised by Yinching, he replied, the battle during the day made me feel the huge wealth in your hands. Master Yinching, I once again express my deep apologies for the trouble I have caused you. Yinching smiled and said, just an apology. Duan'er was stunned for a moment and said, is it not enough to just apologize? Looking at Duan'er's open mouth with soup dripping from the corners of his mouth, Yinching couldn't help laughing. Just an apology. Of course not. I invited you to this dinner. No matter how much it costs, I am willing to take it. But the expenses incurred on the battlefield are another matter. If you lose a war, you should look like a loser. If you win a war, you should look like a loser. You eat and drink here, and you want to leave after an apology. That doesn't make sense. Duan'er felt that what Yinching said made sense. He was eating and drinking now, and he really didn't look like a loser at all. Yes. 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 Duan'er wiped his mouth with his hand and said to Yinching, Master Yinching's hospitality made me a little confused. Of course, if you lose a war, you should look like a loser. I am willing to compensate for the damage to Master Yinching's territory. But, compared with your wealth, Master Yinching, I am afraid that all the wealth in my red mud wet beach can't buy the armor you equip your subordinates with. Yinching was very satisfied with Duan'er's attitude. Barbarians also have their own advantages. What is what is. And what is said is said. Yinching motioned to Gauspa to pour wine for Duan'er, and then said, of course I know that your swamp is barren. I don't care about your property, since Chief Duan'er is willing to compensate me for my losses. I will propose a compensation plan. Duaner drank the red wine that had just been filled in one gulp, and then said to Yinxing, Master Yinxing, please speak. Yinxing motioned to Gauspa to continue pouring, and continued, Chief Duaner, you have also seen the appearance of my territory. There are sufficient supplies, but there is a serious shortage of manpower. I hope that Chief Broken Ear can provide me with a group of werewolf laborers to compensate for my losses in the war. I promise to give your people enough food, clean drinking water, and comfortable housing. After the compensation is over, I will send your people back to you intact, without missing a single one. Broken Ear heard. There is such a good thing. What is eaten in Yongheng territory? Broken Ear can see clearly in this pavilion. The farmers outside have a box of vegetables in their hands, with meat and chicken legs. The noodles made of white flour are placed there. Take them and eat them at will. Drink the soup at will. There are also fruits that have never been seen before, and everyone has a share. What do my own people eat in the red mud wet beach? When they are hungry, they really eat tree bark. Master Yinxing. Broken Ear couldn't believe his ears. Compensation for defeat. Can it be paid like this? Chapter 40 Arming the Broken Ear Tribe. Yinxing picked up a pancake, put green onions, pickles, duck meat with sauce on it, then circled it and took a bite. While eating, he said, I just said, I don't like the things in your territory. You have no other ability to pay the war reparations, and labor is probably the only thing your tribe has. Come to work for me, and you will definitely be fed. Of course, if you have other compensation plans, as long as you can compensate me, I am willing to accept it. No, 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 I don't have any other compensation plans. The Broken Ear hurriedly said, just follow what you said, Master Yinxing, and use our labor to pay for your war damage. With such a good thing of eating for free in front of him, how could Duaner dare to propose other compensation plans? Even Duaner felt that he had taken advantage of it. Isn't it just work? His people worked hard in the red mud wet beach for a day, and 9 out of 10 could not fill their stomachs, and they had to take all kinds of risks, working here for Master Yinxing. I don't expect to eat the same food as the people in the territory here, but even if I can eat nutritious fast food rations, that is a good thing that I never dared to dream of before. Seeing that Duaner agreed to pay the compensation with labor, Yinxing asked, Chief Duaner, how many werewolf workers can your tribe provide me? Duaner calculated in his mind. Although it is a good thing to work and eat in Yongheng territory, the old nest, red mud wet beach, cannot be abandoned. Female werewolves and cubs can all come to Yongheng territory. It seems unkind to do so. So send another 30 werewolf warriors. In this way, there are still 80 werewolf warriors to defend the red mud wet beach, without the burden of women and children. It is enough to guard the old nest with 80 werewolf warriors. The food produced by the red mud wet beach is enough for the soldiers who stay behind. In fact, the werewolves who stay behind can also rotate regularly with the werewolves who come to work as laborers. Take a rest, have a bite, and improve the food. After thinking it over, Duaner said to Yinxing, my tribe can provide 130 werewolves as laborers for your territory. Sir, although most of them are female werewolves and cubs, we werewolves all like to work and guarantee that we can work no worse than your farmers. Yinxing didn't expect Duaner to be willing to give him so many workers and send half of the tribe. This greatly alleviates the labor problem in the development of Yongheng territory. Yinxing asked Gauspa to pour wine for Duaner, and then raised his glass and invited him. Chief Duaner is really straightforward and honest. 130 werewolves only need to work for me for 2 months, and our war reparations debt will be written off. Come, let's drink to our friendship. The war reparations agreement was reached, and Duaner was of course very happy, and he raised his glass upon invitation. He was stunned when he heard the second half of Yinxing's words. It's only 2 months. And have you paid all the compensation? Yinxing said, after all, there were no major casualties on either side, so the compensation is just a token of appreciation. We are neighbors, and we should still value peace. We can't always take this war to heart. Drink, drink. At this moment, Duaner had no mood to drink. It's only 2 months. How can the war compensation only last for 2 months? That's not enough. The Duaner tribe leader held the wine glass and said to Yinxing expectantly, Master Yinxing, can the war compensation period be extended a little longer? Yinxing laughed and said, Chief Duaner, I will give you an extension of 2 months. 2 years, won't it end eventually? Duan Air's expression suddenly became a little disappointed. Yes. The compensation will end eventually. These more than 100 werewolves will return to the red mud wetland eventually. But Duan Air didn't feel sad for too long. Yanqing said again, Chief, the 2 months of labor compensation does not mean that your people can't stay here and work for me. Duan Air's expression suddenly shocked. Master Yanqing, you said that my people can continue to work for you after 2 months? Why can't they stay here? Yanqing smiled and said, my territory cannot be built in 2 months. Your people can keep working for me, and I will pay you the corresponding remuneration as a reward for your work for me. You can drink this wine with peace of mind. Right? Rest assured. Rest assured. Master Yanqing is really generous and kind. Duan Air smiled, drank the whole glass of red wine in one gulp and said, we don't want any remuneration for working for Master Yanqing. As long as my people can have enough food, I will let my people work here all the time. When he encountered a good thing that could completely solve the food problem of the tribe, Duan Air acted very shrewdly at this moment. Who would have thought that Yanqing said, it turns out that Chief Duan Air doesn't want remuneration. I was thinking of using weapons, armor, slingshots and other supplies as remuneration to pay your tribe. Since the chief doesn't want it. Yes. 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 At this moment, Broken Ear just wanted to slap himself in the face. I told you not to talk too much. Can I not want these things? I have always coveted the equipment of the soldiers in the Eternal Territory. If this can be worn by the werewolf warriors of his tribe, then he can walk sideways in the edge of the swamp. I can really beat anyone I want. Ha ha ha. Yanqing laughed. The Broken Ear tribe in the Red Mud Swamp has been dealt with this time. Broken Ear sent the women and children of his tribe to work in the Eternal Territory, which is equivalent to subtly transferring his homeland here. When the women and children of the Broken Ear tribe get used to the life in the Eternal Territory, how can they be willing to return to the swamp to live a hard life? Gradually, they will regard themselves as part of this territory and completely integrate into it. As for the armed Broken Ear tribe, Yanqing also has his own considerations. According to the strategy set before, the Red Mud Wetland must be controlled by himself. Broken Ear led the armed werewolf elite to station in the Red Mud Wetland, which is equivalent to setting up a station disguised as a werewolf tribe in the swamp area for the Eternal Territory, created a large buffer zone. As for whether the armed Broken Ear tribe would threaten himself, Yanqing was not too worried. The logistics of food, supplies, and weapons were all in his hands. After Broken Ear and his soldiers were separated from production and fully militarized, they dared not easily turn against each other. Next, all the grudges between Yanqing and Duan Air were gone. They talked about cooperation in more depth. Yongheng Territory will pay a batch of remuneration in advance to arm the Duan Air tribe. The first is the slingshot that Duan Air has always coveted. Yanqing decided to equip all the werewolves with a pair. However, there are not so many in Yongheng Territory's warehouse now, and they need to return to the real world to purchase. In addition, based on the feedback from the actual use of slingshots, Yanqing also decided to make special requirements to the slingshot manufacturer. Increase the size of the slingshot and the tension of the rubber band, and also increase the weight of the projectile to achieve a higher killing effect. Order 1,000 sets first, and store the extra in the warehouse for emergency use. Give me 20 steel flails, steel pipes, iron chains, and iron balls can be customized separately from different manufacturers. Lock buckles can be welded on the joints, and they can be shipped back in batches for self-assembly. As for armor, Yanqing only agreed to give Duan Air a set first. In ancient times, armor was banned but not weapons, which shows the status of armor in cold weapon wars. Before the Duan Air tribe is truly integrated into its own Eternal Territory, the Eternal Territory must maintain its military advantage over the Duan Air tribe. Chapter 41 Late Night Enemy Situation. Listening to Yanqing's gentle list of weapons for his tribe, Duan Air was in high spirits, and his tail swung unconsciously. This time, the tribe's combat power really soared, and he was going to be prosperous. Even Duan Air had thought of a tactic with his own tribe's characteristics. When defending against the enemy, first use a slingshot to cover the firepower. When the enemy is hit by the continuous marbles and can't raise his head, then use poison flies to sneak attack and cause chaos in the enemy army. Finally, he can wear steel armor and lead the army to kill all the way. And he can wipe out the enemy completely. Satisfied? Really very satisfied. Who would have thought that what Master Yanqing gave was not just these weapons? When Duan Air was intoxicated with his fantasy of military might, he heard Master Yanqing say, Chief Duhonor should have eaten the nutritious instant rations I prepared for you. These rations can be stored for half a year after processing. I will provide you with 1,000 kilograms of nutritious instant rations every month as a food supplement for your tribe. Also, I will give you food. Duhonor didn't know how much 1,000 kilograms of food was, but it sounded like a lot. Yinching smiled and said, I don't lack food here, but I lack a friendly and helpful neighbor. Hearing this, Duhonor stood up. He took the initiative to invite Yinching with a glass of red wine in his hand. I, Duhonor, swear in the name of the Red Mud Wet Beach that the Duhonor tribe will definitely help Master Yinching's eternal territory. Master Yinching's enemies are Duhonor's enemies. Master Yinching's friends are Duhonor's friends. Yinching also stood up and clinked glasses with Duhonor. Cheers to helping each other. Cheers! Just as the two drank the wine in their glasses and had not yet sat down, a militiaman hurried in from outside. Master! Master! There is a werewolf outside running to report. Hongi Wet Beach has been robbed by another werewolf tribe. With a clang, the wine glass in Duhonor's hand fell to the ground and shattered. The joy just now was gone, and he was stunned and dumbfounded on the spot. Hongi Wet Beach was robbed. Our home was robbed. We can't go back. Yinching put down his wine glass and said to the militia who came to report the news, Bring him in. After a while, a thin little werewolf was brought in by the militia. The little werewolf, who entered the territory, seemed very nervous. He looked at the humans around him vigilantly, and was also attracted by the smell of food and sniffed his nose continuously. When he saw Duhonor, the little werewolf rushed up and threw himself into Duhonor's arms. Chief, it's Steel Teeth from Chishulan. He brought a lot of werewolves into our home. They robbed things, smashed things, and beat us. The little werewolf cried incoherently to Duhonor. Yinching quietly asked Orf beside him, Why is there another Steel Fong? Didn't you kill him? Orf lowered his body and whispered in Yinching's ear, My lord, we werewolves don't know how to give names. Among 10 werewolves with names, there may be 3 named Steel Fong, 3 named Sharp Claw, and the rest are mostly named after their unusual features. For example, the chief of the Broken Ear. I see. Yinching suddenly realized that it was a coincidence. Just like our Zhang Wei, Wang Wei, and Li Wei. Orf continued, Chishulan is right next to our red mud wetland. In the past, the wolf packs of Chishulan often crossed the border into our territory to hunt. And our 2 wolf packs had many battles for this reason. I didn't expect that this time the wolf pack from the Stinky Water Forest would directly rob our home. Master. Yinching knew what Orf wanted to say, and he replied, I know. Just listen to me. Master. Yes. Master. Orf saluted and took a step back. The little wolf cried to Broken Ear, who grabbed food from the table to feed the hungry little wolf, and asked about the situation in the Red Mud Wet Beach. Broken Ear took away most of the werewolf warriors in the tribe, and the guarding of the Red Mud Wet Beach was naturally unprecedentedly empty. When some female werewolves and their little werewolves were patrolling the Red Mud Wet Beach in search of food, they encountered a group of werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest who crossed the border. In the past, when the werewolves of the Stinky Hand Forest found the werewolves of the Red Mud Wet Beach, they would usually leave immediately. But this time, they entered the Red Mud Wet Beach without being driven away by the werewolf warriors. And they realized that something big must have happened in the Red Mud Wet Beach. The Stinky Water Forest werewolves who crossed the border captured the werewolves of the Red Mud Wet Beach they met, and also asked for information that Broken Ear had left the Red Mud Wet Beach with most of the werewolf warriors. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the werewolves of the Stinky Water Forest. After receiving the news, the Stinky Water Forest werewolves quickly attacked the home of the Broken Ear tribe. They captured a group of little werewolves, and then threatened and intimidated the remaining female werewolves to surrender. They occupied the Red Mud Wet Beach in one fell swoop. After the little werewolf finished speaking, Duhonor asked, How many werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest are there in the homeland? Is it Steel Fong or Shark Claw who leads the team? It's Steel Fong who leads the team. I don't know how many werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest came. I was scared, so I ran away. I'm sorry, Chief. The little werewolf drooped his ears, ashamed of his cowardice. Yinching came over and touched the little werewolf's head, then brought him a plate of chicken and said, What I saw is your courage to come here alone across the grassland and dare to enter my territory. You did the right thing at the most critical and dangerous moment. You will definitely become a powerful werewolf warrior when you grow up. Go over there and finish eating these things. I want to talk to your chief about how to take back the red mud-wet beach. Yinxing asked Lao Hans to take the little werewolf to one side to eat. He was really tired after running all the way. Duana was worried. The red mud-wet beach was lost, and most of the werewolf warriors he brought with him were injured. It was really difficult to take back the red mud-wet beach from the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe. At this time, Yinxing asked Duaner, Chief Duaner, there shouldn't be many Stinky Water Forest werewolves invading the red mud-wet beach. Duaner replied, there shouldn't be many. There are more than 400 werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest tribe, led by the brothers Stinky Water Steel Teeth and Stinky Water Claws. The chief of the Stinky Water Claw will not easily leave his territory, and the Stinky Water Steel Fang will not take away all the werewolf warriors of the Stinky Water Forest tribe. I guess 100 werewolves are all the werewolves of the Stinky Water Forest who invaded the red mud-wet beach, because the names of Steel Fang and Sharp Claw are too repetitive in the werewolf race. In order to distinguish, some famous Steel Fang and Sharp Claw will add the prefix of the territory name before their names. Steel Fang, who was killed by Orf, is not qualified to add the prefix of the territory. The judgment of Broken Ear is the same as Yinxing's estimation. After all, the Broken Ear tribe was able to defend the red mud-wet beach before, which means that the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe did not have an overwhelming advantage, and could not bear the loss of the two tribes fighting to the death. Moreover, when the Stinky Water Forest werewolves attacked the homeland of the Broken Ears, they also captured little werewolves and coerced the defenders to surrender, which further shows that the Stinky Water Forest werewolves did not have many troops to invade. After weighing the strength of both sides and the importance of the red mud wetland to the eternal territory, Yinxing said loudly, Eddie, Orf will immediately select the troops to follow me to the battle. Lorenz, release the werewolves in the circle outside and return their weapons to them. Gosper, go prepare war supplies. Chapter 42 I'm here. The four main officials of Yanghing received Yinxing's order to prepare. Duana was very touched that Yinxing actually took the initiative to help him retake the red mud-wet beach. But he also expressed his concern. Master Yinxing, even if Choshui Gongya only brought 100 werewolf warriors, it is more than our troops. If we rush to attack, if we lose, it will be difficult to retake the red mud-wet beach. The Duaner tribe now has only about 30 werewolf warriors that can fight. He didn't know how many troops Yongling had, but it seemed that there were more than 20. Even if the troops were combined, they would be twice as strong as the invading wolf pack of Chishulan. And the human race was not good at fighting in the swamp, so the military strength would be greatly reduced. Yinxing said, the wolves from the Stinky Water Forest should have attacked the red mud wetland at night. At this time, they must still be busy suppressing the captured werewolves, and have no time to arrange defenses for the red mud wetland. They definitely didn't expect us to counterattack so quickly. As long as we attack quickly and fiercely, the invading wolves will not know how many warriors we have lost, and they will definitely retreat in fear. On the contrary, if we counterattack too late, not only will the invading wolves have time to arrange defenses, but your captured women and children may also be transferred to the Stinky Water Forest by them. The loss will be too great. Yinxing's analysis made Duan Air nod repeatedly. Now every second counts, and counterattacking immediately is the best opportunity. Just listen to Master Yinxing. Let's fight back now. At this time, Eddie and Orf had already reorganized their respective teams. The werewolves trapped outside were also released and entered the territory to receive the weapons distributed back. The 5 poisonous flies caught in the net were all released. Gosper brought a set of armor with a steel flail and a slingshot on it. Yinxing took the equipment and handed it to Duaner in person. Please change it now, Chief Duaner, and we will set off immediately. While Duaner was changing his armor, Yinxing drove out the truck. Eddie and Orf immediately led the team to climb onto the truck. And Duaner, who was wearing armor, circled around the truck, exclaimed, what kind of monster is this? How can it be so tame? Even the strongest trainer of our swamp tribe can't make the monster lie still like this. Master Yinxing even put a layer of armor on it. How rich he is. Yinxing opened the passenger door and pulled Duaner in. This monster is called a truck. It has a very tame personality. As long as you master the skills, you can make it move and lie down. Sit tight. We'll drive over. It will take less than an hour to get to the swamp. Speed is of the essence. The werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest will never think that we can get back so quickly. Yinxing closed the passenger door without saying anything. At this time, Eddie and Orf's people had already got in the car. filling the compartment. Yinching shouted to Eddie, "Go! Drive my farm tricycle here, and pull those big werewolves on board." "Yes, sir." Eddie agreed and jumped off the car. When working, Eddie and his friends often drove the farm tricycle to transport supplies in the territory. So Eddie easily drove the farm tricycle over. Eddie selected the big werewolves and strong werewolves to get on the car, and Gosper distributed slingshots and marbles to them. Yinching sat in the driver's seat of the truck, and next to him was Duaner, who was squatting on the passenger seat with his legs hugged nervously. He looked at the various equipment and instruments in the cab and whispered to Yinching, "Are we in the brain of this monster?" Yinching held the steering wheel and smiled. "I guess so. Don't be nervous. This thing is very obedient." After saying that, Yinching started the truck engine, and the headlights shone 2 beams of light forward. Then Yinching pressed the horn again, and the huge sound scared the broken ears again. In front, Gosper and Lao Hans led a few farmers to open the gate of the territory defense wall. Other farmers stood on both sides of the gate with shovels, and looked at the convoy that was about to set out. Yinching opened the car window, patted the door, and made a gesture to Eddie. Eddie understood how to drive the agricultural tricycle, carrying the frightened werewolf warriors, who were screaming and shouting, and rushed out of the territory first to explore the way forward. Yinching, who was behind, drove the truck slowly and left the territory. Gosper and Lao Hans, leaning on shovels, led the farmers to watch the territory army disappear into the night of the grassland. "I thought, 3 days ago, the master led the army to go to war in this way." Gosper took the lead and shouted, "Master Yinching, keep your word. Master Yinching, brave and invincible." Hearing the neat shouts from behind, Yinching couldn't help but regret it. "If I had known that the family creed was used in this way, I should have written 10,000 words for you to memorize." After leaving the territory, Yinching concentrated on driving the truck on the grassland. In front, Eddie drove a farm tricycle and drove at the end of the range of the truck's headlights. From time to time, Eddie reported the road conditions ahead on the intercom on his shoulder. Except for the roar of the truck engine, the grassland was silent. Duaner, who was sitting cautiously in the co-pilot seat, was initially afraid of this monster named truck, but gradually became shocked. It ran too fast, and it could run at high speed for a long time, and the light from the 2 big eyes on its head could actually illuminate such a long distance. Awesome. A hero who can tame such a powerful monster must be even more powerful. Duaner couldn't help but exclaimed, "Master Yinching, the speed of your monster can match the fastest horse, but a horse can never keep running at such a high speed, and it is more obedient than the most docile horse. I am really amazed that there are such magical beasts in this world." Yinching drove the truck forward while looking at the taillights of the agricultural tricycle in front of him. In response to Duaner's chat, he casually replied, "This is not the fastest speed of my truck, mainly because the road conditions here are too bad. It can't run at all. After settling down, I will build a road between the Red Mud Wetland and Yongheng territory. At that time, if you ride this car again, let alone horses, even if you give the cheetah 4 more legs, it can't catch up." Duaner was surprised. It can run faster. It can run faster. Maybe faster than your poisonous flies." Yinching looked outside and said to Duaner, "Chief, are your poisonous flies catching up? Why can't I see it? Where are they following?" At Duaner's call, the 5 poisonous flies that were originally flying in the sky instantly appeared on both sides of the truck's cab. The poisonous flies' wings vibrated and made a loud buzzing sound, flying around the truck, while Duaner envied Yinching for owning such a powerful magical beast as a truck. Yinching was also envious of the poisonous flies outside. And magic. This is a fantasy world. It has only opened a small corner in front of me, and it is already so fascinating. I wonder what other magical things are out there. Thunder Swamp. Here I come. Chapter 43. You are sent by the enemy. Right. As we approached the Thunder Swamp, the grass gradually grew lush. Then, there were large tracts of shrubs, which showed various hideous shapes under the moonlight. The soil water content increased, and the ground became wet. The tires slipped, and the speed slowed down. And finally the agricultural tricycle fell into a puddle. Yinching stopped the car and jumped out of the cab, and saw that the tires of the truck were covered with mud. Eddie came over from the front and said to Yinching, "Master, there is a red mud beach ahead. There is too much mud on the feet of your mount, and it can't move." At this time, Duaner climbed over the cab and jumped out. He looked at the stars in the sky and the surrounding environment. and said to Yinching, "Yes, the red mud wetland is ahead. There are a lot of silt and puddles in the swamp. Let's walk there." Yinching signaled Orf to lead the team to get off the car, and then explained to him, "You take a werewolf to investigate the red mud wetland first, and I and the chief of the Broken Ear tribe will follow with a large force. Be sure to find out how many werewolves have invaded the Stinky Water Forest and the situation in the tribe's home. Don't expose yourself. Everything will be discussed after we arrive." "Yes, sir," Orf agreed, and then chose a werewolf and ran quickly towards the red mud wetland. At this time, the militia and werewolves of Yonghing territory, as well as the werewolves of the Broken Ear tribe, all got off the car, including Orf, who left. Yinching's total force for the night attack on the red mud wetland is 8 first-level steel-armored werewolves, 4 ordinary first-level werewolves, 3 ordinary second-level werewolves, 1 second-level steel-armored elite roar, 16 second-level steel-armored militiamen, and 5 fifth-level poisonous flies. Duanner is a swamp werewolf trainer, a hero unit. Yinching himself is a human knight, a hero unit. Although it is not known how many werewolves have invaded the Stinky Water Forest, Yinching's force is definitely at a disadvantage. As for the advantages, the equipment of the Eternal Territory can make up for the disadvantage in force, and the suddenness of the night attack can also become a huge advantage for the attacker. After Orf left, Yinching asked Duanner, "Is there a place in the red mud wetland that is close to your tribe's home and easy to hide?" Duanner thought for a while and said, "There is a forest of trees on the east side of our home. There are puddles everywhere. Some of the puddles are covered by duckweed and cannot be seen at all. There are underground caves and undercurrents under these puddles, which are extremely dangerous. Those who don't know how to get in will die. The werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest will definitely not dare to approach there. It is a good place to hide before a sneak attack. Let's go to the forest of trees first to wait for news from Orf. Please ask Chief Duanner to lead the way. Follow me." Duanner led the way, and this army of werewolves and humans walked into the red mud wetland on the wet grass. The grass and trees in the red mud wetland are very lush. However, because the geology is wet and soft, the trees in the wetland are not tall, but crooked. Some tree branches hang on the ground and take root and sprout to grow a new tree. The trees and branches next to each other form a dense forest. If you are not careful when walking in it, you will be tripped by something. There are also complex water systems in the swamp. It is possible that you are still on the ground 1 foot, and step into the man-eating quagmire the next foot. In addition, the ubiquitous poisonous plants and animals, as well as high-level monsters hidden somewhere, have successfully separated the swamp from the outside world. Even swamp creatures dare not run around here, let alone other races. Yinching led his militiamen and followed the werewolves carefully. They set foot on the path the werewolves had walked on, and even though the grass next to it looked more comfortable to step on, they did not dare to step on it. The team shuttled through the strange-shaped woods, occasionally startling a few fluorescent butterflies. Frogs croaked in the mud and puddles, and some black shadows of unknown beasts suddenly jumped out and disappeared in the grass. Everything here made the humans who had just entered the swamp seem extremely nervous, while the werewolves who had always lived in the red mud wetland seemed very relaxed. They walked along the familiar path from one dense forest to another, until they entered the arbor forest that Duanner said was suitable for hiding. There are more pools of water here, and fewer paths to walk on. In some places, there are only palm-sized footholds, and you have to jump over them one by one. This is the edge of the Thunder Swamp. I don't know how dangerous the depths of the swamp will be. Outside races cannot enter the swamp, and the civilization of the swamp tribe is so backward, which means that this is a virgin land that has not yet been developed. Yinching, who came from modern Earth, certainly knows what such a piece of land represents. There are definitely a lot of undiscovered resources and wealth stored in it. To the east of the Eternal Territory is a cliff that separates the ocean and the land. To the south is the control area of Storm Marquis Lam Anderson, and there is no room for the Eternal Territory to develop. To the west is the war zone of the human race, the Beastman race, and the Elf race. If Yinching dares to get involved now, he will definitely be broken by the 3 races. Given the lack of resources in the Eternal Territory, Yinching can only turn his attention to his neighbor in the north, the Thunder Swamp. Therefore, whether it is for its own defense needs or as a forward base to go deep into the Thunder Swamp, the red mud wetland has a more important position in Yinching's heart. Yinching was thinking about where to start developing the value of the swamp area, and just after entering the arbor forest, the wolf pack in front of him became commotion. All the werewolves suddenly sped up their pace. And for a moment, the whole forest was filled with the short calls of wolves hunting. When Yinxing didn't know what was going on, the voice of his steel-armored werewolf came from the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. "Master, we caught a few werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest tribe." Yinxing was puzzled. Is Broken Ear so unreliable? You said that the werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest tribe would never come to this tree forest. As a result, we didn't encounter a Stinky Water Forest werewolf in many forests along the way. But how come we encountered one as soon as we got here? You were sent by the enemy, right? Yinxing led the militia to speed up their pace and asked, "How many werewolves have been caught? Did any of them run away?" Replying to the master, "We have caught the 4 werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest. They are fishing out rotten wood here. I really don't know what they are doing fishing out these rotten woods that are heavier than stones and sink in the water. Master, it's safe here. You can come over." At this time, Yinxing had already seen the wolves that had stopped. The werewolves were scattered and alert. Among them were 4 werewolves, who were tied up tightly and covered in mud. After Yinxing approached, Duan Er said awkwardly, "I can't imagine how the werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest came here. Fortunately, they all fell into the mud when they were escaping. And we caught them all." Chapter 44: The Thief in the Stinky Water Forest. Yinxing looked around first. This is the dangerous arbor forest that Duan Er mentioned. The environment is indeed unique. There are only small pieces of land between the small puddles. Even these small pieces of land are covered with densely leafed trees. There are not many places to stay. The branches and leaves of the trees cover the starry sky above. Some phytoplankton on the water's surface emit green fluorescence, which makes this relatively closed water area look like a dream. Take a deep breath. Even the air is filled with a light and elegant fragrance. It's just that the beautiful appearance hides the danger everywhere. It's really strange that the werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest come to such a dangerous place at night. Although Yinxing complained about encountering the enemy werewolves here, he thought that since Duaner chose this place, it must be because it was dangerous and hidden enough. These 4 werewolves came here at night, and their purpose must not be that simple. Yinxing walked towards the captured werewolves, and the wolves surrounding them automatically separated a path. The 4 werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest were obviously beaten up. They were thrown on the ground with their hands and feet tied, and their mouths were tied to prevent them from howling to warn the police. In addition, there were some rotten wood scattered around these 4 werewolves, some as big as tires, and some as small as a water cup. The surface of these rotten woods was bumpy and eroded by running water, which was very ugly, and there was no abnormality. But why did the werewolves of the Stinky Water Forest rush to salvage this thing just after they occupied the red mud wetland? Yinxing, full of doubts, squatted down and picked up a piece of wood from the ground. The heavy feeling in his hand shocked him. Why is it so heavy? At this time, Yinxing remembered what his subordinates said through the intercom. I really don't know what's the point of them salvaging these rotten woods that are heavier than stones and sink in the water? Yinxing then touched the texture of the wood, put it under his nose to smell the smell, and basically guessed what it was. But it was strange. This kind of wood can't be eaten, and it can't be used to build a house. Why did the werewolves of the Stinky Water Forest come here to salvage this thing at night? Yinxing threw the wood in his hand on the ground, pulled out the steel pipe hanging around his waist, and knocked on the head of one of the captured werewolves. I'm going to loosen your mouth now. If you dare to scream, my people will stab you to death immediately. After saying that, Yinxing waved his hand. The militia came up and surrounded the werewolf, with the spears pointed at the vital parts of his body. Then Eddie took out a dagger and cut the rope on the werewolf's mouth, facing the spear in front of his eyes. The werewolf did not dare to scream. He looked at Yinxing and Duaner in fear, his face full of worry about his fate. He didn't expect Duaner to come so quickly. And he also saw that Duaner was wearing steel armor. Most of the werewolves and all humans here were wearing steel armor. Didn't Duaner lead the werewolf warriors of the entire tribe to attack the human camp? How come he came with humans and got so many steel equipment? Yinxing knocked the distracted werewolf's head with a steel pipe and said, Look here. I have something to ask you. Duaner shook the steel flail in his hand proudly and said, This Night Lord has something to ask you. If you don't answer it well, I will throw you into the water and drown you. What do you want me to say? The werewolf leaned back to dodge the iron ball that almost hit him, and seemed to cooperate. Yinxing kicked the rotten wood on the ground with his toes and asked, What are you doing here to pick up these woods? Some human merchants have come to the swamp recently. They paid a high price for this wood that can sink in the water. We know that there is this kind of wood in the puddle of the forest in the red mud wetland. So Gongya asked a few of us to come and salvage it. Yinxing didn't expect to hear the whereabouts of humans here. But thinking of the function of this wood, Yinxing was relieved. It is true that where there is wealth, no matter how dangerous it is, there are people who dare to come. Yinxing continued to ask, how much do human merchants pay to buy this kind of wood from you? 10 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of this rotten wood. Some good quality can be exchanged for 20 kilograms of grain. A few days ago, we stole some of this wood from here, and those human merchants exchanged it for 1 kilogram for 20 kilograms of grain. When talking about exchanging food, the werewolf's tone was actually a little proud. It seemed that he had gotten a great deal by exchanging this kind of rotten wood that could not be eaten or used for so much food. The werewolves in the surrounding red mud wetland couldn't help but make surprised sounds. This kind of rotten wood that sank in the water was really everywhere in the puddles in the dense forest of the red mud wetland. Ordinary wood can be exchanged for food at a ratio of 10. But the wood from this tree forest can be exchanged for food at a ratio of 120. Thinking about how he used to guard such a huge fortune and still had to go hungry every day, he was even more angry about the behavior of the werewolves in the stinky water forest stealing wood. Broken Ear even cursed. No wonder the stinky water forest tribe often crosses the border. When we drove them away, some werewolves were holding this kind of wood in their hands. You are stealing the food of our red mud wetland tribe and stealing our wealth. Thieves from the stinky water forest. I will make you pay the price. After scolding, the angry Duaner was about to beat the captured werewolves, but was stopped by Yinxing. Chief, wait a minute. I still have some questions to ask. Duana was very grateful to Yinxing. If Yinxing hadn't asked about the wood, they would definitely not care about the wood on the ground when they caught the invading werewolves. And they would have missed the secret of knowing how rich they were. Master Yinxing, please. Duaner stepped aside. Yinxing didn't waste time on the wood. If we don't take back the red mud wet beach, nothing can be done. How many werewolf warriors did you bring with you to invade the red mud wet beach this time? What kind of monsters did Steel Teeth bring? And how many were there? If I tell you, will you let me go? The werewolf felt the anger of Broken Ear and the werewolves of the red mud wet beach, and was afraid that he would be torn to pieces if he told them. Yinxing said, as long as you tell the truth, we will let you go after we take back the red mud wet beach. At this time, another tied werewolf made a whining sound, warning the werewolf, who wanted to leak the tribe's information. Broken Ear stepped forward and smashed the werewolf's head with a flail. Looking at the corpse of his companion, the werewolf was even more scared. No. 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 You will definitely kill me. I said. Stinky Water Steel Teeth and Stinky Water Claws will also kill me. Yinxing comforted the werewolf. As long as you say it, I promise that the werewolves of the Red Mud Wetland clan will not kill you. If you dare not return to the Stinky Water Forest, you can go to my territory. I will give you a job, a house and food every day. The werewolf still didn't believe it. You, don't lie to me. At this time, Eddie whispered, Master Yinxing, keep your word. The militia and steel-armored werewolves also shouted together, Master Yinxing, keep your word. Duaner said with some envy, Master Yinxing is willing to take you in. Your good days are coming. Just say whatever Master Yinxing asks. We won't embarrass you. Chapter 45 Qinxiang. After asking, Yinxing knew the strength of the opponent this time. There were a total of 90 werewolves from the Chishulan who invaded the red mud wet beach. Among them, there were 9 second-level werewolves, 81 first-level werewolves, and Steel Teeth was the commander. In addition, as a werewolf hero trainer, Steel Teeth also brought 6 poisonous flies. The number of troops invading the Chishulan tribe was less than Duaner's estimate, because the intelligence that the Chishulan tribe had obtained was that Duaner led the tribe's elite to attack a human camp. The outcome is unknown now. If Duaner suffered heavy losses at the human camp, Chishulan would take over the red mud wet beach. If Duaner defeated the human race, he would not suffer much loss, and would also seize a batch of weapons. The werewolf army that invaded from the Chishulan would definitely not fight with Duaner, who was fighting for his territory. Chishulan had a plan to withdraw from the red mud wet beach at any time, but they had to take away all the captured women and children. Without the replenishment of new blood, the werewolf tribe in the red mud wet beach would eventually disintegrate. And then the Chishulan tribe could easily occupy the red mud wet beach, because they had to retreat at any time. Of course, they would take away as much wood as they could to exchange for food, and they had to pick up the best wood. This is why these 4 werewolves are salvaging wood here. If it weren't for the fact that the Red Mud Wet Beach tribe had to suppress and take away the captured werewolf women and children, there would be more werewolves coming here to salvage wood. Hearing that the werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest were really going to take away the women and children of his tribe, Duaner was glad that he followed Yinxing's advice and rushed here as quickly as possible in a truck. Otherwise, once all the women and children in his family were taken away, the Red Mud Wet Beach tribe would really be finished. Master Yinxing, we must attack our homeland immediately, drive away the invaders, and take back the women and children of the tribe. After receiving the information, Yinxing asked Eddie to tie the werewolf's mouth again. Then he said to the anxious Duaner, the invading wolf pack in the Stinky Water Forest will first determine the damage of the wolf pack you took away before deciding whether to retreat or occupy. Therefore, they will not retreat now, but just prepare for retreat. But as long as they want to retreat, they will definitely send people here to transport the salvaged wood. We can set up an ambush circle here and eliminate all the werewolves who come to transport wood. Reducing the enemy's manpower will make it much easier to attack the homeland. If we attack now, not only will our losses be great, but more women and children may be injured. Although Duaner didn't know what reducing the enemy's manpower meant, he understood the ambush here. And it's just as Master Yinxing said. Even if we win the attack on the homeland, we will suffer great losses. Just listen to Master Yinxing. Since the thieves in the Stinky Water Forest value these woods so much, let's set up an ambush here. The werewolves in the Red Mud Wetland are very familiar with the terrain of this arbor forest. They quickly determined the path that the werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest would take to carry wood, and then found a suitable place to hide and ambush. Yinxing picked up the rotten wood on the ground and scraped some powder on it with a dagger. After smelling it carefully, the fragrance of the powder was consistent with the fragrance of the entire forest. So Yinxing scraped more powder and asked the militia and werewolves to apply it on their bodies. The fragrance of the powder covered the body odor of humans and werewolves, allowing the ambushers to better integrate into the environment here. Yinxing also sprinkled some powder on himself, and then climbed onto a thick branch. He contacted Orf, who was going to the homeland for reconnaissance through the intercom. Yinxing told Orf the intelligence he had obtained here, as well as the ambush plan. He asked Orf to observe the movements of the werewolves in the stinking forest at any time, and to find out their defensive arrangements in the homeland. Eddie stood on the branch of the same tree. After Yinxing finished talking to Orf, he couldn't help but ask, Master, what are these woods? And why is the powder scraped off so fragrant? And some people exchange so much food. 20 kilograms of food for 1 kilogram of wood. Are those people stupid? Stupid? It's the human merchants who think the werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest are stupid. Yinxing looked at the broken wood lying on the ground and couldn't help but smile, and deliberately raised his voice and said, this kind of wood. Even if you exchange 200 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram, you are still a profiteer. Bang! Duaner fell straight from a nearby tree. Then, regardless of whether it hurt or not, he climbed up the tree where Yinxing was holding a piece of wood from the ground, and approached the branch where Yinxing was with a smile on his face. Master Yinxing, you just said that this wood can be exchanged for 200 kilograms of grain. What kind of treasure is this? Yinxing had already seen Duaner listening from a nearby tree. Since he was going to let him hear, he didn't hide anything. He took the piece of wood from Duaner and said, this thing looks like wood, but it's actually mostly a resin called agarwood, which is a very precious spice. I don't know the value of agarwood in other human territories, but I'm willing to exchange 200 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of agarwood. Really 200 kilograms of grain. Duaner felt dizzy and weak, just when he heard that this kind of wood could be exchanged for grain at a ratio of 1 to 20. He was already deeply shocked. Now Yinxing told him that it could be exchanged for 1 to 20. Duaner felt like he was the richest werewolf in the world. The Red Mud Beach was full of agarwood. Yinxing quickly supported Duaner, who almost fell down again, poured a basin of cold water on him and said, Chief, it is very difficult to form agarwood, and good agarwood often needs hundreds or thousands of years of sedimentation. There may be a lot of agarwood in the Red Mud Beach, but it is definitely not as much as you think. Otherwise, the 4 werewolves would not have fished out such a small amount of agarwood after fishing for so long. And after this kind of good stuff is fished out, it will not be available again in a short time. Yinxing's words made Duaner sober up instantly. Yes, 200 kilograms of food is not enough for the entire tribe to eat in one day. Even if all the agarwood in the Red Mud Wet Beach is dug out, how long can it last? At this time, Yinxing said again. The agarwood in the red mud wet beach is limited. But the agarwood in the entire Thunder Swamp is definitely more than we can imagine. Even the agarwood that has not been discovered on the edge of the swamp is already an inestimable wealth. Chief Duanair, don't you think the red mud wet beach is too small for your tribe? It's a pity to only use the precious agarwood to exchange for food. Yinxing's words seemed to open a door for Duanair that he had never thought of. Since agarwood can be exchanged for so much food, it can naturally be exchanged for weapons. The werewolf tribe in the Stinky Water Forest wants to seize his red mud wet beach. And he can also annex the Stinky Water Forest and the surrounding werewolf territories. In the past, Duanair only dreamed of making the surrounding werewolf tribes fear him. But now he thinks more. Chapter 46, A Neat Ambush. Master Yinxing. Duanair rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, You mean? I can use the agarwood in the red mud beach to exchange weapons from you. Then use these weapons to arm my warriors to attack other werewolf territories, annex their territories, and snatch their werewolf warriors. Then use the agarwood in their territories to continue to exchange weapons from you and arm the newly added troops. Continuously expand outward in this way. Yinxing stared at Duanair, who was talking excitedly, and waited until he finished speaking before asking, Chief, the Thunder Swamp is so big. Even the edge area is not small. How long will it take you to finish eating like this? Besides, we are all werewolves. Why do we have to kill each other? Broken Ear, who was pulled back from his fantasy by Yinxing, said in confusion, Master Yinxing, what you just said is not what you meant. Didn't you ask me to expand my territory? Yinxing said, I asked you to expand your territory, and even wanted to help you unify the werewolf tribes outside the Thunder Swamp. But I didn't say that you have to keep fighting. You eat one mouthful at a time and take a long time to digest. You can't swallow a few tribes. And other werewolf tribes will be wary. The terrain of the swamp is complicated. Even if your warriors are given the same full set of equipment as the Eternal Territory warriors, it won't be so easy for you to capture other werewolf territories. Duanair finally calmed down. Yes, the swamp terrain is too complicated. There are invisible natural traps everywhere, and the werewolves in the territory dare not run around at will, let alone the attacking guest army. If you get stuck in the quagmire, a full set of steel armor will make you die faster. But how can we expand the territory without fighting? Duanair couldn't think of a second way. Yinxing smiled and said, with this agarwood, we can make them voluntarily hand over the territory. If you trust me, just listen to me. Less than a day after knowing each other, Duanair admired Yinxing. Now Yinxing has painted a big pie for him. Duanair hurriedly said, listen to Master Yinxing. I will listen to you, Master Yinxing. However, Yinxing had just formed a rough outline of his plan, so he didn't tell Duanair too much. Orf happened to send intelligence through the intercom. The invading werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest had suppressed the werewolves left behind in the red mud wetland. 10 werewolves were scouting in the direction of the grassland, and another 20 were heading for the tree forest. Yinxing immediately said to Duanair, 20 werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest are coming. Prepare to ambush. Don't let any of them run back. Duanair replied, please rest assured, Master Yinxing. As long as they enter this tree forest, no one will run away. Duanair slid down the tree and climbed up the tree where he had ambushed. A few whoo sounds rang out in the woods, and then the surroundings became quiet again. The frogs croaked again. The fluorescent water made the forest look like a fairyland in an animation. The arbor forest was not far from the home of the Broken Ear tribe. Soon, a sound of shuttles came from outside the forest, and a team of werewolves entered the arbor forest through the grass. As they walked, they made a woo sound to call their companions who were collecting agarwood here, but they did not get any response. This situation did not alert the werewolves. After all, no one thought that Broken Ear would come back so quickly. Perhaps his companions were diving underwater to look for valuable wood. The werewolves who did not get a response continued to walk inside, and then saw some wood that could be exchanged for food scattered on a flat ground. The werewolves came over, still not realizing they had entered the ambush circle. Yinxing stood above the werewolves. The dense branches and leaves of the tree canopy blocked his figure, and the fragrance of agarwood powder made him blend into the environment naturally. The ambushing warriors were hiding nearby, on the branches, in the grass, and under the lotus leaves, hiding in the water, with only 2 nostrils exposed to breathe. The closest distance to the Stinky Forest werewolves was less than 2 meters, but they just couldn't see them. This also made Yinxing feel again the difficulty of the outside races attacking the swamp. And it was too easy to be ambushed. Yinxing tapped the intercom with his fingers a few times. And the steel-armored werewolves and militiamen, who heard the signal slowly took out their slingshots, and put a marble into their leather bags. The rubber band was stretched to the limit. As Yinxing shouted release, the marbles rained down on the werewolves, who were close at hand, facing the invading enemy. All the werewolves in the red mud beach showed no mercy, and shot all the marbles at the werewolves' heads. A sudden attack knocked the werewolves in the encirclement unconscious, and several of them fell down with blood on their heads. Just when the werewolves didn't know what was happening, the second wave of attacks came at their heads. Then, there was the buzzing sound of poisonous flies flying at high speed. The werewolves in the stinky water forest were shot with marbles continuously, and ran around holding their heads. And they were even more panicked when they heard the poisonous flies approaching. There was only so much land in the forest. Some werewolves fell into puddles, and some werewolves were stung by poisonous flies and fell to the ground. The red mud werewolves and militiamen who were lying in ambush rushed out from various hiding places. The flails swung and smashed bones, and the spears pierced through the flesh. The massacre started and ended quickly, and the forest returned to peace in a short time. The corpses of the stinking werewolves were all over the ground and the water, and the blood dyed a large area of the water red. You have won a glorious victory after a fierce battle. You get experience, 4,000. Your level is increased. You get reputation, 300. Based on your outstanding performance of 0 losses in the battle. Experience bonus, 4,000. You get a construction blueprint, Wolf's Nest, no construction restrictions. You get God-given gold coins, 1,200. While Duan Er led the werewolves to clean up the battlefield, Yinxing checked the rewards after a battle. The level has risen to level 9. And the strength has also increased a little bit. Theoretically, Yinxing has no problem fighting a few werewolves with a steel pipe. But the attribute data is different from actual combat. What Yinxing lacks is combat experience, and the bloodthirsty fierceness of werewolves in battle. In this battle, even the militia performed better than Yinxing, stabbing the werewolves with spears without blinking an eye. Yinxing stood on the tree from beginning to end, shooting and shooting. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Only by protecting yourself can you enjoy life. So Yinxing continued to stand on the tree with peace of mind and took out the reward drawings. Unlimited wolf den construction drawings. Meaning Yinxing can build a wolf den anywhere. The wolf den is a first-level recruitment building of the swamp tribe. There are a group of first-level werewolves waiting to be recruited every week. Good stuff. In the past few days of contact with werewolves, Yinxing feels more and more that werewolves are really excellent warriors. The amazing running and jumping ability, natural endurance and hunger resistance allow them to implement long-distance raid tactics. Moreover, they are first-level creatures, with low recruitment costs and large numbers of them. And their combat power is close to that of the second-level militia of the human race. After being armed, their combat power can exceed that of the second level. Orf said that the first-level steel-armored werewolves of the Eternal Territory can fight against the third-level lizardmen of the swamp. Yinxing was holding the wolf nest building drawings at this time, looking at the agarwood on the ground. And he already had a new plan for arming the werewolves in his mind. Chapter 47 New Target. Duan Er led the werewolves to quickly clean up the battlefield. All the werewolves' clothes and equipment were stripped off, and the bodies were thrown directly into the puddle. In a few days, they would become a pile of bones. After it was safe, Yinxing climbed down from the tree. Duan Er immediately stepped forward to ask what to do next. Yinxing thought for a while and said, Gangya sent people here to transport agarwood, probably preparing to move all the women and children of your tribe away. He led the remaining werewolves, and he could be more casual whether to fight or retreat. Now we have killed 21 werewolves in the stinky water forest and captured 3. Or said that 10 more werewolves were sent out to investigate your whereabouts. Which means that there are 57 werewolves around Gangya. If we can divide and eliminate some of them, Gangya will be trapped. Duaner asked how to divide them again. Yinxing squatted down and gave Duaner a branch to let him draw a map of the red mud wet beach. Mark the location of the home and the tree forest, and the road that Gangya will take when he retreats. After Duaner finished drawing, Yinxing took the branch and circled and dotted on the map. Now we can conclude that Gangya, who has the idea of retreating at any time, will not fight to the death for the red mud wet beach. He has 2 options. But no matter whether he fights or retreats, he must give priority to taking away the women and children of your tribe. So as long as you show your whereabouts in the red mud wet beach, Gangya Who doesn't know how many troops you bring back? We'll definitely let some of the werewolves take the women and children away immediately, without waiting for the werewolves in the tree forest to move the agarwood. Then he stayed to buy time. If you are weak, he will beat you. And if you are strong, he will run away. Anyway, if we take away the foundation of your tribe, the Stinky Water Forest will be invincible. I will take some people to the direction of the Stinky Water Forest to continue to ambush and snatch the women and children of your tribe. We will attack the homeland from both sides, and there will be no worries. Duan Er listened and nodded in agreement. The fact that his own women and children were in the hands of Gangyat did make Duan Er a little hesitant, for fear that the werewolves of the Stinky Water Forest would kill them. If he could snatch his own women and children back in his own territory, he could fight them however he wanted. None of the invaders this time could escape. Fight as Master Yinching wants. The plan was set, and Yinching and Duaner split up and acted. Duaner went to find a place to reveal his whereabouts, and Yinching went to set an ambush. Things turned out to be as Yinching expected. When the werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest found that Duaner appeared in the red mud wet beach, they sent werewolves to the tree forest to find the werewolves who were collecting agarwood there, and sent 15 werewolves to escort the women and children of the red mud wet beach tribe who were tied together to the direction of the Stinky Water Forest. These werewolves were very fierce, and those who walked slowly were immediately punched and kicked. Duaner's arrival was somewhat unexpected to them, and they had to take these women and children away as soon as possible. Walking in a hurry, they naturally neglected to investigate the road, and walked unconsciously into the ambush circle set up by Yinching. With the experience of an ambush, Yinching repeated the trick, although without the help of poisonous flies. The fully armed werewolves and militiamen of Yanghing territory had an overwhelming advantage over the 15 werewolves. The steel-armored werewolves and steel-armored militiamen launched a surprise attack from both sides of the path. A round of charge knocked down the werewolves of the Stinky Water Forest who were escorting women and children, and stabbed them to the ground. The women and children of the werewolves of the red mud wet beach were rescued, and then armed with captured weapons and sticks on the spot. And the number of Yinching's troops suddenly increased by more than 100. At this point, there were only 40 Stinky Water Forest werewolves occupying the red mud wet beach home, and the retreat to Stinky Water Forest was completely cut off. When Duan Er and Yinching led their troops to surround the red mud wet beach tribal home, Stinky Water Steel Teeth could only lead his troops to surrender. You have won a brilliant victory after a fierce battle. You have gained experience, 16,000. You have gained reputation, 1,000. Based on your outstanding performance of 0 losses in the battle, you will be awarded experience, 16,000. Your level has been upgraded. You have gained special building blueprints. Fountain can increase the prosperity of the territory. You have gained God-given gold coins, 1,000. Your hero level has been upgraded to level 10. Please go to the Knight Guild as soon as possible and find a Knight Minter to learn new Knight combat. Tips: a warhorse with excellent blood, excellent and sturdy armor, and standard Knight etiquette can leave a good first impression on the Knight Minter. What is the Knights Guild? Where is it? Yinching was invited by Duaner to enter the home of the red mud wet beach werewolf tribe. The so-called home is a low hut made of branches and leaves in a relatively high place. Steel Teeth of Chishulan and the invading werewolves were tied up and surrounded by the angry red mud wet beach werewolves in the middle of the home. It seems that they will all be killed with just one order. Duaner asked Yinching how to deal with these captives. He didn't realize that as long as Yinching was by his side, he would lose his backbone. Since they surrendered, they must not be killed. Otherwise, if this evil reputation spreads, it will not be of much benefit to red mud wet beach. Yinching's words saved the lives of the captured werewolves. But Yinching added, but we can't let them go easily. Otherwise we can't intimidate the surrounding werewolf territories. Duaner heard that Yinching had already set his sights on the werewolf territories around the red mud wetlands, and then recalled what he had just said in the Arbor Forest. Unify the werewolf tribes outside the Thunder Swamp. The heart of the middle-aged werewolf tribe leaders suddenly became hot. Master Yinching said how to deal with them. And I will deal with them. I will listen to you. Send them all to my eternal territory to work. Duaner opened his mouth wide. This is too cheap for them. In Duaner's cognition, going to Yonghing territory to work is not a punishment, but a place to enjoy life. But for Yinching, Yonghing territory has everything except labor. He comforted Duaner. Although the Stinky Water Forest werewolves invaded the red mud wetlands, they did not cause much casualties to your tribe. And take a long-term view. We are now looking at the edge of the entire Thunder Swamp. Don't always think about the hatred with the Stinky Water Forest tribe. Duaner felt that Yinxing was right. His own people did not suffer any casualties. But more than 30 werewolves died in the Stinky Water Forest tribe. He was angry because the Stinky Water Forest werewolves stole his agarwood. He didn't know how much they had stolen in such a long time. But since Yinxing said so, Duaner calmed down. Master Yinxing's wisdom is like the stars in the sky. I don't understand. I just need to know to do what Master Yinxing says. You can take these captives away. What should I do next? Yinxing took a piece of agarwood from Eddie beside him and smiled. Of course. Let all the werewolf tribes on the edge of the Thunder Swamp know. Master Yinxing of the Eternal Territory is willing to exchange 200 kilograms for 1 kilogram. And use food to buy unlimited agarwood in their territory. Remember to let the werewolf warriors who deliver the letter bring steel flails and slingshots. Tell those werewolf chiefs how you use these weapons to defeat more than 100 werewolf invaders from the Stinky Water Forest with only 30 soldiers. Chapter 48 Tax Collection. After daybreak, Broken Ear ordered the women and children of the tribe to migrate to Yonghangli, together with 30 werewolf warriors, to start a 2-month war debt compensation labor. Steel Teeth of the Stinky Water Forest and the captured Stinky Water Forest werewolf warriors were also escorted to Yonghang territory. Thus, Yinxing's series of battles against the Red Mud Wet Beach ended. Yonghang territory gained a loyal ally in the direction of the Thunder Swamp on the north side. The Broken Ear tribe of the Red Mud Wet Beach will become a bridgehead established by Yinxing on the edge of the Thunder Swamp, providing a barrier for Yonghang territory. At the same time, the Red Mud Wet Beach will also assume more strategic roles in the near future. Yinxing's plan to attack the Thunder Swamp has been rapidly implemented with the footsteps of the Red Mud Wetland werewolves, who were delivering messages everywhere. Yinxing, who was driving a truck, looked at the swamp area that was gradually moving away through the rearview mirror. Around the truck were the werewolves walking. Most of them were going to the Eternal Territory for the first time. Their faces were full of confusion about the unknown future, and they were in awe of the giant beast covered with steel armor beside them. The werewolves in the Stinky Water Forest did not dare to have any evil thoughts. And even the heroic Steel Fong followed the team honestly. The werewolves around them, who were holding steel flails and wearing half-body steel armor, really put too much pressure on them. The swamp tribe lacks steel, so they have more respect for steel. Yinxing drove the truck and slowly followed the team. In the carriage, the militiamen guarded dozens of agarwood. These were salvaged from the puddle in the Red Mud Wet Beach and the tree forest. They were the biggest spoils Yinxing obtained in this war. Agarwood is an extremely precious spice in the real world. Because of long-term logging, the naturally generated agarwood in the wild environment has become less and less. And high-quality agarwood is like a rare treasure. The price is naturally high and rising. Ordinary wild agarwood is more expensive than gold. And high-quality agarwood is worth tens of thousands of yuan per gram. Although Yinxing does not understand agarwood, since the human merchant said that the agarwood in the Red Mud Wet Beach tree forest is of good quality, it must be good. In fact, no matter whether it is good or not, 200 kilograms of food in the real world can only be bought for more than 1,000 yuan at most. 1,000 yuan for 1 kilogram of agarwood, no matter how you calculate it. It is a profit. Therefore, Yinxing did not hesitate to be polite to Duaner and directly fished out hundreds of kilograms of agarwood from the tall trees. When saying goodbye, Yinxing generously said to Duaner, I will take these agarwoods away. If you are not in a hurry to get food or weapons, just keep a record. If you need anything in the future, come to my territory to get it. Duaner, who has a bright future, is in high spirits. He replied to Yinxing, Master Yinxing is still thoughtful. The swamp is humid, and the food will spoil quickly after being brought in, and the weapons will also rust easily. Master Yinxing, you must keep your word. I'll trouble you to help me keep these supplies. That's right. Master Yinxing, you must keep your word, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the money he could get from pulling so much agarwood, Yinxing couldn't help but smile proudly while driving. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Ha 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 ha. Returning to Yonghang territory, the triumphant team was warmly welcomed by the people of the territory. However, in the welcoming team, Yinxing saw some skinny, ragged farmers holding dung forks in their hands. Yinxing was sure that these were definitely not the people of his territory, because the food in Yonghang territory is really good. Even with such a heavy workload every day, the subjects still gain weight and walk energetically. Even the clothes worn by the farmers in Yonghang territory are wear-resistant labor protection work clothes. Everyone wears gloves and shovels. Mighty and extraordinary. When Yinxing saw these farmers, he thought of the scene when he first met Gauspa and Eddie. Yinxing parked the car and asked Gauspa to take people to settle the werewolves, who came to the territory to work. Then he called Lao Hans over and pointed at the strange farmers, who gathered around and asked, "Who are these people? Where are they from?" Lao Hans saluted Yinxing and replied, "My lord, these are refugees. They admire the prosperity of our Yonglin territory and your reputation, and beg to join your territory. Because you went to the Red Mud Wetland, I didn't dare to let them join the territory. I just let them in and gave them some food." Refugees? Yinxing remembered the conversation with Gao Hans when they were eating hot pot. Human territories can not only recruit farmers through sheds, but also attract refugees with high prosperity of the territory and the reputation of the Lord. Although the prosperity of Yonglin territory is not high, Yinxing's personal reputation has increased a lot after several battles. Yinxing's heroic specialty is that he is popular with the people, which naturally attracts refugees. Now that the threat of war around the Eternal Territory has been lifted, refugees have arrived immediately. It's true that when you are asleep, someone will bring you a pillow. What the Eternal Territory lacks now is farmers who can work. As for the werewolves, Yinxing has seen the werewolf homes on the Red Mud Beach, which are really horrible. Yinxing has no hope for the werewolves to do delicate work. They are just capable of doing stupid work. To truly build the territory, we still have to rely on the farmers of the human race. How many refugees are here this time? Yinxing asked. Lawrence replied, 24 people came. They are all here. Wow! So many! A farmer's shed can only recruit 15 farmers a week. But this time, there were 24 people directly. Although the farmers in the huts are all young and strong, and there are old and young among these refugees, there are many job opportunities in Yonglin territory now. No matter how old you are, there is always a job suitable for you. Yinxing looked at the refugees around him. They looked very hesitant, as if they were afraid that the Lord would not take them in. Should I say a few polite words suitable for my status as a lord? But Yinxing thought for a long time, and couldn't think of a good speech. He had to wave his hand. Lao Hans, collect taxes. The Lord's tax collection representative acknowledged that these wandering farmers were subjects of Yonglin territory. It was a blessing. All the refugees knelt down happily, presented the taxes for this week with both hands, and shouted with Lao Hans, Master Yinxing, keep your word. Looking at the golden coins in the palms of the hands, Yinxing also laughed. As a tax officer, Lao Hans quickly collected the taxes of the new subjects of the territory and presented them to Yinxing. Yinxing put these God-given gold coins into his God-given item space, and then said to Lao Hans, in the future, if there are refugees like this who want to join the territory, you don't need to ask me. Just tax them directly. We have food and clothes in Yonglin territory. No matter how many refugees come, I, your master, can afford to support them. Yes, master. Although it is good for farmers to pay taxes, not all human territories dare to collect farmers indefinitely, because God-given gold coins cannot be eaten. If there is not enough food, famine will affect the prosperity and morale of the territory, thus triggering various crises in the territory. Yinxing, who dared to exchange 200 kilograms of food for 1 kilogram of agarwood, never worried about the food problem in the territory. Thinking of agarwood, Yinxing couldn't help but feel even happier. Lawrence, take these new subjects to move the agarwood in the car to the warehouse. Then go to Gosper and Eddie to get clothes and shovels. The tax is paid. It's time to work. Master, I'll go get you breakfast. Chapter 49. I admire you. When Lao Hans unloaded the cargo with the new subjects, Yinxing did not immediately return to the real world to bring breakfast, but went to the pavilion where Duan Air was invited last night. The table under the pavilion still had unfinished food from last night. After Yinxing sat down, Eddie and Orf brought the stinky water for his steel teeth over and asked him to sit in the place where Duan Air sat last night. This time Yinxing did not let his men untie Steel Teeth. He gnawed a chicken claw and looked at Steel Teeth silently. As a hero unit, Steel Teeth is much larger than other werewolves, and even looks stronger than Duan Air. He was wearing a hard leather armor with many broken parts, and his head was full of lumps from being beaten by the Red Mud Web Beach werewolf. After finishing a chicken foot, Yinxing took another sip of red wine. Then he said to Gongya, I also know a werewolf named Gongya. I admire him very much and want to recruit him as my subordinate. But in the end, he died. Died of his stupidity. But you are different. You are very smart. And all the decisions you made in the red mud wet beach were correct. But you met me. Although you were defeated and captured, I still admire you very much. You have the mind to become a great werewolf hero. The stinky water forest, even with the red mud wet beach, is too small for you. You should have a bigger stage. Ganya didn't expect that this human lord would say such words to him. To be honest, from the swamp to the human territory, everything he saw shocked him greatly, especially the amount of steel used in the trenches and protective walls of the territory, which was more than what he had ever seen in his life. Ganya asked Yinching, "Dear Lord, are you recruiting me?" "Yes," Yinching answered with certainty, "but I also know that you will not agree easily. I just hope that you can restrain your subordinates during your sentence and work for me honestly. I will guarantee your safety and food. Like the red mud wetland werewolves who came here to serve labor, you will be free in 2 months. During this period, if you make trouble and run away, I will join forces with Duoner to kill into the stinky water forest." Yinching really admired this Ganya. He had a brain that was rare among werewolves. In the attack on the red mud wet beach, he first used the little werewolves to force the guards guarding the red mud wet beach home to surrender, avoiding damage to his own side in the defense. He also fully considered a variety of possible situations and formulated effective countermeasures. It can be said that without Yinching's help Duoner, the red mud wet beach would sooner or later belong to the stinky water forest tribe. However, Ganya also revealed some of his own flaws. Although his name is Ganya, he lacks the fierceness of a werewolf. Facing the siege, he did not lead his subordinates who could fight to break out, but chose to surrender. Therefore, in Yinching's mind, Ganya is not a general who can stand alone, but is suitable to be a counselor in the strategy of attacking the werewolf tribe on the edge of Thunder Swamp. Yinching needs a werewolf with a flexible mind and familiar with the habits and customs of the swamp tribe to work for him. Yinching threw an olive branch to Ganya, but did not expect him to immediately submit to his tiger body. For the werewolves in the stinky water forest, there is no threat to their lives, so there is nothing wrong with working in the eternal territory for 2 months. As for whether this human lord will let him go after 2 months, Ganya did not doubt too much. After all, the human race attaches great importance to the honor of their family. "Master Yinching, keep your word," he shouted so loudly in the territory. "It is unlikely that he will break his promise." Ganya said, "Dear Lord, if we work for you here, can you guarantee that Duoner will not attack the stinky water forest?" This time, Ganya was defeated, and the strength of the stinky water forest werewolf tribe was greatly damaged. The red mud wetland tribe received material support from the eternal territory, and its weapons and equipment formed an advantage over the stinky water forest tribe. According to convention, Duoner will definitely take the opportunity to attack the stinky water forest. Yinching said, "I can restrain the Duoner tribe leader from invading the stinky water forest. You can also send a werewolf back to report your safety to your people. Even if Limp Claw comes to visit you, I promise to let them come and go freely. Of course, everything is based on the premise that you have no hostility towards me." Ganya said, "Both Broken Ear and I were defeated by you, and the stinky water forest tribe will never want to be your enemy. I will send a werewolf back to explain our situation here to my brother, and your generosity and kindness." With Ganya's guarantee, Yinching can finally leave the territory with peace of mind. After all, the situation of the stinky water forest werewolves is very different from that of the red mud wet beach werewolves. If they create a riot, it will definitely cause great losses to the eternal territory. Yinching asked Orf to untie Ganya, then stood up and pointed at the food on the table and said, "Eat. It's better to work when you are full." After leaving the territory to look at the car and returning to the real world, Yinching went to Shuji Old Store to get breakfast first, because there was no prior notice. There were suddenly so many werewolves and farmers in Yonghing territory, so Antley did not prepare enough food. However, there are still a lot of dog food in the territory warehouse, enough to solve today's breakfast. Looking at the full car of food, Yinching also realized that some problems had to be solved. After all, he is a person, and he can't waste his time on transporting supplies again and again. It may be able to cope with it now, but when the population of the territory increases in the future, more and more supplies will be needed. How much can I transport by myself and one car 24 hours a day? Especially, the news of exchanging grain for agarwood will soon spread in Thunder Swamp. Yonghing territory must store thousands of tons of grain in advance to ensure the smooth implementation of the next plan. And the load capacity of this truck is 5 tons. Even if it is overloaded, it will take a long time to transport. Should I still transport building materials and do other things? It seems that I have to rent a warehouse. Place an order by yourself and let the merchant deliver all the goods you want to the warehouse. In this way, bulk goods can be transported to Yongling territory at one time. Warehouse management and inventory require manpower. You need to set up a company. If you want to purchase something in the future, placing an order through the company can save you a lot of time. Starting a company, hiring employees, renting warehouses, and purchasing materials all require money. Yinqing has already spent most of the money from selling gold. And the gold bestowed by God is an irreplaceable consumable in territory construction. So it would be a pity to exchange it for money. Fortunately, agarwood was found in Thunder Swamp this time. Yinqing dared to peek into Thunder Swamp because of the discovery of agarwood. Only with money can all plans be implemented. The safest and most convenient way to convert agarwood into cash is auction. Among the many agarwoods brought back from the red mud wetland, Yinqing chose a piece of agarwood weighing about 1 kilogram and more regular to test the water. See how much this thing is worth. Chapter 50 Shortage of Supplies. Zhuhai City, as an international metropolis, naturally has many world-renowned auction houses. Yinqing took the agarwood to a reputable and well-known auction house for valuation. The experts in the auction house believed that the agarwood brought by Yinqing was a rare and top-quality product. The estimated value was 5 million to 7 million. If it was auctioned, it should be able to exceed 10 million. However, the people in the auction house suggested that Yinqing find a famous sculptor to turn the agarwood into a work of art based on the texture of the agarwood. Then its value would be really immeasurable. However, it would definitely take a lot of time for a famous sculptor to carve it. And with various processing, it might take 1 or 2 years. Yinqing has no time to wait. 10 million already made his head dizzy. This is just 1 kilogram of agarwood. But he has hundreds of kilograms of this grade of agarwood in the warehouse of Yongling territory. How much agarwood is there in the red mud wetland? How much agarwood is there in the entire Thunder Swamp? If they are all pulled out and sold, and the agarwood does not depreciate, what are the 2 ma? What is gates? This lord does not even look at them. Of course, the reason why agarwood is so expensive is that it is too rare. If Yinqing really dumps the agarwood he collected into reality, even the best things can be sold at a bargain price. The richest man or something, just know it yourself. No need to be too ostentatious. Keep a low profile. We need to control the amount of agarwood that flows into the real world. I'm in a hurry to use the money. Yinqing was indeed in a hurry to use the money, and said with great reluctance, I won't ask a famous artist to carve it. Please arrange the auction of this agarwood as soon as possible, and find a new owner who appreciates it. Since the customer asked, the auction house will not make too many suggestions. The procedures for entrusting the auction were completed quickly. Yinqing left the auction house and went to find a suitable warehouse. During this period, he also entrusted an agency that handled company registration to help him go through the company registration process. Rented an office in a business building. At the same time, he found several fresh graduates on the talent website and sent them interview invitations. After a busy day of running around, during which he transported several supplies to the Eternal Territory, Yinqing dragged his tired body back to his Eternal Territory at night. A lord who is as tired as a dog should be rare in this world. The construction of the Eternal Territory did not stagnate because of the absence of the lord. Gosper, Eddie, Lao Hans, and Orf are already familiar with their respective duties and responsibilities. Under the leadership of Orf, the steel-armored werewolves conducted detection and exploration of the periphery of the Eternal Territory. The main task is to find out the boundaries that the Eternal Territory can cover. Confirm the location and situation of the human territory closest to you to the south. Find the ocean to the east. Set up outposts to the west to prevent orcs and elves from taking a detour. The human militia led by Eddie was responsible for the defense of the territory. Lorenz was responsible for the taxation of the territory and brought in farmers and laborers to work. Gosper was responsible for the inventory and distribution of supplies in the territory. Everyone performed their duties. Good food and soup were provided. And the subjects, laborers, and captives were very satisfied and motivated. And the territory was in full swing. The shed was built, and 15 more farmers were added to the territory. The wolf's den was built, and 10 werewolves could be recruited in it every week. And the recruitment price was 1 werewolf/20 gold. It was 5 gold cheaper than the second-level militia, which was really expensive. 10 werewolves were 200 gold. Yinxing reluctantly handed over the gold coins and recruited all the werewolves in the wolf's den. The current direct forces of the Eternal Territory are 16 second-level steel-armored militiamen, 18 first-level steel-armored werewolves, and 1 second-level elite howler, although they are not strong in military strength. If they encounter werewolves attacking within 100 again, Yinxing dares to fight a wild encounter with them with the current forces. Let Lao Hans take away the newly recruited farmers and hand over the newly recruited werewolves to Andy for management. The burning bonfire illuminates the territory. Yinxing continues to patrol the territory accompanied by Gao Sipa. All the humans and werewolves they met respectfully retreated to the sides and saluted their lords devoutly. Yinxing greeted the subjects he met in a friendly manner and asked Gao Hans, "What is the territory lacking now?" Gosper followed Yinxing and replied, "Master, our territory is short of everything except food. Bricks and cement ran out this afternoon. Barbed wire and razor wire are gone. The blacksmith shop you asked to build quickly has also been built. But without wood, there is no way to burn charcoal. And without carbon, there is no way to smelt iron. Also, so many werewolves suddenly came to the territory this time, and the reserve tents have been used up. The soap has also run out." "Run out of soap? How is that possible? Didn't I give each of you a piece? You can't use it up even if you take 8 baths a day." When Yinxing first arrived in this world, he was really troubled by the stench of Gosper and Eddie. The strong smell of hot pot can't suppress the stench on their bodies. And those werewolves, the smell on their bodies is really pungent. Therefore, when Yinxing returned to the real world for a big purchase, he first did not forget to buy a few boxes of soap, 1 piece for each person, so that they could take a shower quickly. Soap has also become the standard for the personal supplies that Yonghing Territory provides to its subjects. It's just, Yinxing can understand the other scarce supplies that Gosper mentioned. After all, they are all consumables. And the amount used in territory construction is also large. A piece of soap. Can you use it up so quickly? It's only been a few days. Even if you soak it in soap water and drink it, it won't be finished. Don't say you ate it all. Gosper quickly explained, "Master, the soap in stock was taken away by Orf and his steel-armored werewolves. After these werewolf warriors took a bath with soap. They were very popular with the female werewolves from the Red Mud Wetlands." Yinxing understood. The amount of soap he purchased was limited, and it was only distributed to the people of the Eternal Territory. The werewolf laborers and captives from the Red Mud Wetlands and the Stinky Water Forest did not receive such treatment. The werewolves washed with soap had a very significant change in appearance. What did Orf look like when he was first captured? He really was a swamp creature that had rolled in the mud. Not only was he smelly, but his hair was also tangled and dull. What did Orf look like after being washed with soap? His soft and fluffy hair was shiny and bright, and the soft feeling made people want to stroke him. The stench was gone, and there was a light floral scent. The whole body also looked taller and stronger. Could the female werewolves resist such a majestic male werewolf? Could the female werewolves resist such a soap that could make a werewolf look brand new? It turned out that Orf and the other werewolves took my soap and became breeding wolves. This is a good thing to increase the population of the territory. I will bring back another batch of soap tomorrow. If Orf and the others want it, I will give it to them and try to make all the female werewolves pregnant. Yes, Master. Chapter 51 Competitors. The money for soap is a small amount. As for other missing supplies, Yinxing looked at his balance and was really unable to do it. He had already paid the deposit for renting a warehouse and an office. The territory suddenly had so many mouths to feed, and the food expenses had to increase. There was also the company registration fund, and a part of the money was reserved for emergencies. Now Yinxing was really short of money, although there were still some God-given gold coins that could be exchanged for cash. After recruiting militia and werewolves, Yinxing realized that God-given gold coins really could not be wasted at all. If it weren't for the 1,000 God-given gold coins that were awarded, he could only look at the soldiers in the recruitment building with envy. Besides, the cost of building materials and supplies required for the development of the territory is not a small amount, and it cannot be solved by selling a few gold coins. Therefore, before the money from selling agarwood arrives, the money must be carefully calculated. New buildings cannot be built in the territory, but they can be dug. First, dig a moat. This is the standard configuration of a city. The excavated soil can be used as the foundation for building city walls in the future. And the river can also provide a convenient water source for the development of the territory in the future. As for where the water source of the moat is obtained, Yinqing, who has been to the Thunder Swamp once, has already thought about it. Dig a canal between the Eternal Territory and the Red Mud Wetland, so that the rich water source of the swamp can flow directly to the Eternal Territory. This canal can not only provide water for the territory, but also facilitate the flow of materials between the Eternal Territory and the Thunder Swamp. For example, wood, stones for developing the territory can be replaced by bricks, but steel cannot completely replace wood. There are no wood resources around the Eternal Territory, but the Thunder Swamp is very rich. With a canal, the wood in the swamp can be quickly and conveniently transported to the Eternal Territory. Of course, the Eternal Territory cannot dig a canal with the current number of people, but plans can be made in advance. After discussing with Gosper and Lao Hans, Yinqing decided to dig a moat project, taking the existing territory as the center. The moat will be dug 100 meters outward. The area within the moat is the center of the territory, which will be used to build the Lord's Castle in the future. The area outside the moat can be reasonably planned after the number of territory residents increases in the future. Second ring, third ring, fourth ring, fifth ring, expand outward layer by layer. The next day, the workers of Yonghing territory began to dig the moat of the territory, and Yinqing continued to work for his company in the real world. The company registration was very smooth with money. Yinqing quickly obtained various certificates and licenses of Yongheng Land Trading Company. Several desks were placed in the company office, equipped with computers and necessary office equipment. After interviewing a few newly graduated students, they were asked to start work immediately. Anyway, the company's business is not in the real world, so there is no need for skilled salesmen to run around. Someone stays in the office and finds merchants online to place orders according to the boss's needs. Then when the goods arrive, go to the warehouse to open and close the warehouse door and count the amount. The warehouse does not need anyone to stay and go to get off work and leave on time. Yinqing goes to the warehouse to transfer materials at night and tells them during the day that the logistics will transport the goods away at night, safe and secure. A few days later, the top-quality agarwood placed in the auction house was finally acquired by a collector who did not want to reveal his identity at a high price of 12 million. With sufficient funds, the Eternal Land Company also started to operate. Yinqing was finally able to get away from the many tedious things in reality and deal with the upcoming great changes in the territory with all his heart and soul. Will the human merchants who bought agarwood from werewolves at low prices in Thunder Swamp easily give up the cheap source of spices? In the face of huge interests, Yinqing will not, and the other party will definitely not. Stephen Eden is a merchant of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Every month, he walks along the edge of Thunder Swamp under the protection of mercenaries. Their caravans pull carts of food and stop outside the familiar werewolf territory. The werewolves will wait at the trading point on time. They bring some swamp specialties to exchange for food from Eden. There are herbs, animal skins, scales, and spices. The trade is in good order. Not everyone dares to come to the swamp, and not everyone dares to do business with the barbaric swamp people. I don't know how to deal with the swamp people, and sometimes I don't even know how I was killed by them. Eden spent a lot of time and money on this trade route, and also made a lot of sacrifices. First, he established contact and mutual trust with the werewolf tribe little by little, and then traded with them, gradually opening up this trade route that others were afraid to go to. No competition means high profits, especially after Eden discovered that the Thunder Swamp actually contained a high-grade spice such as agarwood. His profits and his status in the Chamber of Commerce were rapidly improved. Eden's sudden wealth naturally attracted the attention of other human merchants to Thunder Swamp. However, how could Eden let others get involved in the source of his wealth? Many human merchants died suddenly around Thunder Swamp. Eden's dominance over this trade route has always been unshakable. However, when Eden was doing business outside Thunder Swamp this time, he soon found that something was wrong. The caravan received very little agarwood from the werewolf tribe. Eden knew that agarwood, a rare spice, would become increasingly scarce as it was collected in large quantities. But the agarwood reserves in Thunder Swamp would definitely not reach such a sharp drop. And some werewolves who came to trade also asked him if he could increase the purchase price of agarwood. Someone is trying to buy agarwood from the werewolves. This is what Eden judged, and it is also what he least wants to see. The profit of spices is very high. Competition means price war, which is really killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of oneself. And both sides will suffer in the end. The best way to avoid competition is of course to kill competitors. Eden did this before. But Eden still doesn't know where his competitors come from this time? He must find out as soon as possible. Another werewolf tribe's territory. A group of werewolves came with goods to trade with the caravan. After seeing the werewolf in the lead, Eden immediately jumped off the carriage. He greeted him warmly, hugged and greeted the werewolf leader, and then asked, "Chief Claw, it was Steel Fang who came to trade with me before. Why is it you who came this time?" Claw looked at Eden's caravan and the mercenaries scattered around for protection, and then replied, "Steel Fang can't come because of something. Eden, my friend, regarding the wood we sold you before, how much food can it be exchanged for its true value?" Eden felt that Claw's tone was a little unfriendly. He immediately replied, "Chief Claw, please don't believe some lies. The price I give you is very fair. Do you remember that some of the wood you gave me last time was of very good quality? I could have continued to exchange 10 kilograms of food for 1 kilogram to buy them all. But I am an honest businessman. I did not deceive you. I took the initiative to give you 10 kilograms of grain, no matter what someone promised you. The benefits he gave you are short-term. Once I leave this trade route, I guarantee that your wood can only be exchanged for grain from him at a 1-to-1 ratio at most." Chapter 52 The Mysterious Lord. Eden's eloquence made Claw doubt the truth of the rumor. Other werewolf tribes did not reject Eden because they had some reservations. All the werewolf tribes that traded with Eden could not do without this caravan. They exchanged food from Eden with things they didn't normally want, which greatly alleviated the food pressure of the tribe. Therefore, the werewolf tribe also cherished the relationship with Eden, and was even willing to kill some people near the swamp for Eden in exchange for food as a reward. The news of 200-to-1 in exchange for agarwood was only spread by the werewolves in the red mud wetland, and other werewolves could not tell whether the news was true or false. But the exchange rate was so tempting that the werewolf tribe was not in a hurry to sell too much agarwood to Eden this time. There was an opportunity to exchange for more food, so of course the werewolves would wait for the price. Claw said to Eden with a sincere face, "Of course I believe you, my friend. It's your food that saves us from having to abandon some cubs." But the werewolves in the red mud wetland were spreading the word. Master Yinching of Yongyong territory was willing to exchange the wood in the hands of the werewolves for 200-to-1. He called these woods agarwood. "This price is much higher than the price you gave us." "What? Someone offered 200-to-1 for agarwood. Is he crazy?" Ian was shocked when he heard the price. The price that the spice merchants in the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce bought from him was only equivalent to 300 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of agarwood. If the cost of the trip to Thunder Swamp, the cost of grain, and the cost of hiring mercenaries are deducted, the profit that Eden made from reselling 1 kilogram of agarwood from Thunder Swamp was 200 kilograms of grain. Eden didn't believe that a human businessman who had just arrived and was doing business with the werewolves in Thunder Swamp could make more profit from agarwood. What did he want to do? Claw said, "I don't know whether this human lord is crazy or not, but I know he is a very powerful and wealthy lord. Anyway, the werewolf tribes at the edge of the Thunder Swamp all knew the news. You probably didn't receive too much agarwood along the way. This is a scam. Absolutely a scam." Eden tried his best to discredit his competitors. 200-to-1 to exchange food for agarwood. He will lose everything. No normal businessman would do this. You just said he is a human lord?" Claws replied, "Yes. He is a human lord. His territory is not far from here, and its name is Eternal Territory. If I hadn't been waiting for your caravan, I would have gone to Eternal Territory to visit this neighbor. Li Claw is the leader of the werewolf tribe in the Stinky Water Forest, and the elder brother of Steel Teeth. He has already known the news about Steel Teeth, and also learned about the information of the Eternal Territory through the werewolves, who sent messages back and forth. Mysterious, rich, powerful, this is Li Claw's understanding of the Eternal Territory at this time. He is looking forward to seeing the steel wall and tasting the food of the Eternal Territory. He also hopes to take the opportunity to ease the relationship between Stinky Water Forest and the Eternal Territory. The werewolves in the red mud wetland are very arrogant after receiving the support of the Eternal Territory, although they did not attack the Stinky Water Forest as promised. Broken Ear and his werewolf warriors have been active on the border of the two tribes' territories. Broken Ear wears brand new steel armor, and all the werewolf warriors hold steel flails. From time to time, he crossed the border and ran into the Stinky Water Forest territory, shooting everywhere with his magical slingshot. The Stinky Water Forest tribe was always nervous, fearing that Broken Ear would come with his werewolf warriors to kill them. Claw once sent werewolves to the Eternal Territory, hoping that Master Yinching could restrain Broken Ear. But Master Yinching did not give a clear answer. It was Steel Teeth who suggested that Claw come to the Eternal Territory in person. Claw also felt that he should visit this neighbor. Broken Ear is too troublesome. Hearing that Claw was going to visit this human lord, Eden suddenly felt a greater sense of crisis. The high vigilance of werewolves against humans is the basis for Eden's monopoly on this trade route. If the werewolves were allowed to contact the lord named Yinching, the fact that he was making huge profits in the transaction might be discovered by the werewolves. Eden said to Claw, "When did the human territory appear near the swamp?" Marquis Anderson said that the human race should not disturb the peaceful Thunder Swamp. Chief Claw, I hope you can carefully decide whether to visit this unidentified human. I can feel that he is full of hostility towards the swamp werewolves. Claw said, Eden, your worries are indeed reasonable. But I have reasons to visit the Eternal Territory. Master Yinching's family creed is to keep his word, and I don't think he will embarrass the chief of a small werewolf tribe. The deal is done. See you on the next trading day, my old friend. Lee Claw didn't tell Eden that he decided to visit the Eternal Territory because of Steel Teeth's suggestion and his vision of the rich Eternal Territory. After the tribe completed the deal with Eden, he led the werewolves back to the swamp carrying the food they had exchanged. Eden looked at the backs of the werewolves as they left, and a sinister look gradually appeared on his face. Everyone returned to the caravan. We're going to visit Master Yinching in the Eternal Territory. The caravan gradually left the swamp area and headed in the direction indicated by Lee Claw. Without the agarwood, it was meaningless to continue on this trade route. Those furs and herbs were just extras for this business trip, and the money earned was not enough to pay the mercenary commission. Eden sat in the comfortable carriage. He opened the window and called the mercenary leader over. He whispered, "Tell your people to cheer up and follow my orders when they arrive at Yongyuan. If the lord named Yinching is not strong, you should know what to do." The mercenary leader was wearing knight armor, with long flaxen hair and a few scars on his face. After listening to Eden's words, the mercenary said with a smile, "Eden, that is a lord, a hero." Claw said that the master is rich and powerful, and must be a very difficult person. He must be protected by the Territory Army. And this is not within the scope of our agreed mission. You have to pay more. Eden sneered, "I know your rules. I won't give you less money. And don't let me down when you do things." "Don't worry, Eden." Hearing that Eden was willing to pay, the mercenary leader shouted to his mercenaries, "Brothers, Master Eden has given us a big business. We will arrive at the Eternal Territory in a while. All members are ready for battle. Listen to my command and complete this task cleanly and neatly." The mercenaries responded loudly together. Eden closed the window and leaned back on the cushion. He brought a strong mercenary to protect himself when he entered the Thunder Swamp to trade, and repelled the attacks of werewolves many times. The mercenary leader Yerlin is a knight hero. The mercenary team has 2 6th-level guards, 6 5th-level infantry, 15 3rd-level archers, and 20 2nd-level militia. The weapons and armor are excellent, and the arrows are sufficient, facing a small werewolf tribe attacking in full force. This mercenary team is also enough to deal with it. As for the Eternal Territory, a month ago, Eden had not heard of any human territory near the swamp. There was no noble named Yinching among the vassals of Marquis Anderson. In the Windy Highlands, there is nothing to be afraid of if you are not a vassal of Marquis Anderson. Yinching should be a small lord who came from nowhere. In a month, his territory is just a broken village. It's good to have a few militias under his command. The mercenary leader Yerlin also thought so. This money is too easy to make. Chapter 53: New Armor and New Warhorse. Direction of Eternal Territory. Funds in place. The company is running. The continuous supply of materials has put the construction of Eternal Territory back on track. During this period, several groups of refugees arrived. A week later, 2 farmer huts, a militia dormitory, and a wolf's den once again caused the territory's population to surge. Now the number of people eating in Yinching's territory has reached more than 300. And the farmers and the territory provide 167 taxes every week. Although it is still not enough to make ends meet. With a previous God-given gold coin reward, it can still insist on full recruitment and population refresh for a period of time. Cash is even more abundant, so you can buy whatever you want. So Yinching ordered a set of armor for himself. The material of the armor is titanium alloy. It is a bit expensive, But Master Yinching is not short of money now. The deck is 2 millimeters thick, and the key parts are thickened to 5 millimeters. The style of the armor is a Western Gothic retro style. It covers the whole body, and the armor surface is polished and can be used as a mirror, and is plated with gilded strips and patterns. Add some modern film and television ornaments and silk fabrics to make it more gorgeous. Let's not talk about the defensive power of this set of armor. Just the appearance is enough to make people recognize it from the crowd of soldiers at a glance. Yinching customized this set of armor not because he wanted to sacrifice himself for others and become the focus of everyone's attention. It was all for his own hero career promotion. When Yinching's hero level reached level 10, the system prompted him to find a professional mentor as soon as possible to learn professional skills. It also gave friendly precautions. A warhorse with excellent blood, excellent and solid armor, and standard knight etiquette can leave a good first impression on the knight mentor. Warhorse. Yinching has already bought it. It is an Equaltique horse. The advantages are great strength, fast speed and strong endurance. The body is thin and the neck is high. The limbs are slender. The skin is thin and the hair is fine. And the steps are light. When Yinching went to the horse farm to choose a horse, although the owner of the horse used various professional terms to praise how good this horse breed is, it was still the most critical sentence that made Yinching determined to buy this horse. Equaltique horse is also called Fergana horse. Why didn't you tell me earlier that it was Fergana horse? We Chinese people recognize this name. This horse is a divine horse. Beautiful. Yinching decided to buy Equaltique horse on the spot at the horse farm, and asked to bring the white-haired Fergana horse to try riding first. When sweating, it turns red. White horse and silver armor are also majestic. As a knight hero, although Yinching had never ridden a horse before, he could quickly distinguish the characteristics and personality of a horse with his professional talent after riding a horse. After choosing a good horse, he also equipped the horse with a set of gorgeous saddles. After paying 6 million in one lump sum, Yinching rode away with a warm farewell of the horse farm owner. The horse has been chosen. Yinching's standard for armor is also practicality and appearance. But the appearance is more important. After all, he is going to meet a professional mentor. It is impossible for the mentor to cut a few swords at the armor to test the armor's defense power when they meet for the first time. Right? The mentor also has status and wants to save face. Therefore, the appearance has a great impact on the first impression. This is also the reason why Yinching made his armor so eye-catching and gorgeous. The armor has leather lining and cloth lining. There is a built-in fan for internal ventilation and heat dissipation. The armor manufacturer thought that the customer ordered this set of armor to participate in some comic exhibition, and was very considerate to add hidden atmosphere lights at the connection position of the armor parts. Wearing the armor, turning on the ambient light, and starting the built-in fan, the accessories and silk can flutter, which really feels like the arrival of the god of war. Yinching was in his lord's room, looking left and right in the mirror, and felt that the tens of thousands of dollars spent were really worth it. Then he picked up the two-handed sword made by the blacksmith shop in the territory. I am now the most handsome boy in the entire Eternal Territory. Just as Yinching was taking selfies with his mobile phone, Gosper shouted outside the door, Master, there is a person who claims to be a merchant from the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce who wants to see you. Yinching stopped taking selfies and asked, what is the other party's name? How many people are here? What do you want to see me for? Reply to the master. The other party said his name was Stephen Eden, and he was accompanied by a caravan of merchants and a mercenary team, totaling 63 people. Merchant Eden said that he came to the Eternal Territory to discuss business with you. Sir. Finally here. Yinching learned from Gongya that Eden was the human merchant who bought agarwood from the werewolves of Thunder Swamp at a low price. He raised the purchase price of agarwood to 200 to 1. It would be strange if this guy didn't come to find him. And he brought mercenaries with him. He is not a good person. Go and set up the tent in the middle of the territory. Then let Eddie and Orf wear the new armor that I will equip them with. Bring their weapons and wait at the tent, so that the guests can see the military power and armaments of our Eternal Territory. After saying that, Yinching thought for a moment and said, let Gangya go too. Give him a seat near me. My master. Yes, my master. Eden, a merchant of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, was allowed to enter the Eternal Territory with his caravan and mercenaries. As they walked and looked, they were shocked. The first thing that made them feel incredible was the iron walls and trenches with barbed wire. They knew that this grassland lacked stone and wood, and they expected that the wall of the Eternal Territory should be a low earth wall. It was unexpected that someone in this world would use iron to build a wall. Is it so extravagant? How many troops can be armed with so much iron? Looking at these iron walls, which were not very high, the shock in Eden and the mercenaries' hearts was greater than seeing a high stone wall fortress. The ambition they had when they came here suddenly became much smaller. Then, they saw a large number of human farmers and werewolves working. And they were using steel shovels. There are similar tools in this world, but they are all made of wood. The better ones will have a layer of iron on the shovel head. The shovel heads used by the workers in Eternal Territory are all steel. That's right, steel. As a traveling merchant, Eden saw at a glance that all the shovels were made of steel. Steel is more difficult to smelt and obtain than iron. Steel is usually used to make weapons, and even some knight's armor is not made entirely of steel. And here, an ordinary farm tool is made of so much steel. This is no longer a luxury or waste. It is a blasphemy to steal. Watching the farmers and werewolves digging the soil with steel shovels, Eden and the mercenaries' eyes were jumping. They were supposed to pierce the enemy's chest. Who is Master Yinching of the Eternal Territory? Claus said he was rich. This is not as simple as being rich. This is rich and prodigal. But the Eternal Territory's stimulation of visitors is far from over. When Eden and the mercenaries were brought into the territory, they were dazzled by a dazzling light. What kind of custom is this? Why do they put so many mirrors there to reflect the sunlight on us? When Eden and the mercenaries saw what was reflecting the sunlight, they were all stunned, and their feet were as if they were under a spell and couldn't move. Steel armor. It's steel plate armor. The Lord here actually equipped his army with full-body steel plate armor. And the ones wearing steel armor are first-level werewolves and second-level militiamen. Is this something a human would do? Where are we? Chapter 54 Steel Armor Army. When Yinching equipped the militia and werewolves with armor, it was an emergency measure. A solution when there was no time and no money. Now that he has money, he naturally can no longer use that kind of simple armor. Armor is reliable for protecting against arrows and swords. Facing the flails used by werewolves, it is only better than cloth armor, and may not be as good hard leather armor. This is of course unacceptable to Yinching, who is now rich and powerful. No matter what, this lord is the invisible richest man on earth. Can he equip his army with such shabby things? Besides, there are only so many soldiers in the territory. If one is injured or killed, it will be a great loss to the territory. So when Yinching ordered armor for himself, he also bought armor for the militia and werewolves. Although they were not titanium alloy plates, they were all made of good steel. The militia was equipped with retrograde full-body armor, and the helmets were Alcan helmets with only a slit for the eyes. The armor surface was polished, and it must be able to reflect the human figure on it. Wearing this kind of armor, you can save on shields. So Yinching gave each militia a 3-meter-long spear, and also a steel dagger for close combat. The duties of the militia on the battlefield were also revealed because of this set of equipment. Heavy spearmen. The main war duty is to stabilize the defense line, using heavy armor and spears to form a steel defense wall. When defending, block the enemy's frontal attack. When attacking, move forward as a whole to oppress the enemy's line. It's just that the militia has a poor field of vision after wearing heavy armor. In order to enable these heavy spearmen to accurately complete the command on the battlefield, Yinching also purchased a batch of military drums. Now the heavy spearmen are undergoing drum marching training. Because of the special body of the werewolf warrior, they cannot wear human full-body armor. And the characteristics of the werewolf warrior are not suitable for use as heavy infantry. Werewolves are good at running and jumping, and their talent is endurance. They are born light offensive soldiers. Therefore, Yinching equipped his werewolf warriors with half-body plate armor, small round shields and steel flails, on the basis of ensuring the mobility of the werewolves. Try to improve their defensive capabilities. The battlefield function of the steel-armored werewolves is of course to attack. Make good use of their natural endurance to implement large-scale roundabout tactics. Of course, according to the current tactical qualities of the werewolves in the Eternal Territory, there is no way to complete such a difficult tactic. But these steel-armored werewolves are still capable of protecting their own flanks and attacking the enemy's flanks. The rest can be practiced slowly. In short, the appearance of the Eternal Territory army today is no longer what it was before. And in order to make the armor on the soldiers more glamorous, Yinching did not let the soldiers continue to wear tactical vests, but replaced them with shoulder straps and belts, and then carried a canvas bag. The items needed for the battle are inserted into the shoulder straps and belt pockets. Rations, first aid kits, and the like are placed in the backpack. So the soldiers of the Eternal Territory became mirrors. This is also the reason why Yanxing decided to welcome the visitors in the open air, just to dazzle their eyes, and let Eden weigh his own weight. Eden was indeed shocked. From the arrogant attitude when entering the territory, to now bending over and not daring to look directly at the dazzling sunlight reflected by the armor. From preparing to charge before coming, to now thinking about how to have a good talk with the Lord here. The mercenaries also shrank their necks and hid their weapons behind their backs. Oh my! Among our mercenary team, only Yerlin has a full body armor, which was given to him when he was promoted to the 11th level knight. Now many years have passed. Yerlin has been promoted to a knight hero, but he still wears the same armor, which he is reluctant to replace after repairing. The 6th level guards wear half-body iron armor and half-body leather armor. The 5th level infantry wears a set of chain mail. But the armor worn by the 1st and 2nd level soldiers is of the same level as that of the 11th level knights. Even in terms of steel materials, it is more than that of knight armor. Comparison is frustrating. Once the war starts, how can we fight? The militia and archers have no way to deal with them. Even if the 5th and 6th level soldiers go up to chop, they may not be able to kill a 2nd level militia after a long time. The mercenaries lost their previous vigor and were like wilted eggplants. Even the hero Arlen stood obediently on the side, doing his duty as a guard. Gosper, who brought Eden into the territory, invited the guest to enter the heavily guarded tent. Please wait here, Mr. Eden. My master will be here soon. Then Gosper poured Eden a glass of red wine and asked a farmer to bring some uneaten apples. Eden was not like the werewolves and farmers, who didn't know what was good. He first noticed the high-footed wine glass with red wine and the ceramic fruit plate with apples. He picked up the wine glass without saying a word, smelled the red wine inside, and tasted it. Very low-end and inferior. How can this kind of red wine match such an elegant wine glass? Eden drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp and stopped Gaspar from pouring more wine for him. He took the wine glass to his eyes and looked at it carefully, and was amazed at this perfect glass. Completely transparent, without a single color or bubble. The thickness of the wine glass wall is extremely uniform, and the foot of the glass is straight without any bends or curves. It makes a crisp and pleasant sound when it is tapped. This kind of precious wine vessel, which would be sought after by nobles in any human city, is actually used by the owner here to hold such inferior red wine. What does he want to express to me? And the plate with apples, whiter than the snow on the highest snow peak, rounder than the most precious jade, more delicate than milk, more attractive than a girl's skin. Eden carefully put down the wine glass, distributed the apples to the mercenaries he brought, and held the ceramic fruit plate with both hands to examine it carefully. It's not metal. It looks like stone. But it's definitely not stone, because the pattern on it is definitely not naturally formed. Nor is it painted. What on earth is this? Is it an alchemical product? Although the wine glass just now is good. Eden knows what glass is, but he has never seen this kind of colorless and bubble-free glass. And porcelain. This is the first time Eden has seen it. As a merchant, he couldn't name this item, which means it must be very valuable. More valuable than the glass just now. However, this valuable tableware was used to hold apples. What did the Lord here want to express to me by doing this? Eden couldn't figure it out, and he felt that this eternal territory was more mysterious. The Lord who owned all this was also more mysterious. He was so rich. Why would he personally set up a territory on the edge of the Thunder Swamp? With superb glass-making technology and this valuable tableware, he should not look down on the value of agarwood. But why did he have to pay such a high price to buy the agarwood from the werewolf? In any case, this Master Yanxing suddenly appeared here. Definitely not to make money. He must have other purposes. At this time, Gosper shouted, Master Yanxing is here. Master Yanxing, keep your word. All the members of the territory shouted in unison, Master Yanxing, keep your word. Chapter 55. If you dare to give, I dare to compensate. Under the gaze of the territory's subjects and visitors, Yanxing, wearing brand new armor, walked towards the tent under the protection of Eddie and Orf, who were also wearing brand new armor. The friction of the armor made a metallic clanging sound, and the heavy sound of the footsteps showed that the armor was made of solid materials. The silver armor surface was bright and smooth, and the golden pattern was extremely gorgeous. And the red fabric ribbon used for decoration was actually flying in the windless state. Could it be that the aura of this lord was so strong that it could cause air turbulence? What shocked Eden and the mercenaries even more was, there was light reflected in the gap of the armor. Is this the overflow of magic power? Where did this lord come from? Only such a super strong man could explain the seemingly free steel everywhere, as well as the glass wine glasses and mysterious tableware. At this moment, Eden instantly understood the meaning of the wine glasses and tableware. The glass wine glasses and mysterious tableware represent rarity, preciousness, and also represent status and power. It symbolizes the owner of this territory, his noble and supreme status, and the inferior red wine and the apples in it. I drank the red wine in one gulp. The apples were eaten by the mercenaries, but I carefully put the wine glasses and tableware back on the table. Is this a hint of his fate? Eden was really a little scared. Without waiting for Yinxing to approach, he immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Stephen Eden, a merchant of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, greets Master Yinxing. Yinxing handed the helmet to Eddie and walked past Eden. After sitting in his seat, he said, "My eternal territory was just established not long ago. I will do my best to entertain the visiting guests. Sit down. Ganya, please sit down too." "Thank you, Master Yinxing." Only then did Eden notice that Ganya of Territorial was also here. He had overlooked him, because his armor was too dazzling just now. Didn't Lizwa say that he was going to visit the Eternal Territory? Why is Ganya here first? And he seems to have a close relationship with the Lord here, and those werewolves working in the territory. Looking back, some of them are werewolves from the Stinky Water Forest. Oops. I fell into a trap. What the claws said, and pointed to the direction of the Eternal Territory. Wasn't it just to let himself fall into a trap? After Steel Tea sat down, Yinxing asked Gosper to pour the wine, and then said to Eden, "I don't usually drink this wine. This time there are guests from afar, so I specially asked the servants to open a bottle. Since Mr. Eden is a merchant, he should be knowledgeable. How about trying my wine?" These wines were purchased by Yinxing in the real world. Hundreds of dollars a bottle. Yinxing usually drinks beer. This time his competitor in Thunder Swamp came to visit. He decided to open a bottle of good wine to shock these country bumpkins, who had never seen the world. The red wine was poured into the glass, and the color was as bright as blood. It was very beautiful. Eden took a sip of the red wine, and thought about how to answer Master Yinxing's question. To be honest, this wine is really not very good. It is better than the wine in the tavern, but compared with the red wine stored in the cellar of a real noble for more than 10 years, the taste is not a little bit worse. But in this case, can you say, Master Yinxing, your wine is not good? Is there too much water in it? Isn't this stretching your neck to let others chop it? Wow, this is really a rare fine wine in the world. As a merchant, I have been to many places and tasted many red wines, but not many of them left a lasting impression on me. Master, your red wine is absolutely top-notch. Hearing Eden's praise for the red wine, Yinxing was very happy. This wine was also drunk by Duaner before, but Yinxing knew very well what level Duaner was at. I added water to the wine and asked him to drink it, and he also said it was a good wine. But Eden said it was a good wine, and this evaluation was different. As a merchant, there is no good wine that he has not drunk. If he says it is good, it is really good. Besides, red wine that costs hundreds of dollars a bottle must be a good wine. As for those that cost thousands or tens of thousands, they are all used to cheat idiots. Anyway, Master, I won't spend that money in vain. Ha ha. Yinxing laughed. Mr. Eden is indeed well-informed and tasteful. My wine is not something that anyone can drink casually. I like you a little. So, what is the reason you came to Yongheng territory to find me? Yes. Thank you, Master Yinxing, for your hospitality. Eden wiped the sweat from his head, and was glad that he passed the first level. But the next level is not easy to pass. This Master Yinxing has a very big background. He used wine to compare people to others, obviously wanting to make him retreat. But the position he had finally won in the Chamber of Commerce through Xinjiang would definitely be lost due to the lack of supply. Without this status and wealth, how could the families of the merchants in Thunder Swamp, who were harmed by him, let him go easily? As it concerns his own life and property, Eden had to bite the bullet and said, Master Yinxing, I heard that you plan to exchange grain for agarwood from the werewolves of Thunder Swamp at a price of 200 to 1. Finally, it's time to talk about business. Yinxing shook half a glass of red wine elegantly and said, That's right. The agarwood in Thunder Swamp is of good quality. I like it very much. I am not a stingy and black-hearted businessman. 200 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of agarwood is my price. And I just want to make some money. Eden said, Master Yinching. You are of noble birth. You may not know how much wealth 200 kilograms of grain is. An adult civilian's annual ration is 200 kilograms of grain. And he can only earn 400 to 500 kilograms of grain in a year. Grain is something everyone needs to eat every day. But spices can only be used by wealthy nobles and wealthy merchants. The 10:1 grain to agarwood exchange rate I offer is very fair. If you really exchange agarwood at 200:1, the agarwood sent by the werewolves will soon fill up your territory. And you will find that the agarwood you collected is sold very slowly, or not at all. I suggest that you lower the price of purchasing agarwood. The 20:1 purchase is already a great benefit for the werewolves in Thunder Swamp. Ha ha ha. Yinching laughed, took out a cigar and put it in his mouth. Then took out a lighter and snapped it to make a flame. He lit the cigar, took a deep breath, and then exhaled the smoke heavily to Eden. He said, Little ones, tell my guests, what is the family creed of your master? The people and werewolves of the Eternal Territory shouted, Master Yinching, keep your word. Yinching smoked a cigar very socially. And after his subordinates finished shouting slogans, he said to Eden, Did you hear me? 200 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of agarwood. I have promised the werewolves of the swamp tribe to purchase unlimited quantities. I will do what I say. If they dare to give it, I will pay it back. Even if I lose everything. As long as the werewolves continue to give it to me, I will accept it. The people of the territory shouted, Master Yinching, keep your word. Master Yinching, generous and kind. Chapter 56, Solving the Agarwood Problem. Yinching smoked a cigar, shook his wine glass, and exhaled smoke in big puffs. He did this not to show off or to please himself, but to constantly hint to Eden. Although he had been in this world for more than a week, Yinching was still unfamiliar with the outside world. Farmers knew limited things, and werewolves knew nothing. Yinching wanted to understand the outside world, and Eden was a very good candidate. Moreover, he was a merchant who had traveled to many places and was a walking map. Therefore, Yinching still hoped to establish a good relationship with Eden. After all, he was about to go to the human city to find a professional mentor to learn skills. If he could understand the local customs and practices in advance, he would not make a fool of himself and offend others. It's just that Qinxiang's business is related to the northern barrier of Yongheng territory, and Yinching absolutely cannot give in. But Yinching is willing to compensate Eden's losses in other ways. Glass wine glasses, red wine, apples, ceramic tableware, disposable lighters, cigars, weapons. Yinching has shown Eden their functions one by one. As long as Eden brings it up, these things can be handed over to him as commodities for sale. But it must be Eden who brings it up, because Yinching doesn't know what value these commodities he provides have in this world. And through Eden's trading with the werewolf, it can be seen, this is a 100% profiteer. Yinching felt that if he offered to give these compensations to Eden, Eden would definitely treat him as a fat sheep and lower the price. Yinching was there, puffing and flirting. Eden was sweating and fearful, worrying about his present and future. This master brought out the family creed, and there was really no turning back on the agarwood matter. Is he just going to leave like this? Go into exile? But how could Eden, who had just lived a good life, be willing to continue to live the days of running around and making small money? Eden gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind, and said to Yinching, Master Yinching, I know that you must have a deeper intention for buying agarwood at such a high price. I am a businessman. I don't want to and dare not explore your secrets. But the agarwood business is too important to me. I beg you to resell me some of the agarwood you collected at a grain exchange rate of 200:1. Generous and kind, sir. You will definitely pity me, a small businessman. The price of agarwood purchased by the spice merchants in the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is equivalent to a grain exchange rate of 300:1. Eden can save the consumption of wandering around the edge of the Thunder Swamp by purchasing directly from the Eternal Territory. It saves time and naturally saves the cost of hiring mercenaries for protection. There is less risk, and it doesn't matter if the profit is a little thin. The important thing is, having a spice channel in hand can maintain one's position in the Chamber of Commerce. Only then can he continue to use the privileges and connections he has gained from the Chamber of Commerce. Yinching was still there, drinking red wine and smoking cigars. He didn't expect that Eden would be willing to buy agarwood from him at a price of 200 to 1. This business is very unconventional. Yinching quickly considered his gains and losses in this business. In reality, agarwood cannot be dumped. It is too eye-catching and can easily cause agarwood to depreciate. Picking the best agarwood and auctioning it at a high price is both convenient and safe. So what to do with the remaining agarwood? Yinching has never thought of a good way. After all, it was exchanged for food at a price of 200 to 1. Agarwood cannot be used to build a house, and it is too wasteful to burn it as firewood. Eden was willing to take it at the original price, which solved the problem of the backlog of agarwood in Yonghang territory. It was really an accidental success. Mr. Eden is really a business genius. Yinching immediately agreed to the deal. I admire you. I allow you to buy agarwood from me at a price of 200 to 1. But since I give it to you at a fair price, I am not responsible for transportation. Yinching did not increase the price on this basis. His goal was to kick Eden out of the direct trading relationship with the swamp werewolves and make himself the only supplier of the werewolf tribe. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no need to haggle over small amounts of money. If Eden is forced to buy agarwood directly from the werewolves at a price of 200 to 1, then the loss will outweigh the gain. Yinching's profit point is not a few dozen kilograms of food. Eden did not expect Yinching to agree so readily. With the supply of agarwood, he has a buffer time. Whether it is planning to reopen the trading channel with the werewolf tribe or to find another way out, he can deal with it calmly. Eden raised his glass to Yinching and invited him. Thank you for your generosity. I wish Master Yinching good health and prosperity of the territory. After a glass of wine, Eden officially withdrew from the commercial competition with Thunder Swamp. But this verbal agreement is not stable. After all, the huge profits of agarwood are there. It is possible that Eden is retreating this time to make a comeback after returning. Therefore, he cannot be let go easily. Besides, this lord is flirting here. So many seductive eyes cannot be thrown away in vain. I want the market of the swamp tribe. I also want to open up the market of the human race. Making money is all business. But you must not take the initiative to hand over the initiative to others. Yinching put down the wine glass and let Gao Sipa pour the wine. After taking another puff of cigar, he asked Eden, the nearest human city in the south of my territory is Nuda City. Right? Eden replied respectfully, it is Nuda City. The lord of Nuda City, Count Pigu Theodore, is a vassal of Marquis Anderson. Orf led the werewolves to explore around the Eternal Territory these days, and found the human city closest to the territory. It's just that the werewolves have no way to enter this paramilitary city. So Yinching doesn't know much about this city. This time, I got information about Nuda City from Eden. The purpose of building Nuda City is to guard against the Thunder Swamp in the north. Although the swamp people have no intention of participating in the fight for the Windy Highlands, there is no guarantee that they will not be used by the Snow Elves in the north. In war, it is never too careful. However, because the elves have never crossed the Thunder Swamp to threaten the human-controlled area in the south for a long time, the swamp people have never been far away from the swamp area. All of these have put Nuda City in a stable environment. To the west and northwest of Nuda City are human cities and fortresses, which are difficult for orcs and elves to threaten. To the southwest of the city is Storm City. To the east is the ocean. Nuda City and Storm City form the rear base of the human forces in Windy Highlands. Now there are large tracts of manors and farmlands between the two cities, which has reduced the human forces in Windy Highlands' dependence on food support from the principality. In addition to agriculture, Nuda City also has many industries such as iron smelting, wood processing, pottery making, textiles, and winemaking. Originally, these were supplies for the city fortresses ahead, but with the increase in civilians and the rise of commerce, the military function of Nuda City has become increasingly weak. Chapter 57, Blue and White Floating Pattern Ice Jade Porcelain. After introducing the situation of Nuda City, Eden said to Yinching, in short, Nuda City is a very prosperous city. Even because there are large troops stationed in Storm City, and the city management is strict, merchants prefer to stay in Nuda City. I just bought a new house in Nuda City. If Master Yinching goes to Nuda City in the future, I sincerely invite you to live in my house. At this time, Yinching finally had a general impression of the power of the human race in the Windy Highlands. The natural barrier of Thunder Swamp has created a stable rear base for the human race in this war-torn land. Food and supplies needed for confrontation and war can all be produced here, because of the special nature of Storm City. Nuda City, which was originally used to defend the northern swamp area, has assumed more production and commercial functions. This has also made Nuda City prosperous and become the commercial and economic center of the human forces in the entire Windy Highlands. Thank you for your invitation. Yinxing is getting more and more used to the way of speaking in this world. Thank you for introducing Nuda City to me. I look forward to going to this city as soon as possible to appreciate its prosperity. As a reward for you, I would like to choose something here to give to you as a commemoration of our cooperation and friendship. Yinxing deliberately slowed down to observe Eden's reaction. Seeing Eden looking at the ceramic fruit plate on the table first, Yinxing smiled and said, "This fruit plate is called mutton fat blue and white floating pattern ice jade porcelain. My craftsmen used a variety of rare materials and smelted them under the Samadhi true fire for 9,981 days. Only 10 ice jade porcelains can be made in one furnace. After they are out of the furnace, 9 are smashed and only the best ones are left. It is very rare and precious. I only use it to entertain and give to the best guests." Yinxing talked nonsense seriously. The words used were all words that Eden could not understand. Not understanding can make it look high-end and make this mutton fat blue and white floating pattern ice jade porcelain look rare. Only then can it be sold at a high price. Eden was really shocked by the refining process of this tableware. With such a complicated process, such rare materials, and such a long time of smelting, only 10 ice jade porcelains can be refined. But 9 of them have to be smashed, leaving only the best one. Eden thought about the 9 smashed ice jade porcelains, and felt like he was beating his heart and bones. What a pity. What a pity. Look at the fruit plate in front of him. No, it should be called mutton fat blue and white floating pattern ice jade porcelain. It is indeed a rare treasure. According to Master Yinxing, he plans to give this mutton fat blue and white floating pattern ice jade porcelain to himself. Impossible. 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 Eden felt as if his heart had stopped beating. He held his breath and listened with all his energy, and finally heard words that almost made him faint immediately. "If you like it, take this blue and white ice jade porcelain with sheep fat floating pattern. If you don't like it, I'll give you something else." Because it was a temporary name. Yinxing made a mistake in the word order when he said the name of the porcelain for the second time. But Eden couldn't hear such a small mistake at this time. He immediately took the fruit plate with both hands and held it in his arms, and thanked Yinxing repeatedly. "Thank you for your gift, Master Yinxing. This is the most precious gift I have ever received in my life. I don't think I will ever get anything more valuable than this piece of mutton fat blue and white porcelain with floating patterns. I will pass it down as my family heirloom, so that my descendants will always remember my friendship with you, Master." Listening to Eden's words, Yinxing suddenly felt that he seemed to have exaggerated a little. "You take it home as an heirloom and collect it. Who will I sell the porcelain bowls and plates that I bought wholesale for $2 to?" "Ha ha ha. Mr. Eden, you are too narrow-minded," Yinxing laughed, and then said to Gosper, "I want to keep Mr. Eden here for dinner. You go and prepare it. Served in blue and white mutton fat floating pattern ice jade porcelain." "Yes, sir. Eternal Territory is now planning to build its own kitchen and restaurant, and there are many ready-to-eat ingredients in the warehouse. There are ham, luncheon meat, instant noodles, spicy strips, pickled cucumbers. It's still very quick to make a few dishes." After a while, various dishes were served in mutton fat blue and white floating pattern ice jade porcelain and served on the table. A dinner plate and a pair of knives and forks were placed in front of Eden. Looking at the extremely precious mutton fat blue and white floating pattern ice jade porcelain, which contained dishes that he couldn't name, Eden suddenly felt like he was attending a court banquet. No! The tableware used in the palace banquet is at most gold. How can it compare with this full set of blue and white porcelain with floating patterns? In front of the luster of blue and white porcelain with floating patterns, gold also looks so vulgar, noble and luxury. These words will be redefined by blue and white porcelain with floating patterns. Eden looked at the dishes on the table and dared not move. I also figured out why Master Yinxing said that his vision was small. It was indeed small. Eden didn't know what those princes and nobles were willing to pay for a full set of blue and white porcelain with floating patterns. But at this time, Eden was willing to pay all his wealth. This thought has been on my mind for a lifetime. "Master Yinxing, how can I get a complete set of tableware made of mutton fat blue and white porcelain with floating patterns?" Yinxing was relieved. This is the business sense that a businessman should have. Yinching used a knife and fork to pick up some instant noodles and put them on his plate to eat. Every time the knife and fork collided with the ceramic plate, the sound affected Eden's heartbeat. Yinching saw Eden's worried and distressed face, and smiled and said, "Don't worry. Normal use of tableware will not harm the floating mutton fat blue and white porcelain with floating patterns. We should focus on the sound it makes." Yinching also deliberately knocked the edge of the plate with a knife, and the sound was indeed pleasant. Eden also thought that it was a really elegant enjoyment to dine while listening to this wonderful sound. Then Yinching said, "The smelting process of blue and white embossed mutton fat iced jade porcelain is really too complicated. A piece of iced jade porcelain is very rare, and a set of iced jade porcelain tableware is even more difficult. In principle, I don't want to sell it, but it's like my proud child. I hope it will be recognized by the world, recognized for its perfection, and recognized for its excellence. Even though I am very reluctant in my heart, but I still hope that it can be appreciated by people with real status, position, and influence. And the most direct way to identify identity, status, and influence is to give it gold coins from God." Eden was shocked. "Master Yinching, you want to exchange the blue and white embossed iced jade porcelain for the God-given gold coins? Don't be so vulgar. The God-given gold coins can only be used by lords and heroes. Those who can take out a large amount of God-given gold coins are considered to have status, position, and influence. Only then are they qualified to obtain the blue and white embossed iced jade porcelain. It is very rare. People who shouldn't have it, shouldn't get it." Chapter 58 Greed. Yinching could tell from Eden's excited look holding the fruit plate, there is no porcelain in this world. This is an exclusive business. It is impossible to sell something worth $2 for $4. It must be packaged and marketed as if ordinary people can't afford it. Not only ordinary people can't afford it, even those princes and nobles must feel extremely honored after spending a lot of money to buy it home, as if they have got a huge bargain. No need to consider precious metals. Vulgar things are not worthy of this elegant treasure. Just sell the gold coins given by God. Tightly grasp the psychology of rich and prestigious people. They are not afraid of spending money, but they are afraid that others will not know about it. From the beginning, porcelain and God-given gold coins are tied together, which makes it look very high-end. Nobles will be happy to use them when they buy them home. As a successful businessman, Eden instantly understood the benefits of selling God-given gold coins for this mutton fat blue and white floating pattern iced jade porcelain. He could not help but admire Yinching. "Master, you are really smart. I just don't know how many God-given gold coins this set of mutton fat blue and white floating pattern iced jade porcelain is equivalent to. Of course, the more the better. When it comes to the price." Yinching no longer pretends to cover up and says directly, "This time when you go back to Nuda City, you should promote my iced jade porcelain well. I will go to Nuda City to do some things in a few days. I will bring 5 sets of mutton fat blue and white floating pattern iced jade porcelain to be auctioned in Nuda City. If the auction satisfies me, I will give you a large porcelain bowl for soup." Being able to get a soup bowl, Eden felt so happy that he was about to faint. A simple banquet was a feast for both the host and the guests. When leaving, Eden took out flannel and wrapped the fruit plate given to him by Yinching layer by layer, and put it in the closest position in his arms. After leaving Yongheng territory, the caravan went straight to Nuda City at full speed, for the soup bowl that Master Yinching promised to give. He must let the nobles and wealthy businessmen of Nuda City see the charm of mutton fat blue and white floating pattern iced jade porcelain as soon as possible. Eden was eager to return home, and kept urging the caravan to speed up. The mercenary leader Yarlin was dragging behind the team. He looked in the direction of the eternal territory, and the wind blew his long hair. In the distance, the shocking trenches with barbed wire were hidden under the grass. It seemed that this wasteland was still uninhabited as before, and the amazing territory had never existed. But Yarlin's eyes were still on those sets of dazzling armor. This made him touch the knight armor he was wearing. The originally beautiful patterns on the armor had long been worn away, and time left traces on it that could not be repaired. Battles appeared in his mind again and again. And then he thought of the shiny steel armor he had just seen. Those are all armors made of fine steel. As if he had made a great decision, Yarlin called a mercenary. He whispered to him, "You ride to the state castle and tell Chief Little Leo what you saw in the eternal territory." The mercenary was shocked to hear such an order. "Captain, what do you want to do?" "Keep your voice down." Yarlin looked up at the caravan and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He said to the mercenary, The Eternal Territory has just started construction. They haven't built a tall wall yet. The trench belt and protective wall are not difficult to break through. Tell Chief Little Leah that there is a lot of steel and food in the Eternal Territory. And let him send troops to attack. 300 wolf cavalrymen hide during the day and move at night. I will send people to support them. They should be able to pass through the gaps in the defense of the Silvermane Principality army. As long as they act quickly, they can end the battle before the Principality army reacts and take away a large amount of supplies. The mercenary instantly understood Yarlin's intention. As mercenaries who live on the edge of a knife, they naturally hope to have a set of sturdy armor. This is equivalent to one or more lives. The armor equipped by the Eternal Territory for the militia and werewolves is mouth-watering. Hearing that Yarlin wanted to contact the orcs to attack the Eternal Territory, the mercenary was of course very willing. However, the mercenary also expressed his concerns. Captain, there are so many werewolves in the Eternal Territory. I'm afraid that Chief Little Leah's 300 wolf cavalrymen will not be enough to attack. Even with us, there will be heavy losses. Yarlin smiled and said, when I was in the Eternal Territory, I secretly asked those werewolves. They came from the Red Mud Wetland tribe and the Stinky Water Forest tribe in the Thunder Swamp. Because they lost the war to the Eternal Territory, they had to use labor to pay the war reparations, including steel teeth of the Stinky Water Forest. They also worked as coolies for the Eternal Territory. If we attack the Eternal Territory, it will be to rescue them. They are too grateful to us. So how could they listen to Yenshing's orders to fight against us? The Eternal Territory itself does not have much military strength. It can deal with the swamp werewolves, but it is definitely not a match for 300 wolf cavalrymen. As for Yenshing, even if so many wolf cavalrymen cannot kill him, they can greatly consume his physical strength. We will attack him then. His armor is mine. The armor equipped by Yenshing and his soldiers aroused Yarlin's greed. In the Eternal Territory, he never looked at the porcelain fruit plate from beginning to end, and was admiring those enviable armors the whole time. It's just that he and his mercenaries did not have the strength to capture the Eternal Territory. So Yarlin thought of this plan to kill with a borrowed knife. Let the Orc-Wolf cavalry launch the first wave of attack, and he will grab the results from behind. The mercenary who received the order immediately rode a horse and quietly left the team. Yarlin followed the caravan and continued to march towards Nida City. At this time, Yenshing did not know that his boasting aroused the greed of the mercenaries in the caravan. But if Yenshing did not show the armor he equipped for the soldiers, this meeting with Eden might have been different. After the caravan left, Yenshing and Gongya were the only ones left at the dining table under the tent. Yenshing pulled out the two-handed sword from the scabbard at his waist. This sword was ordered together with the armor on his body, and the material used for the sword was patterned steel. After it was transported, it was handed over to the territory's blacksmith shop for sharpening. The two-handed sword weighs 10 kilograms. The sword is 1.3 meters long and 3 fingers wide. The sword body has layered cloud patterns because of the material, and the sharp blade reflects the cold light. The 10-kilogram heavy sword is quite handy for Yenshing, a level 10 knight hero. He held the sword with both hands, and gently pressed the blade against the dinner plate on the table. The ceramic dinner plate broke with a sound. Yenshing smoked a cigar, picked up the broken plate to check, and was very satisfied with the sharpness of his sword. Gongya. Yenshing waved his hand to let his subordinates remove everything on the table, and then said to Gongya, you should have understood what I just said to Eden. Gongya looked at the broken dinner plate, and was a little absent-minded. When he heard Yenshing's question mark, he immediately replied, I heard it. This kind of ice jade porcelain is very precious, and it requires a large amount of God-given gold coins to get it from you. Master, you actually use such precious ice jade porcelain to test the sword. Who would have thought that Yenshing would laugh at this time? Who asked you about this porcelain? I asked you about the matter of exchanging grain for agarwood. Did you understand? Come on. Follow me to test the sword. There is nothing wrong with cutting porcelain plates. Let's talk while walking. Chapter 59 Master. I want to hold a meeting. Yenshing left the tent with a cigar in his mouth and a two-handed sword on his shoulder. Gongya immediately stood up and followed him out. He said to Yenshing, Master, I understand. Eden is willing to exchange food for the agarwood in your hand at a price of 200 to 1. This means that all the werewolf tribes in Thunder Swamp who do business with him have been deceived by Eden. He only used a price of 10 to 1 to exchange for such precious spices in our hands. Yenshing took Gongya to an open space and asked Eddie to stick the spear in his hand into the ground. The spears in the hands of the Eternal Territory militia are made of stainless steel pipes. The blacksmith shop in the territory only needs to cut the steel bars into small pieces and make a spear head, and then install it on the stainless steel pipe, and a spear is made. It is not a wooden spear handle, and ordinary sharp weapons can hardly damage them. Eddie stuck the spear into the ground and walked away. Yinxing held the sword with both hands and gestured at the spear, and said to Gongya, "The news that I promised to exchange food for agarwood at a ratio of 200 to 1 should have spread among the werewolf tribe on the edge of the Thunder Swamp. But now, except for the Red Mudweb Beach, there is no other werewolf tribe that brings agarwood to my eternal territory to exchange for food. I know that the swamp tribe is very xenophobic and dare not easily trust a strange human. Maybe you can't believe that the rotten wood in your eyes can be exchanged for so much food." After saying that, Yinxing swept the sword horizontally. The whole sword passed through the middle of the spear, and after a few seconds, the spear was broken in the middle. The upper half of the spear shaft fell to the ground with a bang. The sharpness of the two-handed sword made Gongya's back a little cold. This is just an ordinary flat slash without using any combat skills. If Gongya didn't dare to think about anything else, and answered along with Yinxing's words, "Yes. Although we are barbarians, we are simple in character. The transaction with Eden has allowed us to feed more people, and we all cherish our relationship with him very much. And the price of 200 to 1, we think it's more like a deception with ulterior motives." Yinxing exhaled a puff of smoke and stretched out 5 fingers, asking Eddie to stick 5 spears into the ground. "Do you still have any doubts now?" Yinxing slashed at the 5 spears as before. The two-handed sword cut through 2 spears, and the blade was stuck in the middle of the 3rd spear. According to the current performance of the two-handed sword, the armor that Yinxing equipped his militia with can all be cut through by this sword. "No, sir." Gongya seemed to have adapted to his current identity and spoke more naturally. "I have sent someone to inform my brother Claw. He intends to visit you in Yongheng territory. I will tell him about your deal with Eden, and the agarwood will be delivered to the Stinky Water Forest soon." Yinxing pulled the two-handed sword out of the steel pipe. Looking at the blade, there is no gap visible to the naked eye. He asked Eddie to change to 3 spears. "I don't have time to wait for the claws. I have more important things to do in Nuda City. You go back to the Stinky Water Forest now, and let the claws come to my eternal territory in 5 days. Then go to other werewolf tribes. You go in person. Tell the leaders of the werewolf tribe what you see and hear here. Let them know that I will host a banquet for them in the eternal territory in 5 days. If they come, their tribe will get not only food from me, but also weapons from me. If they don't come..." After saying this, Yinxing held the sword with both hands and bent over to gather strength. Hot blood. A faint red light radiated from Yinxing's armor, which instantly changed his temperament and made him full of fighting spirit. The airflow blew the ribbons of the armor around. It also blew away the ash on the cigar in his mouth. The fire on the cigar became brighter. The surrounding warriors stood still, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Sky-splitting slash. The knight's combat skill was activated, and the two-handed sword was swung out with an indomitable momentum. 5 spears were broken at the same time as the sword passed by. The unused sword energy turned into sword energy and swept forward, crashing into the territory guardrail in front. Crash! A 3-meter-long crack was cut in the wire fence. Yinxing exhaled a puff of smoke, put away his sword and stood up. He was very satisfied with the power of this sword. When he used the steel pipe to use the sword energy of the sky-splitting slash, he could not achieve this effect. Gangya looked at the 5 broken spears and the long sword mark on the protective wall, and was subdued. "Yes, Master Yinxing. I will notify Li Claw to come to Yongheng territory to meet you in 5 days, and will also go to other werewolf tribes to express your invitation to their clan leaders. Excuse me, if any clan leader does not come, will you start a war against them?" Gangya thought that the sword that Yinxing just slashed was expressing this meaning. Yinxing looked at Gangya with a strange expression and said, "Why do you have such an idea? Am I the kind of person who shouts for war and killing when I am not happy? If you don't want to come, then don't come. If you don't want to come, just watch other werewolf tribes eat and drink their fill. Take the weapons they exchanged from me, and stroll in their tribe's territory. Go to Gosper to ask for a set of barbed mail and a steel flail, and also take a slingshot. Let's go. Go and come back quickly." Hearing that he could get a set of barbed mail, a steel flail and a slingshot, Gangya immediately thanked Yinxing, and then ran to find Gosper. He had to notify as many werewolf tribes as possible within 5 days. And he had to keep running along the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp. Ganya left. Yinxing was slashing with his two-handed sword. Up to now, the only sword skill he could use was the air slash. It was powerful, but it took a certain amount of time to charge. When he was really on the battlefield, there were not many opportunities to use the air slash. On the contrary, some small power combat skills that could be used at any time were more practical. For example, collision, charge, hot blood. But there was only one sword skill. In addition, when swinging the two-handed sword, Yinxing also had a feeling of having strength, but not being able to use it. He knew that he was a young clerk who had just graduated a few days ago and had not practiced any kung fu. Now, he was swinging this two-handed sword with the brute force brought to him by the hero profession level. If you want to really bring out the power of this sword, in addition to learning the combat skills of releasing skills, you also need to find a good instructor to teach you the skills of using the sword. This is also the reason why Yinxing is eager to go to Nuda City. Eden said that there is a knight training ground in Nuda City, where well-known knight instructors train knights for the principality. As long as you pay, knights from non-principalities can also study in the knight training ground. After the meeting of the werewolf chiefs on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp is over, I will immediately set off for Nuda City. Yinxing continued to dance with the sword and practice the sword skills he had been thinking about. He also asked his subordinates around him, "Do you think I look particularly handsome when I jump and slash with a cigarette in my mouth?" Yinxing smoked the cigar until it was bright red, then jumped up and raised his two-handed sword and chopped it down heavily. Chapter 60 Bow and Arrow Selection. Yinxing will meet with the leader of the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp in 5 days. And the entire Eternal Territory is busy preparing for this important meeting. Only carrots and sticks can make these werewolf tribes obedient. Gongya has invited those werewolf leaders with Yinxing's goodwill. Eternal Territory has also entered a new construction cycle, showing the strength of the territory as much as possible. Most of the werewolves continue to dig the moat. They don't ask to dig the river at the beginning of the meeting, but at least they can dig a decent ditch. The trench belt will be removed at that time. The entire barbed wire is moved to the edge of the moat, and before the city wall is built, it will be used as the first line of defense for the territory with the moat. The core territory of the Eternal Territory was thus expanded to 300 meters by 300 meters, providing a spacious and comfortable residence for the visiting werewolf chieftains and their guards. In order to entertain a large number of visitors, Yinxing specially purchased a batch of tents and daily necessities to show these swamp barbarians what pomp and circumstance is. In addition to digging the moat, Yinxing did not relax the construction of the territory. The company in reality was running and the warehouse was put into use, with sufficient supply of building materials and farmers who were full-time construction workers. 5 buildings could be built in the territory at the same time. The blacksmith shop could already make simple weapons and tools. After Yinxing purchased a batch of wood from reality, the woodworking workshop also started to produce furniture. Market, bathhouse, barber shop. Well, these are the prerequisite buildings for upgrading the village council hall. After they are all built by farmers, the village council hall can be upgraded to the town government hall. The standard of the town government hall is a 2-story building. The second floor of the building is the mayor's office. The mayor can be a lord or an official appointed by the lord. The first floor of the building is the daily office, where the town officials handle daily affairs such as taxation and coordination. The building also has a basement, which is the location of the town treasury, used to store regular currency and precious equivalents. System upgrade of town government office needs 2,000 God-given gold coins, as well as corresponding stone and wood. Yinxing can't take out so many God-given gold coins. A new week is coming. Just recruiting farmers, militia, and werewolves will cost 700 to 800 God-given gold coins. And the territory's weekly income is only 200 God-given gold coins. If there is no new source of God-given gold coins, the territory will soon be unable to recruit people from the recruitment building. God-given gold coins must be saved as much as possible. At Yinxing's order, the original village-level meeting hall was demolished. A larger town-level government office was built with processing points. Along with the town-level government office, the shooter camp and shooter training ground were also built. The archer camp can provide a certain number of archers to be recruited by the lord every week. The archer training ground can be stationed with militia to train archery, and militia that meet certain standards can be promoted to archers through the archer camp. Archers are the third-level arms of the human race. and are important battlefield long-range support firepower. However, the construction of the Archer camp and the Archer training ground requires the town-level government office. Early construction will definitely not be recognized by the system, and naturally no archers can be recruited. But you can wait until the town-level government office is certified by the system, and then certify the already built Archer camp and Archer training ground. Yinxing has calculated it. If you proceed step by step, and wait until the town-level government office is certified before building the Archer camp, the construction period will be delayed to the next week. If the town government office and the Archer camp can be certified by the system on the same day, a group of archers can be recruited this week and another group next week. Yinxing's calculations were very detailed. He even prepared the armor and weapons for the archers. Bows are consumables. The woodworking workshop, one of the pre-buildings of the town government office, can produce bows. But bows cannot be produced with only wood. Animal horns, tendons, glue, many materials need to be purchased. Yinxing asked the carpenters in the woodworking workshop. Even with these things, the time to make a bow is so slow that it makes people worry. At the same time, it also takes a lot of labor. Hearing that it would take up labor, Yinxing directly stopped the production of bows. You can cooperate with the blacksmith shop to produce arrows. I will take care of the bows. So Yinxing returned to the real world and posted a question online. If you travel to ancient times, what kind of bow is suitable for cold weapon combat in modern times? As if being tickled, netizens answered very actively. Many people suggested using a compound bow. With the same poundage, a compound bow is more labor-saving to pull. It is easy to use, and a novice can hit the target with just a little practice. Some people also say that the structure of a compound bow is too complicated, delicate, and easy to break. It is recommended to choose an American hunting bow, which Hawkeye and Green Arrow use. It must be good because it is used by superheroes. Some people also said to choose a competitive recurve bow, which is used in the Olympic archery competition. It must be strong. In short, everyone has their own reasons, and soon the comments became a quarrel. However, a reply suggesting the use of a traditional recurve bow attracted Yinxing's interest. Bows made with modern technology have not experienced the test of large-scale cold weapon wars. The idea from the beginning of their design is not for combat, but for competition. Therefore, modern bows pursue how to shoot accurately and let archers get the pleasure of collecting yellow. And the requirement of cold weapon war for archers is to quickly shoot more arrows in a general direction. Most combat applications are still projectiles. The traditional bow has a great advantage in terms of shooting speed. In addition, the battlefield environment is complex, and the traditional recurve bow allows archers to use many non-standard postures to shoot arrows. For example, shooting with both hands, shooting on horseback. These archery actions are not easy to do with modern competitive bows. Finally, the simpler the structure, the less likely it is to break. This reply is very much to Yinxing's liking. There are too many fancy things on modern bows. If there is a small problem somewhere, it's okay in the archery hall, but it's fatal on the battlefield. As for the fact that traditional bows are not easy to control, how can the archers from my archery camp not be able to shoot arrows? I don't expect them to be sharpshooters, and there is no time for them to aim carefully when fighting. Whoever can shoot more arrows per unit time will have an advantage. Therefore, Yinxing decided to use traditional recurve bows for his own archers. Place an order with the merchant for 100 sets of 70-pound bows. Calculate the time. It will arrive before recruiting archers. As for the armor for archers, Yinxing chose fish-scale armor. It can protect against swords and arrows, and its own structure can withstand more blunt damage than armor. It is lighter than plate armor, allowing archers to carry more arrows. There is also a short sword for close combat. Other shoulder straps, belts, backpacks, and some modern self-defense communication equipment are also ready. Archers are a higher-level soldier than militiamen. They are the only long-range firepower unit in Yongheng territory, so they must be carefully protected. Chapter 61 Recreation. While Yinxing was busy building the Eternal Territory, Gongya traveled along the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp. The news he brought undoubtedly caused a huge shock in the werewolf territories along the way. The news that Master Yinxing of the Eternal Territory promised to exchange grain for agarwood at a ratio of 200 to 1 was true. Trader Eden personally admitted that he had deceived the werewolves before, and he would no longer purchase agarwood directly from the werewolves in the future. Instead, He used grain to collect agarwood from Master Yinching at the same price of 200 to 1. Eden left, and Master Yinching came. Master Yinching decided to gather all the werewolf tribe leaders who heard the news in the Eternal Territory to discuss the trading rules of agarwood. He has food that will keep the werewolf tribe from being hungry, and steel weapons and armor that will make them stronger. The wealthy Eternal Lord is organizing a grand event to entertain all the visiting werewolf chiefs. Master Yinching is a man of his words. Master Yinching is generous and kind. Before Steel Teeth came, the werewolves of the Red Mud Wetland had already visited these werewolf tribes. Those werewolf warriors proudly showed off their steel flails and their slingshot skills when they talked about how Master Yinching helped them defeat the werewolf tribe in the Stinky Water Forest. They also said that Master Yinching was willing to exchange food for agarwood at a ratio of 200 to 1. But the leaders of the werewolf tribes did not believe this was true. They gave too much. How could a piece of rotten wood be exchanged for so much food? They still trusted Eden, who had traded with them for a long time. They thought it was a scam. But this time, Steel Teeth came. He was the younger brother of the leader of the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe, a werewolf trainer, and a noble hero. The Stinky Water Forest tribe was defeated by the Red Mud Wet Beach tribe and the human lord Yinching. Steel Teeth actually sent this news, so the werewolf leaders had to think carefully. Moreover, Steel Teeth was wearing steel armor, holding the same steel flail as the Red Mud Wet Beach werewolves, and had a slingshot on his waist. Two hostile werewolf tribes said the same thing. Then even if the werewolf chiefs had any doubts, they had to attend the gathering of the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp convened by the Eternal Territory. Gumya did not stay in any werewolf tribe for long. He was only responsible for delivering the invitation from Master Yinching, and it was up to the werewolf chiefs to decide whether to go or not. Go, the tribe will be rich and strong from then on. Don't go, maybe the end of being exterminated. Gumya continued to run along the southern border of the Thunder Swamp. In the southern Nuda city, an earthquake that affected the entire noble circle was constantly escalating. Eden, a merchant from the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, brought back a magical instrument from the direction of the Thunder Swamp that all the nobles had never heard of or seen. It is pure white without any flaws, and its luster reminds people of holy light. It does not have the sharpness of metal tableware, but is soft and elegant. Appreciating it is like bathing in the holy light emitted by angels, feeling that your soul is cleansed. In order to appreciate this tableware, Eden became a guest of honor for all the nobles and wealthy businessmen in Nuda City. Everyone wanted to get this tableware from Eden. Even the priests of the temple hoped that Eden could donate this tableware to the temple, because they believed that this was an item left in the lower world from heaven, and it was the tableware of angels, and it should be kept by the temple. This made the tableware more valuable. A noble said that if Eden was willing to give this heavenly tableware to him, he could get the title of knight. Just when all the nobles were vying for this tableware, Eden released a bombshell. This fruit plate was made. The nobles and priests couldn't believe it. This should be the tableware used by angels. How could it be made by people? Eden began to play. Its name is Mutton Fat Blue and White Floating Pattern Ice Jade Porcelain. Although it is not the tableware used by angels, but the person who made it had the idea of imitating it because he had seen the tableware used by angels. So this great man tried countless ways to imitate the angels' tableware. After countless failures, his piety moved the gods and allowed him to find the formula and process for making Mutton Fat Blue and White Embossed Ice Jade Porcelain. Making ice jade porcelain requires the use of a variety of rare materials. Several high-level fire magicians used a high-level fire magic called Samadhi True Fire to smelt it continuously for 81 days. Only 10 pieces of ice jade porcelain can be obtained from one smelting, which is extremely precious. But this man with great pursuits wants perfection. He only chooses one of the 10 pieces of ice jade porcelain that is closest to the angel tableware. Others smash them all. At the beginning of the story, everyone was listening, moved by the persistence of the man with great pursuits. In the middle of the story, everyone couldn't help but marvel, shocked by the complexity of the production of ice jade porcelain. At the end of the story, everyone closed their eyes, as if they saw the scene of the ice jade porcelain being smashed one by one. The expression was painful, as if their hearts were also thrown to the ground. The person who made ice jade porcelain, whether in craftsmanship or determination, lived up to his original intention. He finally made a replica of angel tableware, and he deserved the title of greatness. Then Eden announced a news that excited Nuda City. This great man will come to Nuda City soon. He brought ice jade porcelain. 5 sets of ice jade porcelain. Not just one piece. A whole set of ice jade porcelain tableware. When the time comes, I will organize an auction to select the owners, who are qualified to own these 5 sets of mutton fat blue and white embossed ice jade porcelain tableware. Because ice jade porcelain imitates the tableware of angels. In line with the original intention of making them. The makers of ice jade porcelain do not accept the exchange of vulgar objects. God-given gold coins are the bottom line for exchange. Please understand? Gentlemen. Understand. The noble gentlemen understand very well. Such precious ice jade porcelain. Imitations of angel tableware. We will not be happy if you don't use God-given gold coins as exchange. Only nobles and lords can obtain God-given gold coins. Selling God-given gold coins privately is a felony. Using God-given gold coins for exchange will first kick out those wealthy and powerful merchants from the competition. Small nobles have no way to participate in the competition. Ice jade porcelain is not gold. And it is not a golden plate that can be made with a little money. This is a replica of angel tableware. Not everyone is qualified to use it. It can be imagined that ice jade porcelain tableware will become the exclusive tableware of the nobles in the future. Ice jade porcelain will also become a reference for identifying high-end identities. If you don't put a set of ice jade porcelain tableware at home for a banquet, do you have the face to say that you are a noble with status and position? What a joke. The nobles in Nuda City are all eager to raise God-given gold coins everywhere, vying to be the first influential nobles to use ice jade porcelain tableware. Chapter 62 Working People. The State Castle is a military fortress built by the wasteland orcs on the Windy Highlands. Its function is to use the wolf cavalry stationed in the fortress to counter the Silvermane Principality's human fortress group's step-by-step approach. The wolf cavalry is the third-level soldier of the orcs. A cavalry unit composed of big-eared monsters riding on wolves. The big-eared monsters are short in stature, and the wolf is as big as a colt. In the Windy Highlands covered with grasslands and woods, the wolf cavalry is easier to hide than the human cavalry. It is very suitable for surprise attacks. It is precisely because of the large-scale patrols and attacks of the wolf cavalry that it is difficult for the human race to continue to build fortresses in the direction of the orc-controlled area, which has curbed the human race's tactics of advancing step by step and using fortress groups to occupy space. Such tactics also brought about a large number of casualties to the wolf cavalry, as well as countless material consumption. Although the wolf is an omnivore and does not need to eat meat every meal, its appetite is very large, and the food reserves of the state castle have been hovering around the red line of warning. Therefore, when a human mercenary brought news that a large amount of food was stored in a human territory and the defense was very sparse, the owner of the state castle, the big-eared monster hero Chief Little Leah, immediately became interested. Marquis Anderson built a large number of fortresses in the middle of the Wind Heights. But these fortresses are not large, and can only station less than 100 soldiers, or even a dozen people. Their role is to hold on to the defense layer by layer when they find that the orcs and elves are taking large-scale actions, and use smoke signals to notify the rear to prepare for war. The human army is stationed in various cities behind the fortresses. The good logistical support in the cities is conducive to the army to maintain a good state of readiness for a long time. The actions of the orc army cannot escape the surveillance of the human fortresses. But small forces, especially the wolf cavalry with small targets and fast movements, can use the night to sneak through the gaps in the fortresses. If the human side provides support, it can pass safely. Yerlin sent mercenaries to find Chief Little Leah, and naturally he had done similar things many times. The human territory to be attacked this time is on the grassland near the Thunder Swamp. As long as the action is fast and secret, the attack, looting and retreat can be completed without alerting the army of the Silvermane Principality. After learning that the Eternal Territory has not yet built the city wall, Chief Little Leah immediately ordered troops to go out. 300 wolf cavalry galloped out of the Thorn State Castle and marched towards the grassland in the south of the East Thunder Swamp. At the same time, after completing the escort mission of Eden, the mercenary leader Yerlin secretly summoned mercenaries to prepare for a battle against the Eternal Territory. Yinxing did not know that a new war was coming, and he was still preparing for the Thunder Swamp Werewolf Chieftain Conference. There was no time to build the venue, so Yinxing purchased a large yurt-style tent and set it up on the open space in the territory. The inside of the tent was smoothed and covered with red carpet. A large circular conference table was assembled on the carpet. Purified water was placed on the table, and chairs were placed on it, giving it the feeling of a modern conference venue. At that time, let Eddie lead the heavily armed spearmen to stand around the wall behind the conference table. A combination of Chinese and Western styles, ancient and modern, and a strong fantasy element. Yinxing stood in the conference hall, very satisfied with his design. But look, it seems that something is missing. Yes. Maid. As a lord, how could I forget such an important member of the territory? In the past, the construction of the territory required laborers, such as serving tea and water, and I, the lord, reluctantly did it myself. The population of the territory has increased a lot now, and another batch of refugees came yesterday. Although the construction of the territory has expanded, the labor force is still tight. But the master wants to hold a meeting. Can those rough guys serve tea and water to the werewolf chiefs? If there is any mistake, it will be a shame for the venue that the master has carefully arranged. Maids must be arranged. To the outside world, maids and soldiers are the face of the territory. Soldiers are hard power, maids are soft power. Lawrence, gather all the women aged 10 to 30 in the territory. No, let them wash their faces first, and then gather outside the venue. Hearing that his master actually wanted to gather women aged 10 to 30 in the territory, and they had to wash their faces, Lao Hans asked hurriedly, Master, are you going to choose the Lord's wife? A 10-year-old girl, isn't she too young? Yinxing's face darkened. How did you hear that I want to choose the Lord's wife? Master, I want to choose a maid. Do you understand? A maid? When you gather people, you must make it clear. Don't let everyone think that the master is indiscriminate. Hearing that Yinxing was going to choose a maid, Lao Hans immediately smiled and said, Yes. 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 I am old and confused. How can the women in our territory be qualified to become the Lord's wife? Master, you are so rich and powerful. Only the most beautiful princess can match you. Stop flattering me here. Time is short, and the task is heavy. After selecting the maid, I, the master, will have to train her personally. Let's get down to business. Yes, Master. The population of Yongheng territory has attracted many refugees because of Yinxing's heroic specialties. The continuous increase of more than 10 or 20 people has made the number of farmers in the territory exceed 200, of which nearly half are women. There are about 60 women in the age group of 10 to 30 years old. They were all happy when they learned that Master Yinxing was going to select a maid. Being able to become the Lord's maid means an increase in status in the territory. You don't have to do heavy work, and you can enjoy higher treatment. Soon, all the freshly dressed women gathered outside the venue, waiting to be selected by the Lord. Yinxing was sitting in the venue at this time, feeling particularly comfortable. So many women were waiting outside for him to choose. In the real world, apart from going to the club, this kind of good thing is just a dream. Listening to the chattering of the women outside, Yinxing said to Lao Hans, You stand at the door to maintain order and let them come in 5 at a time. Master, I will do an open audition first. Yes, Master. Lao Han stood at the door of the venue and let the 5 women in. Then Yinxing looked at the 5 women in front of him, feeling all kinds of emotions in his heart. What I saw was completely different from what I thought. The working people are the working people. No wonder they dig ditches so fast. They work just as well as strong men. These big and strong people remind me of Russian women who can carry trees alone. It would be fine if they just stood there. What are you trying to do by flirting with me? Am I that kind of person? I am selecting maids. So be serious. Turn around for me. Go out. Change the group. One group goes out, and another group comes in. There is a little girl who is a little over 10 years old inside who looks pretty good. The body has not grown up yet, and the muscles have not been trained yet. But it has some lines. Although the hair is a little messy, and there are some freckles on the face. After looking at 2 batches of candidate maids, Yinxing feels that what he wants is really a luxury. You stay and stand by the side. Everyone else, go out, change to the next batch. Chapter 63. Peasants who don't want to be militiamen are not good maids. When preparing to select maids, Yinxing thought about holding an open audition first to select more than 20 good-looking ones. Then there will be a semifinal, a playoff, a knockout round, a revival round, a final. After a set of processes, 5 maids will be carefully selected. As a result, after the open audition, only 5 were barely gathered. Alas, it's also my fault that my aesthetic standards are too high. Look at Lao Hans. He is already old. His eyes are rolling around looking at this and that. And he is happier than me. Now that 5 maids have been selected, everyone else should do what they should do. Yinxing called 5 maids to him. All of them were little girls in their teens. He gave them a lecture first. That is, when the meeting starts, they should be smarter. Arrange whatever the werewolf chiefs want to eat. Give them whatever they want to use. When the meeting starts, change the water for the chiefs more diligently. Of course, they can't be spoiled. If the werewolves do anything excessive, they should come to me immediately. When Master Yinxing gave a lecture, the selected maids listened carefully, nodding their heads like chicks eating rice. They were afraid that the master would be unhappy and send them back. But one girl listened absent-mindedly, looking reluctant, when a team of heavily armored spearmen walked past the door of the venue. The girl looked out boldly. The silver armor reflected the light, and the girl's eyes seemed to glow. "What are you looking at?" Yinxing suddenly asked, and the girl shuddered. She realized her mistake and quickly said, "I'm sorry. Master, I don't want to be your maid. I want to wear heavy armor, hold a spear, and be a warrior to guard the territory and your master." I didn't expect that this girl, who looked like she was in her teens, would have such a violent potential gene. Yinxing couldn't help but look at this girl. The girl was tall and wore the blue labor protection work clothes that Yinxing distributed to the farmers in the territory. Her dirty golden hair was simply tied together to show a very natural color difference. Working made her skin more wheat-colored. Because of excitement, a blush appeared on her cheeks. But her blue eyes looked at Yinxing with extraordinary determination. She expressed her determination to become a warrior. This made the girl have a different temperament from the other 4 girls, especially when she raised her head. Yinxing could not tell that she was born as a first-class peasant. The pride in her bones was like a warrior who regarded honor as life. The sharpness revealed was like a peerless sword. Yinxing took out a cigar, lit it, took a puff and puffed out the smoke. He crossed his legs and asked the girl, "What's your name?" When asked about her name, the girl's eyes suddenly turned pale. She replied, "My lord, I don't have a name. They all call me a dreamy little girl. I don't have a dream. I really want to become a militia. Wear the armor given by you, and pick up the spear given by you." Yinxing remembered that the newly recruited farmers and refugees had no names. Originally, he wanted to appoint an official to be responsible for naming the people in the territory. But he was the most educated person in the entire Eternal Territory. Fortunately, Yinxing was not without preparation. He took out his mobile phone and called up the offline naming software. He chose to randomly generate a Western female name, and more than 20 alternative names came out immediately. Yinxing closed his eyes and pointed. He opened his eyes again and said to the girl, "You have a name now." "Christy." "No. The following name is better. Donna Isabel. From now on, you will be Donna Isabel." Yinxing moved his finger downwards and chose a name that combines Chinese and Western elements for the girl. After receiving the name from the Lord himself, the girl immediately knelt down and said excitedly, "Donna Isabel. Thank you for the name. Get up. Get up." Seeing that Donna was still crying, Yinxing took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Do you still want to be a militiaman now? And don't want to be a maid for me?" "The Lord?" Donna wiped her tears and said stubbornly, "Well, I want to be a militiaman." Stubborn. Yinxing decided to teach Donna a lesson. "Is there any conflict between being a maid for me and being a militiaman for me?" Donna stared and answered, "It seems not." "Of course not. Being a maid for the master, serving the master comfortably. If you want to be a militiaman, isn't it just a matter of a word from me? If you really have the material to be a soldier, the archer camp and archer training ground of the territory will be built soon. If I am happy, you will be a 3rd-level archer. In the future, you will be my bodyguard and maid. Let's see who in the territory dares to call you a dreamy little girl." Yinxing's words seemed to open a door for Donna. Yes, the territory belongs to the master, and it is not up to the master to say whether he wants to be a militiaman. If he goes back to be a farmer, God knows when he will have the opportunity to be selected to join the militia training camp. I am willing to be the master's maid. I want to be the master's best maid. Is that right? At this time, Yinxing found that Donna was actually very attractive. She was the kind of girl who was not stunning at first sight, but became more and more attractive the more you looked at her. And she was still young and could be cultivated slowly. Eden said that there was a very sound soldier training system in Nuda City. As long as they were willing to spend the gold coins given by the gods, soldiers with potential could continue to train and advance there. From the first level peasant to the 12th level paladin. Go to Nuda City in a few days. If the porcelain sells well, you can earn a lot of God-given gold coins. You can consider spending some of the God-given gold coins to upgrade some high-level soldiers. If Donna is really a sword, Yanqing doesn't mind sharpening it for her. Now after Yanqing's enlightenment, the 5 maids have no ideological burdens and are happy to be able to serve their own masters. Yanqing did not treat his maids badly. After all, they are also the face of the Eternal Territory's external publicity. Maid costumes, such standard items, must be worn by them. Yanqing returned to the real world and searched for maid costumes on the e-commerce platform. Huh? Why are they so exposed in each one? Is this a proper maid costume? Is it for proper maids? How can you work in this outfit? Yanqing browsed slowly with a critical eye and finally found a long skirt-style maid outfit that looked decent. Place an order for 10 sets. 5 maids. 2 sets each to wear alternately. The clothes haven't arrived yet, but the work has to start. Yanqing taught the maids table and venue etiquette by words and deeds. How to deal with visitors' requests. Know what can be done and what can't be done. What can be said and what can't be said. In short, they are no longer peasants who can just follow orders and work hard, but will represent the image of the territory and the Lord in the future. Be smart when encountering things and be decisive when dealing with things. When something happens, you should find the right person to go to, and you can't drag your feet. During this period, Yanqing also randomly named the other 4 maids, and appointed Donna as the temporary head maid to be responsible for directing the work of the maids. Yanqing was busy and exhausted to ensure that the werewolf chief meeting could be held smoothly. If you think of something missing, you can immediately return to the real world to supplement it. What flower baskets, ribbons, balloons, in the busyness. The town-level government office, the shooter camp, and the shooter training ground were built at the same time at a certain moment. Chapter 64 The Glorious Broken Ear. The town government office passed the system certification. Next is the archer camp and the archer training ground. The night fell over the territory. Yanqing looked at the time, and it was almost dawn. After 12 o'clock, it was a new week. The 2 recruitment buildings must be certified as soon as possible. A building was found to meet the standards of the archer camp. Do you want to set it as an archer camp? Note: the archer camp cannot be changed after it is set. Confirm to set it as an archer camp. The archer camp is built. The archer camp can provide 6 archers for recruitment every week. The archer recruitment fee is 50 gold coins/person. Heroes with training skills can upgrade qualified militia to archers in the archer camp. The upgrade fee is 25 gold coins/person. Is this a money grab? It's only a 3rd level soldier. And the recruitment fee is 50 gold. In the future, the recruitment fee for higher level soldiers will be sky high. But archers are indispensable. Although the territory looks safe, there is no strictly safe zone on this windy highland. No one knows what will appear around the territory in the next second. The bow and arrow are definitely more lethal than the slingshot. The Eternal Territory has expanded so much that it must use deterrent long-range attack units to establish a defense system. Therefore, no matter how expensive the archers are, they must be recruited as long as there are God-given gold coins. 6 archers are 300 God-given gold coins. Pay the money with great pain. The newly recruited archers walked out of the archer camp and lined up in front of Yanqing. Archer Level 3 Human Unit. Basic long-range support unit of the human race. Can be upgraded to Level 4 Combat Unit Crossbowman. Can be upgraded to Level 4 Elite Unit Sharpshooter. Attack, 4 Defense, 3 Damage, 4 Stamina, 7 Talent. Scattering shooting speed increased by 30%. Hit rate reduced by 20% as the basic long-range support unit in the human army. Archers are equipped with a bow, a set of chain mail, an iron helmet, and an iron sword for self-defense. Of course, these are not what Yanqing cares about. The attributes of archers are only the initial attributes when they are recruited. Just like the militiamen in Yonghing territory, wearing steel plate armor and holding steel spears, plus a bunch of small items. Their combat effectiveness can definitely not be measured by paper attributes. Change all those garbage. The fish scale armor I customized for archers is no better than chain mail. And then take the traditional recurve bow made of composite materials with modern technology. This combat effectiveness will definitely increase. After seeing that the archer's talent is scattering, Yinxing felt that he had foresight. The bow must have been chosen correctly. The human archers make a living by shooting speed. As long as I shoot fast, I can always hit an arrow. The archer camp certification is completed. And the next step is the archer training ground. The archer training ground is a shooting range that is 100 meters long. Place the purchased targets in the shooting range in advance, and equip a certain number of bows and arrows, and it will meet the requirements. The archer training ground has been successfully certified. Yinxing can select militiamen to enter the archer training ground for archery training. When the archery skills meet the standards, they can advance in the archer camp and pay 25 gold to upgrade to a third-level archer. Of course, it is also possible to force militiamen to use bows and arrows as archers. Archers are advanced from militias and can also use spears. How to use it still needs to be flexible according to the situation on the battlefield. After completing the certification of the archer training ground, the time just past midnight. All the recruiting buildings in the territory are refreshed. Then all the new farmers, militia, werewolves, and archers are recruited, and the God-given gold coins in Yinxing's hand are finally cleared. Money is really hard to spend. Sleep. Tomorrow, the Werewolf Chieftain Conference of the southern edge of Thunder Swamp will be held, referred to as the Linen Regional Werewolf Conference. After the meeting, I will go to Nuda City to harvest leeks. I wonder how Eden has done in promoting Bingyu porcelain. The next morning, hundreds of werewolves had gathered at the Red Mud Wet Beach. They were all the chieftains of various werewolf tribes and their accompanying guards, who were preparing to go to the Eternal Territory for a meeting. The reason for choosing to gather at the Red Mud Wet Beach is mainly because the Eternal Territory is very unfamiliar to most werewolf tribes. Werewolves are naturally alert to unfamiliar things. Each tribe is at a different distance from the Eternal Territory, and no one is willing to leave the protection of the swamp alone and go to a human territory that they have only heard of. Therefore, the leaders of each werewolf tribe chose to go to the Red Mud Wet Beach first. The leader of the Red Mud Wet Beach werewolf tribe, Duan Air, took him to the Eternal Territory. After all, the one who reported the news was a werewolf warrior from the Red Mud Wet Beach. The werewolf, who was most friendly with the human lord Yinxing, was Duan Air. So waves of werewolf leaders arrived at the Red Mud Wet Beach with their guards. The Red Mud Wet Beach has never been so lively. This made Duan Air feel very proud, as his tribe was so glorious for the first time. Especially when the chiefs of the werewolf tribes that were stronger than the Red Mud Wet Beach took the initiative to salute and express greetings to him. Duan Air was even happier. Of course, Duan Air knew very well that the Red Mud Wet Beach was not only not annexed, but became the center of the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp. All of this was granted by Master Yinxing. Duan Air also roughly understood what Master Yinxing meant by unifying the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp. Isn't this a good start? In order to better demonstrate the brotherly relationship between the Red Mud Wet Beach and the Eternal Territory, Duan Air held a slingshot shooting competition at the Red Mud Wet Beach to show the visiting werewolves the hunting weapons of his tribe. He even took out the nutritious instant food rations sent by Yongheng Territory and distributed them to the visiting werewolves. Eat as much as you want. Although it was simple, it was not something that the werewolf tribe dared to say casually. This was a symbol of strength. The werewolf chiefs, who were preparing to attend the conference, had not yet arrived at Yongheng Territory, but they had already felt the strength and wealth of this human territory in the Red Mud Wet Beach. They were even more eager to exchange the agarwood in their hands for food. 1 kilogram of agarwood can be exchanged for 200 kilograms of food. It turned out that it was not a dream. At the same time, the werewolf chiefs also noticed the slingshots equipped by the werewolf warriors in the Red Mud Wet Beach. This slingshot is very different from the toys they made for their cubs. Small animals such as snakes, birds, and squirrels are almost certain to die if they are shot by this slingshot within 20 steps. Even some medium-sized animals will be greatly reduced in mobility if they are shot in the limbs continuously at close range. Is there a lack of food in the swamp? There is no lack of food in the swamp. The reason why werewolves often starve is that the complex environment limits the range of werewolves' activities, making it impossible to catch most animals even if they can see them. Even if the prey is close at hand, it will slip past you, and you can't catch it. But with this slingshot, the extended attack distance means more hunting opportunities. The werewolf leaders proposed to try out the slingshot. Broken Ear generously asked his warriors to take out the slingshot for the leaders to play with. Chapter 65 Encounter. The leaders of the werewolf tribes from all over gathered at the Red Mud Wetland. They waited for the meeting to be held on the day when they set out from here to the Eternal Territory. Among these werewolf leaders was the leader of the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe, Claw. Claw met Steel Teeth, who was delivering the letter. He now knew more about the Eternal Territory than all the werewolf leaders. Even more than Broken Ear. He saw with his own eyes the steel armor worn by Steel Teeth, the steel flail, and of course, he also tried the slingshot. And Steel Teeth told him that these were all weapons and equipment that had been eliminated by the Eternal Territory. Steel was everywhere in the Eternal Territory. Houses were built with steel instead of wood. Even the shovels used by farmers to dig the moat are made of steel. Even Gongya has a feeling. Steel is extremely cheap in the eyes of Master Yinching. Just like stones that are readily available. If Master Yinching wants, he can build a steel city. And there are mountains of food piled up in the warehouse of Yongheng Territory. The Territory kitchen supplies food continuously. No matter when the Territory citizens and laborers work, they can go to the kitchen to get food at any time. And Master Yinching issued an incredible order in the Territory: don't eat anything that falls on the ground. If it's dirty, throw it into the chicken farm to feed the chickens. If you get sick from eating, it will affect your work. This is not a request for his own meal, but a request for everyone in the Territory. Is it something a normal person would say? But Gongya saw it with his own eyes. A farmer picked up a steamed bun that fell on the ground and took a bite. Then the farmer was punished not to eat for a day. What Gongya saw and heard in the Eternal Territory shocked Li Claw too much. It is hard to imagine what kind of place the Eternal Territory is. Li Claw actually felt like he was going on a pilgrimage to the Eternal Territory this time. When this day came, Li Claw used the soap that Gongya gave him to wash his hair carefully, with a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. He followed the werewolf team heading to the Eternal Territory, and walked out of the swamp, and stepped onto the grassland together. The wind on the grassland blew, and the soft hair on Li Jua's body fluttered with the air flow. The fluffy feeling made his body look stronger and more powerful than other werewolf leaders. And the fragrance that spread with the wind attracted the attention of the female werewolves in the team. It also attracted the jealous eyes of the male werewolves. This made Duaner very unhappy. The Stinky Water Forest werewolf clan was defeated by the Red Mud Wet Beach clan. And Steel Teeth was captured by himself. This time, the Red Mud Wet Beach werewolf clan led the meeting in Yongheng Territory. So why did Li Jua steal the show? However, Li Jua's fur is really beautiful. And it also makes him look strong. No wonder those female werewolves are almost in heat. Broken Ear came close to Li Claw and stretched out his hand to rub his back. It was so smooth. Broken Ear asked, "Hey, how did you get all this fur? Why is it so soft?" After that, Broken Ear couldn't help rubbing it again. And it felt really comfortable. Li Claw resisted the urge to open Broken Ear's dirty hand. He wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate the conflict between the two tribes. The Stinky Water Forest tribe must not continue to be hostile to the Red Mud Wet Beach tribe. "It's the soap that Steel Teeth gave me." Li Claw took the soap out of his leather bag and said, "If you take a bath with this thing, your hair will be like mine." "Is it so magical?" Broken Ear took the soap, sniffed it, and opened his mouth to bite it. Li Jua immediately snatched the soap back and said, "You can't eat this. This soap was given to Gongya by Master Yinching. And Gongya gave it to me. If you want it, you can ask Master Yinching for it. He will definitely give it to you." Speaking of Master Yinching, Duaner's head raised unconsciously. Of course, Master Yinching is generous and kind. He told me that if Hongni Wet Beach needs anything, I can ask him for it. Look at this set of steel armor I'm wearing. It was given to me by Master Yinching. Yes, Master Yinching. Generous and kind, Li Jua said sincerely, and looked at the steel armor on Duaner with envy. And then said, "Chief Duaner, I apologize to you for the crimes committed by the Chushulan tribe against Hongni Wet Beach. The disputes between our two tribes were all caused by food. Now Master Yinching can make our wolf pack no longer worry about food. As neighbors, our two tribes should help each other and protect the good life we are about to get." Duaner is a very straightforward werewolf. Since Li Jua took the initiative to apologize, Duaner stroked Li Jua's smooth fur and said, "Master Yinching's friends are my friends. As long as your wolf pack does not come to my red mud wetland to steal things, I will be a good neighbor to you." Li Jua looked at the slingshot on Duaner's waist and said, "There are not many agarwoods in the Stinky Water Forest. But as long as Master Yinching is willing to provide us with this slingshot, we can catch enough prey for us to eat." Just when Claw and Broken Ear put aside their past grudges, a werewolf warrior, who was on guard in front of them, ran over quickly. He ran and shouted, "It's the Orcs' evil wolf cavalry." The Orcs' evil wolf cavalry was found. The whole werewolf team stopped immediately, and all the werewolf warriors formed a circular defense circle. The werewolf chiefs stood in the defense circle, while they cast defensive magic for their warriors. They ordered all the poisonous flies that came with them to take off. The werewolves couldn't understand why they met the Orcs' evil wolf cavalry here. Could it be that the Orc army was launching a large-scale attack on the human race? Just when the werewolves couldn't figure out the situation, a large number of Orcs' evil wolf cavalry came running from a distance. There were even some humans dressed as mercenaries among them. The werewolves didn't understand what was going on. The wolf cavalry chasing the werewolf scouts didn't expect to encounter a large group of werewolves here. How did these swamp creatures get to the grassland? A large number of wolf cavalry arrived and confronted the werewolves. A wolf cavalry hero rode a calf-sized wolf out of the queue, and with him was a human knight wrapped in a cloth robe and masked. "I am Gustav of Thornstake Castle. You werewolves, why don't you stay in the Thunder Swamp? What are you doing here?" The werewolves were once a member of the Orc tribe, but were later excluded and joined the Swamp tribe, becoming uncivilized barbarians. The Orcs now have a natural sense of superiority over the werewolves. Even though Gustav is a big-eared monster who is much smaller than the werewolves, he still speaks arrogantly. After all, the Orcs are much stronger than the swamp forces. The werewolves have been on high alert because they don't know how many troops the Orcs have. Broken Ear was about to stand up and speak. Claw pulled him at this time, and then said loudly to the wolf cavalry hero Gustav, "I am Claw, the leader of the Stinky Water Forest Werewolf Clan. And this is Broken Ear, the leader of the Red Mud Wet Beach Werewolf Clan. Our people are imprisoned in the human territory ahead, and we are about to attack the human territory to rescue our people. Why did you Orcs come here? Why are there humans mixed with you?" Chapter 66. Divide the spoils and advance. On the grassland, 300 evil wolf cavalrymen and nearly 100 human mercenaries form a crescent formation, facing more than 300 werewolves in an oppressive manner. The carefully selected big-eared monster warriors rode on the backs of the wolf. They had human-like appearances, with crooked fangs in their overbite mouths. The skin was dark green, with no armor and exposed upper bodies, and a necklace made of animal bones hanging around their necks. The big-eared monsters were small in size, but had strong muscles, with extremely fierce and ferocious expressions, and their faces were painted with the totems of their beliefs with white paint. The Orcs who advocated force showed a very strong desire to attack. The evil wolf cavalrymen held long swords, and the strong killing intent made the riding wolf restless. The werewolves were on the defensive due to the pressure from the Orc wolf riders. The tribe leaders all looked at Broken Ear and Sharp Claw. Broken Ear whispered to Sharp Claw, "What are you talking about? We have more than 30 werewolf tribe leaders here, all of whom are beast tamers and heroes of the swamp tribe. The other side is only 400 people. We can wipe them all out with a surprise attack with poisonous flies." Sharp Claw whispered back, "We don't know what is happening on the Windy Highlands now. Are the Orcs attacking humans in large numbers? Or is it just this small group of Orc wolf riders that have infiltrated here? If it is a large-scale attack by the Orcs, we must stabilize these wolf riders and then send people to Eternity to get the message. If there are only these evil wolf cavalry and human mercenaries, it won't be too late for us to destroy them. Restrain your wolf pack and don't do anything that will make the other party suspicious." Duan Air understood what Li Jua meant, and he gave a few short barks to give instructions to his werewolf warriors. He also notified other werewolf chiefs not to act rashly. The wolf pack responded with short sounds that only they could understand. Opposite, these 300 evil wolf cavalry sneaked into this grassland from the Thornstake Castle, and after joining up with Yarlin's mercenaries, they were preparing to rush to the Eternal Territory. But they didn't expect to meet werewolf scouts here. They didn't expect to encounter a large group of werewolves while chasing the werewolf scouts. Gustav is the commander of this wolf cavalry team, a beastman hero. After listening to the answer of the Claw, he asked the human beside him, "Yarlin, you said that the human territory called Eternal holds werewolves?" The person who wrapped himself tightly in a cloth robe was Yarlin, and the human mercenaries who came with him were also dressed in similar clothes. After all, their behavior was collaborating with the enemy. If their identities were exposed, they would inevitably be wanted by the Silver Mane Principality. Yarlin looked at the werewolf team in front, and then whispered to Gustav, "That werewolf is indeed the Claw of the werewolf tribe in the Stinky Water Forest. I saw him a few days ago, and I also met his brother Steel Teeth in the Eternal Territory. And there were many stinky water forest werewolves, who were forced to work as laborers in the Eternal Territory. There is another group of werewolves in the Eternal Territory, from the werewolf tribe of the Red Mud Wet Beach. This time, Claw and Broken Ear found so many werewolf tribe leaders to form an army, definitely to rescue the captured werewolves. By the way, loot the Eternal Territory. Gustav nodded while listening. He agreed with Jarlin's judgment. After all, the Eternal Territory defeated 2 werewolf tribes and captured so many werewolves. These werewolf leaders gathered together, definitely not to congratulate the Eternal Territory. It seems that our harvest this time will be much smaller. Gustav felt a little regretful. If he could lead the army to arrive earlier, he would not have to share the spoils with the werewolves. Now these werewolves will definitely not turn back. Jarlin also sighed and said, "Last time, Claw told Eden that he would visit the Eternal Territory. I didn't expect it to be such a visit. There are many swamp tribe trainers among these werewolves. There must be ambushing poisonous flies around. We can't conflict with them. Why not go with them to attack the Eternal Territory? Anyway, our wolf riders and horses can't take away too many supplies. It's better to give it to the swamp werewolves than to be taken away by the army of the Silvermane Principality." Gustav knew this was the best way. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being unlucky. You met this group of werewolves, but you couldn't destroy them. After the wolves stopped barking, Gustav said to Claw and Broken Ear, "Hello, Chief Claw. Chief Broken Ear. We are also going to attack the Eternal Territory. I heard that it is very rich there. Since you are going to rescue your people, why don't we go together? This will reduce the losses of both of us." Hearing that these evil wolf cavalry and human mercenaries were going to attack the Eternal Territory, Broken Ear and Claw looked at each other. Broken Ear knew that his brain was not as flexible as Claw, so he didn't say anything. Claw replied, "Okay. We can go to attack the Eternal Territory with you. But how to divide the spoils?" Gustav said, "I suggest to divide the spoils into 3 parts. 1 for me, 1 for humans, and 1 for you swamp werewolves." Sharp Claw said, "This is unfair. There are so few humans. Why should we divide so much? I suggest to divide it according to the number of heroes. How many parts are there for each hero? According to the number of heroes, werewolves obviously have the upper hand. More than 30 werewolf chiefs mean more than 30 heroes, while the hero units in the wolf cavalry and human mercenaries add up to less than 10. The bulk of the spoils were divided by werewolves. Didn't Gustav make a wasted trip? Gustav showed the prestige of a strong race and said to Sharp Claw, "Werewolves, this is grassland, not swamp. You are about to face a human territory with tight defenses, and you have no experience in attacking a territory with a complete defense system. War is not about who has more heroes and who can win. Otherwise, there would be no war in this world, and the number of heroes would determine the outcome. We orcs have been fighting with human armies on the Windy Highlands for many years. We know how to attack a human territory and how to deal with a group of infantry on the grassland. And my human friends have brought us the most important intelligence. Without you, we can still capture the Eternal Territory. If you continue to insist on your unreasonable distribution plan, I guarantee that you will not be able to capture the Eternal Territory." Gustav's words were threatening, and he waved his hand to let his men prepare for battle. He was sure that these werewolves would not go to war with him, because the swamp was not a united force. These werewolf chiefs were willing to follow him to attack the Eternal Territory, because the Eternal Territory had food and wealth. And fighting against a powerful wolf cavalry team and human mercenaries? If he won, he would not only get nothing, but would suffer heavy casualties. The swamp tribe was a mess. Gustav did not have to wait too long, and the werewolves surrendered. Claw agreed to Gustav's distribution plan. "Well, you are right. The powerful orc army knows how to break through a well-defended human territory. We accept your distribution plan. But if you can't take all your share, the rest will be ours." Gustav said, "If the wealth of the Eternal Territory is really too much for us to take away, it will naturally be yours." Chapter 67 Prepare to Welcome. Gustav and the werewolves reached an agreement to jointly attack the Eternal Territory. The 2 armies put away their weapons and joined forces to march towards the Eternal Territory. The military might was overwhelming. Claw and Broken Ear walked together and whispered in his ear, "The big-eared monster is unwilling to divide the spoils according to the number of heroes," which means that he did not bring many troops. "You send someone to the Eternal Territory to report to Master Yinxing. Tell Master Yinxing not to misunderstand us. We will follow his orders to eliminate these invaders at any time." Broken Ear nodded to indicate that he understood. and then let out a few short barks. And several werewolf warriors from the red mud wet beach scattered and crawled into the grass. The wolf cavalry had their own scouts to conduct reconnaissance. The werewolves, as friendly forces, sent out their own scouts, and did not arouse Gustav's suspicion. He had never doubted this group of werewolves from the beginning. At this time in the Eternal Territory, Yinching was lying in a recliner, debugging the newly purchased drone. The thing was not big, but Yinching was charged 500,000 for the automatic shutdown module. But the thing was really good. Vertical takeoff and landing, automatic charging, automatic cruising. It has a variety of detection equipment. Just set the cruising route in advance and let it fly by itself. Connect to the terminal. Find someone to sit in the monitoring room, and cooperate with the patrolling werewolf warriors to control the situation around the territory at any time. One-time consumption. Foolproof operation. In order to charge the drone, Yinching also specially purchased a solar power generation system. Originally, I wanted to get a gasoline generator and equip the territory with some electrical appliances. Get some air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, etc. But after research, I found that if I want to maintain the entire generator set, plus the circuits, electrical appliances and various trivial matters, I must have several professional electricians. Yinching can't complete the electrification of the territory alone. Therefore, I finally bought a solar power generation system, which can power the drone and the monitoring room, and can also charge the mobile phone to play Candy Crush. Hot? Isn't there a maid? The clothes are dirty? Aren't there maids? Yinching was wearing beach clothes and sunglasses, lying on a lounge chair under a parasol, in a bucket on the ground on one side. There was ice beer on a small coffee table on one side. There were cut fruits. The maid Donna next to him was fanning Yinching. Eddie led 5 heavily armed spearmen to stand around, guarding their master. Gosper and Lao Hans took turns to report to Yinching on the existing supplies and construction progress of the territory. Lao Hans also handed over the new week's taxes to Yinching. Not far away, there was a scene of labor. The territory was upgraded to the town level, and many functional buildings were unlocked. There were too many things to be built. In addition, the first phase of the territory moat project has been completed. A 3-meter wide and 2-meter deep ditch, with a circle of barbed wire, constitutes the outermost defense system of the Eternal Territory. Next, we will continue to widen and deepen the ditch, and then draw running water to form a moat. The barbed wire will also be replaced by brick and cement walls in sections. There are too many things to do. The territory construction still needs more labor. I wonder where the werewolf chiefs, who came to the meeting, have gone. Yinching knew that the werewolf chiefs spontaneously gathered at the red mud wet beach first, and then came to the Eternal Territory together on the date of the meeting. Today is the meeting date set by Yinching, and the red mud wet beach werewolf warrior, who came to the Eternal Territory to report the news, has delivered the news. The leaders of each tribe, led by Broken Ear, are rushing towards Yongheng Territory. Now that the drone is flown out, let's see where the werewolf leaders have gone. I can prepare for the welcoming ceremony in advance. Yinching held the phone in both hands, and the picture on the phone screen was the grassland image transmitted from the drone camera. The pixel resolution is very high, and it has a built-in motion capture system. Not only can you find the antelopes running on the grassland, but even a rabbit will be locked and tracked immediately if it is exposed. Is the current technology so powerful? Yinching controlled the drone to fly high in the sky, looking at the image on the phone, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This thing is awesome. I will definitely equip more of it in the future if I have the conditions. Continue to control the flight. Before Yinching noticed, the drone captured a large-scale moving point at the edge of the image. Found it. But that team seems to be more than just werewolves. When Yinching controlled the drone to fly over the marching team, he saw that in addition to werewolves, this team also had orcs riding wolves and some human mercenaries. It looked aggressive. They are not friendly. Are these werewolves going to be traitors and lead orcs and human mercenaries to attack my territory? But it shouldn't be. I exchanged food for agarwood at a price of 200 to 1, which is almost like picking up food for free for the werewolves. It is a long-term business that is mutually beneficial to both parties. There is no need to do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Besides, even if the werewolves are stupid enough to attack the Eternal Territory, they will not be stupid enough to ask orcs and human mercenaries to help. Isn't it better to eat alone? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Yinxing believes that the werewolves have no motive to attack the Eternal Territory. The werewolves in the Red Mud Wetland and the Stinky Water Forest know that the Eternal Territory can fundamentally change the current predicament faced by the werewolf tribe. They will not do such a thing as throwing away the children they have in the future. According to this analysis, the werewolves must have come to the Eternal Territory to hold a meeting. As for why they walked with the orcs and human mercenaries. Ha! Interesting. Interesting. Our werewolf friends are coming soon. Everyone in the Eternal Territory is preparing for the opening ceremony of the Werewolf Chieftain Conference in the southern edge of Thunder Swamp. Yinxing stood up from the recliner and said to Donna, "Go and get the master's armor and help me change clothes." As Yinxing gave the order, all the subjects of the Eternal Territory immediately turned to the opening ceremony. The children held flowers in their hands. The farmers held colorful flags in their hands. And the red carpet was laid from the venue to the gate of the territory. The heavily armed spearmen followed the drumbeats and walked out of the territory, and then stood majestically on both sides of the red carpet. The lightly armored werewolf warriors held trombones and stood in the middle of two heavily armed spearmen. The truck was also driven out by the driver trained by Yinxing. An archer stood in the open compartment. They wore fish-scale armor and held bows, with boxes of arrows behind them. This batch of arrows was specially purchased by Yinxing, some of which were loaded with lethal hard steel arrowheads, and some were loaded with colored smoke. Yinxing, wearing armor, rode a white Fergana horse with white armor, slowly walked across the moat suspension bridge, and came to the front of the welcoming team. The ambient lights were turned on, and the ribbons were flowing on the surrounding grasslands. The breeze made the grasslands undulate. In the blue sky, the low white clouds seemed to be within reach. The air was so fresh that it made people feel relaxed and happy when they inhaled it. At this time, Yinxing had already seen the werewolf warrior who came to deliver the letter, and everything was just as he expected. Alas, some wars are so dramatic. It seems that the labor shortage problem in Yongling territory can be alleviated to a certain extent. Yinxing looked forward to the front. The attacking army is rushing towards them. Chapter 68. This is war. The sound of a trombone from the direction of the Eternal Territory broke the silence of the grassland. It also caused the orcs, humans, and werewolves to slow down their march. Gustav, the leader of the orc-wolf cavalry, jumped up and stood on the back of the wolf. Even if the wolf bumped while running, Gustav's feet were rooted on the wolf's back. He looked forward and saw that the Eternal Territory defenders were actually setting up a counterattack outside the territory. They were discovered. Gustav rode the wolf again and led the army to a nearby slope. The entire advancing wolf cavalry team completed the turn and occupied the slope in a very short time. At the same time, a large number of wolf cavalry scattered and detected the entire battlefield. The small tactical actions fully demonstrated the elite and rich combat experience of the orc army. In contrast, the werewolf team became a very standard negative example. The combination of more than 30 werewolf tribes was really a group of stragglers when they followed the wolf cavalry to seize the slope. Basically, they were divided into more than 30 small groups and then ran in a swarm. There was no formation or order. This chaos was not deliberately performed by the werewolves. Their skills were all in the swamp, and their war experience was just a fight between villages for food. Werewolves have no experience in large-scale military confrontations, especially running freely in an open area like the grassland. The team dispersed while running. Gustav looked at the werewolves who once belonged to the same orc forces with contempt, and then observed the Eternal Territory that was already in sight in front of him. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by what he saw. Someone actually used iron to build the fence of the territory, and even built two. After guiding the mercenaries to complete the formation, Jarlan drove his horse to Gustav's side. He looked at the Eternal Territory from a distance and couldn't help but exclaimed, seeing these again, "I am still as shocked as when I first came here. Have you seen the armor worn by the soldiers of the Eternal Territory? The full-body plate armor that a knight would envy. The Lord here actually equipped each militia with one. He had no idea how much effort a knight had to put in to get a set of armor. A set of armor is not only a knight's companion, but also a knight's honor. If the lowly militia could casually wear such excellent armor, it would definitely be a humiliation to the knights." Jarlan looked at the armor worn by the militia, with both envy and anger in his eyes. As the lowest level military unit of the human army, the militia is not worthy of such good armor. It should belong to a real knight. Gustav said, "Only cowards are obsessed with armor. If our orc warriors wear this kind of iron can, they will be laughed at. Protective gear, just enough is enough. So many armors can make more steel knives. When we capture the Eternal Territory, we will divide the armor and weapons equally, and give some food and farmers to the werewolves. Iron is easy to rust in the swamp. It is a waste to give it to them. Yarlin pointed at Yinching, who was standing outside the territory on horseback, and said, "His armor is mine. The horse is also mine." Gustav smiled and said, "The horse is a good horse. But we orcs can't tame it. So I'll give it to you. That set of armor is yours too, but I want to give you 2 more sets of armor from the militia." "No problem. This is a very fair distribution." Even though the Eternal Territory discovered their army, Gustav and Yarlin had no doubts about the outcome of the war after seeing the enemy's army of less than 100 people. They have 300 elite wolf cavalry and nearly 100 human mercenaries with rich combat experience. Although the werewolves look a little weak, they have many heroes and an unknown number of poisonous flies hidden. The military strength is several times that of the enemy. How to lose? How to lose? Then, the wolf cavalry, who were scouting around, reported that no ambushed enemy troops were found around the Eternal Territory. Since the enemy is right in front of us. Then, the whole army moves forward. Under Gustav's command, the wolf cavalry maintain their formation and walk slowly down the hillside, heading towards the Eternal Territory garrison. The human mercenaries gathered on the left side of the wolf cavalry and moved forward together. War preparations were being made on the march. The heroes accompanying the army released defensive and enhancement magic to the warriors on the front line. Stoneskin bodyguard Aegis air control magic warrior power during the high morale period. Some magic was released from the marching army. These magics hit the open space in front and created circles of air ripples, which were destroying possible traps. It also suppressed the morale of the enemy army. This made Yinching, who was originally in a good mood, dumbfounded. Can a war with magic be fought like this? The evil wolf cavalry marching towards the Eternal Territory, and the werewolves, who attack the Eternal Territory before, are completely armies from 2 different worlds. The front line of these evil wolf cavalry is almost a straight line. There are enough gaps between the wolf riders, allowing the wolf riders in the back row to insert and change the formation quickly at any time. Moreover, the evil wolf riders in the front row each emit a halo of different colors, and every other wolf rider has a layer of stone armor attached to their body. The magic shot from the back of the army clears the way for the wolf riders to move forward. Is this considered a joint battle between infantry and artillery? The powerful army pressed forward towards the Yongjing Territory defenders like a mountain, and the peasants holding flowers and colorful flags were frightened and pale. Encouragement. Yinching used his skills to stabilize the morale of his own army. Riding on a warhorse, Yinching looked at the wolf cavalry that was pressing forward step by step, and realized that the sense of superiority from the modern world made him underestimate this seemingly backward world. War can be fought like this. Magic can be used like this. The reason why he defeated the werewolves in the red mud wetland and the stinky water forest before was not because he was so strong. It was because the werewolves were too weak. How arrogant. When Yinching was reflecting on himself, he was also glad that the war started in this situation. Strengthening its own military strength should always be the first priority of the Eternal Territory. If it continues to be so comfortable, it may not be so lucky in the next war. Orf. Gun! Orf, who was following Yinching's warhorse, handed him a silver gun. Yinching grabbed the gun and urged his horse to walk out of the formation. He turned the power of the built-in fan in the armor to the maximum, and the ribbons were blown to make a rustling sound, signaling Dosper behind him to turn on the speaker. Yinching said to the microphone on the armor, "I am Yinching, the Lord of the Eternal Territory. Who is the leader among you guys? Come out and talk to me." The speakers prepared by Yinching were supposed to play a welcoming song, and the songs were already selected. Good day. Now Yinching's voice came out from the loudspeaker, and the whole grassland could hear it clearly. The advancing wolf cavalrymen stopped in their tracks. The momentum also dropped instantly. How could one person's voice be so loud? Unless he used advanced magic. Chapter 69. You are already dead. Gustav, who was leading the army, also stopped his wolf after hearing the huge sound. In front, the human lord walked out of the formation. Judging from the overflowing aura, he must be a very powerful hero. Now the opponent is challenging. The orcs, who are known for their bravery, must respond. Gustav whispered to Yarlin beside him, "I will respond to the enemy lord. Watch carefully. If the opponent forcibly attacks me, you immediately lead the army to charge. I will do my best to contain him. And you will kill him with other heroes. Facing the momentum emanating from the Lord of the Eternal Territory, Yarlin was no longer relaxed as before. Heroes, always the shining point of this world. They have the ability to break the limitations of their own ranks and have theoretically unlimited growth space. Powerful heroes can bring endless morale to the army. And powerful forces can lead the army to win victory after victory. Every page of world history is written by heroes. But no hero is invincible. Even as strong as a dragon, it will die. Yarlin clenched the knight's sword in his hand. He could feel that he was facing a very powerful hero. This stimulated him to have a stronger fighting spirit. Only the armor snatched in this kind of battle is meaningful to wear on the body. Gustav, go ahead. I was once a soldier of the principality. I know what to do. Gustav nodded and drove the wolf out of the formation. At this time, everyone on the battlefield was attracted by the meeting of the leaders of both sides. The short howls between the werewolves were considered to be the anxiety of the swamp barbarians about the war. The werewolves retreated, which was considered to be the fear of war spreading among the swamp tribe. The evil wolf cavalry showed strict military discipline, and they raised their heads and stared at their leaders, just waiting for an order. The whole army rushed over. Gustav rode the wolf and stopped about 50 meters away from Yenxing. From here, the warhorse in white armor looks even better, and there are air currents forming whirlpools under its four hooves, swinging the grass branches. The aura emanating from it also makes its own wolf whimper. Demonization. A powerful hero riding a demonized warhorse. This battle is not as simple as imagined. I am Gustav, a warrior under the command of Chief Little Lee of Thornstake Castle. I led my army across the windy highlands, bringing no greetings or goodwill. We have the strength and determination to destroy the Eternal Territory, but for unnecessary sacrifice. As long as you and your army take off your armor and leave your warhorse behind, I will allow you to leave alive. Yenxing straightened his back and looked down at Gustav, who was much shorter than him. In the direction of the enemy, the werewolves began to move. In order to destroy the invading army in the shortest time and with the least damage, Yenxing decided to risk himself to attract the enemy's attention. Now it seems to be effective. Yenxing turned off the microphone. At this time, the other party must not be aware of the existence of the sound. Gustav, how did you wolf riders pass through the human fortress group and come to me? Is it because of those human traders? Yenxing stalled for time. Your army is quite large, and there are also hundreds of swamp werewolves. So scary. I wonder if the wealth in my territory is enough for you to share. Gustav could hear the teasing in Yenxing's tone. He said to Yenxing in a stern tone, this is something we need to consider. Lord, I am giving you an ultimatum for the last time. Get off your horse and take off your armor immediately. Then leave with your soldiers. Equipment, territory, peasants, can be exchanged for my promise not to hunt you down. This is the promise of an orc warrior. We will keep our promise. Yenxing smiled and raised his gun above his head. Silver armor, silver gun, white horse, golden decorations shining, red ribbons flying. Another encouragement. Morale soared. The people of Yongheng led the army and shouted excitedly, Master Yenxing, generous and kind. Master Yenxing, keep your word. Did you hear that? Yenxing took back the silver spear and said to Gustav, my lord, I am generous and kind. If you are hungry on the road, Yongheng will give you food. My lord also keeps his word. Since I promised to protect my subjects, I will not abandon them. Do you think I will be afraid of you if you show off your power in front of my house with some cats and dogs? I will also give you an ultimatum. I will count to 3. If you don't withdraw, I will make you and your army disappear into ashes. Gustav held the reins of the wolf in one hand and held the big knife in the other. He looked around vigilantly. If the opponent wants to destroy his army in an instant, he must use large-scale attack magic to bomb. But this level of attack magic is not so easy to release. Just the preparation stage will inevitably trigger a regional magic reaction. But the surrounding magic is unusually stable. Gustav said, don't think you can scare us away. 1. Yenxing stretched out a finger. Gustav continued, my human friend told me that it is impossible for human reinforcements to appear here. 2. Yenxing stretched out another finger. You are the only territory on this grassland. No one will save you. 3. Yenxing stretched out the third finger. Time is up. If you want to die, I will help you. Then Yenxing turned on the microphone. The speakers carried Yenxing's voice across the grassland. 1 bag of grain for each enemy head. 2 bags of grain for each prisoner. Let's get to work. Before Yinxing's voice fell, the roar of the sky instantly suppressed the sound of the speakers. A large group of poisonous flies flashed out from the sky and the grass, rushing towards the wolf cavalry and human mercenaries at a very fast speed. The orcs and mercenaries didn't know what was happening, and the wolf howls sounded behind them again. The poisonous flies that rushed into the army pierced the skin of the orcs and mercenaries with their stingers. Before the toxin took effect, the flying wolves pulled the orcs and mercenaries off their wolves and war horses. The flails danced and then fell heavily. At this time, any tactics and combat skills were useless. The wolves were like a huge tide, instantly drowning the orcs and mercenaries with their backs to them. They used their steel teeth to smash the bone flails. They used their sharp claws. They were barbarians in the swamp, without professional combat training. Only the most primitive beasts. They would bite off the enemy's bones, and they would swallow the enemy's flesh and blood. They would twist off the enemy's head and raise it above their heads and howl. They let the spilled blood dye their bodies red. They were bloodthirsty beasts. They had no mercy on their prey. The battle broke out suddenly. At some point, he was silent again. When the howling of the wolves stopped, he looked at the orcs and mercenaries, who were no longer standing. Even the wargs and horses were all prostrated on the ground, because of the murderous intent exuded by the werewolves. Gustav looked at the werewolves, who were walking with the heads of orcs and mercenaries in their hands. He finally understood that from the moment he met the werewolves, he and the army he led were already dead. Chapter 70 Glorious Victory. Bang! A helmeted head was thrown to the ground, and a bloody head rolled out from the iron helmet. The bloody werewolf saluted Yinxing, who was riding on a warhorse, and said loudly, "Respected Master Yinxing, I am the leader of the Stinky Water Forest Werewolf Claw. I know this human knight. He is a mercenary who protects the merchant Eden to trade with us at the edge of the swamp. It should be that he coveted the wealth of the Eternal Territory and attracted the Orc-Wolf riders to attack your territory. Now I have beheaded him as a gift from the Stinky Water Forest Wolf Pack to visit the Eternal Territory." As the claws presented the gift, other werewolves also threw down the heads they were holding and presented gifts to Yinxing. Yinxing was a little confused by the scene. One head for one bag of food. One prisoner for 2 bags. Can't you werewolves settle accounts? Master, why do I need so many heads? Fortunately, the werewolves still restrained themselves and did not kill all the orcs and mercenaries. Half of the prisoners were still driven together and guarded by the werewolf warriors. Yinxing looked at the heads on the ground again and felt a little overwhelmed. Gauspa, take people to collect all these heads. Record whose military merits are, and then box them for safekeeping. After the meeting, we will settle accounts together and distribute the food to my friends. When Gauspa led people to collect the heads on the ground, Yinxing said to Claw on his warhorse, "Welcome Chief Claw to the Eternal Territory. And welcome all the peace-loving werewolf chiefs who are willing to get rich with the Eternal Territory to the Eternal Territory. I have prepared the most delicious food and the most fragrant wine to ensure that all clan leaders can feel the warmth of home in the Eternal Territory. After I deal with the last invader, we will start this grand ceremony together." The wolf pack cheered. Gustav, who was surrounded by the wolf pack, looked extremely embarrassed. Yarlin was dead. None of the wolf cavalry and human mercenaries escaped from the thundering attack launched by the werewolves from behind. They were either killed or captured. I didn't expect that 300 wolf cavalry would rush all the way from the Thornstake Castle. The result was such a fate. It was really ironic, as if they were sending heads to others. But why would the werewolves of the swamp tribe obey a human lord so tamely? Looking at the werewolves with blood-stained hair around him, Gustav was full of question marks. He was also worried about his own fate. Yinxing looked at this still fierce big-eared warrior and considered how to deal with him. There are big differences between orcs and werewolves. Through this battle, it can be seen that orcs have a complete social system, and simple interests are difficult to have an effect on them. It is definitely not applicable to deal with orcs with the same method used to deal with werewolves. If you catch and lock them up, you must keep an eye on them at all times. It's a waste of manpower. Therefore, after thinking it over again and again, Yinxing sighed and said to Gustav, "I will send your head back to the Thornstake Castle. I hope Chief Little Leah can learn a lesson and not make the same mistake again." After that, Yinxing ordered the werewolves, "Whoever takes the enemy's chief's head will be rewarded with a set of steel armor." Gustav was in despair and was instantly drowned by the angry wolves. Yinxing turned his horse's head and headed into the territory. And the sound system played music. The melody of good days resounded throughout the grassland. The children held flowers happily, and the farmers waved colorful flags for victory. The heavily armed spearmen stood on both sides of the red carpet, using their spears to form a welcoming corridor. The lightly armored werewolf warriors puffed their cheeks and blew the trombone. The archers replaced the sharp arrows on the strings and shot colorful smoke into the sky. Thousands of balloons flew away. The grand welcoming ceremony quickly calmed down the werewolves, who were excited by the battle. This was a scene they had never seen before. It was so grand that they were shocked. The dimensional crushing of the charm of the advanced civilization made the barbaric werewolves tuck their tails between their legs. With a pilgrimage mentality, they walked through the forest of guns and stepped on the soft carpet into the territory surrounded by steel. Then, the captured prisoners were tied up and taken into the territory. Then the seized supplies, wolves and horses were all transported into the territory, waiting for distribution. You have won a brilliant victory after a fierce battle. You get experience, 40,000. Level upgrade failed. Please accept the guidance of the professional mentor as soon as possible and upgrade the hero level. You get reputation, 3,000. Based on your outstanding performance of 0 combat losses in the battle. Experience bonus, 40,000. You get a construction blueprint, library. You get God-given gold, 5,000. Yinqing returned to the territory and looked at the harvest of this battle. Although the werewolves injured a lot of werewolf warriors when attacking orcs and human mercenaries, but that was friendly damage. So Yinqing's performance in this war was still 0 combat losses. Excellent war performance not only allowed Yinqing to gain more experience rewards, but also a construction blueprint and God-given gold coins. Building blueprint, library. The power of knowledge is endless. The library can attract scholars and increase the chance of cultivating knowledge heroes in the school. The school is a building unlocked after the territory is upgraded to the town-level government office. Territory subjects study in the school and have a chance to be promoted to knowledge heroes. Although this type of hero is a little mediocre in terms of military strength, it is an indispensable civil official for a territory. The younger the subjects who enter the school to study, the easier it is to be promoted to knowledge heroes. Elite units are easy to be promoted to knowledge heroes. Yinqing naturally knows the importance of knowledge. Knowing this type of hero is the backbone of a territory. And a complete and efficient logistics system is the basis for victory on the battlefield. The school has been built after the town government office was completed. The conditions for certifying the school are not only teaching tools, but also teachers. If you are willing to spend the gold coins bestowed by the gods, these things will naturally be equipped. But Yinqing is reluctant to spend, even though he just got 5,000 gold coins bestowed by the gods. It can be regarded as easing the tight territory finances. But after seeing the recruitment cost of the 3rd-level archer, Yinqing really doesn't want to waste a single gold coin. It just so happens that after the werewolf conference is over, we will leave for Nuda City. Let's see if Nuda City can hire a teaching teacher first. There is also the issue of hero-level promotion. Just like some games, if you don't find a professional mentor to complete certain tasks, your level will be stuck and cannot be upgraded. Yinqing got 80,000 experience points in this war, but his level is still stuck at level 10. It feels very uncomfortable. Talk to these werewolf chiefs quickly to ensure the safety of the north. When Gustav's head is sent to the Thorn State Castle, the orcs will know that the werewolves have formed an alliance with the Eternal Lord. And naturally they will not dare to send the orc army to die easily. The west should also be safe in the short term. Let's take advantage of this time to solve the many pressing issues in Nuda City at once. Chapter 71 Opening Ceremony. To the music of good days, Yinqing led the visiting werewolf chiefs to cut for the first meeting of werewolf chiefs of the southern edge of Thunder Swamp. Yinqing and the werewolf chiefs stood in a row outside the venue. He also specially invited the chief of the Red Mudweb Beach, Broken Ear, and the chief of the Stinky Water Forest, Sharp Claw, to stand on both sides of him. First, the children of the territory gave flowers to the leaders attending the meeting. 2 maids pulled open a long red ribbon. Donna and the other 2 maids gave Yinqing and each werewolf chief a pair of scissors. Gosper took the mobile phone given to him by Yinqing and filmed the moment of great significance to the Eternal Territory. The werewolf warriors continued to blow the trombone and beat the drum. No matter how good or bad the sound was, the sense of ceremony was what they wanted. The archers continued to fire colored smoke into the sky, and the children who had presented flowers grabbed the prepared petals and threw them upwards. The werewolf chiefs had never seen such a variety of opening items for the conference. They all felt that they had received great respect, and their mouths were wide open from their ears. Chiefs, Yinxing grabbed the ribbon in front of him with one hand and the scissors in the other, and gave a short speech. Welcome to the Eternal Territory. I like the gifts you brought me very much. And the Eternal Territory has also prepared enough sincerity, so that each of your tribes can return with a full load from here. I believe this meeting will be a good start for the communication between Eternal Territory and Thunder Swamp Werewolf Tribe. Now, please let us cut the barriers between us and start a new history together. The werewolf leaders did not know why they had to pull a long silk ribbon in front of them and give each of them a pair of scissors. After listening to Yinxing's words, they suddenly realized. So there is such a meaning. Yes. Most of the werewolf tribes came to Eternal Territory for the first time. And it was also the first time to meet Master Yinxing. There must be huge ideological differences between them. It is inevitable to have barriers. Cutting the red silk ribbon is to cut the barriers. The human race is indeed a civilized race. And their lords speak and act with level. Under Yinxing's leadership, all the werewolf chiefs cut the silk for the conference. Everyone was very happy. Gosper held his mobile phone and kept taking pictures. The next step was the military parade. Yinxing invited these werewolf chiefs not to give them sweet dates. Before giving them sweet dates, they also had to let them really see the weapons and equipment of the Eternal Territory. The maids took away the scissors and the cut silk. The military drums turned to marching drum beats. And a peasant formation slowly walked past the front of the venue. The music changed to Iron Torrent March. Maid Donna was responsible for the explanation. Dear chiefs, what is passing in front of you now is the peasant formation of the Eternal Territory. Unlike the dirtiness and thinness of the peasants in other human territories, the generous and kind Lord Yinxing distributed clothes and shoes to every peasant in the territory, and provided each peasant with 3 meals of rich food. Do you see the gloves on the peasants' hands? Those are gloves woven by senior spinners for noble ladies. But the generous and kind Lord Yinxing gave these precious gloves to every citizen in the territory in order to protect the peasants' hands. The iron shovel distributed by Lord Yinxing on the peasants' shoulders is made of steel. It is precisely because of this work tool that the peasants of Yonglin territory can build the territory to such a scale in such a short time. Master Yinxing loves every subject in the territory, and we are willing to dedicate everything to Master Yinxing. Master Yinxing, Donna shouted. The marching peasants shouted in unison, generous and kind. Master Yinxing, keep your word. The peasants shouted slogans and walked past the werewolf chiefs. Their mental outlook and the equipment in their hands also left a deep impression on the werewolf chiefs. Following the peasant phalanx was the heavily armed spearman phalanx. Because of the Q training, the heavily armed spearman phalanx walked more neatly than the peasant phalanx. Under the leadership of Chief Eddie, these steel-armed bodies caused the ground to shake slightly with every step they took. Armor clashed. Spears were like a forest, facing the pressing steel wall. Every werewolf chief had a frozen expression. Donna continued to explain, militia is a low-level branch of the human army. In the armies of other human territories, militia is a consumable of war. The lords only equipped the militia with cloth armor and inferior spears, and pushed them onto the battlefield to let them fend for themselves. But the generous and kind Lord Yinxing cherished every one of his subjects. He gave every militia in the territory full coverage steel plate armor and all steel spears, and also gave every militia in the territory the dignity and honor that a warrior should have. Here, they are the most reliable heavy-armored spearmen in the territory. They are all warriors who are willing to sacrifice their lives for Master Yinxing at any time. Master Yinxing, generous and kind. Master Yinxing, keep your word. Yinxing smiled and waved to the heavy-armored spearman phalanx that passed by. Although the slogans are usually awkward, they are very exciting in this situation. Look at the werewolf chiefs next to them, and they are all staring at them. The heavy-armored spearman phalanx passed by, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Then the light-armored werewolf warrior phalanx of Yonglin territory came over. Donna continued to introduce. If the heavy-armored spearmen are Master Yinxing's strong shield, the light-armored werewolf warriors are the heavy hammers in Master Yinxing's hands. Master Yinxing's love for the people in his territory is never divided by race or rank. The Master equipped the light-armored werewolf warriors with a variety of weapons, including steel half-body armor, steel flails, steel round shields, alchemical slingshots, pain sprays, multifunctional engineer shovels, etc., so that every light-armored werewolf who went into the battlefield was an almighty warrior. They would use the weapons given to them by the Master to reap the lives of all enemies. Master Yinxing, generous and kind. Master Yinxing, keep your word. The appearance of the werewolf warriors in Yonghing territory shocked all the werewolf clan leaders. At first, they envied and greedily looked at the armor on the light-armored werewolf warriors, and the steel flails in their hands. After listening to Donna's introduction, I realized that there were so many gadgets hanging on the shoulder straps and waist belts of the light armor werewolves, and many of them were alchemical items. This is a joke. Equipping the first-level werewolves with alchemical items. At this time, Duan Er said proudly to the werewolf chiefs around him, "The pain potion is in that small bottle. Just a little bit on your face will really make you feel nothing except pain. Have you seen that black short stick? It stores paralysis electric magic. As long as it touches, your body will be immediately electrocuted and unable to move. And the alchemical slingshot. You have seen its power. When I attacked the Eternal Territory, my wolf pack was defeated by these alchemical weapons. Master Yinqing was willing to give such precious weapons to the first-level werewolves and second-level militias. He is really generous and kind." The werewolf chiefs nodded mechanically in shock. Yes, Master Yinqing is generous and kind. Chapter 72 Werewolf Chieftain Conference. After the appearance of the heavy-armored spearman phalanx and the light-armored werewolf warrior phalanx, the werewolf chieftains, who had been visually bombarded by steel armor and sophisticated weapons, were no longer as amazed as they were at first when they saw the archer's phalanx following them. Instead, the human-powered tricycle phalanx following the archer's phalanx rekindled the interest of the werewolf chieftains. This tool is amazing. People riding on it can run so fast by pedaling alternately with their feet. There were 4 heavily armored spearmen standing in the back of the tricycle, demonstrating the excellent carrying capacity of this vehicle. Due to the limited military strength of the Eternal Territory, these heavily armored spearmen were the ones who had just formed a square and walked past. When they went around to the back of the circular venue, they boarded the tricycles pedaled by farmers to show off again. The light-armored werewolf warriors also changed their clothes at the back of the venue. Following the human-powered tricycle formation was the light-armored werewolf mobile force formation. The fully armed werewolves rode bicycles past the front of the venue. This once again aroused the keen interest of the werewolf chiefs. Because werewolves are too beastly, they cannot tame horses. And the wergs can only carry small creatures like the big-eared monsters. And the swamp monitors don't let them ride. So werewolves basically rely on their 2 feet to travel. Although werewolves are gifted with endurance, that has its limits. Now it seems that the 2-wheeled vehicles pedaled by the werewolf warriors of the Eternal Territory are so easy, which is really a good tool for werewolves to travel. A cloth bag is fixed on the back seat, which can also carry some supplies. For long journeys, food and daily necessities can be put in it. It's really convenient. The mobility and survivability of the werewolf warriors riding on the bicycle have really been greatly improved. Good stuff. Good stuff. However, this kind of vehicle has only 2 wheels in front and back. How come it doesn't tilt? Is it alchemy magic again? After the light armor werewolf mobile unit square drove past, the werewolf chiefs still stretched their heads to look at the werewolves riding on the bicycles. At this time, a roar came from the other side. A huge magic beast with a huge body and covered with steel drove slowly in front of the venue with a roar. The back of the monster was full of archers. The oppressive feeling brought by the huge body made the hair of all the werewolf chiefs who saw this monster for the first time stand up. What is this? Without waiting for Donna to explain, Duan Er said, "This is the monster tamed by Master Yinqing. Named Truck. Don't be fooled by its fierce appearance. It is actually very docile. I once rode on the head of Truck with Master Yinqing and galloped on the grassland. I tell you that Truck can run from Yonghing Territory to my red mud wet beach in the time it takes to chew a sheep leg bone." Master Yinqing also said that he would build a road between Yonghing Territory and red mud wet beach in the future. Trucks will run even faster on it. When talking about building a road between Yonghing Territory and Hongmi Wetland, Duaner was very proud. Other werewolf chiefs also cast envious eyes at Duaner. With the road, it will be more convenient for Hongmi Wetland to obtain supplies and support from Yonghing Territory. Trucks loaded with archers drove past the front of the venue. The archers kept firing colored smoke into the distant sky, showing the mobile attack power of this combination. The military parade was coming to an end here, and everything that should be shown was shown. After the peasants' colorful flag formation walked around the venue twice, Yinqing invited the werewolf chiefs to enter the circular venue. At this time, Eddie had come in from another door with a heavily armed spearman. They stood by the wall around the circular conference table, making the already high-end venue even more impressive. The werewolf leaders had no idea that this wave of heavily armed spearmen had passed by them 3 times. Anyway, they all wore the same armor, and it was impossible to tell who was who with the helmets on. Back and forth, dozens of heavily armed spearmen were made to look like more than 200. Add to that so many lightly armored werewolf warriors, archers, and so many dazzling equipment. The werewolf leaders all felt that the Eternal Territory would be crushed against 5 or 6 werewolf tribes. The Eternal Territory is indeed as rich and powerful as the rumors say. The werewolf chiefs followed the maid's lead and sat down at the circular conference table. When my butt touched the chair, it was so soft. It felt so comfortable. What is it made of? The towering dome made the already spacious venue even brighter. There was also a large conference table, and more than 30 werewolf chiefs did not feel crowded after sitting down. There was purified water on the table in front of each werewolf chief, and 2 plates, one with apples and bananas, and the other with dog food. The maids walked around the conference table and politely placed the printed documents in front of the chiefs, regardless of whether the clan leaders can understand or not. They want this appearance. Sure enough, after the opening ceremony and the military parade, seeing such a magnificent conference venue, all the werewolf clan leaders sat upright. They didn't know where to put their restrained hands, for fear of making a fool of themselves in such a formal venue, and becoming the laughing stock of the werewolf clan in the future. Yinxing was very satisfied with the performance of the werewolves, seeing that they were like elementary school students. It means that all the preparations made by this lord for this meeting were not in vain. Now all the werewolf clan leaders held their breath and looked over, and the status relationship between superiors and subordinates has been established invisibly. Yinxing nodded to Broken Ear and Sharp Claw, who were sitting on both sides of him. Then he unscrewed the bottle of pure water and drank a sip of water, then put on a pair of glasses in a pretentious manner and said, "Thank you all the clan leaders for coming to the Eternal Territory to attend the first Thunder Swamp Southern Werewolf Clan Leaders Conference. I believe that our meeting will definitely bring new changes to the Thunder Swamp Southern Werewolf Clan, and even radiate to a larger swamp area, so that more werewolf clans facing survival difficulties can benefit. Therefore, we need to hold more and more such meetings in the future. Everyone puts their thoughts and conflicts here to talk, and work together to solve the problem. I have never thought that fighting and war are the best way to solve problems, but I think it is the worst. For example, I personally experienced the war between the Red Mud Wet Beach Werewolf Clan and the Stinky Water Forest Werewolf Clan. The cause of the war was the Agarwood problem that we are going to solve at this meeting. If the Stinky Water Forest Clan did not invade the Red Mud Wet Beach to rob Agarwood, but told Chief Broken Ear that Agarwood could be exchanged for food from the merchant Eden. Tell other werewolf clans who don't know about this. All of you werewolf clans united to control the supply of Agarwood, and you can ask Eden to offer a higher purchase price, instead of letting the werewolf warriors die innocently, just for a pitiful charity of 10 to 1. Chief Claw, you lost so many werewolf warriors in the Red Mud Wet Beach, and their deaths were worthless. I think there must be more werewolf warriors who died in the fight for Agarwood, and they all died in vain. Although Yinxing's voice was not loud, it hit the hearts of every werewolf leader like a heavy hammer. The size of the werewolf tribe is not large, and each werewolf warrior is the most precious treasure of the tribe. The loss of one means that the tribe has to catch less food, and some cubs have to be abandoned. Although the transaction with the merchant Eden allowed these werewolf tribes to obtain additional food, each werewolf tribe has more or less warriors who died because of Agarwood, especially the Stinky Water Forest Werewolf tribe. The battle of invading the Red Mud Wetland. Dozens of werewolf warriors died. Dozens of werewolf warriors were captured, and even Steel Teeth was imprisoned in the Eternal Territory. If it weren't for Master Yinxing holding down Broken Ear and preventing him from attacking Stinky Water Forest, the Stinky Water Forest Werewolf tribe might have been exterminated. Chapter 73 Food Bank. Lizwa stood up and saluted Yinxing in due honor. He thought of the tribesman who died because of his greed, and the torture of being afraid that Duana would be killed by the armed warriors of Yongyong Territory. His eyes were slightly red, and his voice was choked. Thank you, Master Yinxing, for saving my tribe. I apologize to Chief Duana again. The Stinky Water Forest tribe did something shameful, and paid a heavy price for my stupidity. Master Yinxing is right. If we unite, we can use the Agarwood in our territory to exchange for more food from Eden. He took advantage of our selfishness and contradictions, cheated us of our Agarwood with low-priced food, and made us grateful to him. Our stupidity pushed our warriors into danger. The bitter lesson of the Stinky Water Forest tribe happened once. The words of the clause resonated with the werewolf chiefs. The agarwood in the werewolf territory is not endless. And the reserves are also very different. With the frequent transactions with Eden, the agarwood in some werewolf territories is very scarce. The Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe started to plan the Red Mud Web Beach because the agarwood in their own territory became less. Not all werewolf tribes have a large amount of agarwood stored in their territories. The dilemma faced by the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe is also faced by many werewolf tribes. They have also set their sights on the agarwood in the territory of the nearby werewolf tribe. If Yinching had not stopped the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe from annexing the Red Mud Wetland, a large-scale war would have broken out among the werewolf tribes because of the agarwood resources. The emergence of Yongheng territory saved the impending disaster. The werewolf chiefs became grateful to Yinching. They also realized that the opening of this meeting seemed to have more significance. Perhaps as Master Yinching said when cutting the ribbon, "Let us start a new history together." The chiefs became a little excited. Their purpose in coming to Yongheng territory was just to exchange the agarwood produced in the territory for food. Now it seems that I am really starting history with Master Yinching. But how to start history? The werewolf chiefs feel that their brains are not enough. Let's listen to Master Yinching. After Lizhua finished speaking, Duaner said with a grin, "You should really thank Master Yinching for protecting the Stinky Water Forest. If Master Yinching hadn't stopped me, I would have taken my warriors to rob your Stinky Water Forest. In the battle just now, the Stinky Water Forest werewolf warriors have made up for your mistakes with their bravery. I forgive you." And the chiefs, who came to the Eternal Territory this time. Master Yinching is the wisest human I have ever seen, and the most generous and kind lord. Please listen carefully to what Master Yinching said, and cherish this opportunity. Broken Ear and Sharp Claw clearly stood on the side of Yongheng territory, which made the werewolf chiefs think of the equipment of the werewolf warriors in Hongi Wet Beach and the armor of Steel Teeth in Chishulan. After receiving the support of Yongheng territory, Hongi Wet Beach and Chishulan are rapidly becoming stronger. The werewolf chiefs all expressed their expectation to coexist peacefully with Yongheng territory, and were willing to assist Master Yinching in organizing this conference. Yinching was very satisfied with the opening atmosphere of this meeting. He stretched out his hand and pressed down slightly, and the venue immediately became quiet. The werewolf chiefs all looked at Yinching, waiting for him to continue speaking. Yinching brought the meeting into the formal agenda. The first purpose of the chiefs coming to Yongheng territory must be to exchange agarwood for food. Master Yinching, you always keep your word. The price of 200 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of agarwood will not change. You can rest assured about this. If you are afraid that the grain will spoil or be stolen in the swamp, you can also deposit the grain in my territory. You can take it away whenever you want, and I will not charge for loss and storage. Of course, you can also exchange grain for supplies here like Chief Broken Ear. 200 kilograms of grain can be exchanged for a slingshot. Your warriors can definitely catch more than 200 kilograms of prey with the slingshot of Yongheng territory. After listening to Master Yinching's explanation of the transaction of grain for agarwood, the werewolf chiefs were immediately happy and discussed fiercely. The exchange conditions are too good. 1 kilogram of agarwood can be exchanged for 200 kilograms of grain, which is a huge amount. The swamp is humid, and the grain will become moldy and inedible after a few days. Master Yinching said that Yongheng territory is willing to keep the grain of the werewolf tribe. There will definitely be losses when storing grain. Master Yinching is willing to bear the loss of the werewolf tribe's stored grain. This is definitely the welfare of the werewolf tribe. Master Yinching is a man of his words. Look! What is generosity and kindness? This is called generosity and kindness. What makes the werewolves even more excited is that they can exchange food for Yongheng territory's slingshots. That's a magic weapon. In the Red Mud Wet Beach, the werewolf chiefs have all tested the slingshots, and are very satisfied with the power of the slingshots. With this slingshot, there will be more hunting opportunities. With the food exchanged from the Eternal Territory, their tribe can feed more werewolves. A strong tribe is the most simple wish of every werewolf leader. In the past, the development of the tribe was limited by food shortages. But now this biggest obstacle is about to disappear. It's all because of Master Yinching. A werewolf leader asked, "How many kilograms is the food that Master Yinching promised to give in the battle with orcs and human mercenaries?" Yinching replied, "The food here is a standard 25 kilograms per bag." The werewolf leaders calculated. 1 head is 1 bag of food, and 200 kilograms of food is 8 bags of food. That is, 8 heads can be exchanged for a magic slingshot. For captives can also be exchanged for a magic slingshot. The clan leaders exchanged how many slingshots they could get from this war. Those who got more were extremely happy, while those who got less were depressed and hated themselves for rushing too slowly. I wasted a good opportunity to pick up food and slingshots. Next time there is such a good thing, I must rush faster. At this time, Yin Xingyo said, as for the calculation of military merits, it is not just heads and captives. My people are counting your military merits. There will be additional military merit rewards for killing and capturing enemy leaders and heroes. There are also captured horses, wolves, enemy armor, swords, and supplies. All will be converted into military merits, and then converted into food for you. Finally, on behalf of Yongheng Territory, I will send another batch of food to all the clan leaders as a return gift for your gift this time. I said that you will return with a full load. At this time, Eddie, who was standing behind Yinqing, hammered the ground with the handle of his spear and shouted, Master Yinqing, keep your word. All the heavily armed spearmen hammered the ground with their spear handles and shouted in unison, Master Yinqing, keep your word. All the infected werewolf clan leaders stood up and saluted Yinqing. Master Yinqing, keep your word. Chapter 74 Canal and Highway. After agreeing to do honor to allow Hongni Wetland to deposit the grain exchanged for Xinjiang in Yongheng Territory, Yinqing has been considering the feasibility of establishing a grain bank. If the werewolf tribes in the southern edge of Thunder Swamp deposit the grain they obtain from Yongheng Territory here, then whoever dares to pay attention to Yongheng Territory in the future will undoubtedly poke the buttocks of more than 30 werewolf tribes. Although this metaphor is a bit inappropriate, the meaning is similar. The werewolves will definitely fight for their own food. In the long run, Yinqing allowed the werewolves to use their deposited grain to purchase materials from Yongheng Territory, which also confirmed that the grain of Yongheng Territory became a general equivalent and became a currency that could be circulated among the werewolf tribes. Now this currency can be used to buy materials in the Eternal Territory, and it can naturally be circulated among the werewolf tribes in the future. When the werewolves recognize this currency, an economic system will be established among them. These more than 30 werewolf tribes will also become a community of interests because of economic connections. At that time, as the issuer of currency, the Eternal Territory will naturally become the money bag of this werewolf group. At the same time, because food is not easy to store in the swamp, it will also be lost during transportation. Therefore, trading activities between werewolf tribes must be carried out within the Eternal Territory. The Eternal Territory will become the most important economic center of the werewolf tribe, then the cultural center, and then an irreplaceable political center. Yinqing doesn't mind giving more food to the werewolves now, because the meat is rotting in the pot anyway. As long as the werewolves don't take all the food away, the food will be a number in Yonghengling's account. Write as much as you want. The more food you give to the werewolves, the more they will think about spending when they have surplus food. Buy slingshots, weapons, tricycles, bicycles. Seeing such a beautiful and sturdy house in Yonghengling, the werewolves will definitely want to live there. After building a house, you have to buy furniture. And with furniture you have to live a better life. For any intelligent creature, the pursuit of a better life is endless. If you want to live a good life, you have to keep spending. If you want to have money to spend, you have to work. Work for Master Yinqing. Yinqing has already planned the work of the werewolves. After the agarwood trade and grain storage were finalized, the foundation of this meeting was laid. Yinqing asked the werewolf chiefs to sit down again, and then threw out the canal project from Yongheng Territory to Hongni Wetland. Please open the file my maid sent you. Chiefs. The werewolf chiefs opened the file. They can't read, but they can understand the pictures. The second page of the file is a simple topographic map of the southern edge of Thunder Swamp. Yinqing didn't know whether it was accurate or not. Anyway, the werewolf chiefs couldn't tell that it was his sole painting. The location of Yongheng Territory and Red Mud Wetland was marked on the map, and 2 lines were drawn between the 2 points. I have been to Red Mud Wetland. The road is very rugged, and it is even more muddy and difficult to walk on the edge of the swamp. If you want to be rich, build roads first. Only when the road is open, the specialties in your swamp can be transported out, and the materials of my Yongheng Territory can be transported in. In particular, among the new products that Yongheng Territory is going to provide for the werewolf tribe, there are bicycles and tricycles. This kind of wheeled vehicle is fast and labor-saving when driving on flat ground. Therefore, Yongheng Territory is willing to invest and invite the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp to dig a canal from Yongheng Territory to red mud wetland. The excavated soil can be used as a cushion on the river bank to build 2 roads. Digging rivers and building roads. The swamp werewolves have never done such work. And such a large project must require a lot of labor. If everyone comes to dig rivers, what will happen to their own territories? But if they refuse? Just now, Master Yinqing gave so much food, and the werewolf chiefs were embarrassed to say no directly. The big project proposed by Yinqing is a big bonus for red mud wetland. When Duan'er saw that these werewolf chiefs were silent, he was so angry that he wanted to slam the table. At this time, Li Zhuo asked Yinqing, Master Yinqing, the Zhou Shuilin tribe is willing to send people to help Yongyong territory dig rivers and build roads. But if we send too many werewolves, the guarding of the territory will become a big problem. Also, if there are not enough people to hunt, the tribe's food will be cut off. Yinqing understood that Li Zhuo was talking about the concerns of many werewolf leaders. He smiled and replied, since I just said that Yongyong territory will provide funds, of course, I will not let the werewolves work for nothing. All the meals for the werewolves who come to work for Yongyong territory are provided by Yongyong territory. I promise that what I eat, I will give to my werewolf friends. In addition to meals, Yongyong territory also provides 2 sets of clothes, towels, gloves and shovels for each werewolf who comes to work. After the work is completed, they can take all these things away. As a reward for work, each werewolf can also receive 2 bags of food as salary every week. If the work can be completed as scheduled, I will give each werewolf 10 bags of food as a reward. These food are enough for your remaining tribesmen to eat, and there will be a lot of surplus. As for the safety of your territory, I suggest that each of your tribes send at least 10 werewolf warriors to form a joint patrol team to be responsible for patrolling the southern edge of the entire Thunder Swamp. This patrol team can be led by Chief Broken Ear and Chief Sharp Claw. Chief Broken Ear will use the food he deposited in the Eternal Territory as collateral to purchase 400 sets of steel armor, steel flails, slingshots and other equipment from me. I was not going to sell the steel armor, but these 400 sets are an exception. When the patrol is disbanded, you can use food to buy these equipment from Chief Broken Ear. Chief Broken Ear can also make a small profit. Hearing that these 400 sets of armor were to be sold, Broken Ear said reluctantly, Master Yinqing, these 400 sets of armor, can I not sell them? Li Claw said at this time, Chief Broken Ear, we worked hard to build a canal and road connecting your red mud wetland with the Eternal Territory. Your territory is in such a good location, so don't fight with us for the armor. Besides, according to your relationship with Master Yinqing, if Yongyong territory doesn't sell steel armor to us, will it not sell it to you? After hearing what Claw said, Duan'er immediately laughed. Yes. 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 Chief Claw is right. After the patrol team is disbanded, if you want to buy these 400 sets of steel armor, I will sell them to you at a lower price. At this time, the werewolf chiefs have changed their appearance. Eat 1, earn 1, take 1, and finally buy a limited edition steel armor. Can such a good thing be rejected? If you refuse, will you still have the face to return to your own tribe? The werewolf chiefs expressed their willingness to send laborers to dig rivers and build roads for Master Yinqing. Not only to send, but also to send more. Chapter 75 Phase 2 Project. The canal digging and road construction were approved at the meeting. The previous agreement to purchase agarwood only established a supply and demand relationship between Yongyong territory and the werewolf tribe. The supply and demand relationship is not a stable relationship, and many factors may cause problems in the supply and demand relationship. For example, as Yinqing did, by significantly increasing the exchange price of agarwood. Eden, who had been doing business with the werewolf tribe for a long time, was squeezed out. In order to make the interests of Yongyong territory and the werewolf tribe inseparable, Yongyong territory should be protected by the werewolf tribe at the cost of their lives. The two sides must have a more stable and solid relationship. The ultimate goal of Eternal Territory is to make it the political, economic, and cultural center of the werewolf tribe. To achieve this goal, we need to take it step by step. Exchanging agarwood for food is only the first step. Turning food into currency recognized by the werewolf tribe is the second step. The construction of canals and roads not only facilitates the flow of materials between Eternal Territory and the swamp, it also allows the werewolf tribe to gradually transform from self-sufficient fishing and hunting economic individuals to industrial workers. When the werewolves adapt to working and getting paid to live a life of food and clothing, Will they still risk hunting in the swamp? I am afraid that even if they hunt, it is just a hobby, no longer a necessary labor for survival. A large number of werewolves will break away from the original production system and enter the development system of the Eternal Territory through digging canals and building roads, in order to completely destroy the self-sufficient economy of the werewolf tribe. Yinxing introduced the second topic at the meeting. Please turn to the second page of the document. Leaders, the second page is still a picture. A line extends along the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp. Multiple lines form a grid inside the Thunder Swamp. When the werewolf leaders couldn't understand what the picture meant, Yinxing said, the canal and road connecting the Eternal Territory and the Red Mud Wetland are just the first phase of the Thunder Swamp transportation system I planned. In the second phase of the project, I plan to build a road along the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp that connects all the werewolf tribes present here. In this way, the materials from your tribe's territory can be delivered to the Eternal Territory very conveniently through this road. The materials from the Eternal Territory can also be delivered to you very quickly. This road will be jointly funded by the Eternal Territory and your tribes, and I will bear half of the cost of building the road. Just now, the werewolf chiefs were still envious of Duan Air and the Red Mudwood Beach, which would soon have a canal and road connecting to the Eternal Territory. Now Master Yinxing is actually going to build a road to the doorsteps of each werewolf tribe. No mobilization or explanation is needed. All the werewolf chiefs agree. The generous and benevolent Master Yinxing said that Yongheng Territory would bear half of the road construction costs. Can such a good thing be rejected? Build. Must build. After all the clan leaders agreed to build this road, Li Zhao pointed at the grids inside the Thunder Swamp and asked Yinxing, Master Yinxing, what are these? Yinxing said, this is the third phase of the Thunder Swamp transportation system I planned. The terrain inside the Thunder Swamp is complex and not suitable for road construction, but the water system inside is well developed and suitable for digging canals. Of course, I also know that we can't dig inside the Thunder Swamp just because we want to. Therefore, this third phase project is just a fantasy of mine, and it doesn't matter whether it can be realized or not. Our main task now is to complete the first phase of the project first, and then the second phase. Connect us closely together. When Yinxing spoke out his vision became the vision of the werewolf tribe present. Dig a canal in the Thunder Swamp and connect the entire swamp. What a magnificent project. Do the werewolf tribes that can obtain sufficient food and weapons from the Eternal Territory need to continue to stay in a corner and shrink in the narrow area on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp? Many werewolf chiefs were startled by their sudden thoughts. At this time, Yinxing said, please turn to the next page. Chiefs, the next page is another picture. Several werewolf cubs are sitting in a school. There is a teacher in the school, writing on the blackboard with chalk. The werewolf chiefs are confused again. Yinxing said, Chiefs, I can assure you that the Eternal Territory will allow your tribe to say goodbye to their previous lives forever. Your tribe will be richer and more prosperous. You don't want to be unaware of how much wealth you have by then. You don't want your contributions to the tribe to be forgotten by future generations. My territory is building a school, and I will go to Nuda City in the near future to hire teachers to teach the children of the Eternal Territory. If you want your cubs to learn some knowledge, you can send them to the Eternal Territory. I am willing to provide them with dormitories and 3 meals a day, and all the expenses of their study will be borne by the Eternal Territory. I hope that one day they can use the words they have learned to record all the magical things that happen on this land today and in the future. Our descendants can see my name, as well as Broken Ear, Sharp Claw, and you all. What we have done will continue to be praised and sung from generation to generation. When Yinxing finished speaking these words, the whole venue was silent. The werewolves used to be a very large race in the orc forces. They have their own cultural heritage and their own history. However, after leaving the orcs and joining the swamp, the civilization of the werewolf race quickly degenerated and became a swamp barbarian that all races looked down upon. The history of the werewolves now only has a part of the myth passed down by word of mouth. Those werewolf heroes who once shone are gradually being forgotten by their descendants. If the cubs of their various tribes can learn to ride again in the Eternal Territory, then the flame of werewolf civilization will be rekindled here, and these participants will surely become heroes that will be remembered forever by future werewolves in this historical record. At this moment, Duan Air let out a long howl, and the werewolf chiefs in the entire venue responded with long howls. Then, all the werewolves in the entire Eternal Territory howled together. In the rhythmic howling, the werewolves sang the ancient tunes together. Their ancestors were driven away from the grassland by the orcs, and no race in the world was willing to accept them. A large group of werewolves walked on an unknown road, and countless werewolves died of hunger and disease. The werewolves were almost exterminated because of this. Even if some werewolves entered the swamp, it was difficult to move forward. Not only did they have to adapt to the dangerous swamp environment, but they also had to compete with the lizardmen, the native inhabitants of the swamp, for hunting grounds. That period of history was the darkest period of the werewolf race. From then on, the werewolves were like having their spines broken, unable to raise their heads, and became the barbarians among the barbarians in the mouths of all races. Chapter 76 Industrial Workers. After singing the ancient tune together, the werewolf chiefs saluted Yin-Shing together. This time they did not shout any loud slogans, because no slogans could express their feelings at the moment. It seems that all the chiefs agreed to let your cubs go to Yonghangling to go to school. This matter is settled. I will arrange everything you need. Yin-Shing motioned the werewolf chiefs to sit down, and then said, "Please turn to the next page. The picture above is a fish pond, and several werewolves are casting a large net to catch fish in the fish pond. After the road is opened, we must consider how to provide the tribe with a long-term and stable source of food. After all, there are only so many agarwoods, and every time you dig one, there will be one less. I heard that it is hard to find agarwood in some of your tribe's territories." Li Claw, who was sitting next to Yin-Shing, said, "Yes, Master Yin-Shing. The amount of agarwood in the stinking water forest was not much to begin with, and it is even harder to find now. I think some of the werewolf tribes should be facing the same situation as the stinking water forest." Li Claw just finished speaking, and a werewolf chief said that there was very little agarwood in his tribe's territory, and he regretted digging so much agarwood and selling it to Eden. Yin-Shing waited for these werewolf chiefs to finish their complaints, and then said, "We can't dig canals in the swamp on a large scale now, but we can dig ponds in your respective territories and connect them together. It would be a waste if we don't use the abundant water resources in the swamp. Fish and shrimp can be raised in the pond, and ducks can be raised beside the pond. The water grass is abundant on the edge of the swamp, and cattle, sheep, and horses can be grazed. In the past, your tribes were wary of each other, and there was no way to engage in large-scale animal husbandry. But now that everyone is sitting together, how to raise, how to distribute, and how to protect your shared fish ponds and pastures can be negotiated. Once the road is opened, the connection between us will be even closer. As long as we cooperate with each other and share what we have, the things we raise ourselves can not only feed our own tribesmen, but also have a lot of surplus that can be sold." I talked to Eden. The Silvermane Principality has a large number of garrisons in the Windy Highlands, and many craftsmen and civilians have migrated there. Even if the Principality's army organizes farming, it still needs to transport a large amount of food from the Principality to the Highlands, and the transportation cost is very high. There is also very little meat. If we can take a large amount of meat to Nuda City, we will definitely be able to earn a lot of wealth for us. What Yin-Shing said is very straightforward for people in the real world, but to the ears of the werewolves, they are half understood. In the past, the prey they captured was not enough to eat, so how could there be any left to raise? The werewolves only know that some things can be raised, but they don't know how to raise them. Therefore, when they heard that Yin-Shing was going to do animal husbandry, everyone was confused. But later, it can feed all the tribesmen and sell the surplus to humans. The tribe leaders all understood, so it doesn't matter whether the others understand or not. Master Yin-Shing is generous and kind, and he always keeps his word. What he said is good for the werewolf tribe, so it must be good. Duaner shouted, "Listen to Master Yin-Shing. Follow Master Yin-Shing. It will definitely be right." Now the werewolf tribe leaders have absolute trust in Yin-Shing. Master Yin-Shing said that he will lead us to make a fortune, and we will definitely make a fortune. The tribe leaders expressed their willingness to listen to Master Yin-Shing. Yin-Shing looked at the werewolf chieftains, who were confused and could only shout along. It was as if he was a cadre who had to lead dozens of impoverished villages out of poverty. He was a little exhausted. It seemed that he could not count on these werewolf chieftains to offer their efforts and suggestions. So he let this lord arrange them clearly. "Since all the chieftains agree with my idea, then I suggest that we set up a company together. And the name of the company is Yonghang Commerce. I will serve as the chairman and president of Yonghang Commerce, and you will all be directors of Yonghang Commerce. Meaning, I am in charge, and you just need to obey and work. Yongjing Territory is responsible for providing tools for digging fish ponds and canals, as well as shrimp fry, fish fry, cattle, sheep and horses. Each of your tribes will provide breeding grounds and breeding personnel. For our common interests, I will formulate a stricter company code. All personnel and items will be managed uniformly, and the output will be uniformly distributed according to the contribution of each tribe. As long as you work hard, the better you do, the more you will gain. What I said? Do you have any objections? Broken Ear said, what objections can we have? The breeding materials and tools are all provided by Master Yinching, and we can share the things if we provide some people to work. That is to say, the generous and kind Master Yinching can think so for us. Sharpclaw also said, Master Yinching, although we are stupid, we can see that you are really here to save us. The werewolf tribe. From now on, you are our leader, and we will listen to you. Other werewolf leaders also felt that their tribes joined the Eternal Trade Company and took advantage of the Eternal Territory and gained great benefits. After all, their tribes only contributed labor, while Master Yinching invested so much. Master Yinching is so generous. How can we have other requests? That would be ungrateful. The werewolf tribes agreed to jointly establish the Eternal Trade Company. Yinching's purpose of summoning so many werewolf tribe leaders this time was mostly achieved. As long as the road is repaired, and the interests of these werewolf tribes are tied together by the entire animal husbandry industry, the Eternal Territory will be an irreplaceable part of them. Yinching naturally became the real leader of the pack. At the same time, because of the bondage of interests, Yinching's Eternal Territory completed the expansion to the southern edge of Thunder Swamp in a short period of time. With the implementation of various resolutions, these werewolf tribes will become the development branches of the Eternal Territory. Their strength also represents the strength of the Eternal Territory. Therefore, when Yinching helped these werewolf tribes, he did not have any dishonorable secret operations, nor did he think about how to harvest their wealth to nourish his Eternal Territory. Everything is laid out in the open and recorded in the documents. The Eternal Territory and the werewolf tribe coexist, and win together. When the Eternal Territory existed as the core of the werewolf tribe, this area became Yinching's most reliable nest. No matter what conspiracy and tricks the foreign forces use, they can't shake Yinching's position here. So Yinching came up with a plan to arm the werewolf tribe in the southern edge of Thunder Swamp. Please turn the page, leaders. After the new agenda was passed, Yinching invited the werewolf leaders to look at the next agenda. A good life must be protected by sufficient force, because wealth and prosperity are most likely to attract greedy people, such as the orcs and human mercenaries we met today. If my Eternal Territory had not resisted the invading army, it would have ceased to exist long ago. You must also strengthen the force of your own tribe as soon as possible. Chapter 77 3-Level Military System. According to statistics, there are 36 werewolf tribes participating in the Werewolf Tribe Conference in the southern edge of Thunder Swamp. The population of each werewolf tribe varies, although it is not possible to accurately calculate their total population. It is estimated that the population should be between 12,000 and 16,000. The werewolf tribe is a whole people soldier, except for the cubs. They are all werewolf warriors, and a large part of them are second-level big werewolves. Add to that the werewolf heroes and the swamp monsters they tamed. It is an army that cannot be ignored. The painting in front of the werewolf chief now is 3 armed werewolf warriors. The first werewolf is wearing a black vest, holding a steel flail in his hand, and a slingshot on his waist. The second werewolf was wearing a half-body steel armor, equipped with a steel flail, slingshot, multifunctional engineer shovel, shoulder strap, belt, and backpack. The third werewolf was wearing a half-body plate armor. All the equipment was exactly the same as the werewolf warriors in Yongjing Territory, and there was a bicycle next to him. After the werewolf leaders looked at the 3 sets of werewolf warrior equipment, Yinching said, the first set of werewolf warrior equipment can be purchased by all werewolf tribes from Yongjing Territory with food. The black vest is called stab-proof clothing, which can effectively prevent stabbing with sharp weapons, but has weak defense against blunt weapons. With a steel flail and slingshot, it can deal with general emergencies. The second type of werewolf equipment. The Eternal Territory is temporarily only provided for the Red Mud Wet Beach werewolf tribe. I also hope that Chief Broken Ear can take more responsibility for assisting other werewolf tribes and organize an elite werewolf army. Broken Ear immediately straightened his back. Look! Look! What is intimacy? This is intimacy. Steel armor is only provided for the red mud wet beach, which shows how important our tribe is in the eyes of Master Yinching. Broken Ear said, "Please rest assured, Master Yinching. Our werewolf warriors in the red mud wet beach will definitely protect the safety of everyone's territory." But Yinching said, "There are too few werewolf warriors in the red mud wet beach. I think a conscription system should be implemented. The Eternal Territory can assist Chief Broken Ear in building a werewolf barracks in the red mud wetlands, with a tentative scale of 1,000 people. It is called the Southern Barracks of Thunder Swamp. The Southern Barracks is composed of the werewolf warriors of the red mud wetlands, and the insufficient part is supplemented by werewolf warriors sent by various tribes. Of course, this does not mean that warriors from various tribes will join the red mud wetlands. After serving in the military for 4 or 6 months, warriors from various tribes will hand in their weapons and equipment and return to their tribes. Each tribe will continue to send warriors to the Southern Barracks to serve in the military, so that the barracks will always maintain a scale of 1,000 people. The werewolf warriors of the Southern Barracks will no longer engage in labor and production, but will specialize in training and patrolling the defense zone, and cooperate with warriors from various tribes to protect our property. The benefit of maintaining a professional army is that when we are attacked anywhere, there is a professional army that can quickly provide support. Therefore, it is necessary for all tribes to cooperate with the establishment of the Southern Barracks. Only with a strong army can we protect our property. After serving in the military, everyone will return to their own homes. This makes the werewolf leaders no longer reject the establishment of the Southern Barracks. After all, this army exists for the benefit of everyone. The establishment of the Southern Barracks did not encounter too many obstacles. Duan Air served as the commander-in-chief of the Southern Barracks, and Yinching proposed that Claw of Cho Shuilin serve as the deputy commander of the Southern Barracks. It is also suggested that each tribe take turns to send heroes to serve as officers in the Southern Barracks. All of these were recognized by the werewolf chiefs. After discussing the Southern Barracks, the werewolves turned their attention to the third werewolf warrior in the painting. It was really fully armed from top to bottom, inside and out. It was so luxurious that all the werewolf chiefs were jealous. Yinching took a sip of water, cleared his throat and said, "The third type of werewolf equipment is only provided to the soldiers of the light-armored werewolf mobile force directly under the Eternal Territory. The source of the light-armored werewolf warriors is mainly the werewolf subjects of the Eternal Territory. Another source. I plan to recruit some excellent werewolf warriors from the Southern Barracks. I require the light-armored werewolf warriors to serve in my army for at least 5 years. When he chooses to retire, my werewolf leader Orf will give him some of the equipment he used before based on his performance during military service. Werewolves who have made military achievements have the opportunity to be given a full set of equipment as a recognition and reward of his honor as a warrior by the Eternal Territory. I hope that all clan leaders will allow the warriors who are willing to join the light-armored werewolf mobile unit to pass. The Eternal Territory will also give certain compensation to each clan for these outstanding warriors. In addition, if a warrior makes meritorious service, I will not only reward the warrior, but also his clan. If a warrior unfortunately dies, the Eternal Territory will also give his clan a pension. To be honest, the size of each werewolf clan is not large. The clan leaders were somewhat reluctant to give their best warriors to Yongheng for 5 years. But Master Yinching gave too much. After the 5-year military service, if they could bring back a full set of equipment, or even a part of it, a few warriors might be able to put together a few complete sets of equipment. That was the treasure of the clan. And it was definitely a glorious thing for the entire clan. It was only 5 years. And it was not like giving away their own warriors. Yinching's plan to hire warriors from the werewolf tribe to expand his werewolf army was approved by the werewolf clan leaders without any obstacles. In this way, Yinching did not need the flower god to give gold coins. Nor did he need to wait for the refresh time of the wolf's den. He could organize a light-armored werewolf mobile force of 200 to 300 in a short time. The Yongheng territory has greatly improved its offensive and defensive capabilities. As for the rewards for the werewolf tribe, how much money can it spend? It can't be used up by a piece of agarwood. Now the 3-level military system planned by Yinching has been passed at the werewolf tribe leader meeting. The first-level werewolf warriors are real militias. They work in peacetime and serve as soldiers in wartime, protecting the industries of Yongheng Trading Company on the front line. The second-level werewolf warriors are conscripts and serve in the southern barracks of the Red Mud Wetland. These full-time warriors are equivalent to the security team of Yongheng Trading Company, and their usual job is patrolling. Once a war breaks out, they are the main force to resist the invasion. The third-level werewolf warriors are full-time combat soldiers and serve in the Eternal Territory. The lightly armed werewolf mobile force is a tactical force. On the battlefield, their main role is to ride bicycles to perform tactical insertions and detours, and use the modern equipment provided by Yin Xing to fight independently. Once this three-level military system is established, as long as the Eternal Territory is not targeted by the four forces of the human race, orcs, elves, and swamps on the Windy Highlands, it is difficult for general invasions to cause too much damage to Eternal Territory. Chapter 78 Interrogation. Road Construction. The grain of Eternal Territory officially became the currency of this werewolf group. Eternal trade was established, and a three-level military system was established. The first meeting of the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp was a great success. Yinching and the werewolf leaders got what they wanted from it, and the atmosphere of the meeting was peaceful. The next topic is to tinker with the big framework. First, determine the labor force for the construction of the first phase of the canal and highway. Then, according to the characteristics of each werewolf tribe's territory, see what they are suitable for breeding, and then count them and hand them over to Eternal Territory to provide them with tools and seedlings. In addition, the establishment of the Southern Barracks also requires the leaders of each werewolf tribe to negotiate and allocate the military service quota of each werewolf tribe. All kinds of details cannot be discussed in a day or two. The werewolf leaders lived in the dormitory arranged for them by the Eternal Territory during the meeting. Let them fully experience the food of the Eternal Territory and the high-end life they never thought of. So there were many more things on the werewolf leader's big shopping list. During the break of the meeting, Yinching brought the captured orcs and human mercenaries to him one by one and interrogated them one by one. After counting, there were a total of 379 orcs and human mercenaries who came this time. 196 of them died in the werewolf raid, and the rest were all captured, with no one escaping. The orc leader Gustav and the human mercenary leader Yarlin all died. After seeing the werewolves' bloodthirstiness, the surviving orcs and human mercenaries were also worried about their fate, especially the captured human mercenaries, who worked for money and were far less tough than the orcs, and would confess everything with a little scare. In the evening, a cool breeze blew. In an open space in the territory, Yinching sat in a recliner, crossed his legs, and enjoyed the massage of his shoulders by the maid Donna behind him. Around him, Orf and several lightly armored werewolf warriors stood by. There was a newly dug pit 2 meters in front of the recliner, and a mercenary was half buried in it. 4 farmers stood beside the pit with shovels, looking like they were going to bury the mercenary alive. Yinching lit a cigarette and pinched his nose to make himself more awake. He was really tired after a day of meetings. Donna's little hands kneaded his shoulders as hard as she could, and the pain made Yinching move his shoulders, and Donna immediately reduced the strength. It was comfortable now, after a busy day, having such a maid to serve him during the break. This is the life that the Lord should have. Yinching took a puff of cigarette and asked the half-buried mercenary, "You mean, contacting the orcs to attack my territory was all done by Yerlin, and the merchant Eden didn't know?" The mercenary's face was beaten like a pig's head, with a big bump on the top of his head and blood flowing down. He had suffered a lot just now. After a little hesitation in answering, the peasants began to fill the pit with soil. Now the soil has buried his abdomen. Yes. 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 The mercenary was afraid that the peasants would fill more soil in, so he did not dare to hesitate at all. Traveling merchant Eden did not know that we were going to attack your territory. We escorted him back to Nuda City, and the mercenary commission was automatically lifted. All this is because Yerlin coveted your wealth and your armor. He knew that he could not break through your territory by himself, so he sent someone to contact Chief Little Lee of the Orc State Castle to join forces. After Yinching asked several mercenaries the same question, he was sure that Eden did not know about and did not participate in the attack on the Eternal Territory. Thinking back to the day when Eden took away the ceramic fruit plate, he did not seem like someone who would do something stupid. After ruling out Eden's suspicion, Yinching asked again, "In the Windy Highlands, the human race and the orcs have been fighting for years and countless casualties, and the two races hate each other here. I don't understand. How could Chief Little Leah of the Thorn State Castle trust Yarlin so much? When Yarlin said there was a rich human territory here, the orcs immediately sent troops deep into the area controlled by the Principality's army. They have such a good relationship. Do you know why?" The mercenary shook his head and replied, "I don't know." Before he finished speaking, A ball of soil hit his face. And then the soil filled it down like water. I say! I say! The mercenary shouted in fear. Yinxing stretched out his hand to stop the farmer. Looking again, he couldn't help but marvel at the high efficiency of the human farmers. The soil was almost covering the mercenary's chest. A little later, the mercenary would have been buried alive. Yinxing pointed to the back of his head, and Donna's little hand moved to the back of his neck and gently kneaded it. Speak. You don't have many chances. Don't be like others. After speaking, Yinxing pointed to a piece of new soil next to him. The mercenary thought that the person being interrogated in front of him had been buried alive. The pressure of the soil buried in his chest made it difficult for the mercenary to breathe. But he still dared not delay and said, "We mercenaries are all paid to work in order to prevent the army of the Silvermane Principality from building a fortress. The orcs often sent wolf cavalry to attack the supply station of the Principality army on the Windy Highlands. If we help the orcs' small-scale troops enter the Principality-controlled area, we can get a large bounty. And when we complete the bounty missions issued by the military and merchants on the Violent Highlands, we can also obtain some intelligence. The orcs will spend a lot of money to buy this intelligence. It is precisely because of these that Chief Little Liao trusts us so much and sends troops to attack your territory." Yinxing understood. This is the so-called human treason. The strategy of the Silvermane Principality in the Windy Highlands is to advance step by step. Build fortresses on a large scale. Control the surface with fortresses as points. And constantly occupy space. And building fortresses requires the preparation of materials and labor in advance, which makes it easy for orcs to attack. It's just that the storage and transportation of these materials and labor are all carried out in the area controlled by the Silvermane Principality. The orcs don't know where they are, so there is no way to talk about attacks. So the orcs found mercenaries. The chaotic situation in the Windy Highlands gave rise to the development of the mercenary industry here. It is difficult for merchants to return home safely if they leave a heavily guarded city without hiring a few mercenaries to protect themselves. The military will also assign some insensitive and dishonorable military tasks to mercenaries. Mercenaries naturally get a lot of intelligence by the way, so some mercenaries took the opportunity to do business with the orcs and the elves. Both orcs and elves are willing to pay a high price for military intelligence. Sure enough, there is business everywhere. But these mercenaries are so arrogant to sell intelligence and even help the orc army to infiltrate. Isn't it too rampant? The orc wolf cavalry infiltrates and destroys over long distances. The army of the Silvermane Principality cannot help but suspect that someone on their side is helping the orcs. The first suspects are definitely these mercenaries, who have no principles and only care about money. But it is very unusual that mercenaries are still so active in the Principality-controlled area. Especially when Yerlin attacked his own territory. He actually organized a large-scale mercenary team in such a short time. It can be seen how inactive the Silvermane Principality is on the issue of mercenaries. The water here is not only muddy, but also very deep. Chapter 79 Crisis Awareness. Yinxing unknowingly discovered some major problems during the interrogation of the mercenary. Someone in the upper echelons of the Silvermane Principality condoned and indulged the mercenaries' collusion with the orcs. Maybe they were directly involved. In the following interrogation, Yinxing also learned from the mercenary that Yerlin seemed to be a member of an unknown mercenary circle, from which he could get many bounty missions from orcs and elves. It's just that this circle is not accessible to any mercenary. After answering Yinxing's questions, the mercenary pleaded, "Dear Lord, I express my most sincere apologies to you for my behavior. I am just a free mercenary, who was temporarily recruited by Yerlin into his team. When I came here, I didn't know what the mission was. After joining the wolf cavalry, it is impossible to quit. I beg you to be merciful and not kill me. In my distant hometown, my wife and children are waiting for me to return." The mercenary looked at the werewolf warriors around him, and his heart was extremely scared. During the battle, he saw with his own eyes that a werewolf bit off the arm of one of his companions and ate it. These swamp barbarians really eat everything. Yinxing looked at the panicked mercenaries and felt that this group of mercenaries was a hot potato. If he didn't handle it well, he would definitely get into big trouble. I was thinking of locking them up in Yongheng territory to work. But at this moment, Yinxing just wanted to throw these bombs out as soon as possible. It doesn't matter who it hits, as long as it doesn't hit me. But where should I throw it? Just release it. It's definitely not okay. Isn't this telling the people behind these mercenaries I'm afraid of you, and I don't dare to provoke you? These people even dare to sell out their own country. Knowing that I'm easy to bully, they all rush over to eat me up. Killing everyone is not good either. Killing prisoners is unlucky. In the future, when we fight again, the enemy will know that I have this bad reputation, and they will all fight me to the death. Therefore, throwing has to be done skillfully. Yinxing waved his hand and said, "Dig him out." The peasants, who had gained experience in digging pits these days, quickly dug the mercenary out of the pit. The mercenary was thrown at Yinxing's feet, trembling under the guard of 2 werewolf warriors. He kept repeating, "Please spare my life. Please spare my life." Yinxing threw the remaining cigarette butt aside, and then said to Orf beside him, "Take him away. These human mercenaries are held in solitary confinement and strictly guarded. Food, 1 meal a day, as long as they are not starving to death." "Yes, sir." The strong Orf grabbed the mercenary by the collar, lifted him up from the ground, and dragged him to the prisoner prison. After Orf left, Yinxing called Lao Hans and asked him to send someone to Nuda City to find Eden. "Tell Eden I will take 5 sets of ice jade porcelain to Nuda City in the next few days, and let him prepare for the ice jade porcelain auction. Also tell him about Yerlin's collusion with the orcs to attack the Eternal Order. Tell him that I am very worried about his safety. If Eden asks about the situation here, just say that Yerlin's mercenaries and the attacking orc wolf cavalry have been completely eliminated by me. When I go to Nuda City, I will bring the orc heads and mercenary captives. This is also a great military achievement." Lao Hans took the order and withdrew, and arranged for people to go to Nuda City overnight. Then Yinxing sent another werewolf warrior to call Ganya to him. Ganya, wearing a steel half-body armor, saluted Yinxing very respectfully, and then said, "Master, Ganya is here." After Donna's massage, Yinxing felt much more comfortable. The sleepiness that followed made him yawn, and his eyes were a little hard to open. Yinxing said to Ganya in a sleepy voice, "Have you seen Leswa?" "Yes." Ganya was afraid of disturbing Yinxing, so he lowered his voice. "My brother respects you very much, Master, and thinks you will save the entire werewolf race. Liswa also wants to move the entire tribe from the Stinking Water Forest to the vicinity of Yongheng territory. I wonder if you agree, Master." At the meeting, Yinxing saw that Claw was a very smart werewolf leader. Now he wants to move the tribe to the vicinity of the Eternal Territory. Not to mention how wise this is. Yinxing can't help but look at him differently just because of his decisiveness. Yinxing opened his eyes that were almost closed and said to Ganya, "I will find time to talk to Chief Claw about the migration of the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe. After this meeting, I will go to Nuda City for a while. Are you willing to go with me?" Ganya immediately knelt on one knee in front of Yinxing and whispered, "Stinky Water Forest Ganya hopes to be your follower, and I hope you can accept me." Yinxing, who was about to fall asleep, finally regained some energy. With a smile on his face, he asked Ganya, "Does Liswa agree?" "He agrees." Yinxing asked again, "All my werewolf warriors are led by Orf, and he is not a hero. As a swamp tamer, are you willing to accept Orf's leadership?" Ganya did not answer this question immediately. Tamers are heroic units, far more powerful than a second-level elite howler. Yinxing asked Ganya to accept Orf as his boss, which would inevitably cause some resistance from him. But after careful consideration, Ganya said, "I am loyal to you, my lord. I respect your appointment of me and obey Orf's command to me. I will also use my merits to show you that I am more suitable to be the leader of the werewolf warriors than Orf." Yinxing could hear the dissatisfaction in Ganya's tone, and he also knew that Ganya was willing to be loyal to him. Claw must have persuaded him behind his back. "Ganya, the status of a hero does not mean that you are much better than other werewolves. You are indeed a little smart, but in some aspects, you are still far behind Claw. He knows how to position himself in front of Broken Ear. You still have a lot to learn. Orf will not always be a second-level roar. He will definitely become a hero. You are not enough to challenge his position in my heart now. Okay, let's go find the equipment of the light armored werewolf mobile unit led by Gosper. Learn to ride a bicycle as soon as possible, so as not to fall behind. I'm sleepy and don't want to move, so I'll sleep here." After saying that, Yinxing, who was really sleepy and tired, fell asleep on the recliner. Ganya stepped back quietly and left. Donna covered Yinxing with a blanket, and led the maids to set up a tent for him, and then found a curtain to surround the tent to block the cool breeze at night. Eddie, who learned that the master was sleeping here, immediately rushed over with several heavy armored spearmen. They slowly stood around the tent to protect the safety of their master. Orf also arranged more werewolf warriors to patrol here. After everything was arranged, Donna also moved a recliner outside the tent and fell asleep with a tired face. The Eternal Territory was silent at night. Occasionally, a visiting werewolf would howl at night, but would be immediately stopped by the Eternal Territory werewolf warriors, who rushed over. My master is sleeping. You are not allowed to howl. Chapter 80 Diplomatic Incident. After a good sleep, Yanqing continued to convene the meeting of werewolf chiefs the next morning. At the meeting, he intended to speed up the progress of various topics. Some tedious and unimportant matters were directly discussed with the werewolf chiefs by Gauspa and Lao Hans. Everyone had the same interests. And with broken ear and sharp claw, there would not be any trouble. Yanqing focused his work on the development of the territory and the preparations for going to Nuda City. Yongheng Territory was upgraded to a town-level government office. In addition to the construction of the archer camp and the archer training ground, the peasant shed and the militia dormitory can also be built. These are buildings to increase the population and military strength of the territory, and they must be built as soon as possible. The school is already under construction. There is another very important building, fortress, defensive building, which can be upgraded to a castle for territories with fortresses. The output of all recruitment buildings increases by 10%. There is no limit on the number of buildings in a fortress, but the increase in output does not stack. A fortress is a defensive building similar to a bunker. The walls are solid and steep, with arrow platforms and shooting holes on the upper level. As long as there are sufficient supplies and a small number of soldiers stationed in the fortress, it can block the attack of multiple enemies. The Silvermane Principality used fortress tactics to gain strategic advantages on the Windy Highlands. Building a fortress consumes a lot of building materials, but only looking at the effect of increasing the output of recruitment buildings. It has to be built no matter how much it consumes. Manor, agricultural buildings can provide tools and resting places for farmers working nearby, and increase farmland yields to a certain extent, as a farming talent deeply rooted in the genes. Seeing the manor, Yanqing couldn't help but add this building to the must-build building options. Farming is good. These large tracts of unowned land are so fertile. If we don't farm, will we be worthy of the experience and wealth left by our ancestors, and the seeds improved by Grandpa Yuan Longping? Yanqing doesn't know what the per acre yield of grain in this world is, but the actual per acre yield in ancient times is about 300 to 400 kilograms, or about 200 kilograms. The modern grain yield is more than 1,000 kilograms. Even if my technology is a little worse, I can produce 800 kilograms per mu, which is absolutely crushing the grain production of this world. Moreover, the improved grain seeds can only make the grain harvested for the first time high yield, and the remaining seeds will greatly reduce the yield if planted again. The yield advantage cannot be stolen by others, so the grain yield advantage can be firmly held in the hands of the Eternal Territory. Now that the Werewolf Chief Conference is about to end, large-scale production and are about to start, the demand for grain will naturally increase greatly in the future, as grain is recognized as currency by the werewolf tribe. Yanqing can issue grain coupons to establish a grain-based financial system. In the future, the Eternal Territory will have more and more grain reserves. It is not a long-term strategy to completely rely on reality to purchase food. Moreover, Yanqing recently purchased a large amount of food in exchange for Qinxiang, and found that 1 kilogram of food does not seem expensive. But it costs 3 million to buy hundreds of tons of food. Half a horse of Fergana is gone. Therefore, Yongheng Territory must grow food by itself. If you grow more, you can sell it back to the real world to earn RMB. Manors need to be built, and water conservancy projects to allocate farmland also need to be built. There are also windmills, cattle sheds. More and more supporting facilities are built, and the stalls are getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, the werewolf tribe on the edge of the Thunder Swamp in the north has been dealt with. There is safety, and there is labor to work. Ha ha ha. After we take care of the south, we can make a fortune without doing anything. It is unknown how many days it will take for Yanqing to return from Nuda City this time. Yanqing worked overtime to transport a large number of materials from the real world to Yongheng Territory. Shuji Old Store also notified Antli that the kitchen on the construction site has been completed, and no more large-scale orders will be placed from her in the future. Yanqing bought all the kitchenware purchased by Shuji Old Store for catering at a discount, since he could use it in his own kitchen anyway. He also collected and loaded all the extra ingredients Antli bought. After buying some braised meat and sausages, Yinqing drove his small truck back to Yongling territory. However, before Yinqing could park the small truck, the maid Donna came in a hurry. Panting, he reported to Yinqing, "Master, no, it's not good. The chickens we raised ate the poisonous flies of the werewolf chief of the mud pond." "What?" Yinqing, who had just jumped out of the car, almost fell to the ground after hearing the news. Yinqing stood up with the help of Donna and asked in surprise, "What did you just say?" Donna supported Yinqing and repeated again, "Master, the chickens we raised ate the poisonous flies of the werewolf chief of the mud pond. All 5 were eaten." The point should not be that all 5 were eaten. Yinqing felt a little confused. Yongling adopted chickens because the food in the territory was too rich and the quantity was large, and there would always be some left after every meal. Throwing it away is a pity. So Yinqing bought more than 100 chickens from the real world and raised them in the territory. They can not only consume leftovers, but also lay eggs. And when they grow up, they can be killed and eaten. One chicken has 3 uses. But you don't eat leftovers. Why do you eat the poisonous flies of the werewolf leaders? The poisonous flies are 5th-level swamp monsters, and they can kill a 2nd-level werewolf with 1 bite. The family treasure of the werewolf tribe. As a chicken, you will be the food in the frying pan in the future. How can you eat other people's poisonous flies? This is a serious diplomatic incident. And how can a chicken eat poisonous flies and eat 5 of them in one go? This is unscientific. Yinqing took a breath, calmed down, and said to Donna, "Take me to see. How come the chickens raised by my master can eat poisonous flies?" The chicken farm of Yongling territory was built in a corner of the territory. It was not large, and was surrounded by barbed wire, so there was no need to worry about the chickens running out. When Yinqing followed Donna to the chicken farm, he saw a lot of werewolves surrounding the chicken farm, all standing on tiptoe to look inside. There were also bursts of exclamations. Orf brought his lightly armored werewolf warriors to maintain order. Donna shouted, "Master Yinqing is here." The noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and all the werewolves watching here bowed their heads to Yinqing, who was walking over, and then consciously retreated to both sides. 2 farmers came running in panic and knelt in front of Yinqing in fear. They were the farmers in charge of the chicken farm. Now the chickens in the chicken farm have eaten all the poisonous flies of the werewolf chief in the mud pond. The farmers who knew they had made a big mistake were afraid of being severely punished by their master. Looking at the 2 farmers, who almost buried their heads in the ground, Yinqing said calmly, "Get up. How to punish you? Wait until I see the chickens you raise, and then make a judgment. Come on. Take me to see." The 2 farmers quickly got up, bent over, and humbly led the way for Yinqing. When Yinqing came to the fence of the chicken farm, he was shocked when he saw the chickens raised inside. "What the hell is this? These are the chickens that I asked you to raise? You didn't change the breed."